Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for more fun. Chapter 104. Idiot. Look at where we are now. Nami waved the desperation on Luffy's face. At this time, the outside of the ship was covered with snow. 2604,2605. Zoro is waving a huge barbell and is desperately pushing the iron. Sanji passed by with a look of disgust. Aren't you cold? It's snowing now. Just before Little Garden started, Luffy directly borrowed Geto's statue for a super long-range throw. Although the Mary landed safely with the help of Rinnegan's gravity, it was obvious that everyone had deviated from the original route. Vivi looked sadly at the newspaper of the previous day, which showed that not long ago in Alabasta, the 300,000 Royal Army had defected into the Revolutionary Army. Has the situation gotten this serious? Vivi clenched her fists tightly, and her lips were almost bleeding out from her bite. Luffy stretched out his head from Nami's confinement. Don't worry, I've already used the phone bug to contact the reinforcements to help. Nani? Really? Vivi raised her head in surprise and asked. Certainly. Luffy nodded. We are marine, there are still many ways. Time went back to a few hours ago. Ah? Why should I obey your orders? Smoker, who was smoking a cigar, stared angrily at the phone bug in the shape of a straw hat in his hand. Don't get excited, came Luffy's beating voice from the other side, it's just for you to temporarily maintain the Alabasta conflict. That is a kingdom joined by the world government, a country established by 20 royal families according to legend. How could it be so easy to intervene in civil strife? Smoker growled frantically at Luffy. Hey, this is really a great achievement. 7 warlords of the sea, Lockdoll used the name of Shishibukai to steal the country and set off civil strife. If this is exposed by the people of Alabasta, what a scandal it will be. So hurry up, while Lockdoll's plan is still going on. After speaking, Luffy hung up the phone. Hello? BD. Smoker angrily hung up the phone bug. Tashigi came in from outside the ship with a look of surprise. What's the matter? Colonel Smoker. Damn Straw Hat Luffy. He knows how to order people. Smoker cursed and took a puff of cigarette. 7 warlords of the sea? K. Lockdoll? This is a good opponent. Go. Head ahead to Alabasta. Smoker waved his hand. Tashigi, who was in a daze when he heard Luffy's name, let out an ah, and hurried out to order. Time goes back to the present, on the melee. Do you think people can stand on the sea? Zoro put down the binoculars and looked at a small field on the sea with a strange expression on his face. Impossible, are you hallucinating? Usopp retorted, and then he looked straight ahead of the Mary. A clown carrying a longbow appeared in front of his eyes. Usopp? Usopp wiped his eyes. Am I dazzled? Ah! I found it! Luffy touched his chin and said. What kind of strange thing is this? Nami suddenly wanted to cry but had no tears. Suddenly there was a huge wave on the sea, and a huge ball wrapped in steel fell from the sky. What is this? Zoro looked at the iron ball suddenly floating on the sea in surprise, with a dazed expression on his face. I saw the iron ball spread out like a lotus flower, a hippopotamus bow slowly rose, and a huge iron boat appeared in front of everyone. Is this a ship? Everyone looked strangely at the huge pirate group that suddenly appeared, and 10 pirate flags slowly rose from the mast. Yes, it's a pirate ship. Usopp stammered as he looked at the pirate flag on the ship. Countless soldiers in padded jackets stood densely on the pirate ship. There was a burst of laughter. Ah ha ha ha! Surprised by the Iron Lord by this large diving galleon. It's so noisy, Lu said, digging his ears. Wapol, the king of the former magnetic drum kingdom, abandoned his countrymen after being attacked by Blackbeard and fled to the sea to become a pirate, the captain of the White Iron Pirates. Get on me! I'm going to eat this whole ship. With a big wave of Wapol's hand, Hippo's bow went directly down a ladder, and countless pirates came out from the White Iron King and came to kill the Mary. It's really rare for someone to take the initiative to rob Marine. Zoro pulled Onitsuo and Yuki out of his hand. Sanji lit a cigarette and looked at the many little Carla rice calmly. Luffy put on the cloak of justice that belonged to Marine. It's a pity that there is no bounty, otherwise I can exchange some money. Asking for flowers. Vivi frowned looking at Wapol. She always felt like she had seen this guy somewhere. Master Wapol, the opposite seems to be Marine. Jess the clown looked at Luffy's justice cloak and whispered. What's the matter with Marine? We are pirates now. We don't even have a warship, maybe it's just a little guy somewhere. Wapol waved impatiently, I'm hungry. Hurry up and take them down, I'm going to eat. The soldiers who originally belonged to the Magnetic Drum Kingdom responded and killed Luffy and the others. Luffy directly found a recliner and sat down and said lightly, kill them, don't keep your hands. Zoro and Sanji grinned, and the two made their way through the crowd. 0. Usopp hid in the corner behind the door and told you to turn the gunpowder star off the backs of the gang. See *me on the sitting one. Wapol looked at the faces of his subordinates who were gradually exhausted, and pointed at Luffy who was sitting on the recliner and shouted. As the sharpshooter of the Drum Kingdom, Jess the clown directly drew his bow and arrow and shot towards Luffy. 3 arrows shoot at Luffy from 3 directions. Luffy sneered, didn't even bother to raise his hands. Shen Luo Tianzhang immediately flicked the 3 arrows away. The battle at this time has entered a fierce stage, and the battle is more like a one-sided massacre than it is. A large number of soldiers fell under Zoro's hands. Unlike in the original book, everything is left to die. Under the leadership of Luffy, Zoro will not show mercy to the pirates. Because he knew that once a pirate was let go, an unknown number of people would die. In the original book, every time Luffy beats his opponent, he will let the opponent die, which has caused many bad guys to make a comeback, and there is no sign of being influenced. Therefore, Wang Luffy has never been merciful to this group of pirates. He also met many small pirate groups along the way, and all of them were killed by Luffy and others. In troubled times, Luffy, who is a marine, has never shown any mercy to these pirates who make a living by robbing the innocent and weak. Nami, who has been ruled by Arlong for 8 years, has a deep hatred for pirates and will never have the slightest resistance. Soon the soldiers of the White Iron Pirates fled frantically like flies being chased, and they didn't have the courage to continue fighting with Zoro and others. Wapol angrily stood up and bit Sanji with a big mouth. Chapter 105. I'm boiling. What the hell? Sanji screamed and dodged to the side. A chunk of the Iron King's deck had been gnawed off. Wapol chewed twice and swallowed with a mouth as big as his whole body. What the hell is this? You actually ate the tin sheet? Zoro and the others looked at Wapol in bewilderment. And the clown Jess on the side explained loudly, that's for sure, our master Wapol is a tuntun who eats munch fruit. Everything can be crushed and swallowed by Master Wapol's teeth. Zoro frowned, demon fruit power. I saw Zoro holding 2 knives behind his back, Sandao Lu tiger hunting. Zoro flashed, and Wapol's chest was instantly left with a gap like a tiger's stripes. Ah! It hurts. It hurts. Wapol was rolling back and forth in pain. Zoro 017 looked at his knife with a confused face. Is this demon fruit power? Is this weak to death? Chromaliman with an afro yells, Dr. 20. Doc 20 come on. Immediately, a group of doctors in pink protective suits with their arms raised appeared behind Chromar-Iman. Go and heal Master Wapol! Cried Chromar-Iman. I saw 20 doctors walking towards the tumbling Wapol holding various medical instruments. What? Zoro looked at the group of people who suddenly appeared in confusion. Suddenly a wind blade cut across, and a huge gap suddenly appeared in front of many doctors. Are you mentally retarded or do you treat us as mentally retarded? Are you doing surgery in front of us? Don't we want to lose face? Luffy yawned and spoke to the terrified Dr. 20. Hyōrinmaru looked at Luffy in a bewildered look. It's unscientific, why don't you play cards according to the routine? Shouldn't we cure Mrs. Wapol with a show, and then brag about the top 20 doctors selected by this medical power? You dare to move, the next time the wind blade will cut your head. Luffy said lightly to the 20 doctors. The doctors trembled in fright and backed away, repeatedly shaking their heads. Looking at the defectors from the former magnetic drum kingdom running around, Luffy directly reached out and patted the ground, summoning technique. 6 paths pane appeared in front of Luffy with different postures. Congratulations, you have been successfully arrested, if you dare to resist. Luffy said lightly, only to see Shura Dao's head split open to reveal the laser emitter in the middle. With a flash of blue light, a big hole appeared in Wapol's head, and his struggling body stopped moving. The guy who would make a comeback in the future and build the Dark Drum Kingdom was right on the spot. A kind of little gangsters knelt on the ground trembling for an instant and did not resist. At this time, Nami excitedly stepped forward and asked Hyōrinmaru, does any of you have a bounty? Seeing this, Hyōrinmaru shook his head repeatedly, no. No. We are all good citizens, and we were forced to become pirates by that cruel Wapol. We were originally the army of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom, and we met the Blackbeard pirates. Only the regiment's attack will run out. Nami frowned when she heard this. You left the people and ran away. You must know that Vivi risked his life to undercover the Pakistani lockwork agency for the sake of the people. Compared with him, Wapol is simply a scumbag. Hyōrinmaru blushed suddenly and dared not speak. What about this group of people? Zoro asked Luffy as he looked at the soldiers who had been captured. It just so happens that the Drum Kingdom is not far away, and it's a good choice to throw them to those abandoned citizens. Luffy said with a smile. And this is an excuse to go to the Drum Kingdom to get the chopper who ate the fruit of everyone and the common people on the ship. That's the only way to go. After all, it's impossible to go with the burden of this boat. Zoro nodded. Then Luffy asked the group of people to follow him in the Iron King. And Luffy observation haki was in full bloom, and finally arrived at the legendary Sakura Flower Kingdom without Sakura flowers after half a day. Stop, who are you? As soon as the melee sailed into the port, a circle of militiamen with guns surrounded Luffy and others. Don't get excited, Luffy smiled and stood up, pointing to the cloak of justice behind him and said, we are Marine Naval Headquarters Commodore Monkey D. Luffy. The surrounding militiamen looked happy. It turns out that Marine is here to help us catch those pirates. That's right, Luffy nodded as a matter of course, and we also caught a group of pirates that you are interested in along the way. Pirates? Everyone was taken aback. How could we be interested in pirates? Not long ago, they were attacked by the Blackbeard pirates, and several villages were reduced to ruins. As soon as Luffy waved, Usopp shot a buckshot directly at the clown just standing on the sea. Immediately, the clown knocked, and the huge white Iron King rose from the sea. This is... The villagers looked angrily at the rising white Iron King, Wapol's ship. They still can't forget the day when Wapol led the soldiers of the kingdom and abandoned the villagers and fled alone. How dare you come back? Get off this island! Many villagers roared angrily. Luffy reached out his hand to signal the villagers to calm down. Don't worry, this is the pirate group we picked up on the road. I think you must be interested in them, so I brought them here for you. Pirates? Wapol was caught as a pirate. Many villagers looked at Luffy in bewilderment. With a wave of Luffy's hand, Wapol's body thrown into the water appeared in front of the villagers. Really, Wapol? Wapol is dead. Okay. The villagers cheered loudly. Sanji looked at Jess, who was tied up, in surprise and asked, Wapol isn't the original king of you? Why is it so miserable? The clown smiled awkwardly, not knowing how to answer. Soon the villagers escorted the members of White Iron Pirates 3.5 ashore. All thanks to Luffy et al. Luffy smiled slightly, this is the normal state of the pirate world, Marine is always just at sea. That is to say, Luffy slapped the bug that bit Nami to death, otherwise there would be no need to kneel like Luffy when he was a pirate to enter the island. The crowd followed the militiamen towards the island. Everyone had happy smiles on their faces. Hey, Luffy? Shouldn't we keep going to Alabasta? Nami asked in bewilderment. We are short of a ship doctor on board, and this island happens to be the Drum Kingdom, a legendary medical power, so let's find a doctor by the way. Luffy explained to Nami, don't worry, I probably have someone to choose, and it will be done soon. Chapter 106. Ah! The bear is pretending to be dead. Usopp looked at the great Pyrene bear who came out of the snow not far away and held a trekking pole and lay down in the snow with a loud cry. Dalton, the captain of the guard, explained, this is a hiking bear. It is harmless. Just salute when you go up the mountain. Speaking of which, Dalton nodded towards the big white bear. Great Pyrenees also saluted in a very humane way. Everyone came to the village of Bighorn, and the goats and hippos with long hair were walking around on the road. Everyone has worked hard, except for the guards and escorts, everyone else should go to rest. Dalton shouted to the militiamen. No problem. Mr. Dalton, shouldn't we have a welcome party for the Marines? Luffy smiled and waved his hands, don't bother, we're just passing by temporarily and we'll leave soon. That's it. That's a real pity. Then everyone bid farewell to Luffy and others, and Dalton pointed to the chimney-like mountains in the middle and said, the 14 mountains in the distance are called Magnetic Drum Peaks, and the which you are looking for lives on the top of the highest mountain. Really? Thanks a lot, let's go visit now, Luffy nodded with a smile, hey, Zoro, Sanji, let's go together, it's just like a competition to see who gets to that mountain first. Zoro was excited when he heard the words, I must be the first. Sanji took a puff of smoke in disdain, I have never lost anyone in my legs. Nami, you stay here in Dalton with Vivi and Golden Week, we'll be back soon, Usopp, the safety of both of them is in your hands. Luffy turned to Nami and the others. Hearing this, Usopp puffed up his chest, of course. I am a brave man at sea. Leave it to me. Then let's begin. Luffy suddenly said, Ren arrives. With a whoosh, Luffy flew towards the magnetic drum peak. Ah! You are cheating! Zoro and Sanji yelled and hurriedly followed. Nami and others looked at the childish three people speechlessly, are you children? At this time, Luffy gave up the ability to use templates and turned to exercise his own strength. Luffy has been practicing with Zoro and Sanji since he got the 6-style training method from Garp. To put it bluntly, the 6 forms is to maximize speed and strength through strong physical fitness. The physical fitness of Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji is absolutely monster level. In the past, everyone didn't know the power-generating skills of the 6 forms, and every time they moved, they relied on pure power to explode. Now with the addition of Marine 6 styles, the strength of the few people has made great progress compared with the original. Especially the rubber properties of the Luffy Nica fruit, it is a breeze for shaved and moonwalks that rely on quick ground to increase speed. Moreover, the rubber body itself is much lighter than the normal body. With the use of paper arts, Luffy can better fit observation haki, which is far beyond the body. At this time, Luffy is like a high-frequency motor vibrating on the snow like a ghost in an instant. Wherever it passed, the snow was stepped out of huge deep pits. This is the impact force generated after stepping on the ground at high speed. The second gear, which originally acts on the internal pressure, is used on the 6-style shaving, producing extremely terrifying special effects. This monster! Zoro and Sanji looked at Luffy who was already running out of sight and the corners of his mouth twitched. Whoosh! Swish! Sanji kicked a snow rabbit rabang flying. Damn it, it's been jumping around us since just now, what the hell is this? But is Luffy's way of moving really good? We're on a snowy mountain. Zoro frowned and looked at the towering snow slope ahead. It won't cause an avalanche or something. Rumbling. Sanji. You crow mouth. I saw the figure of Luffy in front of me soaring into the air, stepping on the moonwalk and directly soaring into the air. Zoro. There's an avalanche, run. Luffy's voice came from heaven. Zoro, Sanji, 1, convex. The two frantically turned their heads and ran diagonally upwards. However, it was raining when the house leaked, and the Rabang who was kicked away by Sanji led a large group of huge Rabang to appear in front of the two of them and stare at everyone. Damn it, go away, you stupid rabbits. Zoro directly drew out 3 knives and put them in a good pose, 3 swords tornado. Immediately, a violent whirlwind suddenly blew up with Zoro as the center. Countless labangs were rolled up everywhere. Suddenly Sanji kicked Zoro on the head. It hurts. What are you doing? Idiot! You made the avalanche even bigger. Sanji roared, pointing at the larger avalanche ahead. Nanny! Zoro turned his head and looked forward, and it turned out that a much bigger avalanche than that caused by Luffy appeared in front of him. Damn it! How did this happen? By the way, why is the weather so cold? My hands and feet are a little numb. Zoro immediately turned around and fled in another direction. Sanji looked at Zoro who was still wearing short sleeves and said speechlessly, "Are you an idiot?" "Humph, I'm just a shallow person. As long as I can be like Shisui, fire can be as cool as a breeze, and ice can be as warm as a spring sun. You can see that Luffy can't help but wear a tank top and shorts. Don't you feel cold?" Zoro pointed to the figure of Luffy stepping on moonwalk and said. If Luffy knew what Zoro was thinking, he would definitely call him an idiot. Have you ever been afraid of the cold after seeing the sun god? At this time, Luffy laughed and walked directly on the moonwalk towards the palace on the top of the mountain. And in the palace, Kurha and Chopper were frowning at a group of mysterious psychopaths in cloaks. Are you here to see a doctor? Kurha had just healed the little boy from the outside and returned to the castle when he saw a group of uninvited guests in the hall. I came here following the trajectory of fate, waiting for the uninvited guest who does not belong to fate. Hawkins, with long blonde hair and expressionless eyes, counted the tarot cards. The pirates behind them smiled cruelly and pointed their guns at Kurha and Chopper. Chopper was furious when he saw this, and directly turned into a human form, facing Hawkins and others with a fierce face. Seeing this, the pirates took 2 steps back in fright. Hawkins calmly took out a card and looked at it. My chance of losing this time is 0%. While speaking, the long knife in Hawkins' hand turned into a straw and stabbed straight at Kurha. Chapter 107. In front of Magnetic Drum Peak, a roar spread across the entire island. Luffy, who was climbing leisurely, frowned. He suddenly looked up into the sky, and his dark eyes instantly turned into Rin-Egan. The whole person was thrown out like a bullet. In the blink of an eye, Luffy has come from the mountainside to the top of the mountain. Luffy looked at the huge scarecrow in his field of vision in astonishment. Hawkins. Luffy clearly remembered that he and himself were not on the same route at all. At this time, what Hawkins is confronting is the final form of Chopper's rampage after swallowing the 3-color pill. At this time, Chopper couldn't control his consciousness at all, waving his arms like a monster. And behind him was Dr. Kurha who was lying in a pool of blood. Is this a butterfly effect? Luffy frowned and looked at the scene in front of him. At this time, Hawkins had transformed into a scarecrow, his fingers turned into pitch-black spikes, and with a wave of his hand, Chopper's body was scratched with bone-deep wounds. Straw knife. A wriggling straw sword appeared in Hawkins' hand, bending like a wave and piercing Chopper's heart. Chopper, who was about to lose consciousness, was about to be killed by him. Fire-style dragon fire technique. A fire dragon appeared and directly burned Hawkins' grass sword. Who? Hawkins suddenly turned his head and saw Luffy floating in the air wearing the cloak of justice. You are quite courageous, you dare to touch the ship, Doctor, I ordered. Luffy stared at Hawkins coldly and said. Marine supernova, monkey D. Luffy. There was no slight fluctuation on Hawkins' face, as if he knew that Luffy would appear here a long time ago. Sure enough, fate is absolute, and you, a guy who is beyond fate, cannot avoid being entangled by fate. Hawkins read like a magic stick. The younger brothers around looked at their captain enthusiastically as if they were looking at the messenger of God. Luffy glanced at Chopper and Kurha in his hand. Slowly falling to the ground, summoning technique. Six Paths Pain reappeared. Tianhu Pain came in front of Chopper, and directly manipulated the repulsive force to press the gigantic Chopper severely to the ground. Be sober, your doctor is still waiting for you to save her. Tianhu Pain looked at the struggling and roaring Chopper lightly and said. The animal way directly summoned the hell dog, centipede, rhinoceros, and bullfighting. Shuradeo split his body, countless invincible missiles swept towards Hawking like a rain of pirates. What's this? Hide. Bomb. What a terrifying firepower! Immediately, the Hawkins pirates suffered heavy casualties. Luffy raised his eyebrows and asked Hawkins, didn't your fruit tell you to run when you meet me? Hawkins had a serious expression on his face. You, a person beyond your destiny, shouldn't exist in this world. Luffy was taken aback when he heard the words, then looked at Hawkins and smiled. Poor idiot, it seems that your devil fruit can only divination people and things in this world, but you are right, I am indeed not in destiny. Yes, I will eventually override fate. Luffy sneered, and Six Paths Pain directly perched on top. Tianhu directly summoned a black stick and shot it out. With the acceleration of Shenluo Tianzheng, the black stick stabbed Hawkins' body instantly. Hawkins looked at Luffy calmly, it's useless, I'm immortal. A little scarecrow was thrown out of Hawkins. The scarecrow stand-in can take the fatal blow instead of Hawkins and transfer the damage. At the same time, a man next to him suddenly had a blood hole in his heart and fell to the ground. Luffy looked at Hawkins with a sneer, I see how many doubles you have for you to die. Shuradeo stretched out his arm and pointed at Hawkins, and in his astonished eyes, Shuradeo's fist shot out and hit Hawkins. Strange wrist rocket. A ninjutsu that fires a severed wrist as a weapon. Concentrate chakra on the incision, and the arm, which is propelled by the small-scale explosion generated, flies out in a straight line with a strong impact. The destructive force produced by it is easy to break even a thicker rock plate, and the wrist protected by chakra is intact. The chakra with the incision is like a magnet attracting the wrist and can be reinstalled. Hawkins dodged sideways, and punched a huge hole in the castle behind him with his fist. In the next second, the fist was automatically retracted into Shuradao's hands. Is it really a robot? Hawkins frowned, but it doesn't look like it at all. Shuradeo didn't like to pause, separated his wrist from his arm, pulled out a string of missiles from the incision in his arm, and flew towards the sky. A series of explosions directly swept the Hawkins pirates. Hawkins' face was even more ugly. He didn't expect that Luffy, who was acting like a joke in the live broadcast, would be surrounded by so many powerful helpers. Seeing Shuradeo rushing towards him, Hawkins could no longer retain his strength. He raised the straw knife, and a stack of tarot cards floated in the air to choose one. Scarecrow card. As Hawkins shouted loudly, the grass knife in his hand suddenly expanded, and soon turned into a huge scarecrow puppet in the air. Luffy frowned, have you developed your fruit ability to this extent now? No, rather than development, it's better to say that the fruit controlled you, a capable person, pathetic fellow. Luffy looked at Hawkins sympathetically. But Hawkins was unmoved at all, and saw him draw a card from a stack of cards, with a happy expression on his face. Sure enough, fate favored me. Hawkins turned the card over, and there was a square sword on the card. Sword 1 upright. There was a flash of purple light on the card, and a giant sword appeared directly in the scarecrow's hand. With a fierce, well done, swing from Hawkins, the huge sword directly slashed towards Shuradeo. Shuradeo crossed his arms and faced the huge sword, but unfortunately, it was just a puppet made of a puppet master's corpse, but it couldn't stop the power of the straw fruit, and was smashed into pieces by the sword. Hawkins showed a smile on his face when he saw this. You can't escape the fate of fate, accept the fate of death, Monkey D. Luffy. While speaking, the Scarecrow's giant sword directly slashed at Luffy, and at this moment, the evil kid appeared in front of Luffy. He stretched out his arm, and the long sword transformed from Devil Fruit's ability was directly absorbed by Hungry Kid. Nanny! Hawkins looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Tianhu looked at Hawkins' Scarecrow with a sneer, stretched out his arms and said calmly, Shen Luo Tianzheng. Boom! A bang! In Hawkins' stunned eyes, the huge figure of the Scarecrow was directly smashed to pieces and executed on the spot. Chapter 108. Shen Luo Tianzheng is an invincible skill in the early stage of Hokage. It was only when Naruto exploded the power of 8 tails that he barely broke the repulsive force of Shen Luo Tianzheng. At this time, the Scarecrow on Hawkins was directly smashed into pieces. What Luffy didn't expect was that the skill of absorbing chakra ninjutsu as a Hungry Kid was also effective for Devil Fruit's ability. I just don't know if it has any effect on Haki. If even Haki can be absorbed, then Luffy's defense at this time is basically invincible. Hawkins looked at Luffy with a livid face. Impossible. How could my Scarecrow be defeated so easily? I saw Hawkins draw a card from the deck again. Looking at the drawn card, Hawkins smiled wickedly. But how could my Scarecrow die so easily? I saw Hawkins showing the card again. Shinigami reversed. Purple light emanated from the card, and soon the Scarecrows that were scattered were reunited and revived again. Hawkins drew 2 cards in a row again, and the joy on his face was visible to the naked eye. Shinigami upright. Pope reversed. A huge 980 sickle first appeared in the Scarecrow's hand, and then the red blood light attached to the Scarecrow, making the Scarecrow swell again, and even a huge thorn ball was added on the back of the sickle. Shinigami is upright. Empowers the Scarecrow and grants a giant Shinigami scythe. Pope reversed. The Scarecrow, which is already strengthened by Shinigami cards, is further strengthened. Hawkins looked at Luffy again excitedly. Fate is indeed on my side. Yo! Resurrected. Luffy looked at the revived Scarecrow with great interest. Hawkins once said that his Scarecrow was immortal when he was reading comics in his previous life. As a result, he was unlucky enough to draw the Tower card, and finally hated West Asia. But at present, Hawkins' luck is good, and all of them have drawn cards that are beneficial to him. But Luffy sneered, you will be resurrected. Helldio didn't know when to summon Hades from the prison, and the intact Shuradeo walked out from the mouth of Helldio. How can it be? Hawkins looked in shock at the repaired Shuradeo. He had obviously smashed it to pieces. But Luffy doesn't give Hawkins time to daze. Lilintao manipulated summoning animals such as pit bulls and giant rhinos to kill Hawkins. The weapons all over Shuradeo burst out, and countless explosions exploded on the Scarecrow. Ninjutsu of the 6 attributes of heaven came at will, and Hawkins desperately waved the sickle in his hand to deal with the attacks coming from all directions. Impossible. How come you have so many powerful guards? Hawkins looked at Luffy with a puzzled face. Why didn't my tarot cards come out? Luffy smiled and said to Hawkins, who knows, maybe your card is malfunctioning. Impossible. My card is absolute. Poof. A pillar of fire engulfed Hawkins. A Scarecrow drops from it. Another Shuradeo's head laser cannon shot through it, and a straw puppet fell again. Hawkins said proudly, I am immortal. I still have countless dolls like this. These are all prepared to deal with you, a person beyond your destiny. Luffy smiled nonchalantly and said, really? I don't think so. At this time, the human world did not know when it appeared behind Hawkins. I saw his right hand pressing on the top of Hawkins' head. The other hand is in the shape of a tiger print. Soul extraction. I saw that the human way took Hawkins' soul out of his body, and threw it into the mouth of Hades summoning from the Hell Way. Hawkins, who was still complacent, lost his vitality in an instant. Damage transfer. Luffy sneered, for the damage at the soul level, transfer 1 for me to see. Unless other devil fruits like Brook's Underworld Fruit and Big Mom's Soul Fruit can act on the soul, most devil fruits are aimed at the body. Even if Hawkins' Scarecrow Fruit can transfer damage, but the soul disappears, Hawkins still cannot avoid death. At this time, Kuroha, who was seriously injured, looked at the dead Hawkins in disbelief. Do Shinigami really exist? Then what is the meaning of our doctor's existence? Luffy lifted it up with a smile. Of course it is to prevent the Shinigami from coming. At this time, Chopper has also returned to that cute little deer look. Luffy performed a simple medical ninjutsu on her, stopping her bleeding wound. After all, you're not a doctor, and you'll have to deal with the internal injuries yourself. Kuroha looked at his healed wound in shock, which was much better than the 20-year-old surgical operation performed by the doctor in Wapol. Who are you? Kuroha asked Luffy. Luffy pointed to the cloak of justice behind him. Monkey D. Luffy, a marine quasi-tutorial. Marine? Why did Marine come here? Kuroha asked strangely. Luffy replied with a smile, I want to find a ship doctor for my warship. I heard that the Drum Kingdom is a good medical country, so come and have a look. On the way, I also killed a pirate named Wapol. Wapol. Kuroha was taken aback, that hateful king. That's not the king. He's the captain of the White Iron Pirates. As a marine, it's a pity that I don't eliminate evil and promote good, so I wiped it out. Kuroha took a deep look at Luffy. You are an interesting person, I would like to recommend a ship doctor to you. Luffy grinned, I would like to hear more about it. When Sanji and Zoro climbed up the mountain, Luffy was sitting in the castle drinking black tea leisurely. The two looked at the scene of the fight and the corpses all over the ground with a confused face. Is this a world war? Luffy greeted the two of them, hey, you guys came up too late, I'm done warming up. Zoro looked at the piled up corpses of the Hawkins pirates strangely and asked, what's wrong? Oh, there was an inconspicuous little pirate who came to look for my business when he was full, but I dismissed it smoothly. Zoro looked at the dead body on the ground strangely, there are pirates who come here to trouble you? It's so strange. What's so strange? When we get to the New World, those pirates are truly unscrupulous, Luffy said calmly, taking a sip of tea, there is the world of the truly strong. Zoro's eyes were full of hope when he heard the words, really? Then we really should go and have a look as soon as possible. By the way, you didn't come to see the ship's doctor? Where's the ship's doctor? Sanji frowned and looked around, and saw Chopper's eyes lit up on the bed, hey? Why is there a reindeer cub here? The steak of this thing is delicious. This is our ship's doctor. Oh, so it's the ship's doctor. Zoro, Sanji. Nani. Chapter 109. Nami and the others looked at Chopper, who buried his head outside the door and exposed his body in the eyes of everyone, with disbelief in his eyes. You said this is our future ship doctor? This civet cat. Chopper was furious, I'm not a civet cat. I'm a reindeer. Nami, Vivi, and others were taken to the castle by Lu Fei. At this time, the doctor girl, Kulha, was fine. Instead, Chopper helped Kulha block most of the damage. The injury was too serious, and she was entangled like a mummy. The ship doctor that Kulha mentioned is naturally the reindeer Chopper who has always yearned for freedom. And Kulha also knows that Chopper's dream is in the sea, and it dreams of seeing the really beautiful sakura flowers. So regardless of Chopper's objection, Kulha kicked Chopper out and threw it to Luffy. Seeing Chopper's excited expression, Nami and Vivi's eyes lit up, and the angry Chopper was like a girl killer. Luffy looked at Chopper and sighed. Originally, he wanted to find some kind of excuse to trick Chopper into his team, but he didn't expect that Hawkins' heavenly justice would directly give him a wave of divine assists, making himself a big Kamui at the same time. Kureha directly entrusted Chopper to herself. Originally, he wanted to get close by killing Wapol to avenge Chopper, but it didn't work. At this moment, Luffy couldn't help feeling that Hawkins was indeed a good man. Ah! Talk! Everyone looked at the retorting Chopper in shock, as if they hadn't expected the animal in front of them to be able to speak at all. This unlucky child was originally a reindeer, but later he ate the human fruit and the common people's form, and then possessed human wisdom and the ability to transform. Luffy introduced to everyone, "Don't look at him like this, in terms of strength, he is not weaker than, Usopp's. Usopp, oi! Don't single me out and introduce me, BD. He's our companion from today on," Luffy announced loudly to the crowd. Chopper immediately turned around and cursed at Luffy, "Bagelubd, who is the partner of you guys? Hey, stop talking baga! Everyone, the body is so honest." Chopper looked at the crowd and said hesitantly, "Aren't you scared when you see me? A talking reindeer with a blue nose. Afraid?" Everyone looked at Chopper strangely. What's there to be afraid of? Say something scary. Nami suddenly turned Luffy's head 720 degrees on the spot. "Isn't this guy more scary?" Chopper, A1. Head. Head. Head off. Chopper ran back and forth in fright. "Hey, don't use me as an experiment, don't you see that Usopp with the long nose over there is also very strange? Usopp, hi! What's the matter with him?" Chopper looked at Luffy in shock. "As you can see, it has the same demon fruit power as you, and it is a Zoan Huan beast species, fruit of everyone's sun god form." Human fruit. Chopper stared at Luffy's incredulous exclamation with wide eyes. "That's right, Zoan human fruit phantom beast Nica form, is the same type of devil fruit as you," Luffy said to Chopper with a smile. Chopper suddenly burst into tears, as if he had found a companion. He threw himself on Luffy and cried loudly. He was disgusted by the deer because of his blue nose since he was a child, and later he was treated as a monster by humans after eating the human fruit. At this time, he looked at Luffy as if he had met a long-lost relative. "Isn't Luffy a rubber fruit? Whatever he wants to call it, he calls it the fruit of God, and now I also believe it," Vivi and Nami whispered. Luffy touched Chopper's head and said comfortingly, "Kureha has already told me that Hiraluk was already terminally ill before he died, and his death has nothing to do with you. He just hopes that you will not give up your original intention of being a doctor. You have already seen the pirates in the sea, the guy who injured you and Dr. Kulha." Chopper remembered the angry look on Hawkins' face from before. "And we are the Marines who bring those villains to justice. We are the righteous teachers to maintain the freedom of people at sea, so you are welcome to join Marine, Tony Chopper." Hearing this, Chopper remembered that he used the poison-making book to kill Hiraluk in advance because he believed that the pirates were good, and remembered the pirate Hawkins who rewarded Dr. Kulha before. Chopper finally nodded fiercely, "I am willing to join Marine." Zoro, Sanji, and others grinned at Chopper, welcoming him. "Yaoxi, little ones, the party is on." "Ah!" The crowd led Chopper back to the melee. "Is this a warship?" Chopper looked at the Mary with bright eyes and asked Luffy. Luffy nodded embarrassingly, "Yes, this is a warship." Zoro and the others looked at Luffy with distaste. Obviously they had no money to go to the Marine headquarters to buy warships. "Yaoxi. To celebrate the joining of Chopper, let's drink." 0. Everyone set up a barbecue grill, held up rum and shouted. And at this time, a huge colorful firework suddenly rose above Guzi Peak. Everyone turned their heads to look in the direction of Magnetic Drum Island, and the pink mist enveloped Magnetic Drum Mountain, which has been snowing all year round. After the snowflakes all over the sky are stained with pink, they look like huge sakura flower trees standing above the sky. Chopper looked at the sakura flower tree formed by snowflakes with tears in his eyes, and cried loudly, "Dr. Shiruluk! Amazing! It's so beautiful!" Everyone stared in shock at the beautiful scene in front of them, with admiration on their lips. Luffy looked at the scene in front of him and asked Sanji for a cigarette to light. This is a quack doctor who spent 30 years to make sakura bloom on this winter island where it snows all the year round. At this time, Kalha and Dalton stood on the palace, and a dozen soldiers behind them kept firing pink dust cannons towards the sky. "You will be the king of this kingdom from now on, Dalton. Have you figured out what the name of the country is?" Kalha sipped his wine and said to Dalton on the side. Dalton's face was full of tears. "I didn't expect that this country would really be saved," as he said. "From now on this country will be called Sakura Flower Kingdom." Sakura Flower Kingdom. Kalha looked at the pink snowflakes in the sky. What a nice name. So to this newly established country, let's drink. Chapter 110. Doctor, is this all right? The Drum Kingdom has perished, and I have found my partner. Chopper looked at the magnetic drum peak that was gradually disappearing and muttered in his heart. "Hey! Chopper! Come have a drink." "Ah! Baga! I won't be happy even if you give me a drink." "Usopp, come on." Chopper, hold your nose with chopsticks, this is the way pirates celebrate in legend. Boom! Nami stood behind the fainted Usopp with his fists up and his head full of black lines. "Don't teach Chopper weird stuff, BD." Nami sighed, and comforted Chopper. "Did it scare you? You're the company of these crazy fellows, too." Chopper looked at Nami expectantly and asked, "Companion?" "That's right, although they are some guys who lack common sense, they are all companions now, so you must get used to 703 in the future," Nami said to Chopper with a smile. Chopper nodded excitedly. "I will definitely get used to it soon." Before Chopper picked it up, Usopp's chopsticks were dismantled on his nose. "Nami! These, don't need to learn." Before Nami could finish speaking, Chopper was dragged by the crowd and pulled 985 up. "You bastards, that's enough. Chopper is our ship's doctor, don't be led astray by you, BD." Nami looked frantically at the Chopper who had gradually become 2B and growled. Zoro was shocked. "Nanny? Chopper is a doctor? It's amazing. Isn't it a lie?" Nami looked at the crowd with black lines all over his head. "By the way, why did you invite Chopper on board?" "Sanji, emergency food." "Chopper, hey." Luffy looked at the crowd with disdain. "You don't even know what it means to open a high-ranking frame with a 100% bounty." "Everyone, hey?" The next day, the sea was sunny. Chopper looked around excitedly. "Amazing! The sea is so vast!" Chopper screamed excitedly, looking at the endless sea level. Of course, this is the Grand Line known as the Cemetery of Pirates, and the reason why it became the Cemetery of Pirates is precisely because there are righteous marines like us. Especially the armada led by my great captain Usopp. Usopp bragged to Chopper with his head held high. Chopper looked at Usopp with staring admiration. Suddenly a shadow in the sky blocked everyone's sunlight. Chopper looked excitedly at the big bird in the sky. "What is that?" Zoro took a look. "Oh, seagull." Nami rolled his eyes when he saw it. How could there be such a big seagull? At this time, Chopper has already greeted the giant bird excitedly. "Oh, hello seagull." In the next second, the huge seabird, which was half the size of the melee, immediately turned around and rushed towards the melee. Zoro looked at the seagull-shaped giant bird and nodded. "I'm right, it's a seagull." Chopper looked at the giant bird excitedly. "It's amazing." "Nami, Jong Dish. Now is not the time to argue about these issues, it's coming." The giant bird pounced on an eagle and lifted Zoro, who was pulling iron, into the sky. Chopper was stunned for a moment. and then ran back and forth in horror. No. Zoro was taken away by a giant bird. No way, Zoro was taken away by a giant bird. 3. King Fried. Idiot. I play against 3 and you play King Bomb. The card is good, can you control it? We're a bunch of bastards. Chopper looked at the unmoved Luffy and the 3 of them with a confused expression. Zoro has been taken away. Sanji returned without looking up. Did he ask for help? Chopper was taken aback. No. Usopp nodded. That's all right, leave him alone. One hand SE42. The plane blows up. Nanny? Did you cheat? How come there are so many bombs? Chopper wanted to say something more, but 3 swords style eagle wave. There was a clanging of knives in the sky as the bird was beheaded directly by Zoro in the beak. With a plop, the body of the giant bird directly pressed the 3 of Luffy under him. Hey, color cook, I brought the meat back, hurry up and cook. Zoro looked at the 3 of Luffy who were crushed under the bird's body and asked strangely, Hey? How do you sleep in broad daylight? Luffy, Sanji, and Usopp yelled furiously, it's all your fault. Hey you guys, stop playing, we're going to Alabasta soon. Then Nami's voice came from the deck below. Usopp said unwillingly, it's rare to draw a good card. The people came to the deck. Vivi once again introduced the prestige of Shishibukai to everyone, and then he said to everyone with a serious face. Clockadar's reputation in Alabasta is very high, because he will defeat the pirates who attack the town. But that's just the face of Quadar Lock, in fact, he is behind the scenes, causing civil unrest in Alabasta. For the sake of taking Alabasta, no one finds out about it. Speaking of this, Vivi bit her lips tightly and said in disbelief, so is the citizen, so is the father. Luffy smiled, what are you afraid of? We are the Righteous Marine, Bar Lock Work Agency. It's time to change the name in 2 days. By the way, you control most of the million elders and billions of elders, right? Usopp thought of the attacks on the way to Little Garden. Hey! Zoro was full of disdain, there's something wrong with controlling those little brats. You should first pay back the money you borrowed from Nami to buy the knife. Luffy rolled his eyes at Zoro who didn't know the price of daily necessities. Ever since he went to sea, this guy has slaughtered a few pirates to collect the bounty when he was too hungry. In this way, he was forced out of the title of pirate hunter. Just because the Bar Lock Work Club can climb the Upside Down Mountain and return to East Blue to invite Zoro, we can know that the strength of the Bar Lock Work Club is far from being as simple as everyone sees. At least from the intelligence point of view, Luffy is also worthy of receiving the command. And Luffy glanced at his own property panel at this time. Host, Wang Luffy, Monkey D. Luffy. Current loading template, 6 paths Pain Uzumaki Nagato. Anti-Me Mail. Equipment, Black Rod, Chakra Receiver, 6 paths Pain. Innate abilities, Rinnegan, Summoning, Universal Pull, Shenluo Tianzheng, Planetary Devastation, Summoning Cerberus, Yata Bird, Chameleon, Chakra, Physical Strength, Devouring, Sealing Spell Suction, Soul Extraction, Hades Wheel Regeneration, Mechanism Armor, Attack of Azura, Summoning Gedo Statue, Chakra Dragon, Heterogeneous Rhine Tensei, Uzumaki Bloodline. Ninjutsu Skills, 6 kinds of Chakra Attribute Ninjutsu, Rain Tiger Free Technique. Character Reset Countdown, 20 hours and 34 minutes. Character Reduction Degree, 100%. Luffy narrowed his eyes and muttered. Time is running out, is it here? MR2. Bentham. Chapter 111. Gugu. Damn it, I'm so hungry. Luffy's stomach was rumbling, and the hand holding the fishing rod was a little weak. Usopp on the side also complained weakly, it's not because you ate up all the food you prepared in advance. I can't help it. Exercise requires a lot of energy. After all, it is to deal with Lock Doll. How can you improve yourself before you talk about it? It's as if you didn't steal it. Isn't the 1/10 of yours worth what I ate? You can't catch any fish at all. No way, I don't even have a decent bait. Who let the bait be eaten by UBD? Luffy-san, Usopp-san, did you catch anything? Vivi walked over from the side at this time and asked. Quack quack. Suddenly, a miserable cry came from the two fishing lines. Vivi pushed the two of them aside and looked down, and saw the running and entangled struggling desperately in mid-air. Karu! Wei 14 Wei screamed. How? Let's think about it. Maybe we can catch sea kings. Vivi, plus. You two, what did you do to Karu? With a bang, their heads collided. Upright Vivi suddenly saw that the sea ahead was shrouded in a large grey-white fog. What's that? Will it be all right? Vivi asked with a frown. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Nami stepped down from the boat. It's just water vapor, the water vapor formed by evaporating seawater from seawater magma. It may be a little hot one. Soon everyone rushed into the water vapor, and the strong sulfur smell made everyone cough. The fishing rod in Luffy's own hand sank suddenly, and then he smiled slightly. Sometimes the plot is useful, so it's not a hook. What? Usopp also felt the weight of the fishing rod. Did you catch a fish? When everyone came out of the water vapor, they saw a pervert uncle wearing a swan costume and heavy makeup lying on the body of the fast runner. It is the MR2 of Barlock Works. Several people looked at MR2 and shouted suddenly, it's over. Why did I fly in the sky holding a Madara-billed duck that I met for the first time? Usopp looked at Bentham in bewilderment. Is this human? I don't know, maybe it's a siren or something. At this moment, Bentham slipped his hand and fell straight into the sea with a plop. Probably an idiot. Yo, welcome to Mary, M2. Luffy smiled and looked at Bentham who was about to sink in the water. What? Everyone looked at Luffy in surprise. Is he MR2? Bentham, who was struggling below, was stunned. Who are you? No. Help me, I'm the King Duck. If you don't save me, I'm going to drown. Is this idiot really MR2? Luffy, you're right. At this time, Golden Week walked out of the cabin. Ah. MR2. Only then did everyone believe what Luffy said. This is our enemy, don't save me. Zoro said, looking at Bentham who was about to sink to the bottom. Hey, you can't say that. Luffy waved his hand. His crew is nearby. Even if it doesn't save him, at least he can catch it and throw it away. Everyone, are you a devil? The crowd then fished Bentham out of the sea. Bentham spread out on the deck and thanked loudly. Oh, I'm so sorry, sorry, I was rescued by a marine who I have never met. Marine. Zoro placed the words of peace on Bentham's neck. That's right, Marine, congratulations on your arrest. Nanny. Bentham's jaw almost dropped. At this moment, he saw Golden Joe Zhang leisurely nibbling on a croquette and watching the excitement. Tears welled up in his eyes. Golden Week, have you been arrested too? Golden Week said lightly, oh, I joined them. Bentham, oh, so I joined them, what? Joined them? Luffy walked up to Bentham at this time. Get to know me, Naval Headquarters Commodore Monkey D. Luffy. This time I am going to Alabasta to deal with Kelkator who is planning to destroy the country. My other identity is MR0. Nanny. Bentham looked at Luffy in shock. You are. At this moment, Luffy's eyes suddenly turned into Rin-Egan, but in the next second Rin-Egan turned into a scarlet Guyu. Uchiha Madara's eternal Mangeki Sharingan. After Luffy developed the Nagato template to Ultimate, he thought that Uchiha Madara's Mangeki had been promoted to Rin-Egan at the first level, so he tried to reverse Mangeki. Sure enough, when the time limit was about to disappear, he successfully reversed Rin-Egan to Mangeki Sharingan. At this time, Bentham's eyes were covered by Mangeki's red hook jade, and he murmured unconsciously in his eyes, oh, you are little Zero, and Lock Doll is trying to occupy your MR0's position. Luffy grins, Uchiha Madara's illusion used to control 4th Mizukage Yagura. Although Rinnegan is more powerful, many skills need to be used when Manjiki. Since Nagato has no Uchiha blood at all, the Manjiki after transplanting the opened eyes cannot be closed and cannot be degenerated. As a result, Nagato, like Kakashi, needs to use a large amount of chakra to maintain Rinnegan every day. And Uchiha Madara herself can turn off and switch forms at will. After loading the template, Luffy found that he could close Rinnegan at any time without knowing whether it was system optimization or not. And he has been waiting for the arrival of Bentham, precisely in order to take down the high-level combat power of the few Pakistani lockwork agencies. After all, the high-end combat power of the Pakistan Lockwork Agency is really pitiful. After killing one MR3, there are only 4 capable users. Without them, even at the entrance of the Grand Line, this group of little Carla Rice will be very difficult make a difference. Is that all right, Mr. Luffy? Vivi struggled to look at MR2 going away. Are you sure he will help us in this rebellion? Of course. The scarlet in Luffy's eyes receded. This is another world's plug-in ability, a mere MR2, it is impossible to resist the control of Lord Madara. Master Madara. Vivi was taken aback. However, just in case, it's better for us to take some precautions. After all, his ability to transform is too troublesome. Nami suggested from the side. Luffy nodded and didn't care, since they were worried. It didn't matter if they prepared. After all, the time for his Nagato template has expired, and no one knows whether the illusion can still be triggered after Rinnegan disappears. Suddenly Luffy's expression froze, he looked at the system in disbelief and prompted. Ding dong, the Uzumaki Nagato template has expired. 100% reduction this time. Subsequently, the reward draw is in progress, this time. Rinnegan. Chapter 112. I boil. Luffy let out a cry. Everyone looked at Luffy in unison. What's wrong? Luffy took a deep breath and waved his hands. It's nothing, happy. Luffy felt the changes in his eyes. Unlike the loading template, a tingling pain directly covered his eyes. Luffy rubbed his eyes hard, and Pervert's dynamic vision, which had just disappeared, reappeared. And because the eyes are modified directly, Luffy can feel that using Rinnegan is far less expensive than loading the Nagato template. The only thing that makes Luffy feel bad is that since he doesn't have chakra, using Rinnegan directly consumes his life. Although he has the undead characteristic of code. But with his current lifespan, not to mention Tengai Shinsei, even Susanoo can't come out, which makes Luffy feel extremely painful. It's like Susanoo needs to consume 1000 mana points, but at this time Luffy's mana limit is only 100 points, and by sacrifice all of his life can't activate the coolest wall-hanging skill in Hokage. This makes Luffy very much want to continue to draw the characters in Hokage. It is best to come to the Uzumaki family to get yourself a vortex bloodline. Once you have enough mana, Akainu's meteor volcano is considered a ball, under Madara's Tengai Shinsei, that is a young brother. Fujitora's manipulative gravity isn't even worthy of lifting a shoe in front of Rinnegan. Although I can't use Madara's dancing prowess, it won't be a big problem to resist me in the future. Luffy thought happily in his heart that although he lacked the blessing of Nagato's Uzumaki bloodline and was not as strong as Pain in terms of persistence, he could still use the power of Super Shenluo Tianzheng by relying on suicide attacks. Suddenly, the melee shook for a while. A huge sea beast in the shape of a beckoning cat suddenly appeared behind the stern. What? Everyone looked at the sea cat that suddenly appeared in astonishment. Zoro suddenly became excited, and his whole face was distorted. He quickly pulled out 3 knives and rushed to the stern. Axie. Food after 4 days away, degree. Sanji was also full of excitement. Don't let him escape. You must catch it. Now let me make delicious seafood dishes for you. Luffy showed a lot of calmness. Just let me test my strength. Universal pull. The sea cat who was begging for some food was terrified by Luffy and rushed towards the melee. Boom! 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 The backs of the heads of the three of them swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Vivi was holding a mop behind her and roaring frantically, "No! Why? Vivi sauce!" Sanji looked at the fleeing sea cat with a look of despair and asked. "Don't eat it. In Alabasta the sea cat is a sacred animal, it will bless us and make us rich. Why is it like this?" Chopper jumped his feet excitedly. There are really all kinds of things in the sea. Usopp, who was so frightened lying on the deck, saw that the sea cat was scared away, so he got up and stood on the cannon. "You are really timid to be frightened by such a weak creature, Yuxi. Let me tell you that I am in the story of the battle between the Belt and the Sea Kings. Chopper, one less Chopper. Sea Kings. Usopp, it's big, and it's that, so big. Chopper, bulling. Sea cats can only be found near Alabasta. Seeing sea cats means that you are already very close to Alabasta. Then everyone can have a full meal." Vivi comforted everyone who was ready to speak to the emergency food chopper at this time. Suddenly Zoro opened his mouth and looked at the back of the boat and said, "Are those boats behind you familiar?" Usopp looked behind with the binoculars, and saw ships with pictures of Barlock Works behind. "Have the employees of the company begun to assemble?" Vivi looked at the ships behind solemnly, and then he was a little uncertain, but it seems that all of them are chasing us. Luffy grinned, "Isn't this food available?" Soon one after another ships approached the melee. A billion elders with red eyes knelt on the deck with a plop. "Yes, Your Highness." Everyone knelt in front of Luffy and bowed their heads respectfully. Luffy nodded in satisfaction, and sure enough, the effect of geese did not disappear because of the disappearance of the template. When Lelouch got the geese for the first time, he tested it with passers-by. If the geese doesn't have a strong will or external force to release it, otherwise it will be with the recruiter for a lifetime. Luffy waved the group to bring some food onto the boat, and then sent them to Alabasta to gather information in advance. The purpose of Luffy coming to Alabasta this time is not only Cloak Doll, the other purpose is naturally his cheap big brother Fire Fist Ace and the future 4 emperors. Blackbeard teach. Luffy has no objection to Sengoku's plan, but Luffy has reservations about Ace being the bait. Although he is not the original Monkey D. Luffy, he has inherited a lot of Garp's love along the way. Naturally, Luffy didn't want to let the poor old man downhearted. "I am a kind person, and it is definitely not because I am worried that Garp's relegation to the second line will reduce his prestige and affect him to poach Marine's foot." Thinking of this, Luffy nodded in satisfaction with his integrity, and good people are rewarded. As for the Whitebeard pirates, their own understanding is only in the previous life anime. Although there is no great hatred, which one of the hands of the 4 emperors is not covered with blood and sin. To deal with it, Luffy will not hesitate at all, and even if he is on the opposite side, Luffy has to admire Whitebeard's character of defending his shortcomings. Just like what he said after being attacked by Skyard, even if a captain of a large fleet under his command, Zhao Mahao, was captured, Whitebeard would still bring everyone to the rescue without hesitation. It's not just because Ace is his designated heir, but because of his longing for his family. So there are many candidates who want to draw Whitebeard, and it doesn't have to be Ace. And to prevent Ace's execution, it is naturally necessary for Blackbeard to catch Ace first and improve his right to speak in Marine. Now in terms of strength, although Luffy is far superior to Monkey D. Luffy compared to the original book, but against the group of armament haki, observation haki, and perverts with full fruit development ability in New World, Luffy still has no idea. After all, at this time, Luffy's use of armament haki can only reach the winding stage, and it can only hurt Logia. Picking up Sanji's cooking, Luffy thought in his mind how to capture Ace. Chapter 113. Over a port. Countless pirates with machetes are burning, killing and looting everywhere. A few leisurely figures came slowly not far away, forming a stark contrast with the fleeing citizens. The leader wears a straw hat and a cloak of justice. Looking at the epaulets, he is a Marine Commodore. Vivi, is your country in such a mess? There are 0 yuan purchases everywhere. Usopp hid behind Zoro and looked at the group of pirates and said. Vivi's face was full of grief, this is all caused by Locke. The civil strife in the kingdom has caused the kingdom's army to have no time to take care of the pirates' invasion. Luffy rubbed his nose and said to Zoro and Sanji, stop staring, let's work. Zoro grinned, put on his righteous cloak from Marine Base, tied a green turban, and directly posed an upright map with the word Hideo in his mouth. Behind Sanji is also wearing the cloak of justice. The opponents who have been promoted from naval headquarters are not pirates at all, so there is no need to wear this cloak representing Marine. Now when I just entered Alabasta, I encountered pirates who took advantage of the fire, which made everyone who became Marine very excited. Boss, look! There's a Marine! A little guy reminded loudly to a fat pig with small eyes. What Marine? How does Alabasta have Marine 407? The pirate boss was taken aback. Since Alabasta fell into civil strife, the world government did not know whether it was due to reputation reasons, adhering to non-interference in other countries' internal affairs, and evacuated all the Marines in Alabasta. Is that the white hunter smoker? I don't seem to be smoking a cigar. What are you afraid of? Go! Cut them down! The pirate captain waved his hand, and a group of little Carla Rice rushed out towards Zoro and the others. 3-sword style. Eagle waves. Zoro stomped on both feet and disappeared in the eyes of the pirates. Nanny? People. In the next second, Zoro appeared behind the pirates, and a dozen pirates suddenly spurted blood from their chests and fell to the ground. Humph! How about a perverted cook? Zoro proudly turned his head to Sanji. Sanji gave Zoro a disdainful look, and slowly raised one eye. If you want to say who in the Straw Hats, except for Luffy, has made a big difference compared to the original work, then the number one must be Sanji, who relies on kicking to eat. Because whether it is shaving, tempest kick, moonwalk, or paper arts, it requires steady feet, and it happens that this is Sanji's specialty. Biff! And Sanji is Germa's most successful reformer, and his potential is no less than Zoro. In the original book, Sanji was photographed flying to the SE Kingdom, and everyone else has made great progress in his own field. On the other hand, Sanji learned a CP9 moonwalk that he just finished playing, and almost fell out of the 3 main players. It is easy for everyone who is a Marine to learn Marine 6 styles these days. In particular, Sanji's comprehension of the 6 styles is rapid. I saw him stomping on both feet, walking through the crowd like a ghost, chopping the pirates to the ground one after another with his kicks. After a while, more than 20 pirates fell at Sanji's feet. The splattered blood sticking to the solace of his feet made Sanji feel a little bit like the red-footed GP back then. Sanji raised an eyebrow triumphantly at Zoro. Don't move! The pirate chief's shout reached Sanji and Zoro. The two turned their heads and saw that the pirate leader, who had become a loner, was pointing a shotgun at Luffy's head, trembling all over. Don't move! Whoever moves, I will kill him! The pirate boss yelled at Zoro and Sanji sternly. Zoro laughed and put away the 3 knives. Sanji lit a cigarette again and watched the show. Luffy raised his eyebrows. I look so easy to bully. Shut up! Boom! The pirate boss who just came said these 2 words anxiously, and his whole body seemed to be hit by a huge force and suddenly flew upside down. I hate people pointing guns at me, how dangerous it is! Luffy shook his head and muttered. Sanji and Zoro tugged at the corners of their mouths. The unlucky pirate had all his ancient pockets smashed to pieces. At this time, Nami and others came together. Nami looked at the pirates on the ground with bright eyes and asked, "How is it? Is there a bounty?" Usopp flipped through a stack of bounty orders that he got out of nowhere, and quickly shook his head in disappointment, "No. Nami looked at the group of hapless pirates with distaste and spat, "They're all in the Grand Line, and they don't even have a bounty. How are you doing it?" Speech. Luffy came over and said with a smile, "There are also aboriginal pirates on the Grand Line, and not all of them come from all over the world." Nami sighed in disappointment, "That's right, it seems that I can't just think about earning rewards." Luffy comforted Nami, "After the Alabasta matter is over, we will take over the Pakistan Lock Work Agency, and then a steady stream of funds will be handed over to you. Don't worry about this little money." Nami cheered up immediately after hearing this, "Then hurry up. Where shall we go first, Vivi?" Vivi, who was in a daze behind, was taken aback, "Ah? Yes. Yes. What's wrong with you? Why did you become dumb after arriving in Alabasta?" Nami asked Vivi strangely. "Ah, the main thing is that the city looks peaceful, and there is no sign of war. I always feel relieved." Vivi smiled at everyone. "Hey, Vivi, didn't you say that there is a way to stop the rebellion? What should we do next? What do we need to do?" Zoro turned to Vivi and said. Luffy laughed and said, "Do you want me to kill all the rebels for you? Believe me, I definitely have the strength." Luffy said and glanced at his property panel. "No." Vivi was terrified. She thought of Luffy's terrifying strength in Little Garden, and it might be possible to wipe out hundreds of thousands of rebels. But for Vivi, no matter which side it is, they are innocent citizens who have been deceived by Keatle. Nami punched Luffy with a thud, "Don't scare Vivi." Vivi breathed a sigh of relief, and then hesitantly said to everyone, "Actually, you are very grateful for sending me here, and I will leave the rest to myself." Nami gently tapped Vivi on the head, "I'm really speechless to you, and you still say such things." "Vivi, it hurts Nami. We've all come here together. Even if you don't want our help, these passionate young people with a strong sense of justice will definitely not let it go." Nami said and pointed to Luffy and others. Even Usopp swayed his legs and looked at Vivi calmly. "If you don't tell me, I will help you wipe out all the rebels." Luffy gloated beside him. Boom! I told you not to scare her. Chapter 114. Looking at the crowd who didn't flinch at all, Vivi was very moved at this time. ***. Vivi looked at Luffy and others excitedly. "Small matter, isn't it just to destroy Shishibukai? Although Marine has no support, as long as we find evidence of his crime, it will be a great contribution." Luffy chuckled. Smoker was sent to a remote suburb as Vice Admiral because of taking this credit and contradicting the senior management. At this time, Luffy, being a Marine, would naturally not allow the government to hide his identity because of shame, but would publicize Luffy's achievements to make up for Shishibukai mistakes. "That is to say, I'm also very interested in Shishibukai." Zoro laughed from the side. Nami said to Zoro with black lines all over his head, "Your words are superfluous." Then she turned her head to look at Vivi and said with gloomy eyes, "Besides, if this country is destroyed, who am I going to ask for the 300 million protection fee? Do you understand?" "Vivi, hi." Nami's mood brightened when she heard Vivi's promise, "It's good to understand, haha." Zoro recalled the huge usury loan he owed as a temporary pickup, and cursed, "Sooner or later, you will go to the 18th floor of hell." "Thank you so much, Zoro, I haven't forgotten the money you owe me. UBD. Even if I turn into a ghost, I will ask you for it." "Zoro, convex hateful. Give me back the 400,000 pele. Why has it changed again? If you don't hurry up, there will be more." "Hey, Usopp, be fair." Lick the dog Sanji was the first to speak, "Nami-san is right." "What did you say?" The crowd frolicked for a while, which relieved Vivi's heavy heart. She solemnly bowed to everyone, "Thank you everyone." Everyone laughed and stopped talking. Vivi's face became serious, and he said to everyone, "There is an oasis called Yuba in the northwest of this city. There is the stronghold of the rebel army. I want to go there first to stop the riot. However, if you want to go to Juba, you have to cross the desert. We still need to prepare for supplies. Everyone nodded upon hearing this. Sanji stroked his chin and suggested, "Can't Luffy fly us there with his weird eyes?" Luffy spread his hands regretfully, "For some special reasons, I currently have some restrictions on using binoculars." That's it, everyone nodded, but they didn't go into it. Since Luffy said it, there must be his reasons. "But Luffy, didn't you say that you still need to find your big brother when you come to Alabasta? Will you not be delayed on the route?" Vivi asked Luffy. Luffy smiled and waved his hands, "I don't know exactly where it is, I can only say it's just random." Ace once left a message in Drum Kingdom saying that he would wait for him in Alabasta for 10 days. Now that the plot has been messed up by him, he is not sure whether Ace will appear in Alabasta Luffy, so he can only try to find out according to the original plot. "Our looks are exposed under the nose of K-Lock Doll, don't we need to pretend?" Usopp suggested. "Pretend to be a fart? We are marine, and he dares to fight us in the open and above board? What's more, most of the billions of elders under him now are his own people, and the only men he can control now are those who are in the reign. The 200 million elders of order." Luffy rolled his eyes directly at Usopp. "I'm not a pirate, so I still use a disguise? Speaking of which, Smoker seems to have come to Alabasta a long time ago. The title of White Hunter has come out. Everyone can't be too idle. Let's go, by, and find the rebels." Luffy waved his big hand and everyone walked towards Narohara in a mighty manner. "Oh, awesome! There's also roasted venison here. Would Chopper have some?" Sanji smiled at Chopper with a skewer of roasted meat. Chopper shook his head frantically in fright. Nami punches Sanji on the head, "Idiot! Don't bully Chopper." Chopper signaled it was okay, but shrugged his nose vigorously. Usopp asked from the sidelines, "What's the matter? There are always some strange smells that are uncomfortable." Chopper looked at a perfume shop with a frown and said, "Oh, that's perfume." Sanji stared at the two girls in gauze who came out of the perfume shop with bright eyes. In the next second, he picked up a beautiful woman's little hand and said affectionately, "Do you want to know one thing I want to do with you every day? That is 3 meals a day. Asking for flowers." Boom! Nami apologized to the girl while holding Sanji who was knocked unconscious. "I'm sorry, he was kicked in the head by a donkey." The two girls waved their hands and left in fright. Nami throws a list to Sanji, "Hurry up. Go shopping." Then he pulled Vivi up and walked towards the perfume shop on the side. Chopper sniffed hard again, and suddenly felt a nausea. "No, this smell is really unbearable." Usopp pointed to the alley beside him and said, "If you can't, let's take a rest first. You reindeer live in Winter Island, so it must be the cause of heat stroke? I just need to add some chili oil." "Hey, Luffy! What are you doing?" "Zero." Zoro looked at Luffy who was about to leave the team and asked. Luffy waved his hand, "See if you can find that cheap guy, you guys go around first." "Brother Cheap." Zoro scratched his head as he watched Luffy leave, and found a shady corner to sleep. Anyway, in his opinion, there is no one who can threaten Luffy's safety, and he has great confidence in Luffy. At this time, at a divination booth a few streets away. "Hello, have you seen this man before?" Ace, wearing a cowboy hat, is holding a newspaper and asking the fortune teller. "Monkey D. Luffy? I haven't seen it. But the owner of the restaurant in front of him has a lot of contacts. You can go and have a look." "Soga? Thanks a lot." Ace smiled and put away the newspaper and walked towards the restaurant not far away. "I just happen to be a little hungry." On the next street, Smoker casually threw a few pirates on the ground. "The inconspicuous little pirates dare to run amok in front of me." Tashigi adjusted his glasses. "Colonel Smoker is really amazing. Smoker had a reluctance on his cigar. It's all BD Luffy, it's agreed to come to Alabasta to arrest Ace, who would have thought that it would be all such little bastards. Tashigi smiled from the side, however, the news that Luffy Commodore killed the supernova magician Hawkins has already been published. I heard that he saved a kingdom. This time, the world government is preparing to promote him to Rear Admiral. Smoker snorted coldly, and continued to walk forward. Chapter 115. Hey, what's going on? Before Smoker came to a restaurant, a large crowd of onlookers surrounded the restaurant. It seems that the customer in the store died suddenly. Sudden death. It seems that he died suddenly while talking to the boss. Everyone wondered if he ate desert strawberries. Desert strawberry? That poisonous spider that looks like a strawberry. I heard that after eating it, it will die suddenly in a few days, and it will be contagious within a few days, so everyone dare not touch him. Hey, if you don't know much about the desert, your life will be lost. Smoker frowned and pushed open the wooden door of the tavern. His pupils shrank when he saw the figure with his face buried in the egg-fried rice. Whitebeard Pirates Captain Ace. Did he really appear here? Smoker's heart was shaken, and he originally made a bet with Luffy when he was in 550 Rog Town, thinking that Luffy was just looking for an excuse to let him follow him. Didn't expect to actually meet here. Sudden. Ace, who was motionless at first, suddenly raised his head, and the people around me who were eating melons were shocked, resurrected. Ace blinked in bewilderment, then looked around again. Ah, it's so nerve-wracking that I fell asleep. Everyone, I'm asleep. Impossible, how could someone fall asleep while eating and chatting? And continued to eat again. While continuing to eat, Ace asked the boss, by the way, what have they been copying? It's all because I'm worried about you. Ace looked at the melon-eating crowd in unison and was very amused. Is this the theater troupe you hired? Boss, then, as long as you are fine. Before the boss finished speaking, Ace fell asleep again. Seeing that Ace had fallen asleep, the onlookers all felt bored and dispersed. Only Smoker took a deep puff of his cigar and looked at Ace. It seems that I should be the first, I will win this bet. You are so bold, to sit and eat in front of the public. Whitebeard Pirates second team captain Porgas D. Ace. Smoker greeted Ace with 10 hands outstretched. Ace woke up again in a daze and looked around. Does your store even invite Marines to act? Shop owner, I've said it all. Immediately everyone reacted. By Whitebeard? Whitebeard Pirates. A group of people moved away from Ace several meters in unison. What do famous pirates come to this country for? I'm curious. Smoker pointed to Ace and asked, and he was even more curious about why Luffy knew that Ace would appear here so many days in advance. Ace took a sip of tea calmly, turned his head and smiled and said, I'm looking for someone, my brother. Smoker was taken aback when he heard the words, brother. Ace nodded, and then, what do you want me to do? Smoker took a deep breath. Of course you got caught obediently, I made a bet with someone to see who catches you first. Ace laughed when he heard the words, I refuse, I can't do this. Smoker nodded as a matter of course, well, that's right. I've been looking for you so hard recently, and I haven't even met a decent pirate. Finally, my hard work paid off, and I found you. Ace was taken aback when he heard the words, are you looking for me? Do you know I'm here? Smoker grinned, of course. I saw that Smoker's arm gradually turned into smoke. I'm making a bet to see who catches you first. White fist. Smoker yelled, and his fist hit Ace like a jet missile. Sounds very interesting, Ace said with a smile, then have fun, fire fist. Seeing that the white fist and fire fist were about to explode in the restaurant, a light voice suddenly came from between the two, hey, hey. Calm down, don't cause trouble for others, Shen Luo Tianzheng. Nanny. Who? The two of them suddenly felt a repulsive force coming towards them, and then they flew out to both sides in a daze, and countless houses were smashed through by the two of them. Looking at the houses with big holes, everyone yelled at Luffy, "You are the one who caused trouble." Boom! Ace and Smoker climbed up from the rubble. "Are you kidding? Who made this happen?" Ace walked through the holes towards the restaurant. A family of 3 passing by who was eating but was knocked out of the big hole was stunned, then took off their hats and bowed, "Ah, sorry to disturb your meal." On the other side, Smoker also lit 2 cigars and took a deep breath, "BD, who is it?" Although the repulsive force did not attach to Haki and did not cause any harm to the two of them, it is obviously not easy to bounce the two of them away. The two looked at the culprit viciously through the ruins. At this time, Luffy was sitting in front of the bar, drinking a glass of drink in his hand. Seeing the two people returning to the hotel, Luffy held out his glass and saluted them, "Hey, good afternoon." "Luffy." "BD Luffy." Their eyes lit up together. "How can you fight in someone else's restaurant?" "A restaurant is a place to eat. Look at the two of you who paid for the maintenance." Luffy shook his head and sighed, pointing at the big hole made by the two of them. "Ace, Smoker, it's your fault, BD." Suddenly Smoker noticed the behavior of Luffy and Ace. He frowned and asked Luffy, "Do you know Ace?" Luffy nodded with a smile, "Of course, this guy is my business." Smoker nodded, "So that's it, so it's the big brother, so it's a family, shit." Smoker yelled at Luffy frantically, "Why is this guy your big brother?" "No way, who told the old man to adopt this guy?" Luffy spread his hands innocently. "Old man? Vice Admiral Garp." Smoker looked at Luffy in astonishment. "By the way, Luffy, why did you become Marine?" Ace stared at the Justice Cloak behind Luffy with a curious face. "You have been arguing to be the One Piece since I was a child, and I even went to visit Redhead for a special trip." Smoker was dumbfounded when he heard that. He turned to look at Luffy. This guy's childhood dream turned out to be the One Piece? Luffy touched his nose and said helplessly, "In short, there are many reasons. Now I am a Marine Commodore. You can't say that your cheap brother went to sea and starved to death on East Blue, right? That way Ace would think Luffy was crazy." Ace ignored Smoker and went to Luffy's side, picked up the glass and took a sip. "So, what is your purpose for coming to Alabasta this time?" "Luffy Commodore." Luffy grinned when he heard the words, and stretched out his hand to make a gesture. "There are probably 2 purposes. The first one is to destroy the cloak Dar and re-establish a Shichibukai for his own use. The second, take you back and throw you to the old man." Chapter 116. Smoker and Ace stayed together. "Support Shichibukai. You want to catch me?" Luffy first glanced at Smoker. Cloak Dar used the name of Shichibukai to jump up the civil strife in the kingdom and fund the rebel army. We now have sufficient evidence that this guy is doing some illegal things. Killing him will only benefit us and not harm us. Then Luffy turned his head to look at Ace again. His eyes became a little dignified. "At first, I expected you to be a badass who can only use devil fruit ability like the original book, but now it seems that it is much more difficult to catch you." Ace laughed when he heard the words. "Luffy, you really know how to joke." Luffy rolled his eyes, ignored him, and was thinking how to bully this guy in his mind. Originally, Luffy fantasized about whether this guy was just developing the devil fruit ability like in the anime, so he might be able to capture him with his armed color that can barely be entangled, and his current ability. But when he saw Ace, Luffy knew that his idea was going to fail, because he had the advanced observation haki and found that Ace was far from being as simple as in the anime. Thinking about it, Ace went to sea 3 years earlier than himself, and in the original book, Luffy went to sea 3 years and became the 5-14 Emperor's Anger Grass Kaido. Although Ace, the son of One Piece, is not as BT as Luffy, it is not so simple to be awarded the captain of the second team by Whitebeard. Moreover, it is clearly introduced in the character card that Ace has Conqueror's Haki, and Ace was already dead in the Summit War, so it is naturally impossible that Luffy learned it in the past 2 years of retreat. It can only be said that before being caught, Luffy was already Grandmaster in Conqueror's Haki, and the draw with Smoker was purely because he didn't want to cause trouble. Ace looked at Luffy, who was in deep thought and excited again, "But Luffy, it's great that you don't become a pirate, because I have decided to assist that man to become the Pirate King," Ace said and pointed to the Whitebeard logo on his back. Luffy looked at the excited Ace and rolled his eyes. "Have you considered the old man's feelings like this?" Although Garp's education method is relatively 2B, his love for the 3 Luffy brothers is more than anyone else. Garp, who is committed to training the 3 into super sailors, no one knows how sad he is after all 3 of them go to sea. The capital of 7 Waters even came to the scene to test whether Luffy has the ability to survive under the pursuit of marine. The kindness of nurturing for more than 10 years can't compare with the care of Whitebeard's so-called family in the past 2 years, which made Luffy firm in his idea of finding a way to arrest this guy. "Old man." Ace was taken aback when Luffy mentioned Garp, and then became a little silent. "Since you have given up being the One Piece, why do you think about the old man? Even if it is not a marine, at least marine has invited you to become a Shishibukai." Luffy tapped the table lightly and said, "Luffy, you don't understand, or you don't understand now, what I yearn for is freedom, and marine is not suitable for me." Luffy took a sip of wine after hearing this. "Freedom is based on absolute strength. With your current strength, it's too early to talk about freedom. And your identity is too involved. I will give you one last piece of advice, either follow me honestly and return to the old man's side, or turn around and go back to the white group immediately." Blackbeard. "You? But..." Ace's face changed when he heard this. "How do you know the purpose of my coming here?" His face suddenly became gloomy. "Blackbeard is my pirate, he committed the most taboo of our Whitebeard pirate group. He must be executed by me." Looking at Ace, who never changed his mind, Luffy knew that it was impossible for him to persuade Ace to turn back. He drank the wine in the glass in one gulp, and threw it on the table. "Then what are you waiting for? Let's go, find a spacious place." Ace laughed loudly. "Want to fight? Luffy, you've never won against the 2 of us." Smoker was impatient for a long time. He frowned at the 2 of them and said, "Hurry up, I'm not listening to you 2 to catch up." Speaking of which, the 3 of them walked out of the restaurant in unison, and the boss looked at the empty wine table with a confused face and choked out a sentence for a long time. "Ah, eat the overlord's meal." And in another shady part of town, Nami turned around excitedly. "Ha! It's so beautiful. I like this dress so much." Vivi on the side blushed and said to Nami, "Nami, aren't we getting a little attention? Isn't this the dress of a dancing girl?" Sanji on the side looked at the 2 and shouted excitedly, "This dress is so perfect. It's so beautiful." Vivi looked at Sanji with a heavenly expression on his face. "Shouldn't we be wearing some civilian clothes? Dancing girls are common people too. But we have to go to the desert. It's okay if you're tired, I'll come and hug you, ah ha ha ha." Vivi. MD, can't communicate at all. Then Sanji turned his head to look at Zoro and Usopp, who were feasting behind him with a look of disgust. "But compared with Vivi-chan and Nami-chan, you 2 are just like bandits." "Hey!" Zoro looked at Sanji disdainfully, "You're not much better either." "Chopper, what are you doing?" Usopp looked at Chopper, who was holding his nose and looking pained, and asked strangely. "The nose is crooked, the smell is too pungent." Sanji looked at the painful Chopper and laughed. It seems that Chopper was brought down by the perfume. "That's right, Tony's nose is very sensitive." Nami sniffed the perfume on her body and smiled badly. "Is this it?" As he spoke, he sprayed perfume on himself. Chopper suddenly went crazy. "Stop it!" Stimulated by the fragrance, Sanji exclaimed. "Nami-san, even if I go to hell, I still like you." Zoro looked at Sanji with contempt. are you an idiot? In short, the materials are ready now, can we go? Usopp asked the crowd. 303. I remember it was Yuba. Where we are going? Nami asked Vivi. Vivi nodded and said with a solemn expression, but we have to cross the desert first. I'm afraid it will be more difficult than you imagined, we don't know what will happen next, if we make a wrong step, we will die the scorching earth. Speaking of this, Vivi hesitated, I'm still a little hesitant and don't know whether I should take you to that kind of place. I want to restore peace to this country, so I want to ask everyone to ask you to give me a hand. Everyone laughed when they saw Vivi who had made up his mind. I finally said it. Nami gave Vivi a thumbs up, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Seeing the current Vivi, she remembered that when she was facing Arlong Paradise, she was also unwilling to cause trouble for Luffy and others alone. Sanji said with a smile, I don't know what to expect, isn't this the kind of adventure everyone expects? Zoro put away Hideyi's words with a smile and did not refute Sanji, it's the same as before. Usopp raised his fists and raised his arms and shouted, Yaoxi! Let's all go forward to Juba! Everyone, of! Vivi's face was full of emotion. Az! Aren't we short of people? Luffy! Next second! Boom! A soaring pillar of fire rose suddenly over the town accompanied by white smoke. Chapter 117. White Gale. Yang Yan. Red flames and white smoke were intertwined in midair and a tornado-like fire tornado rose up. Rumbling explosions came from the fire tornado. It's spectacular. At this time, Luffy sighed below, if you want to talk about pretend, you should try Logia. But my Nika fruit seems to have the ability of Grandmaster's fire and lightning elements, how did you develop it? Luffy sighed as he watched the two people in the sky turn into smoke and flames. Luffy Commodore, is this really okay? Tashigi held his sword and looked at Smoker in the sky worriedly. It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. Luffy smiled and waved his hands, I just gave Smoker a chance to beat me. During the fire tornado, Ace played against Smoker leisurely several times and smiled at Smoker, stop it, although you are smoke, but I am fire, depending on your and my abilities, there is no winner or loser. In this case, let's see whose physical strength is exhausted first. Smoker rushed towards Ace again without giving up. Ace looked at Smoker with a headache on his face, I don't have so much time to spend with you, I have a mission this time. While speaking, Ace's fist was suddenly covered with a layer of jet black. Smoker's pupils shrank, and his face became ugly, armament haki. Fire punch! Ace laughs and shoots his fist at Smoker. Smoker shielded his arms in front of his chest, but was still punched out of the range of the fighting fire tornado. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Smoker fell heavily beside Luffy. Hey, you can't do it, you will be defeated with these moves. Luffy teased from the sidelines. Shut up. He has cultivated armament haki, which can hurt Logia. Smoker retorted dissatisfied. Luffy watched Ace falling from the sky without breathing, and his face became serious. What Ace used just now is definitely the most advanced application of the armed color emission. Smoker had obviously resisted with his arms, but still suffered serious internal injuries. What about Luffy? Do you still want to take me back to the old man? Ace smiled smugly at Luffy. Certainly. Luffy smiled and disappeared instantly, and then punched Ace in the next second. Hey! Ace's eyes flashed surprise, armed color fan Shizen. I didn't expect you to master haki so early. Ace looked at Luffy and exclaimed. Even he only started learning haki after joining the Whitebeard Pirates. But the way you use haki now is still too naive. Ace laughed and said, let me, the big brother, teach you lessons. As he spoke, Ace directly hardened his arms to block Luffy's fist. Then he punched Luffy on the head at a speed far faster than Luffy, let you feel the fist that hurts like the old man haha. However, Luffy grinned, turning his head slightly to avoid the oncoming fist. Ace was stunned. Observation haki. Ace showed surprise on his face, as if he didn't expect that Luffy had already mastered the two-color haki at this time. That's not all, Luffy laughed, Conqueror's haki gushing out from him. Violently knocking Ace Chong's head dizzy, Ace looked at Luffy in shock. Conqueror's haki. You must know that this is a natural talent in a million. Luffy, who joined the marine, was able to awaken the Conquerors, which shocked Ace unsustainably. Immediately, a Conqueror's haki erupted from Ace's body, and the collision of the two haki caused the civilians and marines on the street to faint instantly, leaving only Smoker gritting his teeth to resist. Damn, is there such a big gap with them? Smoker was full of dissatisfaction. And Luffy also found that his Conquerors still has a big gap compared with Ace's Conquerors. Luffy sighed helplessly. Sure enough, there is still a big gap just relying on the strength of the pirate system. Ace laughed. Luffy, although your strength is amazing, there is still a big gap compared to me. I learned from the strongest man in the world. Speaking of Ace punching Luffy back, he has not yet shown his full strength. After all, he is able to defeat Yamato, at least he has the strength comparable to the General Star and Big Kanban. But I also have a whole card. Luffy chuckled, his eyes suddenly turned into circles with jet black eyes. Ace on the opposite side was stunned. Luffy, do you wear colored contact lenses? Universal pull. Luffy reached out and drank. Ace found himself flying towards Luffy uncontrollably. What is this? Number 2 equals. Ace looked bewildered. Even if he elementalized his body, he couldn't stop his body shape. After all, even flames couldn't escape the attraction of gravity. Luffy grinned. Second gear. Shaved. Armor-colored wrap. Rubber jet Gatling. Immediately, Luffy's fists aimed at Ace and rushed over densely. Since the opponent has a very high observation haki, they use Rinnegan to limit their mobility, and then attack the enemy with high-density attacks. Hey! Hey! Luffy, you're serious? Ace looked at the oncoming fist with a headache, directly hardened his body, and also waved his fist to collide with Luffy's fist. Where the two fists collided, there was a lot of muffled sound. Its speed dazzled Smoker. And Luffy frowned. As expected, his current speed was not enough to break through Ace's defense. Good promise. Shenluo Tianzheng. In Ace's surprised expression, Ace's whole body flew out again. Amazing, Luffy. Ace looked at Luffy excitedly and praised. I didn't expect that you have reached such a level after not seeing you for 3 years. Luffy felt helpless looking at Ace, who was still relaxed. After all, the time was too short. Even if the progress was far beyond the original work, it still pales in comparison to the top combat power in the pirate world. Unless he can get along with a bug-level character like Li Jing, it will be difficult to pose a threat to this guy who has the ability of Logia Devil Fruit and Grandmaster Conqueror's haki. Seeing Ace full of excitement, Luffy twitched the corners of his mouth, and said to the system in his heart, System, a new template will come soon. Ding dong, new templates are randomly selected. Congratulations on getting the new template. Sand Waterfall Gaara. Chapter 118. Ga. Luffy looked at the system prompt with a confused face. How did you get this guy? Luffy felt a bit pained right now, not to say that this guy is not strong, but obviously not suitable for the current battle. Regardless of whether it is Ace or the upcoming Cloak Dar, what Luffy most wants to draw is a template that can use water-type abilities. For example, the previous Kisame was much stronger than Gaara. After all, whether it is Maramara Fruit's Ace, or Sand Fruit's Kalki Doll will be mutually restrained by water. It just so happens that Gaara has only 2 kinds of ninjutsu, the variant of Magnet Style, Sand Dungeon, and Tsunagakure's iconic Wind Style. To be honest, these 2 skills don't seem to be of much help to the current situation. Fortunately, the Gaara template also belongs to the Hokage world, at least it can serve as a good power bank for your Rinnegan. Luffy focused on the properties panel. Host, Wang Luffy, Monkey D. Luffy. Current loading template, Sandfall Gaara. Equipment, Mazanohu, a gourd made of sand that hosts a guardian spirit. Innate ability, Magnet-style blood successor limit, variant. Special skills, Jinkraki, one tail guarding the crane, sleeping technique, possession body, half-tail beast transformation, full body. Character reset countdown, 6 days, 23 hours and 59 minutes. Character reduction degree, 50%. Compared with Nagato before 620, the introduction is quite concise. The reason is that all Gaara's ninjutsu is based on the sand dungeon developed by Magnet Style, which is the ability to control sand. The only attribute, Wind Style, is also used by Shi to practice empty bullets and the like, all of which are included by Jinkraki. In the eyes of Ace and Smoker, a phantom flashed above Luffy, and a big gourd suddenly appeared behind Luffy. Luffy, who was a bit weak at first, actually rose a lot suddenly. And Luffy looked at the system panel in surprise. One tail guarding the crane. Luffy burst out in surprise. He really didn't expect the Gaara template to bring his Jinkraki identity. After all, after I Love Luo Chang becoming Fengying, the one tail in his body has been pulled away by pain. Although its strength was easily won by Deidara, it was criticized as a rookie Kazekage. But Gaara's strength is not as unbearable as everyone imagined. You must know that the Tsunagaku sealing technique that Gaara is in is simply a yuppie, and one tail often counter-controls Jinkraki to cause a lot of damage in the village. When Gaara fought against Deidara, he did not reconcile with Shikaku. While he needed to suppress Shikaku who was rampant in his body, he fought against cage-level strong Deidara. In the end, enough chakra was left to prevent Xiao'erhe from running away, and the sand was moved out of the village, only then was he voluntarily captured by Deidara. From the beginning to the end, Gaara did not suffer any damage, which is enough to show that Gaara's strength should not be underestimated. After the crane in his body disappeared, Gaara has completely become a powerful cage-level powerhouse. At this time, Luffy is facing the same situation as Gaara, and the tyrannical emotion overflows to Smoker and Ace with the overflow of Shikuru Chakra. The red-tailed beast coat slowly emerged from Luffy's body. Luffy? What's wrong with you? Ace was a little confused when he saw the scene in front of him. He just felt that Luffy's strength had undergone a huge change. The yellow sand covered Luffy's body, half of Luffy's body gradually turned into a civet cat. Wahaha, Grandpa Ben is out again. Give up resisting, obediently hand over your body to Grandpa Ben, and I will kill the guy in front of you for you. Shi shouted triumphantly in Luffy's mind. If it were the previous Luffy, the tail beast Xiao'erhe, who was the second cheat in Hokage after Sage of Six Paths, might really have a chance to sneak in and occupy Luffy's consciousness. Unfortunately, Luffy's last template just got the ultimate evolution of Sharingan. Rinnegan. Combined with Gaara cage-level chakra. Next second, Luffy's consciousness directly appeared in the sealed space, and the huge Rinnegan appeared in the sealed space. Impossible. These are the eyes of the old man. Xiao'erhe looked into Luffy's eyes in shock, and suddenly lost control of his emotions. Luffy looked at Shi with a sneer. You'd better lend me the chakra honestly, otherwise I don't, Beach, mind letting you taste the original taste of Nine Tails. Damn it! Who the hell are you? Xiao'erhe shouted unwillingly. Rinnegan's terrifying coercion immediately made Xiao'erhe lose his voice, and fell silent unwillingly. The sand on Luffy's body outside also slowly fell off, and soon Luffy returned to a normal state. And Luffy herself felt the horror of being a Jinkraki chakra. You must know that although Kisame is known as a tailless beast, in addition to its own huge amount of chakra, its essence needs to wear same hata to continuously supplement it to barely earn this title. And Xiao'erhe's strength is not low among the tailed beasts. At this time, under the control of Rinnegan, it is completely reduced to Luffy's power bank. This greatly strengthens the upper limit of Luffy's mana. Luffy can now use many ninjutsu that could not be used before. Luffy smiled and looked up at Ace again. "Come on, brother, let me show you a treasure." Luffy's eyes directly turned into scarlet manjiki, and in the next second, a giant skeleton hand suddenly rose from Luffy and smashed directly at Ace. The largest cheat of the Uchiha family, and also the most powerful cheat. Susanoo. Nani? What is this? Ace's face changed when he saw this, and he could feel the terrifying power zone carried by this roaring giant fist. What made him even more unbelievable was that his intuition told him that he must not take this fist hard, because he felt the energy of Haki on the fist. Not only the armed color, but also conquerors. And Luffy's face was full of excitement at this time, and Susanoo's awakening at this time made him clearly feel the energy system of the pirate world, which is in common with the energy system of the Hokage world. Chakra in Hokage is essentially by extracting the physical and spiritual energy of the body. And this corresponds exactly to the armament Haki obtained by exercising the body, and the conqueror's Haki that can attack in a large area through mental shock. The perception ability of observation Haki corresponds to the natural energy zone that can strengthen perception. And Susanoo, which is composed of chakra, is essentially a product of the fusion of armament Haki and conquerors. The attacks he makes can hit Logia demon fruit power perfectly. And the opening of Susan this time also made Luffy understand the principle of the so-called chakra. As long as you combine the armament Haki and conqueror's Haki 1:1 during exercise, you can extract your own chakra. Here, Luffy no longer has to worry about the situation where there is no mana available due to the disappearance of the template. Even Luffy can rely on the particularity of his demon fruit power to find a way to integrate observation Haki, that is, natural energy, to develop his own Sage mode. This is the reason why Luffy was really surprised. After understanding the refinement of chakra, his own strength will usher in a wave of truly terrifying ascension. Chapter 119. At this time, Ace was being carried around by Luffy's Susan like a fly. But in terms of speed, Susanoo can't always hit the flexible Ace. After all, Susanoo's strength is based on his huge body and terrifying attack power, but in terms of speed, it is a bit unsatisfactory. Luffy can feel that unless Luffy directly sacrifices the full body bush, it is possible to hit Ace only by relying on the terrifying attack range. Otherwise, relying on the half-length Susanoo, it is estimated that in this life, he will never even think about hitting Ace, who moves by jet. Looking at the flaming Ace, Luffy couldn't help complaining, "Is this the legendary Splatoon?" Seeing that there was nothing he could do about Ace, Luffy had no choice but to put Susanoo away. Ace, who was flying around in the sky, also breathed a sigh of relief, mainly because he continued, he might only have to fight Luffy head-on. Although he was surprised by the strange move of armament Haki and Conqueror's entanglement mastered by Luffy, Ace, who has already been a Grandmaster emission, will not be afraid of this move. At this time, seeing that Luffy was difficult to deal with, and satisfied his wish to visit his younger brother, Ace directly smiled and said goodbye to Luffy. "Luffy, you are still far away from catching me, practice hard, I will wait for you in New World." Luffy frowned, and directly used Vientiane Sky. Ace suddenly let out a strange cry, and his legs turned into rocket launchers to push himself a little bit farther away. "Leave the life card." Seeing that he couldn't keep Ace, Luffy had to make another plan first, but in order to make it easier to find next time, Luffy yelled at Ace directly. Without hesitation, Ace took out a card from the cowboy hat, tore off a small piece and threw it to Luffy. Seeing Ace getting farther and farther away from him, Luffy reluctantly cancelled the gravity of universal pull and absorbed the life card in his hand. Such a strong strength is still defeated by Blackbeard, as expected of a freak at the same time as Red Hair and Marco. Luffy sighed helplessly. Although Blackbeard has not been satisfactory in several appearances, being able to quickly become one of the 4 emperors within 2 years is enough to prove Teach's terrifying strength. Although he has the bonus of shock fruit, if he does not have a strong enough body to support the performance of shock fruit, Blackbeard will not be able to do it. To the position of 4 emperors. After all, Whitebeard is stronger than shock fruit. In Marco's memory, the remaining white groups were almost completely destroyed under the hands of Blackbeard Teach. It can be said that Blackbeard with the shock fruit has become the strongest of the 4 emperors. Without physical training and development, only a shock fruit is definitely not enough for Blackbeard to reach this level. Fighting against Ace this time can't win it, and the next time we meet, we can only start from the encounter with the Blackbeard pirates before Sky Island. It's still not strong enough. Luffy shook his head helplessly. Smoker on the side listened and looked at Luffy with disdain. In his opinion, Luffy was purely in Versailles. The guy who beat up and down Ace, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' second team formed by the strongest man in the world, still dislikes his lack of strength. If you are not strong enough, what am I? Smoker mentally rolled his eyes at Luffy. Well, forget it, anyway, Ace will not be able to catch up with Blackbeard for a while. The priority now is how to kill Lakadar, and then support a Shichibukai again. Originally, Luffy was still holding on to using his strength. And reasoning to persuade Ace to take over Shichibukai's position, so Blackbeard would definitely not want to use Ace as a bargaining chip to become Shichibukai. And Ace's so-called identity as the son of One Piece will not be used as an excuse by the Marine executives. After all, Sengoku already knew Ace's identity when Ace entered the Grand Line, and once invited Ace to serve as Shichibukai. Unfortunately, it was rejected. If Ace can fill the vacant Shichibukai position, compared with the execution of the Son of One Piece, it is obvious that the Son of the One Piece, the captain of the 2nd Division of Whitebeard, surrendering to Marine will have a greater impact on the increasingly rampant era of pirates. Even the Son of One Piece has given up looking for One Piece. Isn't the so-called One Piece just a joke? Now even One Piece has become a legend, let alone a little unknown Son of One Piece. The so-called exposure of Ace Son of One Piece is purely to force Whitebeard, the 4 emperors, to come to the decisive battle. This is why Garp approached Sengoku angrily and questioned why he had to do this, because even if the identity of the son of Ace Pirate King was not revealed, Whitebeard would still come to challenge Zero. And exposing Ace's identity is nothing more than icing on the cake for Marine's victory. It's a pity that my current strength, reason is not enough to convince Ace. Now we have to wait and see if there is a suitable template to subdue him before he is caught by Blackbeard, or it is easier to kill Blackbeard once and for all. Ask for flowers. Looking at Ace flying away, Luffy rubbed his sore eyes from musing Susan for the first time, and said to Smoker beside him, "It seems that the bet is still going on, why don't we change our target and see who will kill Clock Keeter first?" Smoker's face darkened when he heard this. "Do you have any evidence of Cloak Doll's crime? He is not only the 7 warlords of the sea under Marine's command, but also a heroic existence in this country. If there is no evidence to find if he's in trouble, you're going to be in big trouble." Luffy looked at Smoker with contempt. "It seems that you are still not used to my identity. Lao Zi is the most senior officer of the Marine, 3rd generation. Don't say you have the evidence of his crime. Even if you don't have the evidence to kill Lao Zi, it's nothing. Do you believe it or not?" Smoker looked at the arrogant Luffy and his eyes twitched, suddenly worried about Marine's future justice. "I'm going to investigate Q-Lock's problem. I'm not sure I'm not going to join you until his problem. After all, we have been ordered not to participate in the civil unrest in Alabasta." After speaking, Smoker shook Tashigi, who was stunned by Conqueror's haki before. "Hey, don't sleep. Get up and work, hurry up and wake up this group of useless things, we are going to the rainy place." Tashigi staggered and stood up, covering his head. "What happened?" Smoker gave her a blank look, and gave her instructions again, and Tashigi rushed to wake up the fainted soldiers. Seeing this, Luffy didn't force it. After all, it was still early, and Smoker hadn't formed a combat force. With the justice that Smoker obeyed, he fell out with the world government, which was a certainty. Since that's the case, then I will withdraw first, my little brothers are here. Luffy looked at Zoro and others who came running not far away, waved at Smoker, turned and walked towards the crowd. Yo, you guys are so slow. It's you who is slow. What have you been doing? What happened just now? A group of people murmured and asked Luffy, their words showed concern. After all, Ace, Smoker, and Luffy's Susan made a lot of noise before. Luffy looked at the crowd and smiled slightly. Whether they were pirates or marines, these guys were always the most reliable at critical moments. Luffy smiled at everyone. I'm going to recognize my relatives. 1. Chapter 120. Nanny. Luffy's big brother turned out to be the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' second team. Everyone sat around on the deck to discuss what happened in Narohara. I was shocked when I heard about Luffy big brother Ace. The Whitebeard pirate group is recognized as the strongest pirate group, and Whitebeard Edward Newgate is known as the strongest man in the world. Luffy, the big brother of the Marine Commodore, turned out to be the captain of the 4 Emperor's pirates, and was stunned in shock. Luffy twitched the corners of his lips in disdain. It's so rare, if I tell you that my cheap daddy is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, wouldn't you all go crazy? So you were fighting him just now? Usopp asked Luffy curiously. That's right, when I was young, I wanted to go to sea to find a peace. He went to sea 3 years earlier than me. Later, he realized that being a marine is not more comfortable than being a pirate. As long as he can go to sea to find a peace, he will be fine. Pirates. Everyone rolled their eyes at Luffy when they heard the words. But even you didn't take him down. Is he strong? Zoro asked, frowning at Luffy. From Zoro's point of view, with Luffy's strength, it would be easy to win a team captain. Luffy shook his head helplessly. Don't underestimate the power of those so-called sea emperors who became emperors in New World. In terms of your strength, it is estimated that even the little guys in their pirate group can't compare. Nanny. Everyone frowned upon hearing this. Are you joking? Luffy spread his hands helplessly. You will know when you get to New World. Then Luffy thought of Summit War and muttered, maybe we won't have to wait until the New World. At this moment, Usopp suddenly noticed 5 huge sea ships ahead of him around the bend. Hey, Luffy, look, why are these guys here? Usopp asked strangely, pointing to the ship of the Lock Works. Logically speaking, Luffy should have sent them to Ace. Look carefully, there is a small boat ahead. The sharp-eyed Zoro suddenly saw a single-person boat that looked like a kayak in front of the boats of the Bar Lock Work Agency. It's Ace who just separated from Luffy not long ago. And the Bar Lock Agency is clearly after Ace. You are really bothering people. Ace looked helplessly at Bar Lock who was chasing him out. My lord, tell us to find Ace. We will catch it and bring it to your lord. The leader of a billionaire elder roared loudly. Yes, your highness. Everyone stared at Ace with red eyes and yelled, as if they had been brainwashed. Luffy rolled his eyes wildly when he saw this. It was obvious that these gangsters misunderstood their orders, thinking that they wanted to catch Ace in exchange for a bounty. I saw that the impatient Ace finally couldn't bear it any longer. He drove the kayak to the side of the boat of the Bar Lock Works with a sudden acceleration by the power of the Maramara fruit. Fire punch! In the shocked eyes of Zoro and others, a terrifying pillar of fire several times larger than the melee directly smashed towards the ships of the billions of elders. Seeing that the ship is about to be blown to pieces. Suddenly a terrifying repulsion hit the fire fist in the opposite direction from the direction the fire fist hit, Shenluo Tianzheng. Ace was taken aback for a moment, and soon saw Luffy standing on the sea as if walking flat. Luffy! Why are you here? If I don't come again, the power I have developed will be destroyed by you. Luffy rolled his eyes and Ace said. Develop power. Ace was taken aback. What do you want this kind of rookie to do? Do you think I'm a pirate? Luffy said to Ace speechlessly, "You can use the New World site and islands to collect protection fees to live. I have to give myself some extra income, and I can support this group of prodigal bastards with Commodore's dead salary alone. Everyone on the melee, Erpan, convex. Obviously the biggest expense is your food expenses, BD. Lord Luffy." Hundreds of millions of elders frantically stared at Luffy and shouted. Luffy waved his hand to scatter them, and continued to lurk, preventing them from abusing others. Then Luffy looked at Ace. Ace's face was full of egg pain. "Hey, don't you want to fight again? I won't show mercy this time. Okay, let's get on the boat, you are going to Juba, I just happened to take you along the way." Luffy looked at Ace and waved his hands helplessly, unable to beat him or keep him. It's better to let this guy continue to follow the route of the original plot, so as to buy himself more time to improve his strength. What I lack most now is time. After all, it has only been more than a month since I discovered the system, and my strength has made great progress. Even with the blessing of the template, even the 4 emperors' cotters themselves can touch. As long as his character is good enough and he has a good template, and more time to develop Nika fruit for himself, he can definitely reach the strength of the 5 emperors Luffy in the original book with ease. At that time, many arrangements can be done freely. Ace looked at Luffy strangely, as if he didn't expect that he would stop arresting him. Ace was overjoyed immediately, and directly pushed the boat to the side of the melee, and jumped onto the fence with a light leap. "Hello," Ace said hello very politely. Zoro and others hurriedly bowed, "Hello." Immediately, everyone looked curiously at the powerful second team captain Ace. "I saw him bowing to everyone again, my younger brother is taken care of by you. This kid is a bit uneducated. You also think it's difficult?" Everyone hurriedly bowed together, "No, nothing." However, everyone was shocked, Luffy's big brother is so normal. "Luffy, hey, what's that look on your face? Anyway, please take care of me," Ace said with a smile. Speaking of which, Ace also helped Sanji light a cigarette. Seeing such an upright Ace, Nong Rupiang couldn't imagine that this is a vicious pirate who is famous in Tianhu. Usopp, it's really surprising. 1.2 Zoro, indeed. Usopp, I thought Luffy's big brother was a more cranky guy than Luffy. Be careful I beat you, why is my temper so weird? At this time, a swirl of sand appeared, and Luffy's figure appeared on the deck. Sand instant body. Oh! Awesome! When did you learn such a pretend move? Usopp and Chopper stared at Luffy with bright eyes, full of bling bling. Well, all in all, I've just learned it. Luffy touched his chin and said. Come, to celebrate the reunion of brothers. Let's have a banquet. LOL. Chopper, is there any poison that will make the Logia devil fruit completely ineffective after eating it? Ace. Hey. I heard that. Chapter 121. I have to say that the physique of the people in One Piece world is indeed heaven-defying. This is especially true for those with Logia fruit abilities. What kind of laxatives, drugs, and the like are completely ineffective against it? Just think about it, how can someone who can turn the whole body into flames be harmed by poison? This also explains why all members of Blackbeard will be killed by Magellan in seconds, precisely because Blackbeard's special Logia cannot elementalize the body. Looking at Ace, who was still alive and kicking after drinking a large cup of the drug, Luffy twitched the corner of his mouth in pain. At this time they sailed in the inland river to Juba. Sanji is busy preparing bento to cross the desert. Chopper was lying on the deck enjoying the breeze from Zoro's iron, it's so comfortable. Although I know that Shichibukai, Locke, and Dar are in this country, I really didn't expect that the pirates would usurp power. Ace yawned and leaned against the fence, isn't this a bad joke? Luffy glanced at him, so, you, Shichibukai, let you be here, neither the old man nor Whitebeard will object to this resolution 14, right? Whitebeard probably won't do it, Luffy muttered in his heart. After all, he trained Ace as the One Piece. Don't be kidding, I've already said it all, I'm going to send that man to the throne of Pirate King. Ace chuckled. Luffy rolled his eyes helplessly. I don't have this plan. The pirate wants to anchor in one place and settle down, this guy doesn't want to settle on the throne of the king, does he? Haha. Ace laughed and mocked. For this kind of pirate counting country, Ace will only feel that he is not a guest. No, Luffy shook his head, he intends to find the secret hidden in this country, the warship Pluton, one of the third-generation ancient weapons. Luffy paused, laughed, and said, then go back to New World to find trouble with your Whitebeard pirates. Ace was taken aback. What? Luffy looked at Ace with a smile. I've always wanted to avenge my failure to challenge Whitebeard, but I don't know if I was recognized as my son, ha ha ha. Ace. And in the casino in the rain. Lok Dar opened the dark curtains of the room and muttered, Alabasta, the country of sand, this town built on the desert, even after thousands of years of history, the desert is still filled with the breath of death. Then he turned his head to look at Robin who walked into the room. Is there a lack of reports from the work agency recently? Hearing this, Robin recalled the Straw Hat crew he met at Whiskey Hill. Maybe it's because the plan went smoothly. Really? Lock Doll was taken aback, then knocked on the table. Have you not found that piece of historical text yet? Robin shook his head in disappointment when he heard the words. Probably the only one left is Alabasta's capital palace, which hasn't been searched carefully. Lock Doll pondered for a while. Hurry up. Tell MR1 to give the weapons bought from Joker to the rebels as soon as possible. Robin nodded and exited the room. After seeing Robin leave, Lock Doll picked up the newspaper in his hand, and it was impressively written that Monkey D. Luffy and Drum Island defeated the pirate Supernova with a bounty of 130 million Baileys, A&D. Commendation news for MR3 of Shubalok Workshop. Monkey D. Luffy? Robin, are you a betrayal? A gloomy look flashed across Lock's face. At this time, the Melee also docked near a reef and was preparing to dock. Everyone changed into clothes for walking in the desert and prepared to walk to Juba. Sanji looked at the tightly wrapped Vivi and Nami and howled madly, what's wrong? Nami-san, where are the dancers and costumes? So is Wei Wujiang. What kind of dress is that? Boom. Nami punched the noisy Sanji unconscious. Are you an idiot? A sunburned BD for exposing your skin in the desert. Sanji lay down on the deck with a lifeless look. How could this happen? My heaven is gone. I don't know if it's heaven or not, but aren't you hot? Now the high temperature is at least 50 degrees, and you're going to be teppanyaki when lying on the deck. Luffy chuckled at Sanji. At this time, Sanji finally reacted and jumped 3 feet high like a rabbit. But at this moment, black shadows suddenly appeared in the water. Zoro, who was breaking down, looked at the water strangely. What is this? Kung Fu manatees with turtle shells on their backs screamed and jumped out of the water. Zoro looked at the manatee in bewilderment and said, is it a turtle? Kung Fu manatee? Vivi exclaimed suddenly. If you want to go ashore, try to beat me, Chopper translated, looking at the howling Kung Fu manatee on the shore. If you don't dare, go back to the other shore, coward. That's what he said. Usopp looked at the group of weak manatees below, and suddenly felt that it was time for him to stand out. He stepped on the fence and jumped towards the river bank handsomely. If I've been called a coward, I can't be silent anymore. Cough. Wait a minute. Vivi wanted to stop Usopp. But there was a crackling sound, and Usopp fell to the shore with his head covered in bags. Vivi, 150. Kung Fu manatee is very strong. Usopp, spitting up blood, UFG didn't say it earlier. Ah? It's done. Zoro looked at Usopp with disdain, and put away the word Hideo in his hand. It doesn't matter if you win. Zoro. Vivi said helplessly, covering her head. Hey! Zoro looked at Vivi strangely. In the next second, he was surrounded by a group of Kung Fu manatees with glowing eyes and began to worship the teacher. Vivi said helplessly, "If you lose the fight, you have to learn from that person. This is the rule of Kung Fu manatee." Zoro looked at the Kung Fu manatees who surrounded him in pain, and suddenly went crazy. "Nanny! Did you know Luffy a long time ago? Just now it was Luffy who pushed him to defeat the group of Kung Fu manatees." Pthahaha! Luffy laughed loudly on the boat. "You have gained a lot of apprentices. The Kung Fu manatee of the Three Swords style sounds really good. UBD! I'll kill you!" Zoro frantically swung the knife at Luffy. The Kung Fu manatee below also waved back and forth at Luffy in a decent manner. "Kung Fu manatees of the Three Sword style Zoro, you have carried forward the Yuxin style, let's take them back to respect your master some other day, haha." Zoro brown dish convex. Kill you, BD. Chapter 122. Under Chopper's persuasion, the crowd left most of the food, and then persuaded the manatees to help stay and watch the boat. Everyone couldn't help laughing every time they thought of Zoro surrounded by manatees. Zoro rushed forward with a dark face. Luffy flew on the road with sandballs. There is a huge sand umbrella above the head, and Nami, Vivi, and Golden Week are all lying comfortably beside Luffy. It's not like crossing the desert, it's more like a tourist. Sanji watched from the side and bit his collar jealously. "Hey, Luffy! I'm going up too!" Usopp protested to Luffy. Luffy refused sternly, "Don't make trouble, I'm training your will and your body. As Colonel Marine, you can't even beat a manatee. Don't you feel ashamed?" "Usopp! I can fight. Let me go up to accompany Nami-chan, Vivi-chan!" Sanji shouted loudly. "What's there to show off about beating a manatee, Sanji? You've fallen, your will still needs to be honed. Oops, your physical strength is not enough." After Luffy finished talking, the parasol above his head became smaller, and Luffy hugged Nami and Vivi who were exposed to the sun. "Come closer to me, you will become ugly when you get tanned." Sanji number. MD. Shameless. After climbing a slope, an abandoned town appeared in front of everyone. "Is this Yuba?" Sanji looked at Almar who had become ruins strangely and asked. Vivi looked at the city that had been covered by yellow sand with a heavy face and said, "No, this is Almar, known as the City of Green, and you will understand what Kalak Dar has done to the country of Alabasta when you see this city." Something happened. Everyone didn't know how to comfort Vivi, and walked silently on this former oasis. The sky is full of yellow sand, and the houses have been covered by a large amount of sand. Human bones that have been eaten by vultures can be seen everywhere in the sand, and the whole city is like a purgatory. You can also vaguely see traces of a water diversion canal buried in yellow sand. It's so miserable. Indeed. Everyone was shocked at the scene in front of them, and only then did they have a certain understanding of the atrocities committed by Kalak. Did he really just want to find the historical texts that record Pluton's clues as you said? Vivi asked Luffy angrily. Indeed, Luffy sighed. Lockdoll is the dumbest and smartest villain Luffy has ever seen. The clever thing is that it took him 3 years to formulate a huge plan to disintegrate Alabasta, one of the 20 royal families. So stupid that he went to such lengths to get the Pluton clue on a piece of historical text in the Alabasta royal tomb. The most important thing is that Robin hasn't told him the content yet, and he is simply full. With his strength, the entire Alabasta was flattened in 3 years, and he still needs to waste time and effort to destroy Alabasta? It is simply thankless, and it is still a serious crime if it is discovered. Just because of that so-called elusive clue. He even treated the lives of millions of civilians as a trifle. That damned Kalak Dar. When Vivi heard the words, she was so angry that her lips were almost pressed. Fortunately, Luffy interrupted her with a glass of water. But Alabasta really has the so-called Pluton battleship. Nami asked curiously. Maybe, maybe not. Vivi shook his head. No one can understand the text on the history text. Why do you think K-Lock Doll asked Robin to cooperate? Luffy said slowly, it is precisely because Robin can interpret the text on the historical text. Vivi shrank her pupils and asked with a complicated face, she can read? But does she seem to be helping us? Why does she cooperate with K-Lock Doll? During her undercover period, it was Robin's reason that Vivi discovered Cloak Doll's plot. And in Whiskey Hill, if she is really a good person as Luffy said, then why did she go to kill Alabasta with Clock Edale? Luffy shrugged, Scholar, this kind of thing is beyond the comprehension of us mortals, what she wants is to restore the historical truth. But it is obvious that some people don't want history to be restored, so she became O'Hara's orphan. She has been persecuted for trumped-up charges, but she is just seeking the historical truth in her own way. The so-called Miss Alcindé is just a tool person to summon K-Lock Doll. Even if she is wrong, at most she can be replaced by another person. At least she let you find out the truth, right? Vivi's expression softened a little. At least for now, Robin's existence gave Alabasta a chance to be saved. Otherwise, I and Akalem may still be kept in the dark to work for Lock Doll. At this time, there was a sound of howling wind, echoing in the ruins as if someone was shouting. What sound? It looks like someone is crying. Is it the rebel army? Luffy frowned at this moment, feeling a painful wail. Everything in the pirate world has a soul. And some special strong people can feel the traces left by history. Listening to the voice of all things is exactly what Luffy possesses. He could clearly feel the sadness conveyed by this once green city. Ace carefully looked at the direction of the wind and shook his head. No, it's just the sound of the wind. The wind blowing through the city reacted to the ruined buildings. Luffy patted Vivi's head and said, no, this is the city's wailing, and it's Elmer's complaint against Calcutta. Vivi looked at Luffy full of emotion and was about to cry. Luffy lightly stamped on Vivi's forehead, and under her blushing eyes, Luffy got up and jumped off the sand. Sanji twitched with envy for Luffy's action just now. What did you do to Vivi-chan just now? Luffy patted Sanji on the shoulder earnestly. Brother, licking a dog is a terrible death, your true love is not here. Sanji. I saw Luffy put his hands on the ground, and the ground began to vibrate crazily. Countless yellow sand gradually floated up with Luffy as the center. Zoro and the others looked at the sea of sand gathering more and more in the sky in amazement. What are you doing? Sand burst. The sand all over the sky and Elmer rushed towards the distance like waves. The green city, which had been covered up, reappeared in the eyes of everyone. Mr. Luffy. Vivi was moved and looked at El Malden who appeared again. Luffy went back to the sand group and touched her head. Don't worry, wait until my buddy draws the template of Hashi's hot mom and let your Alabasta change from the land of wind to the land of fire. Vivi. Chapter 123. It's so hot. At this time, Usopp has completely lost the ambition he had when he first stepped into the desert. At this time, his face was blown by yellow sand. Feel sorry? Vivi said to Usopp with some shame. No, I'm not complaining about you. Usopp waved his hands quickly. He was afraid that he apologized too late and Sanji would castrate himself. I must rush to Juba before the riot breaks out to persuade them to give up the rebellion, and tell them about Clockadar's conspiracy. Vivi said firmly. Don't worry, the rebels must understand our Vivi's painstaking efforts. Luffy smiled and patted Vivi's head. Usopp looked at Luffy lying on the deck chair with black lines all over his head and said madly, Luffy. Can't you fly with us? Why do we have to walk on the ground? Beautiful you, are you old, weak, sick, disabled, women and children? Why don't you just walk for me honestly? Come to Nami, I'll feed you some fruit. Thanks. Everyone. Why do you BD still have fruit? Ah? You don't bring any fruit when you go out. Is that the point, BD, we're crossing the desert, shouldn't we be bringing water? Luffy looked at everyone strangely, didn't I tell you? Tell what? Everyone was taken aback when they heard the words. As soon as Luffy stretched out his hand, the sand under everyone's feet gushed out like a fountain, and soon the sand became wet and finally turned into a clear fountain. Everyone was stunned by the sudden spring, and even their eyeballs protruded. Nanny! Can you make a fountain? Hey, they're all useless, they're just drawing groundwater out. Luffy's expression of wanting to be beaten made everyone gnash their teeth. Zoro and Sanji slammed the heavy buckets on their backs to the ground. UFG didn't say it earlier. Then everyone ran to the fountain and took a good bath. Comfortable. And Chopper, who was already unconscious from heat stroke, rolled back and forth in the water. By the way, Luffy's big brother isn't too hot at all, Usopp exclaimed looking at Ace who wasn't sweating a bit. Idiot, have you ever seen fire and are afraid of heat? Sanji looked at Usopp like an idiot. Oh, also, by the way, is Ace going to take a shower with beef? Usopp invited to Ace. Ace smiled and waved his hands. I'll forget it, I'm afraid your captain will take the opportunity to tie me up. Luffy looked at Ace appreciatively, you are quite vigilant. Luffy really had plans to take advantage of others' dangers. After all, it would be somewhat uncomfortable for a capable person to enter the water, but it's a pity that Ace has no plans to enter the water. After the coolness passed, everyone embarked on the journey again. With the arrival of night, the originally hot weather had dropped to below zero at this time. Damn it, it's so hot in the daytime. Nami shivered and buried her body in Luffy's arms. Vivi, would you like to come together, it's very warm. The thin-skinned Vivi blushed and hurriedly waved her hands, I'll forget it. Nami-chan, Vivi-chan, my embrace is also warm, do you want to try it? Sanji said bravely with a nympho shivering all over. Nami looked at Sanji who was freezing to death and hugged Chopper for warmth and said speechlessly, are you an idiot? Hey, it's my turn for Sanji. Let me hold you too. Usopp leaned over to Sanji and grabbed Chopper. Sanji kicked directly into Usopp's face, and a big fight over Chopper ensued. Seeing the crowd fighting, Vivi's heavy heart also relaxed a little. By the way, did you hear anything? Usopp's ears moved strangely and asked Sanji next to him. Chopper moved his nose and suddenly jumped onto a rock. What is that? Chopper was dumbfounded as a huge cocky tornado hit the sky in the distance. Vivi hurriedly stood up and looked into the distance with an expression of disbelief. Everyone, hide behind the rock. Ah! Vivi, what's the matter? It's a storm. Desert storm. Ace stretched out his hand and looked at the hurricane coming in the distance and exclaimed, oh, it's so powerful. Desert storm is one of the desert killers. Everyone hide. Wei looked at the desert storm swept by the waves and exclaimed loudly. Everyone hurried to hide behind the rock. Only Luffy watched the storm coming calmly. Isn't it just the wind? Is there anything to hide? Come out and work. With Luffy's frivolous words, the surrounding yellow sand slowly gathered towards Luffy. What's this? Everyone looked at the growing Luffy in astonishment, and soon a huge sand beast in the shape of a civet cat appeared in front of everyone. Tail beast. One tail watching cranes. What did you ask me to come out for? Shower he looked around dissatisfiedly, and suddenly frowned at the sudden storm in front of him. What is it, wind-style ninjutsu? Watching the incoming storm, Shower he showed a disdainful expression and said, how dare a storm in this area dare to brag in front of me? In the astonished eyes of everyone, the huge Shi suddenly opened his mouth wide, wind-style infinite sand dust great breakthrough. Countless mouths suddenly appeared on Shower He's body, and terrifying hurricanes erupted from the mouths, and the terrifying sandstorm that stretched for several miles rushed towards the desert storm. In the astonished eyes of everyone, the desert storm on the opposite side was assimilated by the desert storm created by Shikako like a small flame and rushed in the opposite direction. Wang Defa. This trademark still has this kind of operation? Face the desert storm and create a bigger storm to blow back? Is this trademark still human? Everyone looked at Xiao'erhe in bewilderment. What is this? What are you looking at? Look at me killing you all. Xiao'erhe opened his mouth wide and yelled at Zoro and the others. Suddenly Morikaru's eyes turned into circles of Rin-Egan. That's a lot of nonsense. Luffy's voice came out from the guard's mouth. How is it? Is he handsome? The gigantic crane crumbled into sand and scattered all over the place, and Luffy's figure emerged from the sand. Everyone looked at Luffy's eyebrows and twitched. Thinking of the previous information about Lock Doll, they looked at Luffy again. Which of you two is sand fruit? Hey! Chapter 124. Hey! There's a lot of wild game here. Good luck. We've been hungry all day. Blame Luffy for not telling us sooner that he can make water, so we didn't bring enough food. Justice from heaven, there are so many injured birds for me to eat. Luffy and his group were very excited to see the big liar lying on a rock and pretending to be dead. The big liars who originally planned to steal everyone's luggage by winning sympathy became more and more wrong. Finally, when Sanji pulled out the kitchen knife and was about to pluck the feathers, the big birds, which seemed to be dying, flew out with a jerk. While flying and screaming. Do you have any sympathy? You are still not human. Xiao Ba loudly translated. Looking at the group of flying white birds, Vivi suddenly realized, this is a big liar. It will deceive travelers, and it is a desert thief who steals travelers' luggage. Suga, it turns out he's a bad guy. Usopp nodded, picked up the slingshot and shot towards the big liar in the sky. Although Usopp's combat power is poor, the accuracy and power of this slingshot can be called a bullet. Lead star. Usopp fired several lead bullets excitedly, and immediately the big liars in the sky fell to the ground. Hurry up! Build a fire! Burn the pot! Usopp said excitedly to Sanji. Okay, Sanji said without any hesitation, and began to prepare cooking tools. Vivi on the side looked at Sanji's speed with black lines all over his head. It was unlucky for this group of big liars to meet this group of people. Suddenly, Usopp turned his telescope and frowned suddenly. There seems to be something moving in the distance. Luffy turned his head and looked over, only to find that a camel in the desert was sweating profusely while propping up a green bulge. Ah! Chopper saw the camel and exclaimed loudly, "Friend!" In the next second, he transformed into a human beast form and ran towards the camel. However, in the next second, countless huge piranhas rose from the ground and bit towards Chopper. "Chopper, watch out!" Everyone exclaimed behind them. Luffy stretched out his hand, and the sand in the sand pile suddenly uprooted the huge piranhas. With a plop, it was thrown in front of everyone. This is a desert piranha. It specializes in attacking people and animals passing by. Vivi looked at these huge piranhas on the ground in surprise and explained. It's great now, not only roasted birds, but also vegetarian dishes. Luffy laughed. Sanji looked around at the piranha. Yes, the rhizome should be edible after washing. Vivi. Suddenly feel a little sympathetic to monsters. By the way, are you here to save Alabasta or to have a picnic? At this time, Zoro pointed to a camel that was also rescued and asked, is this food edible? The camel was furious when he heard the words, and spit at Zoro with his mouth wide open. Zoro, plus. Let me kill him. We eat roasted camels. No. Chopper ran back panting, this friend once saved my life. Hey? Really? Everyone looked at Chopper strangely. Then Chopper told everyone that he fainted from heatstroke and was taken to the rebel base as venison. Thanks to the camel for saving me from there, otherwise I really don't know what will happen. Send? Why don't you move? Chopper looked at the people who were frozen in place strangely and asked in bewilderment. You? Usopp twitched his mouth and said helplessly, you just said that you were taken to the base of the rebel army. That's right, the box in that car was full of weapons and ammunition, it scared me. Chopper said with a look of fear. Everyone turned to look at Vivi. Are you sure Juba is the base camp of the rebel army? Embarrassment appeared on Vivi's face. Maybe, probably, it should be, when I left Alabasta to work as an undercover agent. How long have you been away? Less than 2 years. Vivi said incredulously. Everyone, Oya. Anyway, let's go to Yuba first, maybe Gatreya is just a supply base. Luffy coughed twice and said. Everyone nodded, and in response to that sentence, they are all here. You should go and have a look. Asking for flowers. At this time, Usopp turned his attention to the camel, speaking of which, can this camel sit? Sanji agreed with the rock barbecue, indeed, it looks like it can seat 2 people. Zoro also smiled crookedly, camels are indispensable for crossing the desert. Yaoxi, let me try. Usopp said, wanting to climb on the camel's back. Never thought that the camel would bite directly on Usopp's head. It hurts, hurts, hurts. Why bite me, UBD? Usopp rolled over and over on the ground. I am a tough guy who loves freedom and sends camels. Thank you for saving me in times of crisis. Although I can lead people, I don't have masculinity. Chopper translated the words of the camels to everyone. 0. After the camel finished speaking, he looked at Nami and Vivi lewdly. Everyone, number 7 miles bang bang bang. Everyone immediately started a brutal beating on the color badge camel. A hole. What a masculinity. Didn't UBD take Chopper? The camel grinned with a big white fang smile, that's our male boy friendship. Everyone, fly dish, convex. Are you kidding me? UBD. Immediately, everyone beat them harder. Nami smiled and waved to the camel, sorry, we have more convenient means of transportation than camels, so we don't need to ride you. Camel, translated by Chopper impossible. There is no better means of transportation in the desert than me. In the next second, he saw that Luffy built a sun beach with sand and floated in the air. Camel. Show. There is still a business grab. Zoro put 2 knives on the camel's neck with a smirk at this moment. Do you want to die, or do you want to carry us? 9898. Ah, it's much more comfortable this way. Zoro and Sanji took the accidentally found camel by force. Usopp looked at Chopper on the hump sadly and said, Chopper, I remember you are also a reindeer, why don't you carry me? Chopper, go to Dai Guang. Chapter 125. The next time we meet, we will be at the peak of pirates. Usopp imitated Ace and said to Luffy with a serious face, that's what he said before he left. Luffy rubbed his eyebrows. This time Ace went to Yuba because a bounty hunter, Scorpion, said that he defeated Blackbeard, so Ace came to investigate. As a result, Ace and his 2 sons who became Scorpions sneaked away from Luffy's team on the way. Is it okay? Didn't catch Ace. Zoro came up from behind and asked. Along the way, although Luffy was playing tricks, Zoro could see that Luffy would not let go of arresting Ace if given the chance. Let's just go, anyway, I didn't expect these little tricks to catch him. Luffy waved his hands helplessly. Vivi, is Yuba coming soon? Luffy turned to Vivi and asked. However, Vivi's expression was a bit 740 ugly. Yuba, it's obviously already here. Nanny. Everyone looked at Vivi strangely. Vivi looked around and couldn't believe it and explained, Yuba is an important traffic artery built by Alabasta relying on the oasis, but now. Looking around, there is only a piece of yellow sand and a few houses in Kyoxing. How so? Vivi sat down on the ground, everyone worked so hard to come here, not to mention the rebel army, not even a single ant could be seen. Vivi covered her face sadly and was at a loss. And at this moment, Golden Week handed a phone bug that was ringing in front of Luffy. Hey, the boss's order. When everyone heard the words, they gathered together. And the rainy land not long ago. The implementation of the battle plan will be at noon 2 days later. Has it been arranged? Well, there is no neglect at all. Elders other than 150 are already on standby in Narohara. I have also recalled MR2. MR3 was killed by Marine, so I can only try to contact Golden Week. Senior agent will meet tonight, at Spider-Man's cafe at 8 o'clock. Well, the fields are good. Going to Spider-Man cafe. Luffy rubbed his chin and hung up the phone. What to do, Luffy? Nami asked Luffy. Of course to join in the fun. Luffy chuckled, so much has been laid out, just wait for their gathering, this is a good opportunity to catch them all. You guys wait here, I'll go to their party, starting tonight, Bar Lock Works will be surnamed Wang. King. Ahem, in short, don't worry, without the support of Lock's work agency, Lock Dar is just a pirate. Why? Luffy comforted the sad Vivi. Follow me. Luffy grabbed the Golden Week and flew straight into the sky, riding on the sand and flying towards the distance. The speed made Nami and others look confused. At this speed, they still need to walk for 2 days to reach Yuba, and they can arrive in 1 afternoon. Nami clenched his fists with black lines all over his head. Damn Luffy, you just want to eat our tofu and hurry on your way. Thinking of enjoying the shade lying in Luffy's arms along the way, Nami and Vivi's faces suddenly flushed with blush. Humph! Come back and make him look good. In the desert, a coffee shop with a pink sign welcomes customers. I'm coming, Merry Christmas, long distance fatigue, back pain. Miss Merry Christmas, who looked like a groundhog, rushed into the cafe, followed by the taciturn Mr. 4. It's all your fault, Mr. 4, it's all because you're too heavy to make me so tired. Right, no. Mr. 4 apologized as if slowed down. Hey. How's Zayla doing? How empty the store is, empty. At this time, an intellectual beauty wearing a headscarf came out of the store and greeted Miss Christmas with a smile. Long time no see, welcome to Miss Christmas. And you, Mr. 4, today is your private room, Nyo, your fresh orange black tea. The proprietress is the miss who partnered with MR1. Both fingers point to Zayla. And there was another loud noise outside the shop. 1,2. 1,2. MR2 danced the ballet and rushed into the cafe with 2 younger brothers. Good night, everyone bowed to Zayla. Thank you, let me tell you, you are not stupid. Zayla said speechlessly. I'm not stupid, I'm a dancer, please give me a takoyaki, thank you. Oh no, it's an octopus sundae, you can go back first. MR2 said to the young people following behind, you can't be lazy in dance practice. Yes. The younger brothers agreed in unison, danced ballet, and left the cafe. Bentham turned to look at the table beside him. Ah, Fat Bear, oh Bazin, and you two are also here. You are so annoying, my waist is really sore, what is the purpose of our gathering this time? Don't quarrel with me. Ah, that's right. That's right. That's right, M2, said to Zayla with a face full of 8 trigrams. I heard that MR1's partner will also be out this time, I don't know who it is, after all, everyone I haven't seen it before, so looking forward to it. Zayla nodded with a smile, I'm looking forward to it. As time passed, the night gradually darkened, and it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. The door of the cafe opened again. The figures of MR5 and Valentine appeared in the cafe. Also appearing at the same time as MR1. At this time, Mr. 1 was still carrying 2 knocked-out pirates in his hands, and they were the boys Bentham asked to go back first. Wait, what happened to you guys? Why did you come back again? Bentham looked at the 2 younger brothers excitedly and asked loudly. Before the younger brothers spoke, MR1 pointed at the 2 of them and said, What, I know people I know. I saw them acting strangely, dancing ballet, in the desert, so I got them back. Don't worry, they shouldn't be there yet. Die. Although you seem to have a good relationship, it is best not to have these boring feelings. Mr2 heard this and roared furiously and rushed towards M1, they are my subordinates. 1, 2. Look at the trick. 1, 2. Look at the trick. Bentham yelled and kicked towards Mr1. Soon the flexible M2 kicked the M1 away by 0.4. I think you are impatient. Mr. 1's eyes became red, and he stretched out his hands to use the devil fruit ability. However, Zayla reached out and stopped M1. That's it for Mr1. Don't stop me, point your fingers, I'm going to kill him, Mr. 1 said with a livid face. Don't be angry, it's exactly 8 o'clock, the agents who should arrive have already arrived, and a document has been sent to this Spider-Man cafe. We are going to the Dream City Rainland, where the man who has always been called boss but never showed up is waiting for us. Everyone looked at Zayla after hearing the words. Suddenly a voice came from the sky, for fear of trouble for you, I decided to come to see you in person. Mr. 2, Mr. 5 and Valentine suddenly looked up at the sky in surprise. Mr. 0. Luffy slowly fell from the sky with a smirk on Golden Week. Chapter 126. Mr. 0. M1 DA's bonus looked at Luffy floating down from the sky with a dazed expression, are you FG kidding me? Unlike other members who have never met K-Lock Doll, Mr1 gave up his job as a killer after learning that he was recruited by the legendary 7 warlords of the sea. Are you kidding? Mr0 is not a brat like you. M1 looked at Luffy furiously, feeling that his IQ had been insulted. However, M2 and Mr. 5 quit. Several people glared at M1 and shouted, this is obviously Mr0. M1, do you want to rebel? M1 looked at the swearing people with a dazed expression, what the hell, it's obvious that you guys want to rebel, right? What he didn't notice, however, was that the Sharingan symbol of Mangeki was shining in the eyes of the two, and the red light of the superpower geese was exuding in the other. Coupled with the Golden Week around Luffy, there are a total of 8 senior 14 agents, and Luffy's side accounts for half. Adhering to the mentality of the minority obeying the majority, Mr. 4 and Miss Christmas resolutely stood on the side of the majority and condemned M1, this is your fault, how can you betray the boss? M1 couldn't argue for a moment, he roared loudly to the crowd, our boss is one of the legendary Shishibukai, Lock Doll. Everyone was surprised when they heard the words, K-Lock Doll. You fart, it's obviously Marine Supernova Monkey D. Luffy. Bentham retorted loudly. Mr. 4 and Christmas thought in their hearts, compared to Marine Supernova, Shishibukai seems to be a bit more awesome, why don't they pass the sentence? Luffy said lightly to the crowd, my grandfather is Marine Hero Garp, my father is Monkey D. Dragon, leader of the Revolutionary Army, and my sworn brother is Fire Fist Ace, captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. The straw hat was given by the redhead of the 4 emperors, and my master is Pluton, sorry to put it bluntly. Are you sure I'm not Mr0? Luffy said and stared at M1. M.1's heart is full of MMP at this time, what kind of ancestor is this trademark? Who are the top 3 forces in the pirate world, Marine, Revolutionary Army, and Pirate All-TM? Listening to Luffy's introduction, M1 will be ready in an instant. If this trademark is against Luffy again, it's not a matter of courage, but a problem with the brain. And how do you think it's much more promising to follow Luffy than Lock Doll? M.1 did not hesitate to kneel in front of Luffy, it's all because I haven't seen your real body before. I didn't expect that the legendary Mr0 turned out to be you, my lord. It's a great fortune to work under you. The rest oi. It's getting too fast, hey. Mr1 looked at the others with contempt, didn't you guys rebel earlier than me? M.1's partner Miss pointed to those envelopes and read them, and they didn't read them. Luffy flew to 2 fingers and took the envelope and tore it up. He said unceremoniously, "That's right, I told you to go to the rainy land. Our purpose is only one. That is to kill K-Lock Doll." Mr1 twitched the corner of his mouth when he heard the words, and asked Luffy cautiously, "This prince? Bah! Mr0, do we have any support from above? After all, it is the legendary Shichibukai who is going to be killed. His strength, it's not something we can beat." Luffy looked at M1 with contempt. "How about your confidence as a well-known killer? Q-Lock Doll also needs support. See the gourd on my back? Everyone plays with sand, so he wants to fight me." M1 has black lines all over his head, thinking about whether to abandon the dark and turn to the bright again. Although this master has a big background, he doesn't seem to have a bright mind. Vicious pirates like K-Lock Doll don't care about your background, they just kill you and hide. The sea is so big, even Marine can't find a single person who hides on purpose. And at this moment, a tortoise with big ears appeared beside them carrying a carriage. "Miss the fat turtle all Sunday." Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but glance at Luffy. It was undoubtedly fake. "Yasei, the carriage that came to pick us up is here, come with me to the rain and kill K-Lockadar. Rebuild Shichibukai." The people under control of M2 and MR5 cheered loudly. M1 and his partner looked at each other and nodded. "At least go to the rainy land to see the situation first. When 2 tigers fight, there is bound to be a wound, and when the time comes, I will surrender to the winning side and it will be over." And the rainy land at this time. Robin stood by the crocodile pond and reported to K-Lock Doll, "I think they should have rushed to this city called Rainland. I have asked Fat Turtle to pick them up, and they are expected to arrive tonight." Cloak Doll nodded, "Have you found a new replacement for the Billion Elder?" Robin nodded, "The replacement has been configured." 367 Robin also looked confused. The hundreds of millions of elders who had been summoned did not obey the order, and ran to find a pirate named Ace. As for the tasks assigned to the new billionaires, I have already let the scarf runners pass the orders. Lock Doll took a deep puff of his cigar. "I see, it seems to be going well." Robin looked at the rubber crocodile and wondered what he was thinking. "Even hundreds of millions of elders dare not obey my orders. It seems that my reputation has dropped a lot recently." A gloomy look flashed across Crocodile's face, and he wondered why even those young men dared to disobey his orders. When Robin heard this, a figure wearing a straw hat flashed in his mind. "I don't think you will betray me, Nico Robin, but I have drawn you to be my partner in the Dark Abyss, and the historical texts you want will be at your fingertips soon." Lock Doll looked at Robin expressionlessly and asked. "Of course," Robin said without any hesitation on his face. At this time, a report from a guard came from outside the door. "Lord K-Lock, Master M.1 and the others have arrived." Cloak Doll stood up when he heard the words, "Go and take them to the meeting room." "Yes." Chapter 127. In a dark room. K-Lock Doll is sitting in the main seat, his back to the conference table, smoking a cigar in his mouth. 3 years. No one knows how he spent the past 3 years. He founded the BA Lock Work Agency with his own strength, and has perfectly concealed his identity for 3 years. Except for the first recruited M1, no one knows that MR0 is one of the legendary Shichibukai, K-Lock Dar. Now is the time for him to show his face and pretend in front of this group of club members. Robin was standing beside him in a white denim outfit. M1 and others filed in under the leadership of the waiter. Originally, when M1 and others came in, Robin was quite calm, until when Luffy led Golden Weekend and sat opposite K-Lock Doll, Robin staggered directly and almost fell on the spot. Robin looked at Luffy with wide eyes and distorted expression, and there was only one thought left in his heart, "I'm Zhou. Why did this guy appear here?" M1 and the others looked at K-Lockadar's back with strange expressions. Robin resisted his voice and said, "Before introducing the plan, I must first introduce the boss of our company that you have never met. So far, I have been instructing you to work for him, but now there is no need for that anymore, do you understand? Saying that, Robin pointed to K. Lockdoll at the main seat. I saw K. Lockdoll gently holding a glass of wine with his right hand, and said to everyone in a deep tone, that means the time is ripe, and the name of the battle is Utopia. Clock Keter turned his chair slowly, took a sip of wine proudly, and waited for everyone to be surprised when they knew his identity. Good. Suddenly, a burst of shouting accompanied by applause resounded in the hall. Lockdoll was choked by the sudden burst of drinking and coughed twice. He frowned at the source of the voice. I saw Luffy yelling and clapping his palms and winking, "What are you doing in a daze? This is the hero of Alabasta, Shishibukai K. Lockdoll, applaud quickly." MR2 and several controlled agents immediately raised their hands and applauded. M2, okay. MR5, what's wrong? Who cares? MR0 told us to applaud, we will applaud. There was a blue vein on Locke's forehead, he looked at Luffy in confusion, who are you? Luffy looked at the masked Locke and smiled, MR0. You fart. I'm MR0. K. Lockdoll roared angrily. Do you have any proof? Luffy said to Clocky Dale scornfully. Evidence? Is this still evidence? My identity as Shishibukai is evidence. Lockdoll looked at Luffy with a sneer and said. Luffy looked at Lockdoll mockingly, who doesn't know that the 7 warlords of the sea are the lackeys of the marine, your authority is only to plunder the pirates on the Grand Line, you are now saying that Locke, the largest criminal organization, works are you the boss behind the room? Lockdoll sneered and said to Luffy, hey. Shishibukai is just a layer of skin for me to destroy Alabasta. How can I be shackled by this so-called Shishibukai identity? Lockdoll yelled at Luffy furiously, no, why am I telling you this, who are you? Moshi Moshi? Did you hear that? Master Sengoku? You see, the real purpose of Locke Dar is to destroy Alabasta, a government-recognized pirate, who uses the identity of Shishibukai to steal the country. Can you bear it? In this world can the people tolerate it? Luffy suddenly spoke impassionedly to a phone bug. M1, who was planning to correct and return to evil again, immediately sat upright and stared at K. Lockdoll when he heard Sengoku's name, with the expression that he wished to smash K. Lockdoll's body to pieces to show his loyalty. Sengoku, that's Martial Marine. It seems that this Luffy's identity is really as awesome as he said, and he directly connected with Martial Marine, which is simply too terrifying. Lockdoll sneered, just because you want to contact Sengoku? Even a 3-year-old would not believe such a lie. Lockdoll frowned gradually when he saw Luffy's appearance, he turned to Robin and asked, did I meet him somewhere? Robin kindly reminded, when Marine performs martial arts. Locke's pupil shrank, staring at Luffy's face and the straw hat. Why do you look at me like that? I'm not Brother G. Luffy waved his hand in disgust. NK Locke also noticed the phone bug in Luffy's hand, which is in the shape of Sengoku's Spuda head. FK me. This guy is Garp's grandson. Why are you a marine here? Lockdoll's complexion changed drastically. Sengoku's furious voice also came out at the right time, Cloak Dar. You did such a dirty thing in the name of Shishibukai. From now on, you are no longer a Shishibukai, and resume your identity as a pirate. Luffy, if you can catch him, you will be upgraded to Marine Vice Admiral. Come here. Luffy hung up the phone with a snap. Looking at the bewildered Cloak Dar, he said with a smile, look, you are not Shishibukai now, what kind of pirates were you before? I heard that you challenged Whitebeard and got F'd. It's said that you are actually a daughter, and Ivankov turned you into a man with hormones. Is it true or not? Luffy grinned and sprinkled salt on Locke's wound, who was getting furious. You are courting death. The Desert Sword. Clock Keter, whose plan failed, was completely furious. With a big wave of his hand, he suddenly turned into a huge sand ninja and slashed at Luffy. Seeing this, the faces of M1 and others changed. What a terrifying strength! Tianhu how! There was a bang, smoke and dust overflowed, and the conference room that was originally built on the second floor of the casino was instantly reduced to a pile of ruins. M1 looked at the smoky meeting room and swallowed. Did you die? However, the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, and Luffy's intact figure appeared in front of everyone. I saw that the gourd behind him turned into a sandball and wrapped himself firmly in it. Absolute defense. Originally, after the death of Gaara's mother, she turned into a guardian spirit and attached to the sand to form an autonomous defense. As long as the attack speed does not exceed the awareness of the guardian spirit mobilizing the sand, all attacks will be blocked. And the defense formed by the sand tempered by chakra is even harder than steel. Locke's ability to cut the desert can't break the absolute defense at all. How is it possible? Locke looked at Luffy in shock. How can you control sand? Chapter 128. You deserve to play with sand too. Luffy looked at Cloak Doll disdainfully. I'm standing still, are you going to hit me? Looking at the arrogant Luffy, Cloak Doll became even more angry. Boy, you managed to piss me off. I saw Cloak Dar turning into flying sand and rushing directly towards Luffy. Don't be so excited. What is the most important thing in the 21st century? Harmony. Luffy calmly found a chair and sat on it. Look at everyone playing with sand, it's a shame that you dare to do it yourself. Let me let you experience what Sandfall Gaara is. With a wave of Luffy's hand, a stream of sand suddenly rose from the ground and entangled towards Cloak Doll. What? Cloak frowned, and soon the sand wrapped it up. Sand waterfall funeral. Luffy grabbed with his right hand. Cloak Doll was instantly crushed by the strong pressure of the sand, turning into flying sand all over the sky. Real or fake? M1 looked at Luffy in shock. Is this solved? At this time, there is no trace of any Cloak Dar. However, the flying sand that was quickly caught and exploded slowly gathered, forming the appearance of Cloak again. You actually used sand to deal with me. Cloak Dar looked at Luffy with contempt. I am the Sandman who ate the natural 777 series sand fruit. I can turn any part of my body into sand. It is just a dream to kill me with sand. Desert Vajra Saber. Cloak Dar shouted. I saw that Locke's hands turned into 4 sharper sand blades and slashed towards Luffy again. That's it. Luffy looked at Cloak Dar with contempt, and the sand gathered in the right hand and quickly guarded the arm of a people. Sand wrist. The sand hand made of sand is not only as hard as steel, but also has great power. With Luffy's consciousness, the huge arm directly faced the desert diamond sword. Bang! The knife and the arm collided again, and the dust scattered for a while. Cloak Doll returned without success again. Is there any other trick? Just use it. You are not a sand man, I think you are a sand sculpture, right? Luffy tickled Locke's fingers defiantly. You brat! Cloak Doll slowly retracted the arm that turned into sand. Demon fruit power. Locke looked at Luffy blankly. Although I don't know what your devil fruit ability is, but I will let you see the power of the real strong in the Grand Line. M and the others looked at Cloak Doll suspiciously, and found that Cloak Doll was obviously at an absolute disadvantage in the current situation, and they didn't know what the power of the strong he said was. Turned black. M1 and the others watched in astonishment as Cloak's arm suddenly turned into pitch black. Do you know, this is called Haki, and it's a kind of power that is specifically aimed at demon fruit power. I originally thought that only relying on devil fruit's ability will make you die in pain, but I didn't expect that you are also demon fruit power. Although I don't know how you control the sand, but under armament Haki, your little tricks will be invisible. Cloak Doll lit a cigar and took a deep puff. Go to hell. Straw Hat Luffy. I'm going to make you regret ruining my plan. I saw that lock doll was attached to Armament Haki's arm and smashed straight at Luffy. Bang! The absolute defense in front of Luffy was smashed into a big hole. So hard. Lakadar looked at the sand in front of Luffy with an ugly expression, and his fist was only a palm away from Luffy. Phew, it's so dangerous. Luffy made a clenched right hand, and circles of sand tightly entangled the fist that lock doll hit. Is this because it is attached to the weapon color so it won't be elementalized? Luffy rubbed his chin and looked at Cloak Doll's arm. Sure enough, he's a guy who got into New World and tied with bullet. How could, Bed, not be able to arm the boss? Lock Doll looked at Luffy's expression and frowned. You don't seem surprised at all. Luffy looked at Cloak Doll as if looking at a fool. I am Garp's grandson. You don't really think that he has a hard fist with the title of Garp the Fist? Coincidentally, I also use Armament Haki. Luffy stood up slowly with a smile, his entire arm turned into pitch black, and his armament hardened. Humph! Even if you know how to use it, you're just a stinky brat out of that tortoise shell. Lock Doll looked at Luffy with a sneer and said. Really? Luffy chuckled. He punched Clock Keter hard. Lock Doll was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Luffy with contempt. How can you attack from such a distance? Are you a fool? Rubber, pistol. Luffy's arm suddenly stretched out and hit Lock Doll's chest hard. K-Lock was directly hit and spat out a mouthful of blood. Impossible. How could someone change body shape with Armament Haki attached? Lock Doll looked at Luffy in shock. You must know that even if you are a person with abilities, when Haki is attached to the body, it is impossible to change the form. And what he doesn't know is that Luffy's Renika form is precisely the most random ability. The nature of his rubber defies a lot of things that no other Logia can do. Just the fact that Armament Haki can telescopically attack when he has no cover makes Doflamingo and Kaido look confused. Tisk tisk, it's still quite resistant to beating. Luffy looked at Cloak Dar who stood up again and sighed. It seems that Armament Haki training is on the agenda, and I will find Ka-er to practice observation Haki another day. Uncle Leopard, how about learning emission? Why don't you try to pester Kaido? It's so tangled. Luffy shook his head. As we all know, Rayleigh, Luffy's false teacher in the original book, spent 2 years for Luffy to learn how to use Haki in New World's Rotten Street. As for the other 3, they can quickly foresee the future in 2 or 3 hours, Uncle Leopard can quickly achieve a mission in 1 day, and Kaido directly dominates with a stick. In any case, they are much better than Rayleigh who started with Haki in 2 years. Lock Darl spit out a mouthful of blood and looked at Luffy with a sneer. So what if you know Haki? Your Haki has just reached the primary stage, and you are still far away from fighting me. Oh, I can play it outside, too. As soon as Luffy raised his hand, the sand floating in the sky suddenly turned into pitch black, armed color Shiger. All of a sudden, sand bombs rained down in the sky towards K-Lockadar. G-Lock Doll. Chapter 129. Don't forget to give me hype. Chapter 130. Countless black sandballs hit Clock Keter. K-Lock Doll didn't panic at all. He sneered at Luffy. This so-called move is not worth mentioning to me who owns observation Haki. I saw K-Lock Dar walking leisurely in the dense sand rain, and all the bullet-like sand rain was easily avoided by using elementalization. It's so strong. Such intensive moves can't hurt him at all. M1 and the others looked at K-Lock Doll with livid faces. If he wins, we wouldn't it be? Miss nodded with both hands. Ike Lock's character absolutely does not allow anyone to betray him. Then let's go together. Mr. Two twirled and danced ballet. Let's help Little Zero. I advise you not to move. At this time, Robin put on the pose of crossing hands, and 2 arms grew out from the back of the necks of M1 and others, strangling everyone's necks tightly. Miss All Sunday. What are you doing? MR0 is on our side, MR2 Bentham shouted excitedly. MR1 looked at the hypnosis Bentham with his fingers speechlessly. Are you stupid? the R.G of Luffy is clearly a fake, okay? Luffy glanced at Robin and waved to everyone, you don't need to shoot. Everyone moved and rushed to Luffy. If you die, who will make money for me? Everyone. Luffy looked at Cloak Dar, who told you my Shijir is aggressive? Lockdoll was taken aback when he heard the words, and he looked down at his feet suddenly, only to find that the sand with armament haki was tightly wrapped around his ankle at some point. This trick was originally intended to restrict people's actions. Luffy smiled and touched his fist. Observation haki? Can you hide for me again? I saw Luffy clasped his hands together and the black iron sand was continuously gathering towards Lock Dar, gradually forming a pyramid-like seal. Desert Layer Great Burial Seal. When the mantra was about to climb up the sand pile of the pyramid, Lockadar's roar suddenly came from it. Erosion of reincarnation. Lockadar's voice came, and the sealed pyramid appeared dry and cracked one after another. Seeing this, Luffy frowned. It seems that sand fruit not only absorbs water, but the desert pyramid built by Chakra can be corrupted by it. You completely pd me off. From the shattered pyramid came the voice of Cloak Dar, you think you can save Alabasta by defeating me? Too naive, betrayal is the eternal theme of pirates. I will never put all my eggs in one basket, don't you want to save Alabasta? You don't know, do you? The merchant ships transporting weapons have already been sent to the rebel army. I think they have already begun to attack the capital city. Now it only needs someone who can't bear the loneliness and accidentally gets angry, and a fight of hundreds of thousands of people will be staged in the capital. Lockdoll stretched out a hand excitedly, and a sand-shaped whirlwind appeared in his hand. Did you see this little tornado? As long as I throw it lightly like this, it will continue to grow bigger and stronger, and finally form a huge desert storm swept through the capital. Everyone will fight in the blinding sandstorm filled with wind and sand. Even if my plan fails, Alabasta will eventually perish. You think I'm going to steal the country? I want to be the king. So what if the joke plan comes to light? All I want is the Pluton battleship. Ha ha ha, One Piece is my goal. As long as you get the legendary Pluton, you can dominate the Grand Line. Lockdoll shouted excitedly. Mr1 and others looked at the frantic Cloak Doll swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Such a crazy plan that took 3 years to develop just for one battleship. I have news from Poseidon and Uranus, do you want it? Luffy looked more and more demented. Lockdoll sneered. What? Poseidon and Uranus? Lockdoll was taken aback. The others also looked at Luffy in shock. This is how the ancient weapon became like a Huxia cabbage in Luffy's mouth. Hey, I lied to you. Luffy gave a strange laugh. Lockdalton was furious. Let you see the real power of my sand fruit. You think I can't do anything by hiding in the turtle shell? Desert sunflower. Lockdoll roared, and the sand centered on Luffy began to sink gradually. Everyone was swallowed by the sudden formation of a huge quicksand pit. I can use sand to control the flow of water veins under the dunes. Now the area you are in has become a huge quicksand pit. The more you struggle, the deeper you sink. Asking for flowers. You will be buried in the deepest part of the ground, feeling the squeeze of the sand and the pain of suffocation. Let you feel the fear of being buried alive, why don't you sink? Cloak Doll was excitedly introducing his ULT, when he suddenly found that Luffy, who was in the center, had no tendency to sink in the slightest. Instead, Mr. 1, 2 and others shouted in horror that only half of their bodies were left. Hey! Luffy was listening to the classic self-narration of the villain, Lockdoll, when he suddenly heard him ask himself, oh, I can fly. Gee Lockdoll! Ball! What kind of fruit ability user are you? How can you fly? Don't you also fly? Luffy looked at Lockdale strangely. Gee Lockdoll! Although sand fruit is a sand man, he can control the two attributes of sand and Heffen. Normally, it is indeed possible to fly with the help of a whirlwind. Your trick, I know it well. Luffy quickly sealed with both hands, bury in prison sand. Lock Doll only felt that the sand under his feet suddenly sank like a vortex. Unlike the quicksand he created by using the environment, the quicksand caused by Luffy's ninjutsu was obviously very active. Numerous sands rose up, entangled Kelkator and pulled them into the ground. Impossible. I am a sand fruit capable person. How could I die in the desert? Lock Doll shouted angrily. Seeing the sand with armament haki pulling him deep underground wave after wave, Lock Doll laughed crazily and said. Even if you kill me, you can't save Alabasta. Hundreds of thousands of people will be buried with me. Ha ha ha. Luffy looked at the disappearing figure of Lokadar with a smile and said lightly, buried with him? You think too much, the dignified Shishibukai did such evil deeds. Do you think Marshal Sengoku, who is the resourceful general, will ignore it? I think now both the rebel army and the king's army have marines showing up. This battle can't be fought. Hearing Luffy's words, Cloak Doll's face was full of astonishment. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. However, the endless sand dragged it into the ground like octopus tentacles. 1000. Chapter 131. Dawn of the next day. Outside the palace of Albina. A large number of rebels gathered in an open space. The leader is Kosha, once Vivi's childhood sweetheart. Give me orders, rebels, now that Alabasta is dead, this is the last battle. We are going to take down Alabasta. Launch the general attack from now on. The countless rebels below cheered loudly. And at the same time in the palace, King Cobra is confronting Bell and Jacka loudly. Your Majesty! The rebel army has already launched an attack on Albina. We must take the initiative as soon as possible. Jocker the Jackal spoke loudly to Cobra. It's so noisy. I said it's not allowed. Cobra roared excitedly, this is not a quarrel between children, tit for tat. These are all the people of Alabasta. But Your Majesty, they have already attacked the city from the 650. If this continues, Alabasta will perish. Jacka anxiously persuaded Cobra. Cobra sat on the throne and said without fear, so what, since the time of dancing fans, it has been confirmed that someone wants to conquer this country, do you want me to find out who is behind the scenes? Are you going to wipe out all the citizens of this country without black hands? If this is the case, it will bring the country to a desperate situation. Listen to me. The country is the people. Cobra said loudly, I will never raise the butcher knife against the people. Even if Alabasta perishes, so long as everyone is alive, Alabasta will have hope. Your Majesty the King. Jacka and Bell anxiously wanted to say something, but Cobra stopped them. But relying on us to appease the soldiers has already reached the limit, if we continue, I'm afraid there will be a mutiny. Bell anxiously reported to Cobra. However, Cobra shook his head resolutely, even if you withdraw from the capital, you will not hesitate. But you must not conflict with the citizens. Clap clap clap. Suddenly a burst of applause sounded. Who? Jacka and Bell turned warily and looked outside the house. As expected of the Nefertali family, even if they are framed, they still serve the people wholeheartedly. A lazy voice came from outside the door. The door of the room was pushed open with a creak. It seems that I don't need to bother trying to persuade you to surrender. A tall, curly-haired man with a blindfold on his forehead came in from outside. Impossible. You are. Cobra looked at the figure walking out in shock, Marine Admiral Aokiji. Yo Aokiji scratched his head and greeted Cobra, hello. Why is Admiral here? Gaka and Bell looked at Aokiji's figure in shock and lost their voices. Ah, this, that, it's too troublesome to explain, can I not explain? Cobra, Gaka, Bell oil. Cannot. Aokiji scratched his head helplessly, well, to put it simply, our marine supernova met your princess by chance and discovered Clockadar's plot to destroy Alabasta. So I reported to the headquarters, and the marshal sent me down to stop the loss in time, and cover up the scandal of Shishibukai, Locke, and Doll's kleptocracy. Cobra, Garka, and Bell watched in shock as Aokiji yelled, "Vivi? Gram Locke Dal!" Jackal Jaka said in shock, "The one who promoted the rebellion behind the scenes and attempted to occupy the country turned out to be K. Locke Dar. Damn it, people who thought he was the world government took him lightly, but I didn't expect him to be the one who wanted to take this country away." Cobra said angrily, punching the wall beside him. "Clock Keter! Your Majesty!" Bell yelled at Cobra angrily. Cobra looked gloomy and said, "Now that we know the identity of the enemy, let's immediately abandon the palace and set off for the rainy land where K. Locke Dar is." "Ah, well, I don't think you need to go there, maybe K. Locke Doll will come here soon." Aokiji scratched his head and said, "Hey? Come to Albina." Cobra was stunned for a moment, and then his face turned a little ugly. "Did you come to take over the capital by the way to see the tragedy he caused on Earth?" Jaka also clenched his fists angrily. "Now Cloak Dar is constantly wooing the people to become his own, please forgive me, now he may be more loved by people than His Majesty Cobra. So what? As long as the culprit is wiped out, all these tragedies will end." Cobra looked at the direction of the rain firmly. "Even if Alabasta perishes, I will not hesitate." Bell and Jaka looked at Cobra with emotion. "Your Majesty." "Ah, well, don't get excited, I mean, Cloak Dar is being escorted over, and our marine has already dealt with him." "Cobra, hey? What are you talking about?" Aokiji helplessly explained to Cobra. "Just last night, Naval Headquarters Commodore Luffy fought with Locke Dar in the rain. As of early morning, Luffy Commodore has subdued Shishibukai Locke Dar and is currently on his way, according to the report. And I am here this time on behalf of Marine, hoping that His Majesty can lead the Royal Army to avoid conflict with the rebel army and reduce casualties." Cobra suddenly asked with surprise, "Really?" Aokiji scratched his head. "Anyway, that's what the report said. How to do it depends on you, the king. After all, it is impossible for us Marine to interfere with your country's decision-making. We can only make a suggestion. Of course, if you want us to intervene, I can also help you suppress the rebellion, but it may cause some casualties." "No." Cobra excitedly said, "That's fine, our kingdom army surrendered, as long as this matter can be resolved peacefully, that would be great." Aokiji nodded, "That's it, since that's the case, we won't interfere too much." However, Princess Vivi from the rebel army insisted on going to persuade them to stop the rebellion. "What? Vivi him?" Cobra stood up nervously. Looking at the excited Cobra, Aokiji hurriedly comforted him, "Don't worry, there are a few of our newly promoted marine majors with us, I believe that the safety is still guaranteed." 5.4. At this moment, Cobra breathed a sigh of relief. "Command everyone to tie up the white flag. Once the rebel army attacks, give up resistance and surrender directly." Jaka and Bell exchanged glances and got ready. While outside the city, Zoro and others are taking Vivi to the base of the rebel army. Looking at the densely packed hundreds of thousands of rebel troops ahead, Usopp and Nami shivered and hid behind Zoro and Sanji. "Are you sure we're going to rush in like this? How about we wait for Luffy?" Usopp tried to convince the crowd who were going forward. However, Vivi shook her head resolutely, "I must stop this rebellion. Cloak Dar has already been executed. I don't want anyone to die again." Saying that, Vivi strode towards the rebel army. Zoro and Sanji behind them grinned and followed without hesitation. Chapter 132. "I said Smoker, you are really shameful, you can be caught in such a low-level trap." Luffy taunted the livid Smoker wildly. "Shut up! Who knew K-Locke would dare to attack Marine?" Smoker yelled at Luffy frantically. Hi Luffy spread his hands, don't get excited, I'm definitely not laughing at you poof. Smoker, UBD. Tashigi pushed the glasses on his nose and looked at Lock Doll, who was bound by sea stone chains, and Robin, who was treated differently with only a pair of small handcuffs. I didn't expect Luffy Commodore to defeat the Shishibukai. You are really amazing, but as a Shishibukai, it's really shocking to do such insane things. Tashigi looked at Luffy adoringly and said. Smoker on the side looked at Locke with disdain and said, Hey! Pirates are pirates. Dogs can't change eating shit. What Shishibukai, this kind of thing shouldn't exist. You're right about that, Luffy nodded in agreement, although he wanted 14 to put Ace in the position of Shishibukai, but it didn't mean he was applauding Shishibukai's system. The so-called use of pirates to check and balance pirates is a joke to Luffy, just look at the current Shishibukai. Doflamingo steals the country, Moria catches artificial zombies in the Devil's Sea, the Bear is the Revolutionary Army, Lock Doll wants to fire Alabasta, Hawkeye is blind and stalks and kills a few little pirates, Hancock is the queen of the daughter country and just borrowed her identity acquire treasures for your own country. Jinbei, the only honest man whose goal is to hunt pirates, turned back directly during the Summit War. CO Author 7 Warlords of the Sea is useless at critical moments and will only add to the chaos, except for reducing Marine's prestige. Later, Blackbeard used the identity of Shishibukai to sneak into Impel Down and released a large number of 4-6 level pirates. The former Marine Admiral did not kill Zephyr because the new Shishibukai Edward Weiabul was forced to turn back from Marine, trying to destroy New World through extreme methods. Counting it down from the beginning, Shishibukai has no effect at all except to add to the obstruction of Marine. To put it bluntly, it is just a tool to check and balance Marine established by the world government to prevent the excessive expansion of Marine power. Luffy glanced at K-Lock Doll again, the vitality of these guys in the pirate world is really tenacious. K-Lock Dar, who was wrapped in the sand wrapped by armament haki, was sent to the bottom 200 meters by Luffy and stayed there for several hours. Until Luffy felt that his physical strength was about to run out, Luffy was embarrassed to find that the bee was still alive. This is just a Logia who is not known for his vitality, and an awakened Zoan like Jack who is on a boat. He was knocked down by Sengoku and others on the bottom of the sea for several days. However, even if Lock Doll is not Zoan, Luffy finds embarrassingly that suffocating Lock Doll is obviously impossible to achieve. So he thought that there was a trap, the Sea Stone Cage, originally made by K-Lock Dale under the Rain Banquet. So I went through the ruins and found the Sea Stone Cage that was supposed to hold Luffy, but was surprised to find that Smoker and Tashigi were dying in it. This is the beginning of the scene. I originally planned to kill Ladao, but who would have thought that Sengoku's old iron would ask me to live with the idea of killing chickens and monkeys, and the public execution will be broadcast live in 2 days. Luffy looked at the unconscious Cloak Doll and shook his head, it's cheap for you, you can live for a few more days. Smoker. You might as well die right away. But you're not panicking at all, Nico Robin, Smoker said with a strange look at Robin, are you going to hand her over to the world government? Nico Robin, the son of the devil, is famous in the world government. Unlike the usual rewards issued by Marine, Nico Robin is a reward issued by the world government himself. Although the world government doesn't really pay much attention, it is still a big credit. At this time, Robin was very calm, and she didn't panic at all when she became a prisoner. Even if it was just an ordinary handcuff instead of sea stone handcuffs, she didn't have the slightest plan to escape. It's all because at this time, Robin has already made up his mind to die, and after he finds the historical text in the Alabasta legend, he will die with K-Lock. Being alone for a long time in the life of pirates who betrayed the main theme made her full of despair for the world. However, even if he was treated like this, he still chose to help this miserable princess when he saw Vivi sneaking into the Bar Lock work agency alone. Luffy thought that if he had experienced Robin's childhood experience, he would have blackened and tried to destroy the world government. This is enough to show how kind Robin is. Luffy looked at Robin and laughed twice. This is the crew member and concubine I ordered, so I can't just give it to the old 5 elders. Robin was shocked when he heard what Luffy said, which was originally calm. The 2 cigars in Smoker's mouth fell to the ground with a clatter. I'm blanching, are you serious? This is the famous world government. When the 720 reward was released, it caused quite a stir. The 8-year-old gave a reward of 79 million. Even Smoker didn't know how she survived until now. She was implicated in the first place. The O'Hara incident had nothing to do with her. Otherwise, why do you think she can live for so long? It's just 5 elders selling someone face. Luffy chuckled twice. Robin's eyes are full of disbelief. Obviously he has lived in incognito for so many years, betrayed and escaped constantly. How come Luffy said that he let himself go because of someone's face? Don't believe me. Luffy looked at the unconvinced Robin and smiled. Think about it for yourself, is there always someone chasing you when you are in desperate situation? Robin trembled all over, and a lazy figure appeared in her mind. Whenever she settled down in a pirate group, there was always a demonic figure destroying it. What Robin didn't know was that it was her father Aokiji who was selecting qualified companions for her. For those pirates who didn't treat her sincerely, the only thing waiting was destruction. Just when Robin was lost in thought, Luffy's voice sounded. Hey, it's almost here. I saw the shadow of Albina. You are really convenient enough for a dual-purpose fat turtle. Chapter 133. Vivi, is what you said true? A young man with sunglasses on his back led hundreds of thousands of rebels on the way to the Albina Palace. It was Kosha, the leader of the rebel army. Because there is no M2 playing the king to intensify the conflict, Kosha is not as excited as the original book. When Vivek Lockdoll told Kosha about the conspiracy, he immediately showed a look of joy. After all, the so-called rebels are all poor people praying for survival. Their request is only to stop using dancing powder and return the rain to everyone. Hearing Vivi say that this is all a conspiracy by Cloak Dar, Kusa, who trusted the king in the bottom of his heart, immediately decided to believe what Vivi said. So he directly led many rebels to the Albina Palace to see if it was true that, as Vivi said, the king's army gave up resistance and hoisted the white flag. Vivi nodded without the slightest hesitation, I believe in my father. Soon hundreds of thousands of people, led by Vivi and Kosha, came to the city of Albina Palace. The densely packed rebel army made everyone's scalp go numb. However, when everyone looked at the densely packed white flags on the palace wall, everyone was overjoyed. Surrender! The king's army really surrendered. Kosha and other high-level rebels looked at the city wall excitedly. If they were not forced to do nothing, they would not want to use bloodshed to regain their own rainwater. And Vivi looked at the white flag on the wall, tears welled up in her eyes, and she really didn't mistake her father. Before she went to the rebel army, she only knew that Marine had gone to communicate with her father about K. Lakadar's conspiracy, but Marine would not intervene in how Cobra made decisions. In other words, if Cobra orders to fight, Vivi, who is a princess, will be in an extremely dangerous situation. But she believed in her father, who had witnessed her father loving the people like a son since she was a child, and believed that her father would rather give up the position of king than start a war against the people. So it was a gamble for her, and happily she was right. Look. I'll tell you. It's all Clokadar's plot. How could father take your rainwater degree? Vivi shouted excitedly to Kosha and the others. The senior members of the rebel army looked at each other in blank dismay, and slowly put down their weapons. And Zoro and others, who have been protecting Vivi all the time, also relaxed their tense mood a little. I have always believed in my father. Bang! A gunshot. Kosha, who was laughing and looking at Vivi with an excited face, suddenly had blood spattering from his abdomen. Vivi's pupils shrank suddenly, and he looked at Kosha in shock. Kosha! Zoro and the others secretly yelled that it was bad. He dodges directly in front of Vivi. As expected. Suddenly someone in the rebel army shouted, "Damn it! We were deceived by them, they wanted to lure us closer to us." As soon as the words fell, there was a gunshot and a bullet shot straight towards Vivi. At the same time, someone from the royal army on the city wall suddenly shouted, "No! They want to shoot Her Royal Highness! Kill!" All of a sudden, the crowd was excited, and the originally undisciplined rebel army rioted instantly. Everyone rode on their horses and headed straight to the palace to kill. "Don't! Don't!" Vivi cried out in despair. Even Kosha felt that something was wrong. He wanted to stop the rebels from rioting, but he was shot in the stomach and couldn't say what he said because of the pain. Some of the black crowd rushed towards the palace, and some rushed towards Vivi. Zoro and others stood in front of Vivi without fear. Sanji silently lit a cigarette. Don't! Vivi looked at the completely uncontrollable rebel army sitting on the spot. How could this happen? And Zoro in front of him drew out 3 knives, pointing the backs of the knives upwards at the rebels rushing over. "Hey chef! Be careful and keep your hands." "Shut up Clarella Head, I need you to say." Trembling all over, Usopp took out his slingshot from his hand, afraid but firmly stood in front of Nami, behind Inba. "Joe, Chopper! Protect us!" Usopp yelled, trembling. Var! Almost instantly, Zoro and others were directly submerged in the sea of people, and countless horses splashed dust all over the sky. One after another, the rebels who tried to get close to Vivi and others were cut down to the ground. The only good thing is that, because Clocadar's Utopia plan was not fully implemented, the weapons merchant ships that were originally transported by M1 were not sent to the rebels. Most of the people were rushing forward with machetes. All blocked by Zoro and Sanji. Soon, hundreds of people in front of them were beaten to the ground. However, such a small number of people seem extremely small in the face of war, especially in a war of millions of people. Hundreds of people are not even a splash. Soon more and more rebels were attacking Vivi and the others, and Suo Wei was gradually exhausted while trying to protect Vivi while staying in Taiwan. Zoro and Sanji were sweating profusely as they stared at the number that hadn't decreased in the slightest. At this time, Usopp stunned more rebels than Zoro and Sanji with his long-range slingshot, but his hands with the slingshot began to tremble. Nami stood in front of Vivi tightly and encouraged loudly, "Vivi! Cheer up! There must be a way." However, at this time, Vivi sat there like a lost soul, crying. At this time, the rebel army had reached the towering palace city, and the soldiers in the first row began to fight the rebel army. Countless bullets poured towards each other. Seeing that both sides are about to suffer countless casualties. Sudden! The earth trembles. Countless sands suddenly surged from the open space between the two sides, and countless rocks were smashed into sand. Quicksand waterfall. A loud shout came from the sky. The surging sand rose suddenly, forming a huge wave of sand between the rebel army and the king's army, which was higher than the city. After Zoro and others heard the voice, they turned their heads in surprise. Even Vivi, who was under the shadow of the yellow sand that covered the sky and the sun, had a glint of hope in his eyes. All the rebels looked at the sea of sand in the sky in horror. Is this something humans can do? If there is such a strong person in the king's army, what a fart! Seeing the huge sand waves getting higher and higher, Luffy yelled in the direction of the palace with a despondent voice, "Old man, if you don't make a move, I won't be able to stand it anymore." Like. And just as Luffy's voice fell, a light and ethereal voice came. "My sage, Ice Age." The sand waves that were about to hit the rebel army were suddenly shrouded in cold air and formed a huge ice wall to keep the rebel army out of the city. Chapter 134. Seeing the ice wall standing outside the city, Luffy sighed and sat on the sand. Damn, Lao Zi was scared to death, even if it is Chakra with one tail crane, it is still extremely difficult to control the quicksand waterfall in such a range. Aokiji shot 1 second later, and the 700,000 rebels below were wiped out by the terrifying quicksand waterfall, but it is estimated that there were not many left. Not to mention becoming the hero of Alabasta, it is estimated that I will never see Vivi again in this life. Fortunately, the father-in-law made a timely move to prevent himself from becoming a murderous demon who took the lives of 700,000 people. It seems that some BS can't be forced to pretend, it almost happened. Luffy looked at the huge wall of ice ahead and touched his nose. At this time, the new recruits recruited by Cloak Dar, who was ambushing among the rebel army and the king's army, were all confused. They were ordered to provoke a war between the two sides at a critical moment, but who would have thought that a waterfall of quicksand would suddenly appear? It would be no wonder if it wasn't smashed into meat if it was smashed down. At this time, Zoro and others in the rebel army all looked like demons with white eyes and fangs and shouted at Luffy in the air, "Are you trying to kill us?" Luffy embarrassedly took out an amplified phone and coughed dryly twice, "A bag of rice, how many floors are there? Cough cough, try the wheat and try the wheat. Hey, hey! Everyone! Oh! It's a war right now, can you be more serious? I am Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Monkey D. Luffy. Now Shichibukai Lock has been removed from the list. Alabastus drought, 803 and sandstorms are all caused by world government's Shichibukai Lock with Devil Fruit ability. Now our marine has found out the truth. There are Clockadar's subordinates who instigate battles within the rebel army and the king's army. The characteristic is the guy with the scorpion pattern tattooed on his arm. The Yin family can figure it out. Of course you don't have to believe it. If you think you can beat me, you can attack and try. Next time you won't be as lucky as you are now." Luffy's joking voice spread throughout the battlefield. Everyone looked at the ice-covered ice sand and looked at each other, wondering who was the first to drop the weapon in their hands, and a chain reaction immediately occurred. Everyone dropped their weapons on the ground and chanted, "Long live Marine! Long live Luffy!" The undercover agents of Lock Works, newly recruited by Lock Doll, were caught and executed on the spot. Cobra, who was originally angry in the palace, let out a long sigh of relief. Vivi looked at Luffy with admiration in his eyes. Looking at Vivi, Nami pursed her lips and muttered, "Another one." At this time, Vivi is exactly the same as the one who was rescued by Luffy in Kokoyashi village. Zoro, Sanji, and others leaned back and fell asleep from exhaustion. Fighting hundreds of thousands of people while gathering strength, whether it is physical strength or mental pressure, a few people, Basi, will be squeezed out. Luffy looked at the cheering rebels and shook his head. In essence, this group of people is nothing more than a group of refugees driven to despair. Now that they have been coerced by such terrifying force and given a reasonable explanation, they have completely lost the courage to take up arms again. Regardless of whether it is true or not, they are willing to believe what Luffy said. After all, Luffy speaks in the name of Marine, which means that Marine will interfere in Alabastus' internal affairs. Even if it is still raining only in Albina, the capital of the kingdom, in the days to come, that can only show God's care for Albina, rather than artificially manipulating the rainy location. This is the prestige that belongs to Marine in the sea. Looking at the ragged, parched rebels, Luffy used his quicksand again. But this time he opened up the water veins in the ground to create springs. For a time, countless mountains of earth surged, and fountains flowed in all directions around the capital. Everyone looked at the miracle in front of them excitedly and kowtowed to Luffy crazily. At this time, Luffy was already like a god in the eyes of this group of people. Aokiji in the palace twitched his lips when he saw Luffy accepting the pilgrimage unceremoniously. This thick-skinned person really responded to that sentence. Without morals, anything is possible. After this incident, even if the world government is unwilling to give Luffy the vice admiral position, it is impossible, because Luffy has already publicized it in front of so many people. At this time, he felt the chubby tortoise frowning as he was approaching, because he found Robin's breath in the carriage. Is this caught? Aokiji muttered in a low voice. Sure enough, it was right for me to drop by, see and discuss with this kid before releasing Robin. Aokiji has been sticking to the justice in his heart now. Robin is obviously innocent but was wanted because of Buster Call, whether it was for his colleague Seiren or the justice in his heart. Aokiji hoped that Robin could continue to sail on the sea, and he always hoped that his friend Seiren, who was executed by himself, was right. Yo, my father-in-law is good. Luffy came under the ice wall with a playful smile and greeted Aokiji. Even Luffy himself didn't expect Sengoku to call this god tier over. Then I thought about it too. This guy usually followed Robin when he had no missions, and wiped out all the pirates who tried to misbehave Robin and those who could lead Robin astray. No reason what happened to Alabasta this guy isn't around. On the opposite side, Kuzan was stunned. Why do you call me old man? Ahem, don't pay attention to those details, I mainly want to discuss something with you this time, about the Devil's Son Nico Robin. Luffy said to Aokiji with a smile. Aokiji shrank his pupils when he heard the words, and asked calmly, Oh? The son of the devil? Could it be that Alabasta's accident has something to do with her? What are you going to do with her? If not, put her in Impel Down, I can when you go back to the headquarters, escort you back. Luffy looked at Aokiji who was hard-spoken and soft-hearted with disdain in his heart. Escort? If this makes you lucky, you may encounter a pirate robbing Robin and let him go. And Smoker also brought Robin to the city at this time. I didn't expect it to be Marine Admiral. Tashigi looked at Aokiji with excitement as if he met an idol. And Marine 3 Admiral is indeed the idol of each Marine. At this time, Robin looked at Aokiji trembling with fright. Taking care of him, this unlucky child left a heavy psychological shadow on Robin. Luffy said slowly to Aokiji, this time I am here to report to Admiral, I want Nico Robin, the son of the devil, to join the Marine, I hope she can be mine. Boom! Aokiji and Robin looked at Luffy in disbelief when they heard this. Aokiji looked at Luffy strangely, are you sure you know what you're talking about? Of course, Luffy nodded and said loudly, I am willing to be a partner to protect Robin. Robin, who bowed his head and said nothing, was in a mess at this moment. She's a bounty hunter. Aokiji confirmed again, I will not agree to this matter. I will truthfully report this matter to Marshal Sengoku. Luffy looked at Aokiji who was trying to test his determination with incomparable contempt in his heart. In the anime, Robin boarded the boat and ran to Luffy to play a trick to test Luffy's determination. Now testing himself with the threat of Admiral. Luffy waved his hand nonchalantly, report as you please. I just told you that there is no other meaning, after all, in my capacity, it is more than enough to keep a Robin. Aokiji, plus. Then UFG tell me a fart. Chapter 134.5. Why do you want to save me? In the palace of Alabasta, Robin frowned and asked Luffy, who are people like you with a D in their name? A reason. Luffy was hanging an apple board, and beside him lay Zoro, Sanji, and others who were exhausted and paralyzed. Maybe it's because I like you. Luffy said suddenly with a playful smile. The face of Robin on the opposite side turned red at first, and then darkened. What are you kidding? Like me, like me. Robin buried his head between his knees as he remembered what had happened to him over the years. Luffy stepped forward and touched her head. Whether it is out of sympathy or to understand the so-called 800-year history in the future, Robin, as a historian, is an indispensable member of Luffy. Definitely not because Luffy has awakened the hidden Yuja control attribute. Absolutely not. And in another room, Kosha covered his eyes with his hands wrapped in a bandage. Sorry, I made an irreparable thing. Beside him sat King Cobra of Alabasta, and Cobra didn't blame him at all. It's natural to regret, and it's natural to want to make up for it. The loss is so heavy, but there is nothing to gain, but everything has passed. The new Alabasta is waiting for you to rebuild, and the new Juba is waiting for you to let go. Resurrection, the war has ended before it even started, this is already a blessing in misfortune. Kusa burst into tears in an instant when Cobra broke his guard. On the side, Vivi's face was full of happiness, but her eyes were full of tears. The country was saved, the war was not fought, and Cloak Dar was arrested. Even if there were slight casualties, it was still within the acceptable range. Even Luffy and the others are safe and sound. For Vivi, there is no happier moment than now. Quack! 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 Kalu the duck ran excitedly into the bedroom, waving his wings loudly. Vivi wiped away her tears and asked excitedly, "You mean Zoro and the others are already awake?" "Cobra, Koza. How do you understand?" Vivi ran out excitedly and rushed into the next room. "Ah, Vivi sauce!" Sanji greeted Vivi excitedly. In the next second, Vivi hugged Luffy straight into his arms. "Luffy, are you okay? It's really scary to faint all of a sudden." "Sanji oi!" Luffy closed his eyes with a happy face, while Sanji beside him gritted his teeth and wanted to kill this nasty guy. "You are enough." Nami pulled Luffy out of Vivi's arms with a look of jealousy. Vivi hugged Nami again, "Thank you." The jealous face was instantly filled with tenderness. She patted Vivi on the back and comforted, "You're welcome, aren't we partners?" Robin on the side looked at the crowd with some confusion. She didn't understand why people who met once could do this to such an extent. Lock Doll is the 7 warlords of the sea standing side by side with 4 emperors marine, and Luffy went directly to him without hesitation. "Hey, everyone, this is our new partner," Luffy said with a smile, pointing to Luo Chen who was at the side. "Hey? As expected of you, Luffy." Zoro gave Luffy a blank look. "Bounty hunters, thieves, chefs raised by pirates, liars, criminal groups, and now there is another bounty hunter. No matter how you look at it, Luffy is all problem children." Sanji cheered loudly with red hearts in his eyes. "Robin-chan long live." At this time, Vivi also walked in front of Robin. "Thank you." Robin was taken aback. Vivi smiled and said to Robin, "Akalam has already told me the matter, you saved him, and thanks to you I was able to discover Clocadar's conspiracy, and you are the one who made me meet so many good partners, you are welcome to join." Robin was taken aback when he heard the words. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Maybe it is really possible. Robin smiled, walked leisurely in front of Luffy, and kissed Luffy directly on the cheek. "Then take care of me, Captain." Nami and Vivi froze in place for an instant. "Aha! Why did you kiss him?" Nami yelled at Robin frantically. Robin held his cheeks with a smirk and said, "Because the captain wants me to be his concubine." "Nami! Luffy! I said I was joking, do you believe me?" "UBD." Luffy's coma was purely due to the exhaustion of a lot of physical strength in wanting to suffocate Lock Doll, plus the loss of strength caused by excessive use of Rinnegan to control Shi to use a large-scale quicksand waterfall. To put it simply, he was dizzy. After a night of rest, he finally regained some energy. The rest needs to rely on eating a lot to replenish his strength. Asking for flowers, 0. As a Nika fruit of the Zoan phantom beast species, Luffy only needs to continue to eat high-calorie and high-energy meat to quickly repair his body. That's why no matter how badly injured Luffy is, as long as he eats a big meal, he's fine. Because being a Zoan devil fruit is to strengthen endurance and recovery ability, and Nika fruit has made this feature ultimate. As long as you have enough energy, you can do infinite sit ups. After awakening, it can even be healed by consuming lifespan. Except in some fantasy worlds, Luffy has only seen the protagonist Zyuja in the world of full-time hunters. The ant cat is easily abused. Hina is very angry. Why does Hina do this job of transporting prisoners? At this time, a pink-haired tall and cold Yuja walked into the bedroom smoking a cigarette. "Here, your phone number is from Naval Headquarters." "Oh? Marine Big Sister. Sanji excitedly looked at Hina with Nympho. Zoro on the side complained speechlessly, aren't you a Marine too? Hey? Phone bug. Luffy took the phone bug thrown by Hina, only to hear the voice of communication, hello, is this Monkey D. Luffy Commodore? It's me, what's wrong? Regarding the crusade against Lock Dar, the upper echelons of the government have decided to award you and Major Zoro with medals, and each of you will be promoted 2 ranks. In addition, the 2 will be invited to attend and award the medal ceremony. The government will make a big publicity about Marine's rescue of Alabasta from subjugation. I hope the 2 can prepare well. Attend the ceremony. Luffy touched his chin, no problem, but I have one condition. The phone bug was silent for a while, please speak. Revocation of the bounty on Nico Robin, she is now an honorable Marine. A glimmer of hope flashed in Robin's eyes. There was a long silence among the phone bugs, and an old voice came out, yes, but I don't want any strange news to come out of her mouth. Luffy grinned, of course, by the way, can you see the position of the new Shishibukai? Call. You don't go too far. Chapter 135. Luffy hung up the phone angrily, cut, isn't it just a Shishibukai, as for it? Hina on the side took back her phone bug speechlessly, Hina is puzzled, are you an idiot? Shishibukai is a legal Fahai thief appointed by the world government. Third-party forces. Even if the marshal uses Shishibukai, he needs to report to the world government, and the world government will assign Shishibukai. How can you be a Marine to intervene in the appointment of Shishibukai? Luffy was taken aback when he heard this. When he was watching anime in his previous life, no one explained this. The original scene where Sengoku summoned Shishibukai to talk about the new Shishibukai made Luffy think that these guys belonged to Marine. Now I see that Shishibukai and Marine are not in the same system at all. No wonder Sengoku called these guys scum when they met. Luffy rubbed his chin, well, forget it, anyway, it's not realistic to try to convince Ace to take the position of Shishibukai. The courier business is also enough. A mere Shishibukai, anyway, it won't be long before it will be abolished. It doesn't matter if it's inappropriate, and it will save me from going out to get people when Shishibukai is abolished. Hina on the side was confused listening to Luffy's self-talk. Hina doesn't understand, Hina has returned to her life, and I will pick you up when the time comes for the award ceremony. Saying that, Hina turned and walked out. And in this room, I'm promoted to 2 ranks and awarded honors. Sanji stared at Zoro with jealousy and said madly, why are you the only guy who is awarded the honor with Luffy? Zoro grinned triumphantly and said, it must be that I, the vice captain, are better than you. Sanji, coffee dish, convex. I'm afraid you want to court death. Zoro, come on, who is afraid of whom? Chopper and Usopp looked at Luffy and Zoro with wide eyes and cheered loudly, Commodore, Rear Admiral, Vice Admiral. Luffy has become Vice Admiral. Our backstage is even harder. Vivi, New York. Where is your excitement, you bastards? Hey, Nami, you take care of them too. Nami covered her mouth and laughed straight, her eyes turned into Bailey's color, didn't the salary be multiplied several times in this way? This is what you're paying attention to. Seeing this chaotic scene, Robin laughed out loud, and everyone looked at Luo Chen strangely. Nami put his arms around Nami's shoulders, welcome to the Straw Hat Marines. Usopp waved his hand, hey, Nami, you call it like we are pirates. I think it's more appropriate to call it the Invincible Marine Fleet. Chopper's eyes lit up, oh. What a great name. Do we all have fleets? Usopp, a metaphor. After the fierce battle, everyone returned to the long-lost relaxed atmosphere. Hina took Luffy and Zoro to make another trip to naval headquarters. Surrounded by flashing lights and journalists, Zoro and Luffy fled back to Alabasta 3 days later. Luffy said cursingly, what the hell, I will be an idiot if I go to award honors in the future. Zoro raised his hands in agreement. At this moment, Luffy suddenly remembered something, and he asked Zoro, "Zoro, can you cut steel?" Zoro looked at Luffy strangely, "Ah? How is it possible to cut through steel?" If he could cut through steel, wouldn't he be able to easily cut off the opponent's sword? Luffy nodded, and muttered to Zoro inscrutably, "Your master Koshiro should have told you that a real swordsman can't cut anything when he doesn't want to cut it, but he can cut everything else including steel thing. If you want to reach the state of cutting iron, you must master the breadth of all things. Only by finding the texture of all things, can you cut off what you want to cut off. On the contrary, you can also cut off anything you don't want to cut off. Have you enlightened?" Luffy said to Zoro inscrutably. Zoro looked at Luffy in bewilderment. "What is all this TM, what did I understand? Go, find a secluded place, digest the swordsmanship I gave you, and when you understand it, you will be able to reach the legendary realm of cutting iron." Zoro was driven out of the city by Luffy in a daze. And Luffy muttered in a low voice, "Should be able to understand." Zoro, who was supposed to fight Mr1, now lacks this battle, and naturally lacks this battle experience to comprehend the realm of cutting iron. But it's impossible for Luffy to call back M1, who has already gone to help him make money, and let Zoro have a meal. So I can only give him a brief account of Zoro's feelings when he realized Zoro. Shouldn't this be counterproductive? Luffy rubbed his chin and looked at Zoro who was going away and muttered, "Forget it, if you have time, send him to Hawkeye for further training, or go back to the palace to relax." After saying that, Luffy ran back to the palace in a hurry. "Damn Luffy, what is the breath that masters all things, and what is the swordsmanship that the master said to cut through anything? I can't even explain it." Zoro thought of the depressed look on Luffy's swordsmanship that he said to himself. Suddenly, with a flash of Zoro's inspiration, the whole person seems to enter the realm of Shisui. He suddenly felt that the two huge rocks on his arms, which were comparable to houses, seemed to be breathing. Zoro opened his eyes suddenly and threw the huge boulder into the sky, and at the same time put his arm on the Wada Ichi script, Ichidoryu Donkin Shishize. I saw a flash of white light, and the two huge stones were divided into two. With a bang, Zoro looked at the neatly cut stones on the ground, and looked at the knife in his hand in disbelief. "I did this. You must know that you may be able to split rocks before, but that is only by virtue of your own brute strength and the sharpness of your knife. It is as smooth as cutting tofu like now, which is a feeling that you have never felt before." Just when Zoro was about to try again, he found himself out of that Shisui state. Yet it has found a way forward for his path. He looked at the place where the palace was. As expected, he is the world's #1 swordsman, the #1 swordsman who has no sword in his heart. One day I will climb to the top and challenge you. At this time, Luffy was lying on a recliner with a face full of comfort. He was wearing a leisurely green shirt drawn during Golden Week and drinking black tea. The leisurely green made him feel relaxed to the ultimate. Several tender arms grew out beside the chair, giving him a gentle massage. It's Robin's flower fruit ability. It's so comfortable. This is how people live. What a leisurely day. UBD. Robin is here just to give you a massage. Vivi sneered at the comfortable Luffy who was about to soften. Would you like to have Robin take the flowers off of you? Luffy took a sip of tea and said to Vivi who was also leisurely beside 5.7. Humph. No, from now on, Miss Vivi will belong to me and Nami. Vivi said while hugging Robin who was reading a book. Right, Miss Robin. Ah, Robin nodded, and a strange feeling rose in his heart, which was the sense of trust and happiness that belonged to his companions. Sanji and Usopp, who went to the town to purchase the necessary supplies, also returned to the palace, and Nami wrapped a roomful of books sent by Cobra with a look of excitement. At this moment, Directa, his wife who looks the same as Ikarum, brought a large plate of fruit. I heard that you have worked hard after receiving the honors, and I heard that you are especially good at eating, so I specially prepared fruits for everyone to pad their stomachs before dinner. Luffy stuffed a cart full of fruit into his mouth with lightning speed and jingle bells. Thank you for the hospitality. Zoro, Sanji. Are you juggling, UBD? Chapter 136. Usopp, hey. Luffy, UFG took the hairy crabs off my plate just now UBD. Nami, don't splash it. Zoro, give me another drink. Chopper's mouth was full of spaghetti, and his mouth was stretched out of shape. Sanji elegantly cut the steak with a knife and fork. Hey, you don't have to be in such a hurry, do you? Next second. A hole. My steak. Sanji also joined the army of predators. Watching such a happy scene, Robin felt unprecedented warmth, and in the next second, countless arms stretched out to join this war. Robin, you are cheating. Luffy said something to Cobra with a mouth full of oil. Cobra looked at the completely incomprehensible words with sweat profusely and pushed his hands. Well, don't worry, you can talk about it after you finish eating. This carnival banquet lasted until late at night. Chopper and Usopp performed nose-to-plate and nose-to-nose chopsticks for everyone, ending the banquet with a roar of laughter. After the meal, Cobra led the crowd to a super luxurious huge hot spring pool. This is the big bath that this palace is proud of. It was only developed during the rainy season. Thanks to Luffy Vice Admiral, Albina will never lack water again. Cobra smiled and introduced to everyone. Joe 14BA and Usopp rushed to the hot spring pool yelling, "Ooh! I'm the first!" In the next second, the two were slid by the stagnant water on the ground and bumped back and forth on the ground. Zoro looked at the excited two speechlessly. As for being so excited? Speaking of Luffy, it seems that I haven't seen him just now. Sanji looked around, and suddenly saw Luffy lying on the wall of the bath. Hey, Luffy, what are you doing? Cobra looked at Luffy dumbfounded when he heard the words, over there is. Ikaram yelled frantically, get down. No peeping in the women's bathroom. Sanji rushed to Luffy furiously when he heard the words, a hole. Don't add me to peeping. Attracted by the noise, Nami and others turned their heads and saw Luffy's dog head. Vivi screamed and squatted down. Robin was wearing a bathrobe and didn't care at all. Only Nami opened Lin with temptation. Take a look at Bailey. Luffy's pupil shrank, and he said what the hell, his head fell in a daze. Vivi quickly blocked it. Nami rolled his eyes. Nami. Nami grinned badly. Hey. Sanji's jealous rage. Damn it. I want to watch it too. However, what just climbed up the wall to meet him was a huge wooden barrel. Why? Sanji fell off the wall unwillingly, and hid in the corner to draw circles. At this time, Luffy can be sure that the petrification of the sweet fruit he ignored in the original book has nothing to do with Fushin, it is purely the immunity of Conqueror's Haki or the fruit of Nika, the sun god. After all, the animation's 100,000 Bailey's happiness fist directly caused Faye's nose to bleed. Facing the more sexy Empress, Luffy couldn't justify being completely indifferent. Nami nodded Vivi's forehead. Are you ready? We're leaving here soon, right? Nami. A look of struggle flashed across Vivi's face. You should know that Luffy and Zoro made a big splash at the award ceremony, and now the whole world is moved by it. I heard from Smoker that many big pirates in the New World have heard of the news, and many pirate supernovas want to relying on Luffy's head to get a pass to gain a foothold in New World. But if you think about it, you are obviously an unknown person. The first time he was directly awarded to the Colonel, the second time he was directly promoted to the Commodore with his meager achievements, and now he is directly promoted to 2 ranks in a row. Most people probably think that Luffy took this position because of his relationship. This is a very good stepping stone for those pirates. The longer we stay in Alabasta, the more dangerous Alabasta will be, so tomorrow we will start from Alabasta with great fanfare. Nami smiled and explained to Vivi, "Are you ready?" Vivi was taken aback, "What are you preparing for?" "Get ready to go to sea together, you are our important partner," Nami said with a smile. Vivi struggled inwardly, but now Alabasta is waiting to be done. Nami looked at Vivi strangely, "You don't think Luffy will let you stay in Alabasta, do you? He once told me that he spent so much effort to reduce Alabasta's casualties to zero, and he wandered around the city. The city develops springs just to bind you tomorrow." Vivi, hey. The next day, Cobra prepared a grand farewell ceremony at the port. Countless original rebels, the king's army, and more than 2 million villagers from various cities gathered at the port to send off the hero who solved the civil strife in Alabasta and made everyone no longer troubled by water. "Wow, it's so grand!" Zoro looked at the countless crowd holding flowers high and waved to everyone with satisfaction. Countless fans shouted to Colonel Zoro, making him ecstasy, which is a treatment that pirates can't enjoy at all. Zoro is not a masochist. Compared to pirates shouting and beating everyone, Zoro, who is only 19 years old, of course likes this feeling of success and fame more. Sanji on the side looked at the satisfied Zoro and gritted his teeth, "Damn it! Obviously I also made great efforts, why is this guy the only one who attended the award ceremony?" Usopp on the side strikes, "Maybe he is more photogenic." "What did you say?" Sanji turned into a demon and yelled at Usopp. "I'm finally saying goodbye to the kingdom of sand." Usopp looked at the people around him with tears streaming down his face, "They are all good people." Nami lowered her head with a heavy face and said nothing. Chopper looked at Nami worriedly and asked, "What's wrong with Nami? Are you feeling unwell?" Sanji took a breath and sighed, "Nami-san must be thinking about Ms. Vivi, right? After all, as a princess of a country, it is impossible to continue sailing with us. I can understand your feelings, hey Vivi-chan." Everyone became a little silent after hearing the words, and suddenly Nami raised his head, as if he had made up his mind, "I give up. It's for Vivi after all." "Everyone, hey!" Nami said with painful eyes, "That 1 billion Baileys. Everyone LH. Of course not. You are doing it for money." "Ah." Usopp fell into the water. "Nami, don't say anything that creates confusion, hey." Nami looked at the crazy crowd strangely, "Eh? What's the matter with you? What are you talking about? Didn't Luffy tell you about Vivi?" "Everyone, say what?" "I saw everyone walking to the port, and Cobra led Vivi, followed by Kosha." Cobra stepped forward and bowed deeply to the 117 people, "Thank you very much." Seeing this, Zoro said, "Hey, how is this? You are the king." Cobra was unmoved, "The so-called majesty exists on the clothes. It is Luffy Vice Admiral and others who kept my king's clothes. And I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart as a father and as a people who grew up in this land, thank you very much. Thank you very much." Seeing Cobra like this, everyone felt an unparalleled sense of accomplishment in their hearts, and everyone grinned. At this time, the Mary suddenly moved from the port. Zoro and the others who hadn't boarded the boat were stunned. "Hey! Luffy! The boat is gone." At this time Vivi stepped forward, "Sorry Luffy, Vivi wanted to say something. But seeing a smirk on Luffy's face, he turned to Cobra and said with a smile, "There is no need to say thank you, after all." Luffy suddenly grabbed Vivi's waist with one hand, and stretched out the other hand directly on the fence of the melee. "After all, this thank you gift is enough." Zoro and the others looked at the arms in front of them, feeling a bad premonition in their hearts. "Hey, do you want Luffy?" With a swish, Luffy's arms wrapped around everyone like a chain and flew towards the melee. With a bang, everyone hit the deck of the melee. "My lord, I will bring Vivi back to see you when I have time, she is now a glorious marine." "Cobra! What's the FK? Chopper, ah! Usopp is still in the water." Chapter 137. Idiot! You can fly. Why did you use such a dangerous way to land? Nami and others growled loudly at Luffy. Ahaha, well, for some reason I don't have the ability to fly for the time being, so it's embarrassing, ahaha. Luffy scratched his head with a smirk. Vivi got up anxiously and said to Luffy, Luffy, Luffy blocked Vivi's mouth. Don't worry, I have already told my father-in-law, Ba. My Lord King, you can go to sea without worry. Nami looked at Luffy strangely. When did you say that? Luffy recalls with embarrassment last night at the dinner table. Luffy, I'm taking your daughter out to sea. Well, anyway, we are marine anyway, just come back and take a look when you have time. After I apply for the technology of the Sea Stone warship to transform the melee, I can go on the comm belt unimpeded. Vivi breathed a sigh of relief when she heard the words, and suddenly she remembered something and said anxiously to Luffy, but Karu hasn't boarded the boat yet. Everyone pointed to the one standing at the bow and said, is it it? It's been on the boat with Robin since last night. Vivi. Luffy laughed loudly, little ones, set sail. Quack. Everyone shouted excitedly, untied the bandages for identifying their partners, held up the cross in their hands and drove towards a place far away from Alabasta. While at the port, Ikram looked at the Mary that was gradually moving away and asked Cobra, Your Majesty, is this okay? Cobra smiled and turned around and walked back. It's nothing bad, Vivi has already paid too much for the kingdom, let me clean up the rest of the mess while I'm still alive. On a warship, Smoker is shirtless drinking afternoon tea. Tashigi came forward in a plain clothes. Colonel Smoker, are you really not going to the Luffy Vice Admiral's boat? Tashigi hands Smoker the newspaper with Luffy and Zoro's honors. Marine Vice Admiral? Even the boy with the sword is a colonel. Smoker dropped the newspaper on the table, but maybe this is the right position for them. This guy was incorporated into the Barlock Agency. According to intelligence reports, he used a destructive weapon and caused an extremely serious blow to Whiskey Hill. Now the world government has already been eyeing him. If it weren't for Libeo, Marshal of our Marine, he wouldn't be so relaxed. Our strength is still too weak to be mixed into the Uzumaki where he is. Tashigi bit his lip when he heard this, his face was full of unwillingness. Aren't you reconciled? Let's become stronger, just like what he said when we were caught by Locke, on this sea, a lost dog has no right to speak. One day, I will stand in front of Luffy, not as a subordinate, but as an ally. Smoker said and clenched his fists. Tashigi nodded heavily upon hearing that. Windmill Town. Hey! Check it out, everyone. Luffy is on the headlines again. Really? Come and see. Oh! Great! Exposing Shishibuki's ugly face and saving Alabastus' legendary new Vice Admiral Monkey D. Luffy. Luffy has become Vice Admiral? Isn't that the same level as his grandpa? This is a big event in our Windmill Town. Celebrate! The village chief held up the newspaper in his hand, and he was delighted to close his mouth from ear to ear. Dodden looked at Luffy's weak look in the newspaper and laughed. He has really developed in the direction his grandfather expected. Are we cultivating a vice admiral? The little brother on the side quickly praised, of course, boss, we will be the hometown of Vice Admiral from now on. You idiots, Luffy is still a Marine Vice Admiral. Put aside the old ways, we can't embarrass little Luffy. Ah! Among the Grand Line. Kid frowned and looked at Luffy in the newspaper with contempt. 17-year-old Vice Admiral? Are you kidding me? There must be a limit to the back door. If all Marines are Vice Admirals of this level, then I would have broken through the Grand Line long ago. Kira came forward wearing a mask. Kid's village has been captured, we should set off. Kid threw the newspaper aside casually. Let's go. Let's go, I think my bounty will definitely be higher this time. Haha. The boss is mighty. Behind them is a village full of corpses. And in a sea area, on a huge raft, Blackbeard held a newspaper with an excited expression on his face. K-Lock-Dar got caught. Blackbeard's face was full of surprise. Brothers, our time to be famous is here. Luffy looked at Blackbeard strangely and asked, what's wrong? Blackbeard excitedly pointed to the news in the newspaper, Shichibukai is vacant. The opportunity for our Blackbeard pirates to flourish is here. Van Orca asked Blackbeard strangely, are you going to be a Shichibukai? Blackbeard grinned, of course. The champion Bogas hammered his fists angrily, I don't want to be Marine's lackey. Ha 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 hiccup. Blackbeard laughed, I'm not a Shichibukai just to be a Shichibukai. Everyone looked at Blackbeard suspiciously. Because only when I become Qian Wang's, Wu Hai can I summon the most powerful partners. Blackbeard said triumphantly. Then he told everyone about the idea of using Shichibukai's identity to infiltrate Impel Down. When everyone heard that they were going to rob people from this prison that was said to have been escaped for hundreds of years, their faces all showed excited expressions, and no one had a trace of fear. First of all, we will give the world government a few pirates worth over 100 million yuan to show our loyalty. Let the world government notice our existence. Blackbeard said with a sinister smile. Then I'm going to give the world government a gift that's impossible to refuse me. Everyone looked at Blackbeard in surprise. What gift? Blackbeard said word by word, the posthumous son of One Piece Gold Roger. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. During the secret conversation of several people, the canoe sailed towards Magic Valley Town. Chapter 138. Hey, Robin, help me beat my back again, my shoulders are so sore. Luffy was lying on the deck basking in the sun, shouting to Robin with a salty fish expression on his face. Hey! Luffy! Robin-chan has been pressing for you for a long time. Even people with fruit abilities get tired sometimes. Sanji came out of the kitchen with refreshments and drinks and shouted to Luffy, Hey Robin sauce, dessert for you. Thank you. Robin nodded with a smile and continued to look at the travel notes in his hands. These books were taken by Nami from Alabasta Cobra's bookshelf. This is a good entertainment for an archaeologist or a navigator to pass the time. Hey Sanji, I want to. Usopp and Chopper wailed at Sanji in the same salty style. Sanji, number. Go get it yourself. Usopp, why is this perverted cook? Chopper, treat differently. If you talk too much, I won't eat it for you. Both Usopp and Chopper rushed out towards the restaurant. At this time, Golden Week spread the tablecloth beside Luffy, staring at Luffy. Luffy. Got it. Got it. Luffy stretched out his hand helplessly, took out the afternoon tea from the kitchen and handed it to little Lolita. You are really lazier than me. 180. Golden Week took it unceremoniously, with a comfortable expression like a kitten on his face. This made Luffy feel the pleasure of stroking cats in his previous life for a long time. Hey! You guys, hurry up and clean up for me while Ms. Nami is drawing the chart. Sanji took out several mops and threw them to Luffy and others. Luffy yawned and said weakly, I'm the captain, how can the captain do such trivial things? Zoro looked at Luffy disdainfully, then what can you do? Luffy made a comparison to Zoro, eating, sleeping, and playing Doudou. Zoro. Die. After dealing with this group of crew members who are trying to be lazy, Luffy turned his attention to his system. Gaara's template had disappeared since returning from the investiture ceremony. Congratulations to host for completing the 100% restoration of the Gaara template. The time limit for the system template has expired, random rewards are being drawn. Congratulations on getting the reward. Mizuonangu. Mizuonangu, unbound a gourd made of sand that hosts a guardian spirit, binding can open Jedi defense. Congratulations to the collection point +1, the current collection point is 6 points. Congratulations to host for getting the achievement Shichibukai first kill and successfully opening a new section. Congratulations to host for getting 10,000 achievement points. Congratulations to the host for getting the title Famous World. Wearing it can make the friendly camp worship +1, and the enemy camp's IQ -11. Defeating K-Lock this time can be described as a big explosion. I don't know if it is because of K-Lock's outstanding status. Luffy actually directly opened two subsystems, the achievement section and the title section. Leaving aside the achievement point system that Luffy has been coveting for a long time. Having achievement points means that Luffy can replace skills, items, and even characters in the collection template cards. As long as the achievement points are enough, you can learn the skills of the templates you have loaded as you like. And the title has unprecedented Halo characteristics. You must know that the Halo skill is standard for the protagonist. Especially the wisdom-reducing aura is a hidden attribute of the protagonists in all novels, and now the first aura I obtained has the intelligence-reducing attribute. This makes it easier for pirates, who are already prone to low IQ, to make brainless choices. Luffy proudly carried the title of Famous all over the world. The little loli at the side took out a croquette and handed it to Luffy unprecedentedly during Golden Week. You must know that she is usually too lazy to pour tea for herself. Luffy looked at Golden Week in astonishment. How effective is this worship effect? Isn't the halo of subduing wisdom heaven-defying? However, Luffy found that the worship effect seemed to be worth only a croquette, because the little loli stared at the drink in Luffy's hand in a daze. Luffy handed her the drink helplessly, and the little Lolita happily took it immediately. Bed. Take it yourself. Luffy complained and put his consciousness into the system space again. This time he opened the collection template. At this time, there are already 7 collection cards in the collection template. They are the lowest level C-level collection card Hoshigaki Kisame 1 point per day, minimum rental for 7 days. Blitzkrieg King Loren Bach, who was knocked down by the B-level collection card, 2 points per day, minimum rent for 7 days. B-end class collection Kasha Waterfall Gara 2 points/day, minimum rental for 7 days. A-level collection Carol Aoki Britannia 3 points/day, minimum rental for 7 days. S-level collection card DC Poseidon, 4 o'clock per day, 7 days minimum rental. S-class collection card Uzumaki Nagato, 4 o'clock per day, 7 days minimum rental. SSR level collection card 10 Cold Li Jing, 6 o'clock/day, 7 days minimum rental. With the collection points I currently have, I can already reload the Ghost Shark, but the current Ghost Shark template is of limited help to me, so there is no need to waste collection points to load the template again. It's better to wait until you have accumulated enough collection points and directly load a bug level template like Shi Leng Li Jing. And as soon as the achievement points section is updated, you can exchange skills and items directly through the achievement point exchange. There is absolutely no need to restore the template to fight for random character. Luffy clicks on Kisame's collection card. At this time, same Hada in the equipment column has disappeared due to being extracted. In the column of talents, the learning that falls behind the skill master has been lit. 3 body technique, 500 achievement points. Throwing Grandmaster, 500 achievement points. Water Style Grandmaster, 5000 achievement points. Earth Style Diving in Earth, 500 achievement points. Strange Power, 1000 achievement points. Summoning Shark Summoning, 1000 achievement points. A gleam of joy flashed in Luffy's eyes. Sure enough, Kisame's strength is not considered top among pirates, and the achievement points consumed by his skills are also within an acceptable range. The achievement points for defeating Clock Keter this time are enough to fully synchronize the Kisame template. The only thing that bothers Luffy is that neither the Ghost Shark template nor the Gaara template has chakra-related talent skills. Only the Uzumaki bloodline of the Uzumaki Nagato template has its own chakra effect. But Luffy glanced at Zero behind him and decisively chose to give up. Since Luffy has researched that chakra is a fusion of armament haki and conqueror's haki, Luffy knows that the talent of increasing chakra like this must be quite expensive. But Luffy didn't expect that a vortex bloodline would require up to 100,000 achievement points. If the other Shishibukai only had 10,000 achievement points, he would only be able to exchange for a Uzumaki bloodline unless he killed all the old and new Shishibukai. In the end, Luffy set his sights on the Lelich card that he sacrificed himself to complete a 100% restoration. Among them, the contractor CC is also impressively on it. Chapter 139. For this woman who loves herself deeply and is willing to give up her eternal life, Luffy directly chose to exchange without any hesitation. Although the price of 5,000 achievement points was equivalent to half a gram of lock doll, Luffy chose to exchange it without hesitation. Just after Luffy clicked to redeem, a golden light flashed, and the disappeared CC reappeared on the deck. The little loli on the side was directly startled. Zoro and others who were fighting at first also looked at CC. Ah! The murderer of Luffy! Usopp yelled, pointing at CC. Sanji kicked Usopp over. Idiot, didn't you listen to Luffy? CC is giving Luffy superpowers. Eh? Is that so? Usopp scratched his head on the ground. Chopper hid half of his face behind Zoro in fright. Who is this? Luffy stretched out her thumbs and made a gesture, the real wife. With a bang, Nami raised his fist behind Luffy with exposed veins and looked like a devil. What nonsense are you talking about? Everyone on the boat trembled at the angry Nami, turned their heads and pretended not to see it. Usopp sighed in his heart, the scumbag will die, but luckily I only love Kaya. Nami looked at CC, and straightened her developing chest. Sister CC, are you back? CC didn't seem to care about Nami's comparison at all, nodded with a smile, and raised Luffy's chin. You can still bring me back. Bring it back. Luffy looked at CC strangely. Do you have memories of two worlds? Of course, after disappearing from the ship, I have been staying in a silent room, where I can get anything through resemblance, but there is no one there. CC nodded and said. When Luffy heard this, a feeling of pity flashed in his heart. He didn't expect that the character attached to the template like the contractor would have memory continuity. Luffy touched C.C's head distressedly and said, Sorry, it took me so long to rescue you. CC shook his head, the life inside is very comfortable, but it's just you. CC Chiao Xiao Yanran hooked her finger to Sanji who was beside her. Mr. Sanji, I want to eat pizza. Sanji was hooked and felt weak all over. Hi C.C-chan, I'll do it for you right now. Usopp, Sanji, you are really dead, you deserve to be a witch. Luffy rolled her eyes. As a witch who has lived for more than 1,000 years, she is quite indifferent to things other than Luffy. Luffy took out the gourd of Gaara's Mazanangu and handed it to CC. Has your code disappeared? CC nodded. Code is an inheritance class. CC adopts the power of immortality to Luffy, then he becomes an ordinary person. And Lelich's world is a world of technology, and CC has now become the weakest existence on the entire Mary. Try it on first blood, Luffy said to CC. CC bit his finger without hesitation and dripped on the gourd. The blood disappeared in an instant, and the gourd in Luffy's hand dissipated in the next second, turning into fine sand and surrounding CC. Sure enough, Luffy was overjoyed. When he saw Mizuonangu had an unbound title, he suspected that this thing could be bound to crew members other than himself, and now it seems that it is indeed the case. Originally, Luffy was going to give it to Nami, who had the lowest combat power, but since CC returned to the team, it was naturally given to the weakest CC. After all, with CC losing Code's body, maybe even the climate of the Grand Line can cause him to get sick. And the sand with self-defense has naturally become the best choice to protect her. What surprised Luffy was that Mazonang didn't need to maintain the gourd shape at all, and at this time CC was curious and changed it into a reclining chair and lay on it. The corner of Luffy's eyes twitched when he saw it. What was the purpose of running around with a big gourd on his back when he was in Alabasta? Hi C.C sauce, your pizza is here. With red eyes, Sanji rushed up with the pizza. Zoro and Sanji roared and complained, "It's too fast." CC smiled and said thanks, took the pizza and lay down on the sand chair, sipping pizza. Sanji jumped up and down seeing Le. Zoro and Usopp looked at this ultimate spare tire full of black lines, it's hopeless. Robin looked curiously at the sudden appearance of CC and asked Zoro, "Who is this? What is Luffy's ability? Why do I see that he seems to be omnipotent?" At this time, Zoro found a corner to lie down again. In this situation, the incomparably big-hearted Straw Hat group can withstand Luffy's various magical operations. Ah! Then who knows, the ability of Luffy, the partner who suddenly appeared. Asking for flowers. Zoro recalled the experience along the way, do you think it is more appropriate to call him a god? Robin was taken aback, god. At this time, the god Luffy climbed up from the deck, touched his head that didn't hurt, shook his head and sighed, the road is still rough, comrade still needs to work hard. Nami turned to look at Luffy viciously, what did you say? Ahem, I said are you hungry? Shall I cook you a meal? You can cook. Nami looked at Luffy with disdain. Luffy glanced helplessly at his new random template, feeling extremely pained in his heart. Just now, Lu temporarily saved his achievement points for emergency. What he lacks now is chakra, not skills. So Luffy asked the system to open a new template randomly. However, Luffy didn't know how much character explosion he had along the way until the random completion. Each random template is very helpful to me, and this new template also let Luffy know what it means to randomly draw characters from the heavens and worlds. Luffy looked at the property panel, which clearly read: Host, Wang Luffy, Monkey D. Luffy. Currently loading the template, Lu Angxing, the Little Master of Daxia. Special title, Special Chef, wearing it can make the food taste +1. Equipment, Legendary 7-piece set of kitchen utensils, Eternal Spirit Knife, Xuanlong Pot, Moshan Bronzeware, Garu Luo Knife, Greedy Wolf Pot, Ling Zangku, Yulong Pot. Innate ability, Super Taste, very sensitive taste, can quickly analyze the ingredients used in the food. Taste memory, as long as it is a taste that has been eaten once, it can be remembered clearly no matter how long it has been in the past. Imagination, possesses imagination, you can create dishes that no one has ever imagined. Taste image deduction, you can deduce and integrate the tastes you have eaten in your mind, so as to determine whether the new cuisine you created is feasible. Special attributes, magical special effects 1, can make luminous dishes, and the dishes are formed with luminous special effects. Magical special effect 2, diners use cooking experience will be thrown into the air as an influence. Character reset countdown, 6 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes. Character reduction degree, 50%. Luffy flicks his bangs. Do I have to tell you that I am a super chef? Chapter 140. Seeing Nami showing a contemptuous expression, Luffy smiled crookedly, and suddenly the Dragon King possessed him. Thump, thud, thump. With a wave of Luffy's hand, 7 pieces of various kitchen utensils appeared on the deck. Sanji, who had heard Luffy say that he was going to cook, was about to speak contemptuously. When he saw the tableware on the deck, he didn't look sideways. As a chef, he directly told him that these kitchen utensils definitely have extraordinary functions. Sanji rushed to the Eternal Soul Knife with lightning speed, and immediately picked it up cautiously. Idiot! How dare you throw such a precious thing on the deck at random? As a chef, you must cherish your knife. Sanji caressed the Eternal Soul Knife back and forth as if he had found a treasure. Luffy shivered when he saw his infatuated appearance. No wonder Sanji didn't have women for 640, it's true that your favorite is in the kitchen, women are just a cover for you to cover up your special hobbies, that's all. It must be so. Then Sanji looked at this and touched that as if seeing a rare treasure, he suppressed his excitement and said to Luffy, "Where did you get these things?" Luffy looked at the excited Sanji and hurriedly coughed twice, "I borrowed it, it will be gone in 7 days. Nanny." Sanji was very dissatisfied when he heard that. How can such a good thing be borrowed? It's so much money, I bought it. Do you have money? I can borrow it. Luffy rolled his eyes at Sanji, you can't afford it. If you have the time, you might as well cook a few more dishes now. These are all legendary kitchen utensils with special functions. Sanji was heartbroken when he heard the words, what special effect? Luffy pointed to the Eternal Soul Knife in Sanji's hand and said, this thing is called the Eternal Soul Knife. It was originally sealed in a chef's sanctuary called Guangzhou Daxian Temple. It is an artifact specially used to process seafood. It can make ingredients that lose their umami taste regain the umami taste and become as if it has just been slaughtered. Nanny. Sanji was taken aback, and looked at Luffy suspiciously, what am I talking about? How can those frozen seafood ingredients regain their flavor? Although I admit that this is a good knife, but what you said isn't it too fantastical? Come and try it and you'll know. Luffy said with a shrug. Sanji rolled his eyes, just try it, although I admit that you are a good knife, but how can you make the seafood fresh again? After hearing what Luffy said, the rest of the people looked at this set of legendary kitchen utensils curiously. What you said is true? Nami asked curiously, looking at the pots and pans. Didn't Sanji go to get the ingredients? You'll know if you try it. Luffy said with a hey smile. Soon Sanji pulled out a frozen salmon in the freezer. He curled his lips and swiped lightly with the Eternal Soul Knife. The sharp Eternal Soul Knife split the salmon into two in an instant. Zoro's eyes lit up, good knife. I don't know whose knife is sharper than mine. Sanji rolled his eyes wildly at Zoro, get out. Don't compare your broken knife with this knife. Our chef's knife is specially used for cooking. Luffy nodded, this sentence is correct, once this knife is stained with blood, it will completely lose its spirituality. Sanji looked at Luffy with contempt, you really have something to say, don't you think the salmon is still the same? Everyone looked at it, and the frozen salmon still looked hard, and it didn't become fresh because of the Yongling knife. Luffy looked at Sanji with contempt, that's because your cooking skills have not been recognized by it, bring the knife. Sanji was furious, you can question my strength, but you can't question my cooking skills. My cooking skills are much better than yours. Luffy smiled and snatched the Eternal Soul Knife from Sanji. I'm boiling. Be careful. Sanji yelled distressedly when he saw Luffy's rude appearance. However, the next second he froze in place. He saw a dragon pattern of haki suddenly appear on the blue and white ice knife when Luffy held it. Tyrannosaurus pattern. The imprint that will only appear on the sword when the heir selected by the Eternal Spirit Sword holds it. I saw the Eternal Spirit knife spinning in Luffy's hands at high speed like juggling, and the speed of the hand made everyone seem to see a phantom. Slices of salmon meat as thin as cicadas' wings are cut from the frozen salmon, flying up and down in the air and stacked on the plate to form a layered pink rose. What shocked Sanji even more was that the piece of fish was still shaking slightly, as if it had just been sliced from a live fish, and there was such muscle activity. What's even more confusing is that the moment the sashimi was finished, the salmon on the plate suddenly glowed golden. My grass! My eyes! It's so dazzling! The rays of light dissipated, and roses and salmon sashimi like works of art appeared in front of everyone. The eyes of several Nami girls suddenly lit up, so beautiful! How is it possible? Sanji looked at this plate of salmon sashimi like a work of art in surprise. He quickly ran back to the kitchen and took out a pair of chopsticks, carefully picked up a piece of fish and put it in his mouth. In the astonished eyes of everyone, a projection of the sea suddenly rose behind Sanji, and waves swept across. A live salmon dancing in the surf. Everyone looked at the special effect behind Sanji in confusion, what is this? Oh, it's just too delicious, with special effects. Luffy said seriously. I'll try it. Zoro reached out and threw a whole rose into his mouth. Suddenly, a burst of ultimate umami burst from his mouth. A similar picture appeared behind Zoro, and he himself was chewing with his eyes closed. Seeing this, everyone couldn't bear it any longer, and directly started looting the sashimi. 5.6. Chopper and Usopp were moved to tears by the delicious food, and everyone's ears were filled with the sound of fish jumping into the waves. When Sanji came back to his senses and looked at the plate again, the sashimi had been swept away by everyone. Ah! My fish! Sanji wailed in despair, and then he looked at the eternal spirit knife with burning eyes, and snatched it away. Sacred weapon! Sacred weapon! Looking at Luffy with that expression, I feel terrified. I'm afraid. Isn't this kid stupid? How did Luffy know that the title of super chef and the characteristics of the legendary kitchen utensils directly raised the freshness of salmon to another level? Especially for Sanji, who is a chef, 10 titles of One Piece cannot be exchanged. When everyone recovered from the delicious food, they all looked at Luffy with burning eyes and shouted. One more plate! Chapter 141. On the Merry. Nami, Usopp, Chopper, Vivi and others lay on the deck with tears in their eyes and looked at Luffy. Luffy yelled at the crowd with black lines all over his head, "Enough is enough of you, as I said, it's time. And isn't that set of legendary kitchen utensils all for Sanji? You just let me be mine, I can't do it anymore. Nami, cold-blooded man. Vivi, big fool. Usopp, Nato. Chopper, bad cook." Luffy rubbed his eyebrows with some headache and looked at the group of sand sculptures. "Ever since I ate the meals I made, I have become the queen chef of the Straw Hats. These people dragged themselves to cook meals for 7 days. Especially in the midst of a foggy weather, Luffy came across several marine warships where Vice Admiral had a dinner party, and watched them eat so-called marine curry stewed in an iron pot. Food, what is Manhan banquet? At that time, the dozen or so marine vice admirals were going crazy, hitting the Luffy to be 14 times. If more than a dozen naval headquarters vice admirals ran to his ship as handymen, it is estimated that Master Sengoku would come and kill him himself. When Luffy and his party ran away under the help of the group of guys who were conquered by Hyuxia food, Luffy said that he would never pretend in front of everyone again. After that Manhan feast, even Sanji has become his fanboy, clamoring to learn all his cooking skills. In the remaining days, Luffy cooked all the delicacies that Zyodangea had cooked in turn. Finally, at the last moment, he handed over the Manchu banquet to Sanji, and Luffy didn't know if it was because the template level was too low, but Luffy directly picked the set of legendary kitchen utensils that could be called a bug. Although it cannot be used for combat, it will greatly improve everyone's food level in terms of cooking. But even if Sanji has outstanding talent and has obtained all his true biography, the blessing of the title of Super Chef alone is destined to be beyond Sanji's ability. This also created the scene in front of me. Everyone looked at Luffy with resentment, hoping that he could cook again, but the template had expired, and if he asked himself to scramble tomatoes and eggs, it would be edible at best. But in the eyes of others, they are simply unwilling to continue cooking. Luffy looked at the collection card. At this time, the legendary kitchen utensils were lost, and the collection card of Zyodangea was only a white E-level card. Although only a few collection points can be used for 7 days, Luffy naturally will not waste such precious collection points to cook for this group of sand sculptures. This also caused even CC, the witch, to look at her eyes with deep resentment. Luffy had no choice but to shout to Zoro on the observation deck, "Hey, Zoro, push the iron." "Hey!" Zoro looked at Luffy with disgust, "You're using me as a shield again." Luffy gave Zoro a blank look with contempt, "Just say you're going or not. Go." Luffy has experienced many templates at this time. Although many skills and knowledge are short-lived, a lot of knowledge and vision are definitely stable. especially the unparalleled swordsmanship of Shi Leng Li Jing at the beginning, and the supersonic sword of the Strike King who was defeated at that time. All of this makes Luffy have a far superior understanding of Kendo. Although it is 100% restricted by the causal control of empty-handed swords, it just so happens that the same hata that Luffy drew before is not within the scope of the white sword in the skill. This makes Luffy barely able to use the shark muscle to use the frame of swordsmanship, although it looks more like smashing with a mace. But it is a good partner for Zoro who has not yet fully comprehended the state of cutting iron. Seeing Luffy ruthlessly abandoning himself to go find Zoro, Nami and others had to turn their heads and look at the kitchen pitifully. At this time, Sanji was taking over the job of chef again, using the legendary kitchen utensils to cook Hyuxia cuisine. In the following days, everyone walked past the uninhabited pineapple island full of monkeys, watched the 400-year-old fireworks show and saw the huge fireworks covering the whole island. I also met an old loan shark who was retiring on an isolated island. If it wasn't for Robin, Nami would have almost lost everyone's underpants. Later, I encountered the pirate cemetery formed by the rainbow fog of the space-time tunnel connecting the old era. The wonderful adventures along the way made everyone more closely connected. It's a really fun place to be honest. CC dragged his chin and said to Nami. Nami nodded when she heard the words, and her eyes turned into the shape of Bailey. Indeed, there are a lot of unowned jewels in there. In the rainbow fog, countless stranded pirate ships and merchant ships made Nami a real fortune in it. But I can't bear to stay there forever. Nami continued. Is it fun in there? Chopper, who had no chance to go in, asked enviously. Suddenly, countless sawdust fell from the sky. Everyone looked at the sky strangely. What is it? Is it hailstorm? It doesn't seem to be. Why does it look so woody? Sanji frowned and caught a piece. Kurozumi said. Suddenly Usopp's eyes widened suddenly. I'm drowning. Watch out for the sky. When everyone looked up, a huge broken pirate ship was falling from the sky and hitting the melee. Everyone was dumbfounded. Only Luffy looked excitedly at the huge ship in the sky. He knew that everyone had arrived at 023 near Sky Island. Zoro! Quick! Chop this ship to pieces! Hey! Are you an idiot? This is 10 times the size of the Mary. Usopp! Haha, I'm dreaming the ship fell from the sky. Idiot! Take the helm! Get out! Only Luffy looked at his attribute panel calmly. What's the fuss? Isn't it just a small broken ship? I saw Luffy took out a berry from his pocket and held it in his hand. Lightning lingered on his body, and a huge wind pressure came from Luffy's hands. Let's go! Luffy flicked his thumb high into the air, and the coin shot straight into the falling pirate ship with terrifying lightning and wind pressure. Luffy, what are you doing? How is that kind of coin possible? Nami yelled at Luffy frantically, but Nami didn't finish yelling. I saw Luffy smile crookedly. After posing a POS, electric sparks flickered from Luffy's fingers, and the gust of wind generated by the explosion made Luffy's clothes roar, smash the darkness with thunder. Super electromagnetic gun. A terrible explosion came from the pirate ship. The huge pirate ship was blown to pieces in an instant, and countless debris fell around the melee, splashing huge waves. Nami and Vivi looked at Luffy in shock. This is so handsome. Chapter 142. Luffy has added another 5 collection points since he became the head of Daxia. That is to say, it has been more than a month since Luffy and others left Alabasta. Luffy's luck seems to be running out. After going through 5 useless templates, Luffy obtained a set of Kunao from the Hokage world respectively. Obtained a bunny girl suit from the world of Zhong-Er's illness and love. Obtained a desert eagle. Obtained the goblin horn, a low-level item that summons goblins, from the Bone King world. The most outrageous thing is that the 5th one got a CD from Lifen. At that time, with the attitude of learning, Luffy invited Sanji and others to watch it together. Who would have thought that it would be the Calabash brothers? At that time, everyone almost couldn't hold back and smashed the DVD player that Luffy bought with a lot of money from the Zhong Disease World Collection card with achievement points. Until this morning, Luffy had opened a new random template without any hope. As a result, the system directly gave him a big surprise. Template for a certain scientific railgun world. Misaka Mikoto. Known as Sister Pao, a 5th level superpower. Host, Wang Luffy, Monkey D. Luffy. Current loading template, Denjiki Misaka Mikoto, codenamed Railgun. Equipment, Coin. Talent ability, Electric Shocker, Power Generation ability. Skill Move 1, Super Electromagnetic Cannon. Using the principle of electromagnetic induction, the game coin is fired at 3 times the speed of sound, speed 1030 m/s, 59. Since it uses its own electromagnetic force to correct the flight track and accelerate the game coin, it is compatible with. Unlike ordinary bullets, Mikoto's railgun is constantly accelerating before hitting the target, so it has extremely high accuracy and destructive power. The burst capacity is 8 rounds/min, and the bullet impact distribution is 18.9 mm. Skill Move 2, Lightning Gun. The blue-white light gun formed by a powerful current of 1 billion volts can move forward at the speed of light and in a straight trajectory. Skill Move 3, Sword of Iron Sand. By manipulating the electromagnetic force, you can collect all the iron sand in the soil within 200 meters around, and use the magnetic force to make the iron sand move with your thoughts, forming a Sword of Iron Sand, Whip Sword. Skill Move 4, Electromagnetic Force. Use electromagnetic force to make yourself stand or move on reinforced concrete or iron buildings, and even achieve short-term levitation movement in a metal environment with a greater output of electromagnetic force. Skill Move 5, Electromagnetic Waves, with the ability to control space through electromagnetic waves. Under normal circumstances, Mikoto Misaka will involuntarily emit weak electromagnetic waves to the surroundings. As long as the person concerned is willing to perceive the subtle changes in the surrounding reflected waves, he can play the role of radar. As long as there is a strange movement, the reflected wave can detect it, which has nothing to do with the blind spot. In this way, you can avoid the surprise attack from the blind spot and track the movement of the opponent. Skill Move 6, Hacking Ability. You can directly hack into the computer without going through the cable. You can hack the electronic equipment directly through electrical signals or electronic operations, and even destroy the electronic equipment through communication lines. Skill Move 7, Thunder Titan, a titan made by Mikoto with dust and iron sand, which can regenerate and change shape to a certain extent. Skill Move 8, Absolute Ability User, temporarily enter level 6 at the cost of life. Character Reset Countdown, 6 days, 13 hours, and 48 minutes. Character Reduction Degree, 50%. What is happiness? This is happiness. When he was about to face Enel, he actually drew Misaka Mikoto's template. What do you think of Wolo Enel's most powerful 200 million volt Thor is a younger brother in front of Pao's billion volt lightning gun? In addition to elementalization and speed, Sister Pao's ability is simply crushing Enel in all aspects. Coupled with Luffy's natural restraint of Enel's rubber elf Nika fruit, Luffy couldn't bear the excitement in his heart for this trip to Sky Island. How strong is Enel? With the blessing of Thunder Fruit, Observation Haki, which can foresee the future on a large scale. Not losing to Kizaru's terrifying speed, the Thunder Fruit developed to ultimate can destroy the island with one blow. If it weren't for his narrow vision and not having learned armament Haki, with Enel's strength, he would definitely be able to compete with Kizaru. Rao will not be armament Haki, Enel is also an admiral candidate. Even for non-Logia, there is no difference with Admiral. If it weren't for the killing of the plot, Luffy's desire to defeat Enel, who developed Thunder Fruit to such a terrifying level, is simply a dream. As long as he takes this guy under his command, Luffy is absolutely confident that he will be able to train him into a powerhouse comparable to 3 admirals in a very short time. This is a great boost for Luffy against celestial dragons in the future. By the way, why do ships fall from the sky? Nami stared in shock at the shattered deck floating on the sea. Sanji frowned and looked at the sky. It's really strange. Zoro looked carefully at the cloudless sky and frowned, but there's nothing in the sky. Usopp and Chopper hugged tightly and shivered. Mom! What the hell is the Grand Line? It's strange enough to have a ship's cemetery in the colorful fog. Now there are still ships falling from the sky. Nami screamed. Sanji hurriedly turned his head and looked over. What's the matter, Nami-chan? Nami looked at the record pointer in his hand with a sad face. What should I do? The record pointer is broken and it is pointing to the sky. Instead, Robin said calmly, no, I think it should be attracted by islands with stronger magnetism. The magnetism has been updated, which means that the pointer has been taken away by Sky Island. Sky Island! Everyone exclaimed loudly. What's that? Nami asked Robin hastily. Luffy stood up and explained at this time, there are many islands composed of solid white clouds in the sky above the Grand Line, and birdmen with wings live on them. I think that's where the ship fell from. Sanji looked at Luffy with disgust and said, hey, why can't we call him an angel, but a birdman? Usopp and Chopper's eyes lit up when they heard the words, Yaoxi. Little ones, turn the rudder up, we set off, full speed ahead. Nami punched Usopp on the back of the head, idiot. How could it fly into the sky? The recording pointer must be broken. At this time, Robin stood up and objected, you are wrong, Miss Navigator. What you should think about now is not where the pointer is broken, but how to go to the sky. Nami? Robin explained to Nami, no matter how strange the ship is involved in, or how much crisis it is in, you must never doubt the record pointer in your hand, this is the iron rule of sailing. Luffy smiled and nodded to Nami, that's right, the first thing to abandon when sailing in this sea is the common sense that I am proud of. In addition, let me tell you a secret, the legendary Golden Land is on Sky Island. The owner speaks less of billions of Pele's gold. What? Strong. When Nami heard the words, the Bailey symbol flashed in her eyes, and she excitedly pointed at the sky and shouted, Sanji! Put it up! Let's go to Sky Island! Everyone! How is it possible? Hello! Chapter 143. Even if you say that, after all, isn't our current ship still unable to move? Zoro rolled his eyes wildly looking at the excited crowd who wanted to fly to Sky Island immediately. Usopp and Chopper looked at Zoro with distaste for an instant, staring at him and blaming him for blowing everyone's atmosphere. Zoro, be careful, I will cut you. Nami turned to Luffy and asked, since you know Sky Island, you must know how to get there. Fly up, Luffy said, pointing to the sky. Nami frantically said, fly up a ghost. How is it possible? We need to find the descendants of the big talker Rolando first, Luffy pondered, I remember he was in a place called Gaia Island. Gaia Island. Nami was a little melancholy, now the record pointer is pointing at the sky, we can't go to other islands. Suddenly, there was a burst of shouting in the distance. Good salvage, good salvage! A banana boat with a monkey bow was slowly approaching the melee while beating the gong. All stand! Hi SA! Is this the place where the ship sank? Hey boss! Get ready for salvage! Gorilla 083 shouted excitedly all the time, the shipwrecks belong to the ape pirates, that is, to salvage the king ape. Ugh! Zoro etal. Usopp suggests. I think we need to make the marine logo on the sail bigger, if not, just go to marine base and ask for a sail. Sanji nodded in agreement. This Grand Line pirate is arrogant, calling himself a pirate in front of marine. At this time, the orangutan suddenly saw the melee, and he shouted to Luffy, hey, you guys! Where are you doing? This is my place. Luffy looked at the ape with a smile and asked, "Your territory?" "That's right, all the sunken ships in this sea area belong to my uncle." The orangutan shook his head triumphantly and said, "You probably didn't make a move, did you?" "Hey!" Luffy looked at the orangutan and smiled. He turned to Nami and said excitedly, "Look, isn't this the one leading the way?" The orangutan was furious when he heard the words, "Who are you? How dare you threaten to let me lead the way? I'm afraid you are looking for death." Bedk, Zoro drew a knife and stepped forward, and Sanji directly lit a cigarette. The two jumped directly onto the opposite pirate ship with a whoosh. 5 minutes later, the orangutan smiled at Luffy with a bruised nose and a swollen face, and said, "It turns out to be Lord Marine Vice Admiral. We are good citizens, we are salvage shipwrecks. Look at our pirate flag." "Bah! Look at our flag is monkey. Which pirate group have you ever seen use a monkey as a pirate flag instead of a skeleton?" Nami and others, "So cowardly. But is he a human or a monkey?" Vivi looked at the ape strangely. "Should it be considered an orangutan?" Sanji looked at it and said. When the orangutan heard it, he immediately smiled, "Thank you for the compliment, so I am so ape-like." "Everyone, I'm not complimenting you, hey." Luffy waved to everyone, "Okay, this guy is working for Rolando, it's what we want to find the navigator." "Orangutan, ah ha ha ha, so I look like an ape." At this moment, the sea suddenly trembled violently. Under the bottom of the boat, a huge black shadow slowly emerged. A terrifying tortoise suddenly floated up from the surface of the sea. It was so big that the melee was not even as big as a piece of its shell. Nami stared at the huge tortoise shell with wide eyes and looked confused. "What is this? Is it land?" Usopp covered his eyes and shouted, "I don't know, I don't know. I didn't see anything, it must be a dream." Chopper was sweating profusely and put on a smiling face to deceive himself. "Is it a dream? Is it real?" Nami, Usopp, and Chopper wiped the sweat from their foreheads at the same time. "Ah, so it was a dream." Zoro looked at the three of them speechlessly. "Are you idiots?" At this moment, the tortoise's huge eyes suddenly turned to the melee below. Nami, Usopp, and Chopper suddenly stood on end. Run! What are you waiting for?" At this time, the sky was suddenly covered by pitch-black thunder-cumulus clouds, and a black shadow with a size of tens of thousands of meters appeared on the sea not far away. Everyone watched in bewilderment at the invisible black figure and slowly raised their spears. "Weird, monster!" Everyone shouted in horror. Zoro and the others didn't even have the slightest thought of making a move with something of this size. Only Luffy looked at the black shadow with interest. "Is this the projection formed on the thunder cumulus cloud? It's really spectacular." Zoro yelled at Luffy, "Stop sighing! Run!" Chopper and Sanji turned into small electric motors, frantically sliding the oars, and the melee, which was originally driven by the wind, swished and swished on the sea like a wild dog. The giant tortoise that was planning to hunt even wailed and swam towards the deep sea. "Oh awesome, it's rare to see you guys so motivated." Luffy smiled while sitting on the sheep's head blowing the sea breeze. Zoro and Sanji, who were paddling frantically, roared frantically, "Hurry up and paddle together." Luffy giggled unmoved. If he didn't know that the shadow was just a projected mirage, maybe even he would have been frightened and fled quickly. After all, the size of the projection is simply desperate. The ghetto statue of hundreds of meters is not even an ant in front of the black shadow. When Zoro and the others pulled the melee out of the range of the cumulus clouds, everyone was out of breath. "Hoo-hoo! It's unbelievable!" Zoro gasped and trembled as he spoke. Usopp took a deep breath. "It's unbelievably big." Sanji lit a cigarette to calm himself down. "Ha, grand line, there are so many strange things." "Orangutan? Everyone, why are you still on the boat?" "Haha. Of course I brought it here," Luffy laughed. "We still rely on him to go to Gaia Island." "Are you going to Gaia?" The orangutan looked at everyone strangely. Is it because my permanent needle fell on the ship? Everyone. Then you have a ball for it. Chapter 144. Damn. The food is running out. Sanji frowned and looked at the few remaining ingredients in the legendary kitchen utensils and shouted to Luffy outside. Hey, Luffy! Bring some fish up. Vivi saw Luffy who was fishing and walked up curiously. Why haven't you caught it for so long? In the next second, I saw Karu, who was running fast, struggling frantically while being tied to a fishing rod by two people. Quack, quack, quack. Vivi, number. Boom. Angrily, Vivi hugged Karu to find CC for afternoon tea. Leaving Luffy and Usopp lying on the deck with the bag over their head sobbing. Hey, I also want to catch a sea kings. Maybe the sea kings don't really like duck. Then what do sea kings usually eat? Eat human. Usopp. Hey, Luffy, don't look at me like that, UBD. What are you doing? Let me go. Yay. Boom. Nami raised his fist and roared at Luffy and the two. Have you guys had enough trouble? As a captain, shouldn't you think about how to get lost in the Grand Line and about to die in the belly of the fish? Then Nami covered her chest with a pitiful expression. Poor me, I'm still an 18-year-old young girl. Then he immediately changed his face. Hurry up and find a way for me. We are going to the next island. I don't want to die on this boat with you group of idiots. Luffy and Usopp replied feebly. Hi. Nami, underscore. With a whoosh, the two immediately ran away with full energy. You are really tired, Miss Navigator. Robin looked at Luffy who slipped away and said to Nami with a smile. Nami sighed helplessly. Who says no, but he is quite reliable at critical moments. Lightning gun. Hearing Luffy's roar, a blue-white spear formed by a terrifying electric current pierced straight into the sea. With a bang, a huge wave appeared on the sea. And Nami and others felt a numb feeling like an electric shock all over their bodies, and everyone's heads turned into exploding heads. Nami, plus Luffy. Luffy shuddered and shouted, I'm going to get noodles. Then it swished away from the melee. Howling, why did I have such a captain? Nami held her head in despair. Robin covered his mouth and laughed straight away. The darkness in his heart receded again. At this time, in a sea area not far from the melee, a pirate ship with the strange logo of SF is sailing. Zooming in, the clown Buggy is holding a banquet with the crew. Speaking of captain, now is not the time to do this, is it? Beast Trainer Makai said to Buggy, who was in high spirits. Brother Luffy has become Marine Vice Admiral at this time, and we Shunfeng Express haven't even earned a reputation. Woolen cloth. Startup capital. I'm looking for startup capital, understand? Haki said triumphantly to his younger brothers. He didn't give me a dime but let me start the Grand Line business. Isn't it difficult for someone to force you? But brother, you have been looking for Captain John's treasure for a long time, and you even ran to someone's marine base before. If it wasn't for brother Luffy, you would have been arrested. Shut up. That was just a mistake. As long as I can find the treasure, I will definitely make the express delivery business bigger and stronger. Buggy yelled at Machi. Eh? So you are Luffy's subordinates? At this time, a light and fluttering voice came. What is subordinate? We are partners, Buggy said in a whisper. Suddenly Buggy was taken aback. He found that the voice did not seem to be the voice of his companions on the boat. He turned his head and saw a young man wearing a cowboy hat and his upper body naked was feasting on the dining table. Suddenly there was silence. I am. Who are you, BD? Buggy yelled at Ace. Ah, I'm sorry, I interrupted you when you were having a banquet, but I couldn't resist coming over because I smelled the smell of food. Ace stood up and bowed politely to Buggy. My name is Ace, please take care. Where you are too polite, each other. Buggy laughed and scratched his head politely. Ah, Suga, then I won't be polite, Ace said, picking up a piece of ham and taking a bite. Buggy suddenly felt something was wrong. I'm sure. Why should I be polite to you? Let me ask you again, what is your background? It doesn't matter what your name is, okay? You are very courageous, but you know that I was once a member of the crew of One Piece Roger. Red-haired brother. Asking for flowers, 0. Machi on the side shouted to Buggy with a terrified face, Hey Captain! Captain! He is Fire Fist. Fire Fist Ace. The second captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Buggy, hey. Ah. You know my dad, that's really, zzzzzzz. Everyone, number. Asleep. A group of people surrounded Ace. Machi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said to Buggy in surprise, Captain Buggy, this is a good opportunity. Now he is so sleepy. We caught him and gave him to Brother Luffy as a gift for promotion to Vice Admiral, saying no allow him to give us start-up capital. 00. Buggy refused with a dark face, no. Why not? No matter how you look at it, it's a great opportunity. As long as you kill Ace the Fire Fist, and with the help of Brother Luffy Captain can easily become the legendary Shishibukai. But Buggy yelled decisively, and said in a flustered look, no. Listen carefully to me, and remember firmly, as long as you meet Whitebeard and the others, you must never mess with them under any circumstances. Whitebeard. Buggy showed a trace of fear on his face. He is the only legendary monster who can compete with Roger the Pirate King in the past. Now he is the strongest pirate in the world. He is also the most hopeful One Piece people. This guy will never allow anyone to touch his partner, absolutely not, he is such a man. If he dares to touch his partner, he will be hunted down by the strongest man in the world. The younger brothers looked at Ace with horror on their faces, thankful that they hadn't done anything before. Suddenly a bolt of lightning fell from the sky, and in the bewildered eyes of Buggy and others, it hit Ace straight. Ah, scary. Just after he said he couldn't move, someone started to attack him. Isn't this trademark hurting me? Buggy looked up to the sky angrily, who? Yo, Ace, we meet again. Luffy suspended in midair and greeted Ace with a dark face. Luffy. Brother Luffy. Chapter 145. Hey, hello, I didn't expect to meet you here, brother, your luck is really bad. Luffy greeted Ace, who was struck by lightning, with a smile. Ace exhaled a puff of smoke ring and nodded, indeed, I didn't expect to meet so soon. But you kid hit me when we first met, no, how can you use the power of lightning again? Ace looked at Luffy, who was slowly descending with a dazed expression on his face. Well, don't worry about these details, yo, Buggy, your progress is a bit slow, Luffy waved at Buggy. Ha! How could it be so fast? The BD asked me to record the permanent pointers of all the islands of the Grand Line. You must know that the magnetic force of some islands needs a year or more to be recorded. Buggy complained madly when he heard Luffy say this. Ha ha ha, if we in the express delivery industry can't reach 407 directly, then who will ask us to do business, right? Luffy smiled reassuringly. It's easy to say. Buggy's heart is full of MMP at this moment. Luffy looked at Ace with a smile, so are you ready to be caught by me? Buggy was shocked when he heard this. Hey, Luffy. Do you know the identity of this guy? He is a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. He is also the captain of the second team. Do you know the importance of the matter? It's Whitebeard. 4 emperors. The strongest man in the world. Buggy persuaded Luffy excitedly. Back then, he had seen that man at his peak, the guy who fought against Roger for 3 days and 3 nights with no end in sight. I know. Luffy chuckled, but no matter how awesome he is, does he have the awesome background of both of us? Buggy was at a loss for words when he heard the words, what the hell, he forgot that B's grandpa was the Garp who used to chase Roger around. You must know that the Roger pirates are full of masters in science. Rayleigh alone is enough to have the strength of the Emperor, plus Bullet and Odin are all elites. On the other hand, on Garp's side, except for one assistant whose strength is unknown, the others are just ordinary marines. Even the elites are absolutely impossible to have the strength of the Vice Admiral. But Garp drove the Roger pirates around with his own power, which is enough to show the pervert of Garp's strength. Haha, Luffy, we have only been separated for a few days? Even if you are strong, where can you go? Ace smiled and turned into a flame, removing the previously blackened ashes. Suddenly he seemed to think of something, and looked at Luffy with some pain. You won't let go of your Blue Titan again, will you? By the way, what the hell is that? He suddenly remembered that he was being chased by that Susanoo like swatting flies. Luffy rubbed his nose, and while he'd somewhat converted some chakra these days by fusing armed colors and Conqueror's haki, it still paled in comparison to Rinnegan's consumption. After all, the 50-50 split was barely opened through the power of 6 paths given by Obito. The consumption of this thing is terrifying to others except for the Senju and Uchiha clans who have the blood of 6 paths. Luffy's eyes turn into scarlet blood eyes, not enough to open Susanoo, but it's still a breeze to use a normal 3-tomo Sharingan. After all, Nagato's eyes belong to Uchiha Madara, and after being loaded into itself by the system, Luffy can also change between Sharingan, Mangekyou, and Rinnegan at will. At the moment when 3-tomo Sharingan is turned on, Luffy feels that her dynamic vision has been greatly improved. At the same time, electric arcs flickered on Luffy's body, and an invisible wave radiated from Luffy's body in all directions, forming an invisible current field soon. Electromagnetic waves. The ability to master space through electromagnetic waves. In an instant, any fluctuations in Fang Yuan's tens of miles clearly appeared in his mind. Is this supposed to be Enel's Heart Internet Cafe? Feeling this magical feeling, Luffy actually has a feeling that everything is under control. No wonder Enel calls himself a god. I saw Luffy reach out and point to the sky, and a thundercloud slowly gathered in the sky. Hey? Is it going to rain? Buggy and others looked at the sky strangely. At the same time, Ace's eyes widened suddenly, and a sense of danger made him quickly jump away from the spot. At the same time as the drum was beating, a bolt of lightning split a big hole in the deck where Ace was standing. Nanny! Ace looked at the sky in horror. At this time the thunder snake surged in the sky. Luffy smiled. Showtime! I saw Luffy's fingers seemed to be like a baton. Swiping down, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky and struck straight towards Ace. Ace was alarmed. He could sense Conqueror's haki in these lightnings. It's outrageous. Conqueror's twine he'd seen before. But he never imagined that someone could wrap the Conquerors around the Devil Fruit ability. If you get hit by this one, although there is nothing serious about your body, your brain will definitely be stunned by lightning. Luffy waved his hands like a snake, and countless thunderbolts struck towards Ace like rain. The little Carla on the buggy pirate ship was scared and shivered in the corner. This is simply a monster. And Luffy knows that, unlike Devil Fruit's ability, the superpower he uses is essentially a superpower transformed by his own spiritual energy. For people in the pirate world, it is tantamount to attacking with Conqueror's entanglement. Although there are not many entanglements, if you suffer too much, you will definitely be hacked and you will not be able to find the north. That is to say, Logia like Ace, don't have to worry about the power of lightning itself. Otherwise, if you are an ability user of any other department, or a strong haki, under the power of lightning, you will definitely hate Northwest. Moreover, Luffy's purpose was not to kill Ace, so the power of the lightning strike was not used to the maximum. Otherwise, with the terrifying power that can reach 5.0 billion volts alone, no flame can survive under the lightning of this power. However, even if Luffy didn't use his full strength, the terrifying speed of the lightning made Ace quite uncomfortable to hide. Luffy smiled and looked at Ace, who was jumping around. How about it? Do you want to think about catching him without a fight? Don't worry, I will let you go. After I kill Blackbeard. Ace frowned when he heard this. Luffy. What are you planning to do? If you do this again, I will fight back. Fire ring fire pillar. Ace burst into flames all of a sudden, and a burning long column instantly shot upwards to hit the sky, and the thunderclouds in the sky were evaporated by the scorching flames. And Luffy narrowed his eyes, and his face showed a dignified look. Is this guy really serious? Chapter 146. How strong is Ace? In the official introduction that has been released, Ace has Conqueror's Haki. It was not revealed before Ace's death, and later in Wanakuni's memory. Before joining Wano Kuni, Ace went to Oni Island to rescue the abducted girl, and tied with Yamato. In the end, he used his mouth to persuade Yamato from a girl who was abused by domestic violence to a filial daughter who aspires to become Oden Appa. You must know that Yamato was raised by Kaido as a son, and his strength has been fully taught by Kaido's love. After 2 years, he can even fight against his father Kaido without losing the wind. At that time, Ace, who had not been out to sea for a long time, was already able to tie with Yamato, which is enough to show that Ace's talent is shocking. Especially Sabo, who was inferior to Ace, has become the second in command of the Revolutionary Army after several years of training. After eating Maramara fruit, he can compete with Admiral Fujitora without losing the wind. And Ace, who is more talented, was trained by Whitebeard as the next One Piece of 14, and his strength improved as quickly as Sabo. Don't look at the easy dog lead by Akainu after Ace Summit War was rescued. You must know that in the original comics, Akainu was the strong man who smashed half of Whitebeard's head. Coupled with Devil Fruit's restraint and the long-term abuse in Impel Down, Ace's physical strength is very low. Even so, if it is not for saving Luffy, he will not be killed by Akainu. At this time, Luffy was facing Ace in his heyday. I saw Ace's right hand suddenly burning with a violent flame, and his arm was also wrapped around the black armament haki. Fire punch! Ace shouted loudly, and the terrifying flames hit Luffy directly. Buggy on the boat looked at the rushing flames and was scared to pieces. His head and arms each had their own ideas and walked in their own direction. Many little Carla Rice knelt down and recited Buddhist scriptures silently, completely giving up the idea of resistance. Hey, can armament haki be used like this? Luffy clicked his tongue, and saw him flick a coin towards the sky. The electric light flickered in his hand, and the black haki was mixed with electric sparks, making everyone seem to see black lightning. Let's go! Bang! The deck Luffy was standing on was blown apart by the reaction force. A red flash, sparks and lightning all the way rushed towards the fire fist in the sky. And the coin at the front continued to accelerate in mid-air like a rocket. While Buggy and the others were scared out of their wits, the coin collided with Ace's fist. For a moment, the sky and the earth roared, and a white light exploded from the intersection of the attacks. Buggy and others were deafened and blinded by the roar of the explosion and the dazzling white light. The waves generated by the explosion in the next second blew Buggy's bike up far away. Ace's lower body turned into flames to keep himself flying in the air without falling. And Luffy gathered the solace of Chakra's feet on the sea and rushed towards Ace like walking on the ground. It's not about flying without using Rinnegan, one is that Rinnegan consumes a lot, and the other is flying with Rinnegan, the speed is simply indescribable. And using Chakra to tread water can achieve almost the same speed as land. Luffy turned into an afterimage and ran wildly on the sea, causing huge waves where the afterimage passed. Ace felt the terrifying power brought by the electromagnetic gun, and looked at his aching fist. Hardening alone can no longer completely block the damage of Luffy's attack. You've become stronger, Luffy. Ace shook his arm, but it's not enough. This is a skill I learned from my dad. Let me tell you about the vastness of the sea. Ace yelled, wrapping the black and red emission haki with his right hand. The legs are flaming like jet rockets, raising its speed to another level. Shenhuo Shiranui! Ace yelled and charged straight at Luffy. The three-hook jade in Luffy's eyes twirled wildly, and he yelled in his heart, it's so fast. The body can't keep up with the reaction. Luffy's strongest at this time is observation haki. With the blessing of several templates, Luffy is only a short distance away from the top knowledgeable color that can foresee the future. What is missing is the thinking speed of the brain running at high speed to analyze possibilities. But for the speed and direction of the attack, all of them can be easily captured. However, it was like Erzusa hitting Xiao Li for the first time, although Luffy could clearly see Ace's movements. But with Luffy's physical fitness at this time, it is impossible for the body to act according to its own thinking. Facing the rushing Ace, Luffy's face turned black, and the three Tomo Sharingan in his eyes suddenly spun wildly and turned into a connected Mangeki. A blue skeleton rises from Luffy. Susanoo! Bang! Ace's fist hit Susan's skeleton hard. Cracks quickly spread across Susan's body. Luffy could feel a strange force rapidly destroying the chakra structure that constitutes Susan. At the same time, a pillar of fire burst out from Ace's fist, forming a long spear that pierced towards him from the broken place of Susan. Good, so strong. Buggy stared dumbfounded at the fight between the two. With such strength, when he was an intern in the Roger Pirates, he had only seen it in Whitebeard and a few cotters in the Roger Pirates. Luffy's face was ugly, and Rinnegan, whose eyes suddenly turned into circles, stretched out his right hand. A terrifying repulsive force erupted from his hand towards the direction of the flames. With a bang, the flame spear formed by Shiranui was detonated by Shenluo Tianzhang and scattered outside the formed repulsion circle. Damn, this is too strong. Feeling that the chakra that had been accumulated with great difficulty these days was almost emptied, Luffy couldn't help cursing. He hastily closed the Rinnegan, reserving the chakra he needed to walk on the sea. Ace looked at Luffy, who looked a bit embarrassed, and said with a smile, "What? Your Titan move seems to be a lot weaker than last time." Luffy rolled his eyes. "Isn't that nonsense? You must know that the template I loaded last time was Gaara. Although the chakra in the body is weak, the amount of chakra is still enough to support the temporary consumption of a complete body. But now the chakra in my body is only temporarily refined in this month. It is already a miracle to be able to support Susanoo. You must know that even Danzo, the Pot King, can use wind style to break through Susanoo at the first stage, let alone Ace, who is already comparable to Chaoying in strength. The gap in physical skills is a bit big." Luffy couldn't help complaining. Looking at the triumphant Ace, Luffy directly took out a yellow pill from his arms. "Just try it with you." After speaking, Luffy directly threw the pill into his mouth and chewed it up. Chapter 147. Tony Chopper. User of Zoan Human Fruit Great Seed Common People's Devil Fruit Ability. In the original book, he was summoned to the Straw Hat Pirates as a ship doctor. However, the real Chopper, holding the bounty of pets, fighting hundreds of millions. As Joe Beard the reindeer of old, Chopper said, "The New World didn't stew my pot. It has been used as a food reserve by the Straw Hats several times, and even Big Mom's mouth is watering when they see it as an emergency bait. This is such a hard-working, unlucky kid." After Wang Luffy knew that he had time-traveled into Monkey D. Luffy, the first thing he thought of was to get this guy under his own name. It's not because Chopper, as a group favorite, is so cute. It is entirely because Luffy combined his knowledge of One Piece to find the most easily obtained cheats when he did not know that he had cheats. That's Rambo Ball. That's right, it's the reliance that Chopper used to fight hundreds of millions of frames. Well known. Zoan Demon Fruit Power has the basic ability of 3 stages of transformation: human form, human beast form, and beast form. And Chopper's Blue Wave Ball can disturb Zoan Devil Fruit's transformation wavelength, making it reach 7 stages of transformation. If Luffy is a Paramecia Rubber Fruit capable person, the Rumble Ball is of course useless to Luffy. But who is Wang Luffy? He is a man who knows the plot well. What is the real name of Luffy's Devil Fruit? That's the form of Zoan Human Fruit Nika. And the blue wave ball developed by Chopper is the special medicine to change the wavelength of Zoan's deformation. Luffy immediately thought of what magical changes would happen if he took Chopper's rumble ball. So when Chopper was tricked by Luffy to come to the Mary, Luffy asked Chopper directly for some ramball experiments. As expected. This thing has a magical effect on my own devil fruit development. After all, I am the fruit of everyone with the same origin as Chopper, and there is no Zoan who is more suitable for rumble ball than myself. As soon as the blue wave ball entered, Luffy felt a strange change in his body, and a wave of energy flowed through his body, which belonged to Devil Fruit's ability. There are two most mainstream ways to become stronger in One Piece. One is to improve your own haki level through hard training. The representative ones are naturally Roger and the red hair. The other is to improve your strength by developing the devil fruit you eat. The stronger the fruit, the greater the potential. The most representative one is Marine Admiral Monkey D. Kizaru. Relying on the development of the fruit ability, Zephyr still sits firmly in the third admiral under the evaluation of Zephyr relying too much on the fruit ability. No one has ever seen him go all out, and people in the Tianhu said that the wages are in place and the four emperors are useless. The attack power and speed of sparkling fruit are enough to make its weakness that haki is not as good as Akainu and Aokiji ignored. And this also proves that every devil fruit actually contains terrifying energy. In Wang Luffy's view, devil fruit is actually the embodiment of the laws of One Piece world. The essence of developing devil fruit is to make itself more in line with a certain law, so that you can use a more powerful devil fruit ability. And Luffy's Nika fruit. The first property is naturally the ductility of rubber. And the second one has the ability to transform into a titan. This is also Nika fruit's beast transformation as Zoan. Luffy's normal state naturally belongs to the humanoid form of Nika fruit. And the beast shape is the overall titan transformation. The human beast type is a form developed by Luffy himself, such as the 3-block bone balloon and the 4-block snake man. In the original book, Luffy didn't know that his devil fruit belonged to Zoan, so he didn't develop in the direction of Zoan devil fruit at all. It wasn't until the awakening of Luffy devil fruit that he unconsciously transformed into a titan and opened the beast form of Nika fruit when fighting Kaido. And today's Wang Luffy naturally doesn't just think about developing the so-called rubber properties like the original. The first thing he developed was the 3 transformations exclusively for Zoan. So with Luffy having the right development direction, he quickly mastered the second and third gears that Luffy only mastered in the water capital. The reason is that these two forms essentially belong to the human beast form of Nika fruit. The blue wave ball can temporarily speed up the development of Zoan devil fruit and change the wavelength of deformation at the same time. At this time, Luffy didn't need to blow air at all, his whole body directly expanded rapidly, and soon his whole body was wrapped in mist, his upper body was full of muscles, and his lower body jumped like a spring on the sea surface. Blue wave ball. Speed enhancement. 4 gears. Snake man. This is the amazing change after Luffy ate the rumble ball. It should have been developed and practiced 2 years later, but it was easily used by Luffy under the influence of the blue wave ball. What is this? Ace looked at the deformed Luffy with a confused face. Why did you get fat? Luffy grinned, it's not fat. I saw Luffy's feet stepping lightly on the sea. Under the blessing of elasticity, the individual rushed to Ace at a terrifying speed. Nanny. Ace was startled when he saw this, the speed has more than doubled. Almost instantly Luffy appeared beside Ace. So fast. Ace's complexion changed, and he covered emission with his hands to block in front of him. The moment Luffy got close, he shouted again, strength and strength. Elastic man. Luffy's originally bulging upper body skyrocketed to another level, and his huge arms were already the size of Ace. And the fist is retracted into the arm layer by layer like a cannonball. Rubber. Rubber. Ape King Gun. Luffy yelled and hit Ace's crossed arm directly at close range. The terrifying power made Ace's face change drastically. Impossible. How can you still transform after attaching haki? The so-called armament haki is to wrap a certain part of the body with armament haki and harden it, thereby strengthening the defense and attack power of the part. But once haki is attached to the body, it will fix the body shape. Zhao's Logia cannot be elemental, and Zoan cannot transform. The ability to compress and deform at will after attaching armament haki like Luffy seems completely unreasonable to Ace. And the elastic force produced by hardening and compressing the arm, coupled with the terrifying power after using the blue wave ball to strengthen the deformation, directly made Ace spit out a mouthful of blood from his chest. Luffy looked at Ace flying upside down and grinned, "Strengthen the wrist." I saw Luffy's right hand expand rapidly as if blowing air, and soon a huge fourth gear arm of tens of meters appeared in the midair. The huge fist was compressed into the huge arm one by one. Luffy grinned at Ace. "Let you see my newly developed moves, Ace." Giant Ape King Spear. The fist that covered the sky, after being compressed and ejected by the rubber, fell from the sky at an extremely terrifying speed, and smashed straight towards Ace, who was still flying upside down. Chapter 148. Not good. Ace's complexion changed drastically. The terrain here is too unfriendly to his demon fruit power. The Ace who was knocked into the air has nowhere to rely on. And the terrifying attack range and attack speed of Luffy's combination of third gear and fourth gear directly smashed on Ace's body. With a bang, Ace was slammed into the sea. Immediately, Ace felt so weak that he couldn't even use haki. "General!" Luffy sneered. If on land, relying on the unlimited sit UPS of these little strong players in One Piece, it is absolutely impossible for him to defeat Ace within the 3-minute time limit of the blue wave ball. But now it's in the sea. The boundless sea is simply a natural cemetery for demon fruit power. Although my physical strength and haki are not as good as Ace, but I still have the strength to beat him back. As long as I take advantage of his lack of information about myself and beat him into the sea, that is my victory. Buggy looked at Luffy in shock. He was the second captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. To be defeated by Luffy just like that? What kind of monster did I mess with? I boil. When the 3 minutes were up, Luffy only felt a sharp pain accompanied by weakness. 390. The whole person no longer had the strength to stand above the water, and fell into the water with a plop. I saw Luffy suddenly reached out and grabbed the fence of Buggy's pirate ship, using his last strength to send himself to the deck. "Nanny! Why do you still use devil fruit ability in water?" Buggy looked at Luffy in bewilderment. "Why are you talking so much nonsense? I can still die and come back to life. Hurry up and get Ace up. No, find a rope, tie it to the back of the boat and drag it in the sea, and take me to the melee, where there is sea stone chain." "Oh." Buggy nodded hastily, and sent his little brother down to the sea to scoop up Ace. But Luffy didn't dare to get Ace on the boat again, because at this time, Ace looked depressed, but he was still full of energy. "You monsters of the New World," Luffy couldn't help but roll his eyes wildly. The linkage of third gear and fourth gear is just to drive into the bottom of the sea while Ace is not paying attention. He didn't see any serious injuries on his body. This is still taking advantage of his unpreparedness. If Ace is prepared, maybe he has no chance to drive it into the sea. After all, even the fourth gear snake man form can barely keep up with Ace's speed. If it is really on land, Ace is definitely not his opponent if he is prepared. "Hey! Luffy, let me go. I have important things to do and I really don't have time to fight with you." Ace yelled at Luffy with a livid face. Luffy felt his sour body, and was considering whether to commit suicide and use the code to revive and restore his peak. Later, when I thought that I was not a masochist, this kind of masochistic behavior should be forgotten, otherwise I would not be like the previous CC. Hearing Ace's yell, Luffy chuckled, "Just be a prisoner honestly, and I will release you after a while." With Luffy's sense of knowledge and electromagnetic waves fully open, using a wide range of mental networks, Luffy soon led Buggy to find the location of the melee. "Luffy!" Nami growled angrily at Luffy, "Where did you go, Do you know how big the waves were on the sea just now? I thought you drowned. Buggy on the boat rolled his eyes wildly, but he drowned and died, and he couldn't die even if you died. Hey, didn't I go looking for the record pointer? Luffy smiled and pointed at Buggy. Buggy looked at Luffy in bewilderment, and you are here because the record pointer is gone. It's not gone, it's just pointing to Sky Island, and there's no way to move on. Nami explained, by the way, why are you here? Nami reacted suddenly and growled at Buggy. Buggy looked at the belated Nami speechlessly, it's not because of your captain. But facing this sister-in-law, Buggy smiled, ape dung. It's all ape dung. Hey? Are you complimenting my handsome, Babjay? The orangutan suddenly appeared out of nowhere to join in the fun. Buggy. Where the FK did you come from? Luffy. Where's your fish? Sanji came out of the kitchen and frowned and asked, there is nothing on the boat. Oh, isn't this a clown? Why are you here, are you in trouble? Buggy. Call me Uncle Buggy. You are the only shipwreck, and your whole family is shipwrecked. Buggy roared furiously, then he threw Luffy Agaya's permanent pointer, threw the rope that tied Ace to Luffy, and ran away with the tattered biked-up number beaten by Luffy without looking back. Sanji looked puzzled, this idiot took gunpowder? The ship is broken like that, what if it's not a shipwreck? Luffy touched his nose in embarrassment, the broken appearance of the biked-up was purely caused by his fight with Ace, to be exact, most of it was struck by his own lightning. And Sanji was still gloating there, he would be blamed if he wasn't angry. The permanent pointer to the next island. Nami said excitedly, grabbing the pointer in Luffy's hand, and suddenly she saw the rope in Luffy's hand. What is it? Oh, it's Ace. Luffy calmly pulled up Ace, who was a little white from soaking in the sea. Your brother. Then Luffy tied up Ace tightly with the sea stone suit that he got from Naval Headquarters when he was awarded the honor. Luffy clapped his hands, what the hell, I finally settled a knot, you are definitely a big obstacle for me to advance on the marine road. After all, after the Summit War, Luffy's backstage went away, retired, and the leader of the entire marine system was forcibly demolished by Ace, the junior. Damn! Luffy! Let me go! I really have something to do! Ace roared loudly across the deck. Luffy's expression became colder, unmoved at all. I don't mind if you want to drag the Whitebeard pirates down, but if you want to implicate the old man, I have to take care of it. What are you talking about? Luffy. Ace looked at Luffy in bewilderment. Luffy looked at Ace coldly and said, Marshal D. Teach, who followed Whitebeard at the age of 12, has been not famous all these years, and you also know him at the same time, the red-haired Shanks of one of the 4 emperors. During the time you were at sea, Shanks personally went to meet with the Moby DK, do you want to know the reason? Ace nodded, what reason? That is to persuade Whitebeard to take you back, because Teach is the only one with 3 scars over the red-haired eyes, and he knows clearly that people like you who play pirates like you can't win true pirate Teach. Ace looked at Luffy in shock with his pupils shrinking when he heard that, the scar on the red-haired face was actually left by Teach. Chapter 149. On the Merry. Luffy looked at Ace with some headaches. Sure enough, I still underestimated this 250's stubborn temper. After hearing about Blackbeard's origin and strength, Ace was only taken aback at the beginning, and then shouted that with his own strength, he can definitely win easily. Luffy was so angry that he almost couldn't hold back and slapped this ignorant BD to death. Later, I thought that this guy's background was not weaker than his own, even if he died, he couldn't die in his own hands, so he had to hold back his anger and think about where to send the things. Originally, Luffy's plan was to throw Ace to Garp. Later, Luffy thought about the original work carefully. Although Garp kept clamoring to catch Ace and Luffy to return to the Navy, his body was very honest and let them go to sea repeatedly. If you really want to throw Ace to Garp, you may turn around and let this guy go because of soft-heartedness. And it's impossible for me to run around with this guy tied up every day, even if Marine didn't notice this big man on his boat, Whitebeard can definitely find him here with his life card. With my current level, I can't beat the Whitebeard pirates, the strongest of the 4 Emperor's pirates. We must find someone who is not afraid of the Whitebeard pirates, who can understand the seriousness of the matter, and who can watch Ace. Luffy rubbed the corners of his eyes vigorously. Suddenly a light flashed in his mind. Shout to Nami, quick! Go after Buggy! Aren't you going to Gaia? Nami looked at Luffy strangely and asked. There is something to explain. Nami nodded, and Nami also deeply supports Luffy's talk about the promising express delivery industry in the future. Everyone set sail with Yang Fan, and soon caught up with the dilapidated Picktop. What are you doing here? Buggy looked frantically at Luffy, who was catching up again, and shouted. Luffy threw the tightly bound Ace in front of Buggy. Give him to someone. Buggy looked at Ace and trembled. I won't do it. He is a member of the Whitebeard pirates. I told you, he is a famous lunatic. If you really want to touch his partner, he will fight you to death. Luffy smiled and said to Buggy, are you sure? This guy is Roger's child. Nanny. Buggy looked at Ace in shock. He's Captain Roger's son. Ace glared at Buggy fiercely. Fart. I only have one father, and that is Whitebeard. Poor Ghastly Ace, I think you've heard of that name too. Luffy ignored Ace and continued talking to Buggy. Buggy's pupils shrank. Of course he knew it was the surname of Captain Roger's wife. What the hell are you going to do? Buggy asked, frowning at Luffy. Knowing that I am Roger's crew member, but still let myself bet on Ace? Are you really afraid that you will let him go? This is for you to save Ace. I think you should know teach strength. Luffy said with a smile. Buggy's expression changed when he heard that. He and the redhead teamed up to draw with that guy back then. What does this have to do with teach? Buggy was at a loss. Luffy said lightly to Buggy, this guy is going to kill Teach, single. Buggy laughed loudly after hearing this. Ha ha ha, how could you beat Teach? That guy is a tie with my uncle. Luffy gave Buggy a white look. You can pull it down, don't put gold on your face, you have no ambitions. Look how good your buddy Shanks is, even he was knocked down 3 times by Teach a Scar. Buggy was shocked when he heard the words, he was useless, but Shanks has become 4 emperors, even he was injured by Blackbeard. How strong is Blackbeard now? Luffy pointed to Ace and said to Buggy, I need you to take him to the Sabaody archipelago. Find an old acquaintance of yours and give him Ace. Buggy was taken aback when he heard the words, my old acquaintance? Who? Luffy said word by word, One Piece's right hand. Pluton. Silver Rayleigh. Vice Captain. Buggy's nose ran out of shock, he's in Sabaody. Luffy nodded, currently working as a film coder in Sabaody, I can sell myself to make some wine money. I forgot the exact island number, but I think once you arrive on the island, someone will look for you. After all, Shucky is also there. There is some kind of rip-off bar open there, you just have to look for it when the time comes. Shucky old woman. Buggy seemed to recall some unpleasant experiences, and he also knew that Shucky was an informant. So far no one knows who provided her information sources. Why did you hand over Ace to Deputy Captain Rayleigh? In your capacity, if you hand over Ace to Marine, you will get a lot of credit, right? Asking for flowers? Buggy asked Luffy, frowning. Luffy looked at Buggy with contempt. The old man didn't kill me? And don't guess my relationship with the world government, it won't do you any good. Just tell Rayleigh, if you want Ace to live, then before Teach becomes Shishibukai don't let him out. Teach is going to be Shishibukai. Buggy looked at Luffy strangely, how could that guy be willing to be Marine's lackey? Although I don't have much contact with him, Teach's ferocious expression in Buggy's impression is definitely not a subservient character. By the way, don't you, Shichibukai, want to fight for me? Buggy leaned forward and rubbed his hands together and asked. Pull it down, you can be a legal merchant ship, the old man Sengoku who picks up the search won't give it to me, what the hell? Luffy still doesn't know that Shichibukai is actually controlled by the world government, and Sengoku can't decide Shichibukai completely by his own will. When Buggy heard that, a look of disappointment flashed across his face. 7 warlords of the sea, although the reputation of both pirates and marine is not very good, but the name is big, it would be great to pretend it. And if you have the name of Shichibukai, the Shunfeng Express opened by yourself will definitely be a lot easier. At this moment, Ace was still struggling desperately. Let go of me, Luffy. I don't want to find Rayleigh, I'm going to complete my mission. Buggy punched Ace on the head unceremoniously, and said triumphantly, Humph! Brat! I was your father's crew back then, you should call me uncle. But what responded to him was Ace's vicious expression, which made Buggy back away in fright. Shame! Get lost! I remember I gave you the permanent pointer to a small island near Sabaody when I went to naval headquarters last time, go there directly, don't run around anymore, if Ace is lost, I will throw you in go and impel down. Luffy threatened Buggy viciously. Buggy trembled, cursing and leading Ace towards Sabaody. At this time, on Gaia Island, the Blackbeards are studying the bounty they received from Marine. It's almost enough for us to kill another pirate with a bounty of over 100 million. Recently, the world government is preparing to hold a new Shichibukai selection. Lafitte, go and negotiate with the world government, saying that we have a big gift for them. Thief ha 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 work. Chapter 150. Aha, Spring Island's weather is really the best. Luffy lay comfortably on the deck, with Robin's massage hands transformed from flower fruit on both sides. After solving Ace's worries, Luffy let go of a big lump in his heart. After all, his backstage belongs to Marine, and as the largest force in the sea, Marine has much more combat power than pirates. The so-called Straw Hat Fleet is not even a fart in the eyes of Marine, and they can be wiped out by sending out a few vice-admirals. What's more, there are Crane's vice-admiral, Zephyr, these hidden powerhouses. As long as Sengoku and Garp stand still, then the world government will not dare to tear themselves apart. After all, this is just a parallel world in a pirate world, and even the protagonist Luffy starved to death at sea. In case the group of celestial dragons don't care about martial arts, they send top-level combat forces to 387 to destroy themselves, so, where can I go to reason with myself? Although I can't die now, if I am imprisoned and used as a test subject, wouldn't life be worse than death? So Luffy must prevent his father and Sengoku from stepping down. And the most critical point of this is the ace, the focus of Summit War. As long as the execution is not ace, then even if the Summit War is still going on. In the case of Garp not letting go of the water, let alone the old and sickly Whitebeard, even Whitebeard in his heyday brought the whole team to attack naval headquarters. Not to mention there is Marshal Sengoku who is almost the same as Garp, Crane in the same period, and 3 admirals who can't release water. So at this time, Luffy was in an extremely beautiful mood, enjoying Robin's special service happily. Hey, everyone, look, Gaia Island is here. Usopp shouted excitedly at the crowd with a telescope. Aha, not bad, the town ahead looks pretty good. Looking at the faintly visible houses in the distance, Nami said happily, and the record pointer kept pointing to the sky, which made her a little annoyed. Haha, don't you think this island looks like a tourist attraction? Usopp yelled excitedly back and forth, crossing his arms. Chopper on the side instantly turned into a sand sculpture. Really? Really? A resort? Nami took a deep breath of the spring air and stretched her waist. Really, you must relax this time. Let's take a hot spring bath? Like Alabasta. Vivi nodded again and again. Okay. Hot spring bath. Sanji's nose bleeds instantly when he heard that. I'll go too, for the sake of my dear ladies, I'm willing to be your flower protector. Nami, Vivi, FK off. The one who should be guarded is you. Suddenly Usopp saw several large ships docked at the port, and the heads of the several ships were all hideous beasts. Why do the ships docked at the port look like pirate ships? Is it my illusion? Nami slapped Usopp staggeringly. Really, Usopp, how could the pirate ship stop at the port openly? Usopp quickly laughed awkwardly. Ha ha ha, that's right, how about the pirate ship? Help! Killed! Suddenly there was a shrill cry from the port ahead. Nami, Vivi, Usopp, Chopper, Zero, oh! What kind of ghost town is this? Zoro stepped forward as if nothing had happened and said contemptuously, what are you afraid of? We are marine. Nami, Vivi, Usopp, Chopper, you think we are all monsters like you? Nami, Vivi, Usopp. FB. Nami, Vivi, Usopp, you think we're all monsters like you? Chopper. Zoro looked at Nami and others who were talking about cross-talk speechlessly. Let's go to the town to replenish supplies. Nami and others lay on the fence and shook their heads repeatedly. Usopp held his heart even more. No, I will die of illness as soon as I land on a new island. Chopper, ah! Usopp, show me, don't die. Usopp, hi! Everywhere you look, it's Bailey, Luffy whistled as he watched the pirates roaming around. Zoro also jumped off the boat excitedly, showing a smirk. Ah, this town seems quite interesting. Hey, don't you want to come, perverted cook? Sanji looked at Luffy and Zoro with contempt. Idiot, how could I abandon such lovely ladies to hang out with you two old men? Is that right? CC sauce, the pizza you want will be baked for you soon. CC smiled, thank you. Sanji instantly jumped 3 feet high as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Hi, you're welcome. Everyone, Axie, they are almost being domesticated into slaves. Luffy and Zoro rolled their eyes wildly at Sanji, and then strode towards the Magic Valley town. Along the way, the people in the town are full of hostility, and fights are common. There were even a lot of disagreements and violent fights. What the hell is going on in this town? Zoro also looked curiously at the ferocious crowd passing by in the town and said curiously. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like a normal island town, but more like a gathering place for criminals. And along the way, everyone stared at the two with unkind faces, avoiding wherever they went like a plague god. Luffy stretched his waist and yawned. Never mind him, I'm in a good mood today. If this group of miscellaneous fish don't come to mess with us, then let them go, otherwise I don't mind sending them away. The pirates next to him were angry when they heard this. Some of them even wanted to rush forward to teach Luffy a lesson but were blocked by their companions. Damn, such an arrogant guy, I must teach him a lesson. Wait a minute, do you want to die? This is the new 3.9 Marine Vice Admiral who reported 2 days ago. And that Naval Headquarters Major. Hey? Just this brat? The guy who knocked down Shishibukai Lock Doll? Are you kidding me? Who knows, but I've heard that this guy's relationship with Marine is ridiculously strong. You can't mess with a Marine relationship. Bah, it turned out to be someone who went through the back door. Keep your voice down, it's the rank of Vice Admiral, if you kill him, you will definitely cause big trouble. Zoro. It's no wonder that this group of people look at us in the wrong way, the relationship is the reason for being too famous. At this moment, a sick old man suddenly fell in front of Zoro and Luffy. Behind him was a thin white horse. Zoro, look, fell off the horse. There was a wicked smile on the corner of Luffy's mouth. Well, it's a good match. Chapter 151. Cough. Cough. Poison Q coughed twice with a face full of pain. Zoro, ah, he seems to be in pain. Luffy, well, he seems to be in pain. Poison Q. UFG gloat over here, why don't you give me a hand? Poison Q raised his arm with difficulty. and was about to speak. Only to find that Luffy has collapsed from the top of his head at this time. Zoro, Grand Line is full of strange things, this kind of dying guy can go to sea. Right? Let me just say it was the right decision to take you out of East Blue. That's the only thing I agree with. The two disappeared into the street while talking. Q. Poison. What the FK, this is, what about the righteous marine? Why don't you even have any sympathy? Don't tell me Luffy knows this guy is the ship's doctor of the Blackbeard pirates. Even if you don't know about 14, this guy who suddenly appeared in this town full of pirates, even Zoro knows that he is not good, let alone King Luffy. And just as Luffy wasn't far behind, many onlookers gathered around a shop that had become ruins. What's wrong? What happened? Zoro asked the passerby strangely. Just now a strange person gave them some apples, and all 5 people were killed after eating them. 1. Zoro frowned looking at the miserable situation inside the shop. Luffy raised his eyebrows. According to the normal plot, he should also receive the apple given by Poison Q. Unfortunately, Luffy is not interested in trying to see if he is as lucky as Luffy in the original book to get the ordinary apple. Considering that all members of Blackbeard are gathered here, with his current strength on land, he really might not be this guy's opponent, so Luffy has no plans to make a move against him. This town is really strange. Zoro frowned and looked at the shop. There is not even a law and order guard, it is simply an illegal place. Let's go, Luffy greeted, let's find a comfortable place to have a good rest. I remember there is a holiday villa on this island. Hey? Aren't we trying to find clues to Sky Island while the magnetic force is unrecorded? Well, don't worry about these details, Sky Island is still easy to find. Luffy smiled and waved his hands. Soon, led by Luffy, the two walked through the town to a beach house with a pleasant scenery. Under the summer sun, the palm trees made Luffy feel like a vacation in Sanya. There are villas on the sea. Zoro looked at the resort and wondered, but why can't anyone see it? At this time, a big-headed waiter wearing a clerk's uniform ran out in a panic. Guests. Customers, I will be very embarrassed if you do this. If you run in by yourself, because this big tropical hotel has been taken over by Mr. Bellamy and his party. Come down, so ordinary guests are not allowed to come in. Hey? So this is a hotel? Zoro looked up at the villa curiously, it's really well built. Guest, if Master Bellamy finds out, things will get serious. The clerk was sweating profusely and persuaded Luffy and the two who were not panicked at all, can you please leave quickly? Is it okay to look at it? Who is making such a big show? Zoro asked impatiently looking at BB's endless shop assistants. Hey! What's the matter? At this time, a man with long hair and sunglasses and sable fur and hugging a chick suddenly walked in from outside the door. Where did these two dirty brats come from? The clerk was so frightened that he hurriedly lowered his head and bowed to compliment loudly, Master Sax. Welcome back. No, this. The blonde girl in Sarkis's arms waved her hands impatiently, stop talking nonsense, get them out of here quickly. Don't you know how much we paid for this place? Sarkis looked at Zoro with contempt and said, that is to say, get out, brat. Zoro frowned, turned to Luffy and asked, hey, can I chop this guy up? Luffy quickly stopped and said, how can we cut it down at will, we are good citizens. Hey! Zoro looked at Luffy strangely, when did you become so polite? Luffy taught Zoro a lesson, hey! How can you say that about me? After all, I am also a righteous marine. We have to follow the process and not bully men and women. That white hair. Are you a pirate? Sax froze for a moment, then nodded subconsciously. Luffy nodded in satisfaction, now we can chop. Zoro. Sax reacted suddenly and was furious, you're kidding me. However, Zoro didn't care about his stuff, and the third-generation ghost suddenly pulled out of its sheath in his hand. The next second, Sarkis spewed a stream of blood from his chest, and fell on his back to the ground. The blood splashed on Lily, the female pirate who was at the side, and she screamed in fright. Luffy used the Rinnegan to block all the bloodlines that came spraying in disgust, and reprimanded him, "Can't you be more tactful and stab to death with a knife? Look at this blood spray, how bloody, and it can't be killed. Isn't it effortless to make up the knife?" As Luffy said, he took out the desert eagle that he had given to him a few times before, and under the horrified eyes of the clerk and his girlfriend, Sarkis's head exploded instantly. "Luffy, sorry, it's the first time I use it, I didn't expect this thing to be so powerful. Boss, I 363 remember that this guy still has a bounty of 38 million Baileys, is it enough to cover your rent?" Luffy pointed a gun at the unrecognizable deputy captain of the hyena pirates and asked the clerk. The clerk was frightened and nodded frantically, then shook his head frantically, kowtowed to Luffy without tears and said, "Master, don't play with me, they are Bellamy the hyena's subordinates, please give me a way out." Luffy waved his hand, "What are you talking about? We are marine, and catching pirates is a matter of course, but I'm not the kind of person who eats and drinks for free. If this guy's bounty is not enough, I'll give you a few more, anyway. I see a lot of valuable guys in this town." The clerk cried even worse when he heard this. At this time, the fellow pirates in the gazebo behind him suddenly reacted, "Sakis!" More than a dozen people angrily surrounded Luffy and Zoro. It turns out there are accomplices. Seeing this, Zoro smiled without fear and pulled Suezu out again. "Who are you? Do you know who we are? We are the hyena pirates under 7 warlords of the sea Doflamingo. Hyena Bellamy's subordinates." Luffy found a beach chair to lie down on, and looked at the group of little Carla fans who competed with him in the background with great interest. Doflamingo? He's a fart. Chapter 152. Who dares to be so arrogant? Suddenly, a shout of anger came from outside the door. "Bellamy!" One of the little Carla me shouted excitedly to the person coming. "Oh!" Luffy looked at this little guy who beat Luffy violently with interest. Bellamy, who regards Doflamingo as an idol, looks around the source of the sound with a livid face at this time, and doesn't even seem to care so much about the death of her own vice-captain. "I said, do you have an opinion?" Luffy looked at Bellamy and raised an eyebrow. Bellamy was surprised when she saw Luffy's appearance. "Are you the Marine Vice Admiral who killed Quidar a while ago?" Then he yelled at Luffy without fear, "Don't compare the coward who hides in the first half of the Grand Line with the great Lord Doflamingo. That kind of thing, Lord Doflamingo can easily kill him." "The brave are fearless," Luffy sighed, and asked Doflamingo to come in front of me and try to touch me. "Do you see if he dares to do something to me?" At this time Luffy is Marine. Doflamingo is the guy who sees the situation most clearly in the entire pirate world. As the biggest force on the sea, Marine's deterrent power is much more terrifying than a Kaido. The most important thing is that Luffy's grandfather is Garp, that's an open secret, even if Doflamingo, who used to be the Celestial Dragons, had 100 guts, he would never dare to start Luffy as Marine. It's a pity that Bellamy the hyena doesn't know these mysteries. In his eyes, Doflamingo is like a heavenly existence. His legs turned into springs and slowly pressed down. "I want to make you regret saying this. How can Mr. Doflamingo be insulted by a little vice admiral like you?" In his perception, Shishibukai, 4 emperors and admiral are at the same level, and a vice admiral like Luffy who uses the back door, as a big pirate with 55 million, can definitely be crushed easily. So he decided to teach Luffy a profound lesson. "Remember, boy. Some words are not to be spoken." "Ha!" Bellamy cried out. A red light suddenly flashed in the air, accompanied by a violent explosion. Bellamy's upper body was directly melted into ashes by the high temperature of the super electromagnetic gun under the terrified eyes of little Carla. "Hey, hey! Luffy! You're still talking about me? It's obvious that your attack method is more uncomfortable. Zoro pained Luffy's egg speechlessly. Ah? Really? Mainly because it's so annoying to hear him yelling here. Luffy withdrew his arms that were emitting green smoke, and there were still traces of electric sparks around his fingertips. Bellamy belongs to that kind of very pure villain, without the slightest so-called dream at all, pure killing, gambling, and having fun. From Luffy's point of view, it's a disgrace to be a marine to meet such a scumbag and let him live in this world. Wang Luffy is not interested in influencing such a thing by relying on the so-called aura of the protagonist like Monkey D. Luffy, and cultivating a marine is no better than saving a pirate. Seeing Bellamy's tragic death, the legs of the hyena pirates trembled. Everyone was so frightened that they knelt on the ground and kowtowed frantically, not daring to run away. Master Marine, have mercy! Master Marine! We don't dare again! To put it bluntly, they were just punks who came from North Blue with Bellamy. They had never seen such a horrible scene. They basically fought, and Song was in charge of waving the flag behind him. Luffy looked at the group of young people coldly. Find a marine base and surrender yourself. If you let me know that there is one person missing, I will let you know what life is like death. The little Carla fans were overjoyed. Thank you, Mr. Marine. We're going. We're going. At this time, the waiter of the hotel saw the scene in front of him and was so frightened that he trembled all over. The little one has eyes and doesn't know Taishan, so prepare a room for the old man immediately. What are you afraid of? I'm not a pirate. Luffy rolled his eyes. I'm marine. Do you understand? A man of justice. Clerk, Zoro. How dare you look like a man of justice with this set of operations with dead bodies? Looking at the trembling waiter, Luffy felt bored. Let's go, it's boring, go directly to Kulik. Speaking of which, Luffy got up and walked out of the hotel. Hey, Luffy, didn't you say you want to rest for the night? Zoro hurriedly followed behind. Luffy left the hotel and walked straight towards a tavern. Aren't you going to buy some consumables? You want to drink? Zoro looked at Luffy curiously and asked. No, Luffy squinted and looked into the bar, where a burly, scruffy man was sitting on the seat and munching on Anko pie. I just came to see someone. Who? Zoro was taken aback, and followed Luffy's gaze. I saw Blackbeard eating his pie body. Turning to look at Luffy with interest, thief hahaha, I didn't expect to see the legendary Marine Vice Admiral here. I don't know why you came to find me this time. Luffy went straight to the bar and waved to the boss, 2 glasses of wine and some meat. Oh? Luffy, it's rare that you are willing to pay me for a drink. Zoro licked his tongue happily. No, I asked the buddy next to me to drink. Luffy pushed the wine to Blackbeard with a smile. Blackbeard looked at Luffy in surprise, wondering what his plans were. He, I didn't expect the dignified Marine Vice Admiral to invite me, a pirate, to drink. Teach unceremoniously took a sip from the wine glass and said, I don't know why Tang Marine Vice Admiral is looking for me. Luffy looked at Blackbeard with a smile and said, it's nothing, I just want to ask if you want to kill Whitebeard. Pfft. The rum in Teach's mouth spurted out in one gulp. He looked at Luffy strangely and asked, are you sure you know what you're talking about? Luffy tapped the bar with his fingers and made a clicking sound. What's the matter? Isn't your original plan to use Ace to cause a war between Marine and the Whitebeard pirates? Blackbeard Teach's face suddenly sank. How do you know? Zhao's. This plan of mine was clearly formulated not long ago, and no one except a few of my crew members could know it. I also know you want Whitebeard dead very badly. Luffy continued to tap on the bar as if it were Teach's heart. A murderous intent flashed across Teach's face. Does this guy even know the ability of his own devil fruit? Don't worry, I'm just here to give you a suggestion, Luffy said with a smile on Teach, feeling the murderous aura. What advice? Blackbeard asked calmly. Oh, it's just a matter of choosing someone else to trade with the world government. Luffy said with a smile. Blackbeard's pupil shrank. Do you know who I'm going to trade with? Of course, Luffy nodded as a matter of course, Porgas d'Ace. Luffy paused and continued. One Piece son of Gold Roger. Blackbeard's expression changed drastically. Chapter 153. Blackbeard shattered the wine glass in his hand. Ace is the son of One Piece. Obviously the whole Whitebeard pirate group only knows about himself and his father. How could Marine Vice Admiral also know about this? Blackbeard stared at Luffy. How do you know that Ace is the son of the Pirate King? And since you know that Ace is the son of the Pirate King, you should also know how important he is, right? Why should I change? Luffy grinned. Why? Because Ace is my sworn brother. To be precise, that guy was raised by my grandfather himself. You should understand the meaning of this, right? Blackbeard's face changed greatly when he heard the words. Luffy's life experience has long been known to the whole world in the report of the marine martial arts performance and the ceremony of saving Alabasta. The name of Garp, the marine hero, may only be known in the world. But in the New World, the more famous Garp's horror is, the more the big pirates know it clearly, especially Teach, who has been with Whitebeard since childhood, has a deep understanding of Garp's horror. That guy is the terror that will end the Rocks. You must know that in the Rocks pirate group back then, 3 of the 4 emperors were under its command, plus a stronger Rocks. Even if there were 710 credits for the Roger pirate group, it was outrageous. What's more, Roger in the later stage was chased by Garp. It can be said that this guy is the ceiling of the whole world now. No wonder no one has known Ace's identity for so many years. No wonder Ace was able to escape from the strangulation of celestial dragons back then. It turned out that it was all done by this legendary sea soldier. Luffy looked at the ugly Blackbeard and laughed. I think you've already figured out the importance of the matter. Your plan is fine, give Ace to Marine, and Sengoku will indeed use this opportunity to eradicate Whitebeard. But it's no secret that Ace was raised by an old man at the top of Marine. Luffy lazily took a sip of wine. I can guarantee that if you hand Ace to Marine, by the time of the big battle, there will be at least 2 of the 3 admirals. Even paddling, the old man will never participate in the war. What do you think the chances are of escaping Marineford alive with Whitebeard's strength? If Whitebeard hadn't died, you would have been hunted madly by the pirates and the Marines. With your current, strength, do you think you can survive? Luffy's calm voice made Blackbeard Teach shudder, as if Luffy had seen through all his plans. Then you mean? Blackbeard asked Luffy with an ugly face. Hey, I don't mean anything, I just want to tell you that Whitebeard's son is more than Ace. You have been with Whitebeard for so many years, you should know his temper. Not to mention Ace, even if he is the captain of a large fleet, he will go all out to attack Marineford, right? To be a human being, you must be flexible in your mind and learn to win the greatest results with the least cost. Young man, your thinking is still very good. I am optimistic about you, come on. After speaking, Luffy drank the rum with a smile, and walked out of the tavern without looking back. After a while, a deep darkness suddenly enveloped the entire tavern, and the pirates in the tavern and the entire tavern were all swallowed by it in the next second. Thief, ha 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 ha! Monkey D. Luffy? I remember you! Thief, ha ha ha! Blackbeard's laugh echoes through the streets. The pirates who had been watching the excitement suddenly fled crazily. Hey, Luffy, he seems to have killed all those pirates. Zoro frowned and looked back. Normal, this is a real pirate. It's different from those who play pirates. He probably doesn't want his conversation to be spread. The world government's intelligence network is not a joke. Luffy said with a smile, don't worry about it, anyway, this island was built by pirates, it doesn't matter if they are all dead. Zoro nodded, remembering the row of pirate ships parked in the port. He really had nothing to sympathize with pirates. But what you just told him was true. Zoro asked strangely, Ace is the son of Pirate King? You did this to save Ace? Luffy nodded, of course it's true, but I didn't do this to save Ace. On the contrary, Ace has already been sent away by me. This guy wants the position of Shishibukai. He will definitely not be able to find Ace in a short time, so even if I don't tell you, Ace will not be in any danger. I did this, just because I didn't want Blackbeard to give up his plans. Luffy said that a wave of Conqueror's haki spontaneously swept through Magic Valley Town directly. I want to let Marine settle in New World, a plan that Sengoku can't complete, so let me perfect it. Due to the chain reaction caused by Ace's failure, the top fighters in Marine hang up and paddle. Marine, who originally planned to annihilate the Whitebeard pirates to take over the New World site, completely failed due to the high-level battle that let most of the Whitebeard pirates go, and also let Blackbeard take advantage of the loopholes. But this time, as long as Ace is not the one to be executed, and there is no trouble from Luffy, then 10 old and sickly Whitebeards want to wrestle with Marine. That would be a trap for themselves. A single Garp is enough for the Whitebeard pirates to go around. Blackbeard, who was in the ruins of the tavern, felt the shock of Luffy's Conqueror's haki on his face, and then laughed wildly, ha ha ha, another Conqueror's haki appeared in Marine? Monkey D. Luffy, man's dreams don't end. Luffy sneered when he heard Blackbeard's cry. Dreams don't end, but your Blackbeard's dreams will end with me. But the first thing to do is to continue to strengthen your own strength. At this time, there happened to be a frog in the well who was comparable to Quasi-Admiral waiting for him to conquer. Satisfied, Luffy takes Zoro back to the port. But suddenly found that the port was in a mess at this time. A group of pirates are yelling around their own pirate ship, which BD beat Laozi's pirate ship like this. Damn it, it's like a red light flashed in the east, and a big hole was punched out of Yin's boat. Zoro looked at the scorched marks on the pirate ships. Luffy, why do I look like something shot by your cannon? 2. Zoro, I'm sorry. Where's the melee? Chapter 154. Boom. On the Mary. Nami furiously punched Luffy. She snarled at Luffy in a fiendish rage. So you were responsible for the attack that almost shot through the melee. Luffy rubbed his nose in embarrassment, ahaha, accident, pure accident. He also didn't expect that his super electromagnetic gun accidentally pierced through Magic Valley Town, and skewered the ships at the port. Fortunately, the Mary itself is just an ordinary commercial light sailing ship, so Luffy's attack almost missed the Mary. So scared that Nami hurriedly asked Sanji to drive the melee out of the port. This is also the reason why Luffy and others couldn't find the melee at first. You only went out for a while, what trouble did you get into? Nami looked at Luffy suspiciously and asked. Meet a few little guys who don't have long eyes, so I'm clamoring to bump into Zoro, right? Luffy winked at Zoro. Zoro nodded, it's just a little pirate with tens of millions of Baileys, and it has been solved. Is that so? Nami breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that. With the growth of his horizons, the tens of millions of pirates would no longer make Nami too excited. But he seems to say he's one of Shishibukai Doflamingo's subordinates, Zoro added, rubbing his chin. Pfft. The drink that Nami just put into his mouth sprayed all over Chopper's face. Shishibukai. We just finished fighting a Shishibukai. Nami said madly, didn't you say that Shishibukai is with us? Why are you always looking for your own business? Before Luffy could explain, a huge pirate ship appeared head-on, with big trees planted on the ship. Oh! Brother! At this moment, the orangutan who was taken as a hostage shouted excitedly. Everyone looked at him strangely. The orangutan pointed at the pirate ship excitedly, the orangutan ship. At this time, a green-haired orangutan-like weirdo appeared on the pirate ship and shouted at Luffy and the others with a microphone, who are you? Don't you know that this sea area is the territory of our Ape Mountain Federation? How dare you go so far? Do you dare to come here to find gold? Then the orangutan turned to Luffy and the others with a gloomy face and said, "You look like pirates, right? You should know that Shishibukai Lock was arrested, right? In terms of strength, I am not inferior to him. Maybe one day, I will take that guy's place. I'm already nervously waiting, why are you afraid?" Everyone looked at the orangutan with strange expressions. What kind of pretend is not good, take Lock doll? A younger brother next to the orangutan suddenly poked at the orangutan in cold sweat. "Nanny? What are you poking me for?" The orangutan said impatiently. "Didn't you see that I was pretending?" The younger brother pointed at the leader Luffy, who was sweating profusely. "Boss, the leader seems to be the Straw Hat Luffy, the new Marine Vice Admiral." "Chimpanzees! Ahahaha! Mr. Vice Admiral, what I just said was just a joke. I'm just an ordinary salvage fisherman. I hate pirates the most." Everyone. 10 minutes later, the orangutan with a bruised nose and a swollen face stepped into the footsteps of his brother the orangutan, and the two looked at each other bitterly, wanting to cry without tears. When everyone came to the other side of Gaia Island, a small dilapidated house tied with a huge castle plank appeared in everyone's eyes. Everyone looked at Luffy strangely and didn't know why he brought everyone here. Looking at the two monkeys trembling with fear, Luffy laughed. "Don't be afraid, we don't intend to kill you, we are looking for you because we have something to do with your elder brother." Whoever wanted to hear Luffy's words, the two immediately became vigilant. "You give up, we won't tell you that there is gold on this island." Nami, who was not interested at first, suddenly had a golden light in his eyes. "There is gold on this island? Chopper, hurry up and dig it." "Ah!" Chopper instantly transformed into Antler Enhanced and started digging holes on the spot. "Zoro, Usopp, how can it be dug?" Luffy looked at the nervous two monkeys and pointed to the sky. "Don't worry, our goal is Sky Island, and we are not interested in gold." "Ha ha ha, Sky Island? Do you really believe in Sky Island?" An uncle wearing a chestnut hat came out of the house and laughed. "It is Kulik, the descendant of the great liar No Lando." Luffy looked at Kulik seriously. "Don't you want to know where the Golden Country is?" Kulik was startled when he heard the words, and then said with a look of disdain, "Humph! It's just a lie made up by that big talker, because he made future generations lose their heads forever. Asking for flowers." Everyone heard the words and looked at Usopp in unison. "Usopp? Don't look at me, BD. Is it the legend of No Lando?" Sanji said reminiscently. Kulik nodded. Everyone in North Blue should have heard of this legend, because of the liar No Lando. Everyone looked at Usopp again. "Usopp, I told you it's not me, we have different surnames, BD." Luffy laughed, and he said to Kulik, "I believe the legend, and I know where the Golden Country is." Kulik stared at Luffy after hearing the words. Norlando once said before his death that it was because of changes in the continental crust that the Golden Country disappeared. "Did you find it?" "Zero." Luffy shook his head. Disappointment flashed across Kulik's face. However, in the next second, Luffy smiled and pointed to the sky. "The land of gold is in the sky." Kulik was taken aback. "What do you mean?" "This sea area has a special upwelling current, right?" Luffy kindly reminded. Kulik, who has been here for a long time, stared at him instantly. "You mean?" "That's right, the Golden Country of Gaia Island was washed up by the current to Sky Island," Luffy said categorically, "and we are here this time to ask you to help modify the ship, find the largest upwelling current, and head to the Golden Land. The existence of Sky Island in New World is not a secret, but if you follow the normal route, you will encounter several Sky Islands along the way from the West Sky Summit. But if you want to reach the Kingdom of Gods where Enel is located, except for the people of Sky Island, you can only pass through the rising currents called monster currents. Otherwise, Roger and Luffy would not have been the only two who arrived here in 400 years, and the gold in the Golden Land would not have been left for Enel to make the Ark of Proverbs. This is why Luffy is looking for Kulik. Only through the upwelling current can the whole crew reach Sky Island safely. After all, taking other routes, only some of the 100 people can survive. Although Luffy doesn't know what the danger is, he is not willing to take the lives of Nami and others to joke. Seeing Luffy's determined eyes, Kulik rekindled the anti-ancestral hope in his heart. Okay. Let's help you transform the ship knife. Chapter 155. If you want to go to Sky Island, you must be inseparable from the assistance of the Ape Mountain Federation. Because they have been salvaging in this sea area for a long time, they are well aware of the nearby climate. The most important thing is that they can strengthen and transform the melee, and they can use the ultrasonic wave of the orangutan to measure which upwelling current is the largest one. These are all necessary conditions to go to Sky Island. At this time, the orangutan heard that Luffy was going to help his father find the Golden Land that no Lando mentioned, and they all eagerly helped Luffy transform the Mary. Hey! Luffy, do you really want to listen to the incredible ocean current that Uncle said and fly into the sky? Nami exhorted Luffy with tears in his eyes. Just after Kulik told everyone the only possible way to get to Sky Island, Nami raised both hands and feet against this deadly way. Vivi also nodded frantically at the side. No matter how he heard that flying into the sky with the high-pressure ocean current that can reach an altitude of tens of thousands of meters 230 is killing him. On the contrary, CC was excited when he heard this method. Although satellites have been developed in Lelich's world, he has never seen such a magical and unscientific natural phenomenon. Just like the upside down, it is like a mountain, which makes the witch who has lived for thousands of years feel very novel. Don't worry, Luffy comforted, with me here, even if the ship is destroyed, I'm sure to bring you back from the sky safe and sound. Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, just a few of them, bastards. There are only 5 upwelling currents a month, even if you ride on it, you may not be able to reach Sky Island. Haha, let's not go. Usopp's legs were trembling and his body was shaking. Luffy gave a thumbs up. Don't worry, I believe in your character. Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, we don't believe you BD. In the evening, everyone held a banquet in Kulik's small house. The orangutans find a large school of Saori by echolocation, and Sanji cooks a farewell meal for everyone using the legendary kitchen utensils. Miss, how about sitting by my side? Kulik invited Nami with a flushed face. Sanji pressed the solace of his shoes against Kulik's face and said, just because you want to have S*X with Miss Nami, let's wait in line for 100 years. CC sat beside Luffy and gently fed sushi to Luffy. Among the girls, only C.C's memory is that the system replaced Luffy with Lelich. And after the theatrical version of Lelich of the Resurrection, that is, in C.C's heart, Luffy is already with him. Chopper was drinking drinks with the fast runner Garp at this time, and soon the stomachs of the two were full. Robin sat quietly in a corner with a stack of food by himself, flipping through Nolando's voyage diary from 400 years ago. At this time, although she claimed to be Luffy's concubine, she did not open her heart completely. Gold can be seen in the right eye of the skeleton, Robin thought while looking at Nolando's last note. She took out the sea chart of Gaia Island and observed it carefully. Luffy leaned over and laughed. How is it? Doesn't it look like a skeleton with a piece missing? Really? Kulik's eyes widened. I always thought that this was Nolando alluding to his own death. I thought that the legendary city was on the bottom of the sea. Now it seems that it is likely to be washed high into the sky with the rising current. Ah! Then you don't have to dive all the time, Uncle, Chopper said happily. You've got diving sickness now, and if you continue to dive with high frequency for a long time, your life will be in danger. Ha ha ha, in the end, it's just your speculation that the Golden Country is in Sky Island. Before it's confirmed, I still have to continue to fight that big talker. Kulik retorted with a smile. Usopp was immediately moved by Kulik's desperate spirit and burst into tears. Uncle is really a man. Nami on the side looked disgusted. Isn't this a fool? Suddenly, Luffy, who was soaking up Robin, had a sharp look in his eyes. Zoro and Sanji's hairs also stood on end at the same time, and they suddenly looked out of the room. A terrifying coercion rushed towards the crowd from outside the door. Conqueror's Haki. Humph! Luffy snorted coldly. The conquerors inside his body burst out vigorously, and collided fiercely with the conquerors outside. A gust of hurricane blew away from the room, and for a while the food from the dinner party was blown everywhere. XI. A magical laughter suddenly came from outside the house. Who is it? Zoro looked out of the house with a serious face. Luffy got up and walked out of the house first, followed by Zoro and Sanji. When he opened the door, he saw a man wearing a red flamingo cape hair, sunglasses, a pink feather coat, cropped pants and pointed shoes walking towards Luffy with bowed legs. Bursts of Conqueror's Haki spewed out from his body. 7 Warlords of the Sea. Don Quixote da Flamingo. And behind him was a tramp with a snotty nose and a little loli stuffing blueberries into her mouth. Hey, it's better to be famous than to meet. I didn't expect Monkey D. Luffy Vice Admiral, a famous marine supernova, to own Conqueror's Haki, which is really surprising. Doflamingo slowly stopped beside Luffy to look at Luffy, and put back the Conqueror's Haki on his body. Who is this? Nami cautiously poked his head out from behind CC and asked. Luffy looked up and stared at Doflamingo fearlessly. So, what is your purpose here, Heavenly Yaksha Doflamingo? As soon as this remark came out, the Straw Hat crew behind him showed a bewildered expression, and Nami frantically grabbed Zoro's collar and dangled. Did the two of you go out during the day and cause trouble again? Zoro was dazed by it and his eyes fluttered. What caused trouble? It was just killing a little pirate who claimed to be following Doflamingo. Nami wanted to cry when she heard that. Hey, Doflamingo didn't care about Nami's slapstick behind him. He waved Torre pole and threw a few heads from the disgusting slime coat. It was the young man of the hyena pirates that Luffy let go during the day. I didn't expect that this group of little bastards would run into each other outside under the name of our Don Quixote family, our Marine Vice Admiral, so this time, of course, we are here to apologize to everyone. Torrible dragged his nose and murmured, speaking of. And over 3.4, the sugar under the feet of Brother Lang Ming stretched out his hand with a blueberry and handed it to Luffy with a cute face. Big brother, eat. Aw, so cute. Nami and Vivi behind them looked at little lowly Santang, and their motherly love burst forth. Only Luffy kicked towards Granu's head without hesitation. The face of Doflamingo behind him changed, and he raised his foot to collide with Luffy. Zixashixixi, what do you mean? Doflamingo asked Luffy with an ugly face. Luffy stared at Doflamingo coldly. I don't have time to talk to you now, Joker. Life is short, if you want to take a shortcut, I don't mind helping you. Immediately, Luffy's eyes turned into Rin-Egan, and a terrifying repulsion erupted from his body, sending Doflamingo flying away. Torrible's expression changed, and he hurriedly used his abilities to protect Granu. Even if Doflamingo was injured, Granu would not lose consciousness. Chapter 156. What ability is this? Doflamingo looked at Luffy solemnly, as if he had underestimated the legendary Marine Vice Admiral who came up through the back door. As the first well-known stepping stone for Luffy to go to sea after 2 years, the first appearance of the fourth gear and the special effects of the performance of the fight between the two sides exploded. However, after careful analysis, it can be found that Doflamingo's strength is at most about the same level as Starcliffe or Jack, the fruit of the 3 disasters. At this time, if Luffy explodes with full strength, he can definitely defeat him. However, the De Rice Rosa incident did not break out at this time. As a former Celestial Dragons, Doflamingo has a lot of connections in the world government. There is no real benefit to destroying him hastily, but it will cause a lot of trouble. So Luffy doesn't intend to kill it. But this doesn't mean that Doflamingo's provocation can be tolerated. Conqueror's collision and the head of the little guy all show that this guy should have heard his remarks and came to trouble. What's more insidious is that this guy is trying to use the childlike fruit of sugar to try to obliterate his own existence. If it is true that Luffy in the original book has already been recruited at this time, it is a pity that he is a time traveler and there are cheats. Although there are not many chakras refined, but without precautions, a stroke of Shenluo Tianzhang directly caused a big loss. Looking at Doflamingo who was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, Luffy looked at the three of them contemptuously. If you want to die, I will help you. Don't think that you can do anything recklessly just because of your poor former celestial dragon status. Even if you are celestial dragons, it's okay to beat me. If you don't believe me, try it. UBD. The veins on Doflamingo's forehead bulged at a speed visible to the naked eye, which fully explained Doflamingo's anger at this time. Toribel hastily pulled Doflamingo, who was getting angry, and said in a low voice, "Dover, don't forget that we are going to attend the Shishibukai convening meeting." Doflamingo froze. "Zixishixixi, very good, he is indeed the grandson of the legendary marine hero Garp, and I will take care of him in the future." Luffy looked at Dover with a sneer and didn't show any face. "Coincidentally, I am also optimistic about your identity as jocker, arms trading. This is an industry that makes a lot of money. I hope you can guard it well." Doflamingo's face darkened, he snorted coldly and walked towards the distance without looking back. "I originally planned to teach this so-called marine supernova a lesson, but I didn't expect this guy who is said to have gone through the back door to be so strong. Although I am still sure of winning it, it is obviously impossible to solve it without being discovered." If Luffy knows what Doflamingo thinks, he will probably laugh. "Do you really think Lao Zi's Rambo Ball is a joke? The three forms of Snake Man, Bouncer, and Titan can be switched at will. You can't beat Ace, and you can't beat you, a little crumpled man who was defeated in the fourth gear." Seeing Doflamingo walking away, Zoro and others breathed a sigh of relief. It was also Shishibukai, this guy was much more oppressive. It's great that I didn't fight." Nami breathed a sigh of relief. She had already fed 2 Shishibukai not long after she went to sea, and she felt her little heart couldn't stand it. Not good. Suddenly there was a loud bang. It frightened everyone. Everyone turned their heads and saw that Kulik was sweating profusely and said to Luffy, "I was too busy holding a banquet, and I forgot that you still need to go to the woods in the south to catch a bird called Nananjian. Sea birds in the south and south." Everyone looked at him strangely. "What is that?" "The next upwelling current is due south of where the cumulus cloud appeared last time, but the Grand Line can't tell the direction at all except for the near sea, so this kind of south-south bird is needed to point out the direction. Flying south, never changing, is a very amazing bird." Kulik patiently explained to everyone. Nami and Usopp were overjoyed. Wouldn't it be possible to avoid flying into the sky? "Great, no, I said it's too bad," Nami and Usopp said hypocritically. "Is it this thing?" Zoro suddenly picked up a fainted monster bird and asked. "Nami, Usopp, oh plus! Where did you come from?" "It just fell from the sky when Luffy was staring blankly at that bow-legged one." Zoro pointed to the sky. The corners of Luffy's mouth twitched wildly when he heard this. His legs were trademark. God, trademark stared. "Lao Z, that's a vicious conqueror's collision, okay? Really? Then you are really lucky," Kulik said miraculously. "Lucky yarn." Nami and Usopp growled tearfully. In the end the two gave up the struggle. After dawn, a group of people drove the iron rooster-shaped Mary towards the south. At this time, the Holy Land Marie-Joy's 5 elders sits in the hall and poses pos. The second child of 5 elders frowned and looked at the officer reporting on the ground and asked, "What did you say? Red hair?" "Yes, it has already started to move around, it seems to have ran to the edge of Kaido's territory and stationed." A government official respectfully said. However, in view of his previous close contact with Whitebeard, his subordinates think this is really too dangerous. Well, you're right, the boss leaned on his crutches and nodded, but he said without any worries, although the redhead may be a tricky guy once he takes action, he doesn't change the world for his own selfish desires. Man. But... The official wanted to say something more but was interrupted by 5 elders. Don't act rashly, let's observe for now. Yes. The bald 5 elders holding the first generation geisha dragged his head and said to 323, now the matter of Shishibukai is more important, and the successor of K-Lock must be appointed as soon as possible. The embankment of 1,000 miles collapsed in the ant's nest. Once the 3 major factions collapse, it will definitely have a direct impact on the world. Balance must be maintained. Inside and outside the words, it seems that he doesn't regard Marine as one of his own. The officials below nodded, yes, my subordinates have already summoned Shishibukai to the headquarters for this matter, but I'm not sure how many people will come, after all, pirates are rash guys. 5 elders snorted coldly after hearing this, damn K-Lock, you caused such a big trouble. They picked up a newspaper, and there was a photo of Luffy being honored. Fortunately, Marine solved this trouble. If the Alabasta royal family detonated this news, then our world government will be ashamed. Monkey D. Luffy? Garp's grandson? I didn't expect the grandson of that wanton guy to have a normal one. It's outrageous. This time the redhead lost his wife and lost his army. Haha, it seems that we have not being able to grasp that fruit is just a coincidence. That's right. After all, no one has awakened that fruit for 800 years. It's a pity that he is too young. I ordered CP0 to collect more information about him. As long as I have meritorious deeds, let me publicize it, and find a way to open it to him first. Click here. Hey, if you Garp doesn't want to be admiral, then let your grandson be. Chapter 157. The next day. Naval Headquarters conveys that Mr. Don Quixote da Flamingo, 7 warlords of the sea, has arrived at Port Marie Joyce. And Mr. Bartholomew Kuma has also arrived. In a meeting room. 2 Marine rear admirals fought uncontrollably together. Stop! What are you doing? Damn it, my body doesn't listen. Are you trying to kill me? Damn it, my body really can't handle it. Seeing the Marines losing their composure, Vice Admiral, who was sitting upright beside him, frowned. At this time, one of the Marines reacted, Da Flamingo. Did you make trouble? Stop! Da Flamingo smirked and swung his right hand like an invisible thread linking the fingers. If you don't want to make a fuss, just clarify the matter quickly so that this boring party can end. As he said that, Da Flamingo controlled Marine to draw out the long sword in his hand. Stop it! BD! The 2 Marines were furious and were about to start fighting each other. Enough! Are you here for a meeting or a fight? A shout came from the passage, and a shock wave scattered the invisible threads in the air. Da Flamingo yelled, putting away his abilities. At this time, Sengoku, the zoo director, and a goat came out of the passageway, with a huge seagull on his head. Met. Ah, I'm sorry, I haven't greeted everyone yet, I didn't expect you to really come, the bastards of the sea. Sengoku taunted Da Flamingo and the others with a smile. Da Flamingo laughed and didn't retort at all. Oh? Are you complimenting me? Sengoku lazily paid attention to this dude, found he Vice Admiral and sat down next to him. A meeting, in my opinion, no one will come if we wait any longer. 2 of the 6 of 7 warlords of the sea have come. The attendance rate has really exceeded my expectations. I don't know when Luffy Vice Admiral will kill you guys. After that, there will be no need to come to this kind of meeting again. Hearing Luffy's name, Da Flamingo's face darkened, he touched his aching chest and snorted coldly, I didn't want to come to such a boring party at first, If it wasn't because the construction project on our island was going so smoothly, I would be bored. You have to panic, or I won't be bothered to come here." As he said that, Doflamingo sat down on the conference table, not caring that the Marine Supreme Commander, Marine Marshal Sengoku, was sitting opposite him. "I see, that's really nerve-wracking. The better your pirate career develops, the busier our marine life will be. It seems that we should let Luffy Vice Admiral go to your island for a tour, maybe we can find out something different." Sengoku looked at Doflamingo with a smile and said, "UBD." Doflamingo stared at Sengoku with veins exposed. "Can someone else mention it?" At this time, another figure came out from the passage. "After listening to the nonsense for a long time, I wonder if I went to the wrong place." Hawkeye with a black knife came out of the passage, and he squinted at Doflamingo. "Before Luffy Vice Admiral goes to you, I think you can fight with me. Let me see if you are qualified to fight Luffy." Doflamingo looked confused. "Your uncle, where are you? I provoked you, why are you shooting at me?" How did he know that Hawkeye just didn't want Luffy, the world's #1 swordsman, to be challenged at will? "Hawkeye." Mihawk walked into the meeting room slowly, and nodded at Sengoku. "If Naval Headquarters and Shishibukai still hold an opposing attitude, then this round table meeting will be meaningless, right?" "Humph. I didn't expect that people who couldn't even come here would appear here." Doflamingo sneered. "At their level, Shishabukai's temperaments are more or less understood." Vefk. Hawkeye used to be a maverick, arrogant. Every day he went around hunting pirates with that small broken boat. "I didn't expect to come to the Marine convening meeting this time." Hawkeye ignored Doflamingo, but nodded to Sengoku. "Marshal Sengoku, I hope you can arrange a sword fight between me and Luffy Vice Admiral. Recently, I feel that my sword skills have improved a little, comparing with the previous one." Sengoku was taken aback when he heard that guy Luffy's swordsmanship is really so good? Wasn't Morgan's blowing the news up to make things happen? Sengoku felt a little uncomfortable looking at the polite Hawkeye, but naturally he would not refuse this kind of powerful foreign aid pouring on him. He promised, "It's easy to talk, I really didn't expect you to come to the meeting." Hawkeye sat down. "It's nothing, it's just an observation." "Then, do you also have the honor to attend this meeting?" At this time, Lafayette's voice suddenly came out of the window. "No, it may be a little different from simply listening in." "No." Lafayette hadn't finished speaking when an old urchin's voice suddenly came. In the bewildered eyes of everyone, Lafayette, who was standing at the window, was thrown flying with a punch, and he couldn't see the figure directly. "Garp? Why are you here?" Sengoku stood at the window dazedly, picking his nostrils, and Garp asked in surprise, "By the way, what did you just fly?" "Ah? I don't know. My grandson of Vice Admiral called and said that if you hold this meeting to select scumbags, let me stare at the window, and if someone jumps out to force Li, give him a punch, shut him up." Garp said smugly. The pride on his face made Sengoku want to go up and punch him. Sengoku waved his hand. "Forget it, I don't know where it came from, let's continue the discussion." From Sengoku's point of view, this must be a trick for Luffy to continue promoting Buggy. How did he know that this was Luffy's prearranged insurance to prevent Ace's identity from being exposed to the public? Poor Lafayette set off too early, and didn't even know that his captain had reached an ulterior secret with Luffy. As soon as he showed up, he was directly fooled by this Marine's combat power ceiling. The Shishibukai meeting was held as scheduled, but what everyone didn't know was that a big event that shocked the world was about to happen in New World. At this time, the protagonist of the incident is sailing towards the Sabaody archipelago on a broken raft. Chapter 158. At this time, the protagonist group is swimming in the sunny sea. Aboard the Mary, Luffy, Chopper, and Usopp are happily teasing the Nananjian bird. "Look, this bird's head can only point to the south." Luffy snapped the bird's head of Nananjian Yao in other directions, and the bird's head flicked like a spring, and bounced back. Usopp, I didn't expect such a magical bird to exist in the world. Chopper, bling bling. Oh, it's amazing. This guy is like a compass, ha ha ha. Sanji looked at the few people who were not nervous and said speechlessly, it's still playing. Nami burst into tears and said, that's right, the more I look at it, the more disturbed I become. Is this ship able to fly after such a modification? Zoro also nodded solemnly, well, that is to say, the bow of the ship should be made into a pigeon's head. Pigeons should be better at flying than chickens, right? Nami, oi! Who's talking about that, idiot? As the voyage time got longer and longer, the originally clear sky gradually became cloudy and rainy. The dark clouds in the sky also became darker and darker, and soon the sky became as black as Yuryuaki. The orangutan held the microphone and shouted to the sky, and waves of ultrasonic waves came from the bottom of the sea. Suddenly a diving orangutan swam out of the water, boss. There is a large current at 12 o'clock. Another orangutan also shouted, a huge creature was detected at 9 o'clock. It should be sea kings. At 10 o'clock there is a wave against the direction of the current. Luffy got up and jumped to the bow, looking at the turbulent sea full of excitement. This kind of adventure was never experienced in her previous life. He once again thanked God for giving him the chance to live again. The orangutan heard the report and shouted loudly, 10 o'clock direction. That's the precursor of the eruption. Go towards the vortex, don't back down. At this time, Usopp completely forgot the fear and shouted excitedly, come on. It's taking off. The foreshock erupted caused huge waves comparable to a tsunami to rise on the sea surface, and the melee wobbled in the turbulent waves like a drowning ant. Nami looked at the record pointer in his hand pointing directly at the cumulus cloud in the sky and gritted his teeth, death is death. The wind is in the wind, and Emperor Way is moving towards the center of the vortex. The vortex is there a vortex? Everyone looked at the waves strangely and did not see Uzumaki. Suddenly a huge sea king suddenly appeared in front of the melee ship. In the next second, the huge sea kings was swept away by the hollow vortex in front of them. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the huge black hole that was 100 times bigger than the melee. Nami grabbed Luffy's collar and dangled it, Luffy, let's go to Sky Island in another way, okay? Or wait until you can fly, woo woo woo. Even Robin couldn't keep calm and stared at the vortex. I've never seen such a big vortex. At this time, the big boats of the orangutan and the orangutan stretched out the hooks to fix the melee to prevent it from being thrown away by Uzumaki. The three ships sailed straight towards the center along the vortex. Usopp was so frightened that his whole body went limp. Ya die, I want to go back. I don't want to go to Sky Island anymore. I can't take it anymore, please spare me, it's too scary. Come back BD, I don't want to die, I don't want to. Nami also yelled at the orangutan and the orangutan frantically, you are a fraud. A fraud. When I came here, I never said that there is such a big Uzumaki. Chopper's eyes lit up with excitement at the thought of the boat being carried away by a jet of water like a fountain. Luffy laughed and untied the fixed iron chains of the apes and orangutans, thank you for sending me off. The orangutan and the orangutan were shocked, Lord Luffy, you haven't reached the place yet. Luffy grinned, that's enough. I saw lightning flashing all over his body, and he was quickly connected to the steel bottom of the ship used to reinforce the melee. Little ones. Take off. Luffy laughed, and directly used the electromagnetic force to prop up the melee and drop it towards the center of Uzumaki. In addition to manipulating the sword of iron sand, electromagnetic force can also be used to adsorb itself on reinforced concrete or iron buildings to stand or move, and even achieve short-term suspension movement in a metal environment with a greater output of electromagnetic force. In the Third World War, in Els, it even manipulated the super electromagnetic force to successfully land from an altitude of 3,000 meters with the aircraft in the air as a relay point. But they found that the melee landed slowly towards the center of Uzumaki, as if hanging a parachute. Poof! Asterisk. Ripples swayed from the center to the surroundings. Impossible. Asking for flowers. Everyone was shocked to see this natural wonder in front of them. The huge Uzumaki was not even the slightest storm in the center, it was as calm as a lake. Scared to death, Luffy wiped off the sweat that didn't exist. CD. Tell me the FK in advance, hello. Suddenly, bubbles like spring water began to rise on the sea surface. The entire Uzumaki eye begins to rise gradually. All, grab all or hide in the cabin. Luffy yelled, we're flying. However, even Usopp, who was the most frightened, did not choose to hide in the cabin, and all looked excitedly at the Mary as if sitting on an elevator. Soon Uzumaki's eyes were level with the sea. Salvage ships of apes and orangutans also appeared in the eyes of everyone. 0. Thank you. Goodbye. Luffy laughed and yelled at the two of them. Immediately Luffy grabbed the CC that was hanging firmly on his body, target Sky Island. Let's go. There was a loud bang. A terrifying upwelling current took the melee directly to the sky. Amazing. How is this possible? The boat moves vertically in the water. Seeing the water column like Tongtian's Ding Gaishensen, everyone couldn't control their excitement. Suddenly, Sanji frowned, wait a minute. Our boat is about to float. Nami felt the current of the Tongtian, showing her unparalleled nautical talent. Everyone! Hurry up, Yang Fan! Hurry up! Nami shouted excitedly at everyone. This is not an ordinary water column, it's an ocean current soaring into the sky. And the wind blowing up from below is the updraft produced by the geothermal heat and steam explosion at the bottom of the sea. Since the target is the wind and the sea, I can sail. Who do you think is the navigator of this ship? Nami didn't panic at all at this time and restored a confident expression. Everyone grinned and looked at Nami with a reassuring look. Nami pointed directly above. Now the starboard side is receiving the wind, immediately turn the rudder to the left, and try to make the hull match the current. Ow! The ruins and sea kings that Luffy dropped from above are yours. Understood. Railgun. Hold on to the fence. We're going to take off. As soon as the words fell, the melee left the water column and soared into the sky around the current 5. Chapter 159. Amidst the screams of the crowd, the melee passed through layers of white cloud, broke through the white sea and reached between the clouds. Everyone fell onto the deck, wet and gasping for breath. Damn it, it's so painful that I'm going to die. Zoro gasped for air, feeling as if his lungs were not working. This is the White Sea at an altitude of 7,000 meters. There is not enough oxygen. You can be like me. As he said that, Luffy took a deep breath, and his entire stomach was swollen by this big breath. Everyone, YL. How could it be possible, BD? Suddenly everyone reacted, by hi. We succeeded. Everyone resisted the discomfort and climbed up the fence excitedly. Looking around, it really is a sea of 320 white clouds. It's the sea. Usopp looked at the endless white sea with an extremely lewd smile on his face. In the next second, he took off his clothes at the speed of light, posed a sand sculpture pose and laughed loudly, ha ha ha, the first step is Captain Usopp going swimming. Seeing this, Chopper whistled excitedly to cheer him up. Sanji tried to persuade him once in a while, hey! 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 Don't mess around, we haven't figured out the situation yet. Usopp got up and jumped straight away, laughing and jumping into the white sea. The sea is the sea. Ha ha ha. It disappeared into the clouds with a swish. Chopper stared at the sight, amazing. Captain Usopp is so courageous. However, after a few minutes, Usopp still did not come up. Zoro reminded, hey, he doesn't seem to show his face all the time. Robin gently asked his question, is there a seabed in this place? Luffy yawned, this is a cloud, not the sea, it probably passed through cumulus and fell to Qinghai. Everyone! Hurry up and save him! When Luffy pulled it up, Usopp was startled and passed out. At this time, a huge octopus appeared on the sea and bit towards the melee. It's so big! Nami looked at the huge octopus in horror and hugged Luffy tightly. And what is this? Zoro frowned and jumped into the sky and slashed at the octopus. Unexpectedly, the huge octopus burst like a balloon. What the hell? Zoro looked at the scattered octopuses in bewilderment, the body is full of chi. It should be used to adapt to this kind of white sea without a bottom to make my body lighter. Robin said like this octopus floating in the white sea. Sanji, make a takoyaki, Luffy said as he pulled the balloon octopus up. Oh! Within 2 minutes, a plate of delicious takoyaki was served in front of Luffy. Please bean sack. We still don't know if this kind of thing is edible or not. What are you thinking about? Nami frantically looked at the takoyaki in Luffy's hand and roared. The next second, she squeezed one and threw it into her mouth. Ah, it's so delicious, this taste melts in your mouth. Luffy. The law of true fragrance. At this time, Vivi leaned forward. Luffy, are we already Sky Island? Why is there nothing? Luffy shook his head, it's just the white sea in the interlayer of cumulus clouds, and it has to go up if it wants to go to Nakajima. Then how can we continue to go up? Nami looked at the white cloud and couldn't see anything clearly. Suddenly, Luffy grinned, here comes the guide. Hey! Everyone looked at Luffy strangely. I saw a Sandia man wearing strange skates and carrying a cannon on his shoulders, gliding quickly in the white sea and rushing towards the melee. It's War Ghost Weber. Who? Zoro and Sanji frowned, and stood in front of them, just about to make a move to block them, but they felt a tightness in their chests, and they were instantly kicked out. And when he kicked Luffy, Luffy suddenly shouted, we are entrusted by the descendants of Norland to ring the golden bell. Hearing this, War Ghost Weber stopped abruptly, staggered to a stop in front of Luffy, and asked in a trembling voice, what did you say? Luffy grinned, how can the Sky Island copy be faster? Of course, the Shandians who united with one of them directly attacked the Island of Gods. After 400 years of continuous battles, this group of people knows the Island of Gods Apatua well. It's just that because of the arrival of Enel, this group of people is at an absolute disadvantage. When Luffy went to heaven, he was preparing to launch a desperate attack on Enel. Moreover, the leader of the Sandia, War Ghost, Weber, grew up listening to the legend of the legendary High Priest. He dreamed of ringing the golden bell, the bell of guidance, for Sandia's friend Nolando. Such a nation that values love and righteousness is much stronger than the people of Sky Island who robbed the Sandia territory and succumbed to Enel's rule. This Daybai excitedly masked his head, is it true? A sad expression instantly appeared on Luffy's face. Hey, Nolando died of hatred because of the disappearance of the Golden Town, being dubbed the King of Liars by everyone, and he never heard the Golden Bell's friendship bell before he died. And his grandson's grandson, Kulik, has always believed that his ancestors did not lie. Day after day, he dived in the ruins of the Golden Country in an attempt to find the Golden Bell to justify his ancestors. Now he has suffered from a terminal illness due to long-term diving. That's why we're entrusted to come to Sky Island to find the legendary Golden Bell that represents friendship. Everyone. When did Kulik become terminally ill? Does this make you 1.6 dead? But everyone is not stupid for not exposing Luffy. After all, Weber's eyes were full of tears at this time, and he almost asked Luffy to ask for help. We Sandians are sorry for Nolando. Weber cried while holding Luffy's hand excitedly. Luffy looked at Webb, who had already developed towards a gay friend, and quickly coughed twice. Don't get excited, we are here this time to guide the great warrior Karl Gala. So this time we are here to assist you in the crusade against the hateful god of Sky Island, take back the golden city of Shandora. Weber burst into tears when he heard the words, his blood was surging, and he held Luffy's hand tightly. Brother. Luffy also put on an excited expression, brother. Everyone. Is this even okay? Chapter 160. But brother, your little brothers are really amazing. It's only been a while, and they have already adapted to the air pressure in the high altitude. I have met many pirates who came to Sky Island, and they don't have the ability to adapt to you. Weber looked at Sanji and Zoro, who had recovered, and said in shock. Who is the little brother? Zoro and Sanji were furious when they heard this. Luffy laughed loudly and patted Weibo on the shoulder. Really? My younger brother will be Marine Admiral in the future. Wouldn't it be a shame that he doesn't have the ability to adapt at all? And Nami in the back suddenly felt something was wrong. Wait, what are you talking about? A lot of pirates come to Sky Island? Are there many people here? Weber looked at Nami strangely and said, didn't you come from the blue sea below? Nami nodded, yes. Then did you encounter any other ships on the way here? Weber asked strangely, although the road to Sky Island is more dangerous, there are always people who are not afraid of death and rush all the way down through the apex of the high-speed empty road. At least you have encountered a few ships, at least you should have encountered the few Sky Islands in front of you. Nami's face drooped in an instant. Please Beansack. You mean that there seems to be another way to get up to this empty sea? There will be 1 or 2 islands on the way. Isn't Sky Island one? Weibo was taken aback. What other method? You didn't pass it. Robin shrugged and said, we came up with the ascension current. Weber was shocked when he heard the words, and then looked at Luffy with admiration. You are indeed the descendants of Nolando. You actually came up along the monster current. Sure enough, you are all brave warriors that the great warrior expects. But Nami ignored Weber's compliment, covered her mouth with tears streaming down her face and cried, Luffy. I knew it was not a normal channel. I knew it. Immediately, he grabbed Luffy's collar and turned into a demon and shook madly. We almost fell to our death. It's all you, otherwise we can collect information and take a safe path. Luffy laughed and put it on the spot. It doesn't matter whether he is ordinary or not, as long as he can get there anyway. Not good at all. At this time, Weber stood up to help Luffy. Don't blame the brothers, going to the island through the monster current is the only way for everyone to reach the island safely. It's not the case if you take other ways. If you go along the normal passage, assuming that among 100 people on the empty road, there are only a few people who can make it to Sky Island alive. Everyone felt better after hearing this. Under the leadership of Weber, everyone was led to a huge doorway. This is the entrance to the Kingdom of God, Weber said, pointing to the gate of the Kingdom of Heaven. Our guerrillas are hostile by the people of Sky Island, so we cannot go to the Kingdom of God through normal means. Your boat is too big, and you can't reach the BIC above 3,000 meters by relying on the wind shell. Let's separate a few times first. After you reach the Kingdom of Gods, I will lead the people to join you. Everyone hurriedly thanked Weber upon hearing this. Weber waved his hand hastily. When we meet in Apaidu, call us to ring the golden bell of friendship together. Usopp looked at the simple Sandia people who were moved and shouted farewell, and Weber disappeared into the White Sea in a flash on his skates. Luffy, why do you know so many secret things? Everyone looked at Luffy curiously and asked. Haven't you read Nolando's logbook? Look. Isn't it written in it? I didn't write it. Luffy. Don't care about these details, I got it through divination. Everyone, get out. When the melee sailed into the gate of heaven, a very ugly little old woman in a pink shirt took a camera and took pictures of everyone. Sanji felt the deep malice towards him from the heaven. This must not be an angel, right? Certainly not. Looking at the awkward atmosphere, Nami reached out to greet the old woman. That. I am the surveillance officer of the Gate of Heaven, Amazon, are you here for sightseeing or for war? The hoarse voice of the old woman came. Luffy snorted, "Of course I'm here to fight, woo woo woo." Before he finished speaking, Nami covered his mouth and said in a low voice, "Idiot! You don't really want to help the Shandia defeat that legendary god, do you? That's a god." Immediately Usopp quickly picked it up, "We are here for sightseeing." "Haha, for sightseeing." The old woman, "It doesn't matter which one you choose. If you want to enter the upper class, please pay the filled fee first. Each person is 1 billion Ike. This is the law. 10,10/Z. Nami's face turned black instantly. "Do you know who we are? This is the ship of Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. We are here to carry out the mission. How can you charge us so much money?" Robin looked at the crowd. "A person is 1 billion, 9 people plus a duck, that's 10 billion, right?" Usopp snapped his fingers and complained wildly, "It takes so much money to enter. Generally, do you need so much money to enter a country? You can go in without paying," Amazon's mother-in-law said suddenly. "What? It turns out that you can get in without paying. Just to scare me. Everyone. You can go in without paying, and you can ask for a ball. Luffy, hoo 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 hoo." With the help of Express Shrimp, 047 Mei Li flew towards the sky along the huge white cloud waterfall. At this time, Nami also let go of Luffy's mouth and asked, "What are you going to say?" Luffy recovered from Nami's tender little hand and said, "Oh, I want to say that the exchange rate between Ike and Bailey is 10,000 to 1, and 1 billion Ike is 100,000 Bailey. That god and god tier officer hunted down. $. You didn't say it earlier. Aren't you covering me?" Is that god amazing? Don't worry, chicken. Nami breathed a sigh of relief, "That's good. At most, it can destroy a sky island with one blow." Nami, oi Mel. You call that a vegetable chicken? After Luffy and others left, the old woman Amazon also reported to Enel through her heart network. "Amazon, the surveillance officer of the Gate of Heaven, tells the Almighty God and all the priests that there are 10 illegal intruders in the Kingdom of God, please give them heaven's punishment." At the same time, Luffy's knowledge directly expanded through Misaka Mikoto's electromagnetic wave ability, and directly connected to Enel's heart network. The entire Sky Island of the Kingdom of Gods was clearly displayed in Luffy's mind instantly. "Yo, Enel, long time no see." Chapter 161. At this time in the shrine, Enel and the 4 god-tier officials looked confused. Who? Enel's thunder fruit is originally observation haki combined with electromagnetic waves to form a huge electromagnetic network covering the entire Kingdom of God, so as to receive every move and all speeches of Sky Island residents through electromagnetic waves. And the 4 god-tier officials can hear the corresponding voices only after receiving the messages from Enel through the heart network through observation haki. However, Luffy's voice was suddenly transmitted to the ears of several people in the form of electromagnetic waves, which really confused everyone. "Who are you?" Enel transmits information through electromagnetic waves in the heart network. "My stupid Odoudou, I am your big brother. I have been looking for you all these years, and finally I am here to find you again." "Impossible. I don't have a big brother." Enel was furious. "I am a god. An omnipotent god." The wave of anger came, and Enel's identity fell silent. Luffy rubbed his chin. It's not easy to fool, and he was thinking of using Misaka Mikoto's template and Enel and their similar abilities to fool him into his own hands. Now it seems that the only way to convince people with virtue is to beat them first. Sure enough, people in One Piece world are the ones who don't cry when they don't see the coffin. Ah! With the screams of the crowd, the melee leaped out of the waterway formed by the White Sea. With a plop, it fell into the White Sea Island. It's Sky Island. When the vibration stopped, Usopp suddenly pointed to an island made up of clouds and shouted excitedly. Oh! Everyone stared at the fairyland like Sky Island with wide eyes. They once again felt the splendor of the Grand Line. After the melee docked slowly, Luffy, Usopp and others couldn't wait to jump off the ship. Different from the beaches in Qinghai, the beaches of Sky Island are made up of soft cloud fossils, which are as comfortable as stepping on a trampoline. At this time, even the King Luffy, who has been a man for 2 generations, is full of excitement, which is different from watching anime. The real touch makes him jump up and down happily on the cloud beach. Also excited were Usopp and Chopper, and the 3 ran towards Sky Island, shouting. Nami suppressed the excitement and called Vivi and CC Luoguan to the cabin to change into beachwear. Zoro shouted speechlessly, "Hey, Luffy! Where is the anchor? There is no seabed here." "Never mind him. Just throw it away!" shouted Luffy, bouncing up and down on the trampoline like sand. "That's right, I jump! Usopp rolled back and forth on the soft sand. Chopper also ran around excitedly. Zoro dropped the anchor casually with black lines all over his head. He looked at Sky Island and sighed sincerely, but the scenery of this place is really too beautiful, it's not like reality at all. Sanji nodded coldly, and walked slowly towards the bow. "Ah, that's right, seeing those 3 idiots excited like that, I really can't do anything about them." After Sanji finished speaking, he took off his leather shoes and put them on the deck. The next second, Yahoo! Sanji directly came to a difficult 360-degree turn free diving and jumped into the white sea screaming. "Zoro! Not the same, you idiot!" At this moment, all the girls came out of the cabin, and each of them put on the bikinis specially prepared for the beach vacation. "Go! Go!" Nami took the lead and jumped off the melee and ran towards Luffy and the others. Vivi and CC followed on Karu. Robin looked at the excited crowd with novelty in his eyes. "This is the taste of adventure, I never thought about it before." Zoro looked at Robin with a straight man's sympathy on his face, and followed the crowd to chase him. At this time, Chopper is rolling back and forth on the clouds, and Usopp is making a beach castle out of the clouds. Sanji ran towards Robin excitedly with a bunch of flowers in his hand, and stuck a flower on Robin's head. "Hey Robin-chan, this beautiful flower is for you." Then I looked around again. "Nami-chan, CC, Vivi-chan?" Robin looked at Sanji speechlessly. "No wonder Nami and others don't want to see you, you don't hide your characteristics of a scumbag at all. You look at Luffy, you are a scumbag with a calm expression." Suddenly, a beautiful harp sound reached everyone's ears. "Who?" Usopp was so scared that he hid in the grass and looked around. "Is it the enemy?" Zoro put his hand on the hilt of the knife. Only Sanji's eyes widened. "Sack! That's an angel!" A superb beauty with small wings was standing on a pile of clouds and playing the harp. After seeing everyone's gaze, she stopped and greeted everyone. "Hey! Luffy, hey! Everyone, hey!" "It's the Sky Island way of greeting," Luffy said with a smile. "So that's it, hey! 26. Can you stop acting like a prince? Are you from Qinghai?" The angel smiled and walked towards the crowd. Obviously Qinghai people are not unusual to the residents of Sky Island. "Welcome to Angel Beach in the Kingdom of God, my name is Konis, if you have any questions, just ask me." "Ah, is it?" Sanji said solemnly, "Your eyes healed the burn in my heart, please allow me." "Ah." Nami grabbed Sanji by the ear and threw it aside. Immediately, he took Konis to the side to learn about various questions about Sky Island. And at the outskirts of Apayadu, the Island of Gods, War Ghost Weber was riding a skateboard towards Apayadu. "Enel. The descendants of Nolando have come for the appointment. I must ring the bell of friendship before them." At this time, Weber was followed by many guerrilla members. Target God tier officer. "Go. Ah. A group of Sandia wearing masks and riding skateboards excitedly rushed towards Apayadu, the only land in the sky. At this time, Luffy on Angel Island raised his eyebrows, and he, who was connected to the Heart Network, had already discovered the movement of the Sandia. Should I say they are stupid? Or should they be loyal? Luffy shook his head. Logia Devil Fruit is not something a shell can beat without haki. At this moment, a group of strong men in white hats were lying on the beach and crawling towards Luffy and others. Why are these guys crawling forward? Sanji complained as he looked at the white beret troops who had been crawling for a long time. I don't know, Usopp also looked confused, maybe. Are they pervert? Chapter 162. It's you. The 10 intruders who entered the country illegally were notified by the surveillance officer. The leader, Captain McKinley, yelled at Luffy and the others, "You must accept the punishment of God." Konis looked at Luffy and others in shock. Are you trespassing illegally? Nami touched her nose in embarrassment. If you want to say that, it doesn't seem to be counted, that mother-in-law clearly said that she can come in without paying. How could it be? Konis took a few steps back in fright. But Nami hurriedly explained, isn't the entrance fee of 1 billion per person too expensive? Since you have admitted the crime, it's easy to say, and you don't have to panic too much. McKinley comforted, illegal entry into the country is only an 11th level crime in the sanction of heaven. If you are willing to accept the punishment, you will be punished immediately. Can be a safe tourist. What? Let's talk about this kind of thing earlier. How can we say that we are also a righteous marine? How could we invade other people's countries at will, causing everyone to have a false alarm? Nami heaved a sigh of relief and laughed. What is the punishment? It's very simple, as long as you pay 10 times the fine, 10 billion IQ per person, as long as you pay it off on the spot, the crimes you committed can be written off. Luffy. You said you're here to fight. Nami said to Luffy blankly. Let me tell you in advance that we, the 517th team of the White Beret Department, are directly under the priest's unit. Resisting this unit will only make the crime worse, please pay attention. McKinley stared at Luffy and others seriously and said. Oh. Luffy looked at McKinley mockingly, if you don't dare to resist Enel, you are willing to work for a tiger. UBD. How dare you call God's name? No. How do you know God's name? You told him. McKinley stared at Konis. Konis shook his head in fright. People from Qinghai dare to insult our white berets. McKinley stared at Luffy angrily. Whispering. Luffy frowned and looked at the helper in front of him. A terrifying conqueror's haki suddenly burst out and rushed towards the white beret troops. Nanny. McKinley's face changed, and the next second the white beret troops were directly knocked out by the conqueror's haki. Aha, it's finally clean. Luffy looked at the perverts in white berets who fell to the ground with satisfaction. Nami tugged at Luffy's face angrily. Luffy. In this way, won't we offend the horror god you said that destroyed the island with one blow? What are you afraid of? Didn't I tell you, Big, I'm also a god, Olii Wakami. Your sister, Kami. Do you want to fight this kind of baseless war again? Why don't you pay the 10 million Baileys fine? Nami. Luffy, the task of killing the gods is entrusted to you. Zoro etal, hi. Konis said to Luffy with an ugly face, you have committed a second-degree crime, attacking the white berets, and you will be punished by the trial of God. Trial of God? Zoro looked at Konis curiously, it sounds interesting. Luffy laughed, really? Do you know the seriousness of the matter? Run away, God's trial, so far no one has been able to leave alive. The priests of Apayado will take action in person. Konis excitedly said with Luffy and others said. Seeing that Konis Luffy was so worried about a stranger, he shaved and grabbed her waist. Don't worry, my angel, we are here this time to liberate you from the terrifying evil god, so please take us directly to the passage of God's trial will do. Nami dragged Luffy back with a blank expression. Are you getting impatient for blatantly picking up girls in front of our faces? You don't know the horror of God at all. God is omniscient. God. Konis wanted to explain something more, when suddenly the sky gathered its white thunder light. Konis looked at the sky in horror. Zoro and the others also frowned and looked at the sky. Luffy narrowed his eyes, and there was also a hint of lightning flashing on his body, and at the same time Luffy Zhong-er pointed to the sky and shouted, "My stupid Udu, put away your boring moves, I will go find you in person." Zoro and others looked at Luffy in bewilderment. What the hell are you talking about? However, the thunder light in the sky turned into a terrifying pillar of thunder and struck down as if it had been offended. I'm Zhou. Everyone looked at the sky in amazement. The power of it made them feel palpitations. Only Luffy looked at Lei Zhu with contempt, and a lightning spear condensed from Luffy's hand. How is it possible? Konis stared at Luffy's coquettish operation with wide eyes. You can also use the power of God. Luffy laughed and said, "Crush thunder with thunder, Ollie." The terrifying thunder gun, which far exceeds the voltage of God's sanction, instantly smashed the oncoming thunder pillar and flew heavily towards the shrine of Apayadu, the island of gods, under the combination of observation haki and heart-to-heart flight. At this time, Enel in the palace was holding a red apple and gnawed contentedly. I am a god, how dare I pretend to be my big brother? I am courting death. The four god-tier officials below complimented Enel one after another. Master Enel is so right. It must be a shameless guy from Qinghai who has heard of the name of God to cheat food and drink. However, before the priest finished speaking, suddenly a blue-white lightning spear fell straight from the sky and hit Enel's body. In the bewildered eyes of everyone, the god who manipulated the lightning was directly blackened by the lightning strike. The four god-tier officers looked dumbfounded. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Thor was struck by lightning? How did they know that Enel's thunder fruit development level at this time is only 200 million volts of Thor, and Luffy's Misaka Mikoto template can control up to 1 billion volts of lightning? It is more than 1 grade higher than Enel. And this time Luffy's counterattack is to increase the voltage to 300 million volts, which exceeds the limit that Enel can bear. This was the funny scene in front of me. Impossible. Enel looked at Luffy and the others with an angry Zinxan net in his hand. However, he was embarrassed to find that the magnetic field around Luffy had been disrupted by it, and he had lost track of Luffy and others. Enel blushed with anger. Go and send priests to lure these blasphemers to Apayardo. I want to let them know the horror of being an enemy of God. A goat priest heard the words and responded loudly, and hurriedly ran out of the palace. The four god-tier officers looked at each other. It was the first time they had seen Lord Enel lose his composure. At this time, Luffy and others, led by Konis, walked straight towards the entrance of God's trial in the cloud. Although the so-called trials are useless to Luffy, but with observation haki's four god-tier officers, it is an excellent training ground for Zoro, Sanji, and others to improve their strength. Chapter 163. Luffy and others followed Konis to the intersection of God's trial, and randomly chose one of the most luxurious ships to sail into Apayadu. Since Luffy started hanging, although its strength fluctuates under the addition of templates. In terms of physical skills, although it has barely reached the stage of armed color release. However, its directional development of Nika fruit and the rewards obtained by opening and hooking have made its comprehensive strength firmly step into the first echelon of One Piece world, that is, the rank of General Star and Big Kanban. Although they are no match for false emperors such as Ka-er, Yin, and Marco, it is not a big problem to use all their strength to fight Cracker, Jack the Drow and the like. In contrast, the other two of the three main forces of the Straw Hats. Although there has been a considerable improvement with the addition of Marine 6 styles, its overall strength is at most equivalent to the level of CP9 in the capital of Seven Waters. This has seriously failed to keep up with Luffy's combat power at this time. And Luffy never questioned their potential. After all, in less than 2.5 years, from Haki not being able to directly soaring to the rank of Emperor's deputy, even Kaido would burst into tears when he saw it. It's outrageous that I have worked hard for more than 40 years to be easily caught up by the little BD who has been at sea for less than 3 years. And since Wang Luffy cheated, many of the opponents Zoro and the others originally fought against were intercepted in some of Luffy's plans. This also led to the fact that the two did not make significant progress in kendo and physical skills that should have improved more. So Luffy decided not to do it himself for a small guy like a god-tier officer, and let Zoro and Sanji practice. Now I don't know if Sanji has Conqueror's Haki, otherwise, after the two awaken Conquerors, they can try to give them the way to extract chakra. Because in Luffy's opinion, attaching chakra's swordsmanship is equivalent to using emission and tyranny at the same time. After all, in Hokage, Hitaki's 50-50 father, Hitaki Sakumo, who is said to be afraid of even Sunin, shines brilliantly with Hitaki's sword skills. People in the Hokage world are relatively weak in physique. Although the extracted chakra is equivalent to a mixture of armament haki and conqueror's haki, the amount of armament haki that ninjas can extract, that is, physical energy, is far inferior to the strong ones in the pirate world. This is why Hokage Nin's skill special effects look far less powerful than pirates. This is also the reason why the special effects of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, who inherited Ashura and Indra Chakra, are full. Luffy found after careful study of these several templates. Chakra's practice method is simply a simplified version of armed color emission and tyranny. A higher level of chakra nature transformation, such as the chakra blade used by Asuma using Fiian, has the same effect as emission. They all make weapons harder, sharper, with attributes, and can hurt people from a distance. At most, the amount of addition is different, and the power is different. The upper limit of spiritual energy is different for each person, and the amount of chakra that can be extracted is also different. Most people may only reach the level of genin in their lifetime. The reason is because this person is not qualified enough to have enough spiritual energy to extract chakra. Therefore, the chakra refining technique is a kind of training weapon in pirate world, and it is a quick way to extract a person's potential conqueror's haki. The only disadvantage may be that due to the different aptitudes of each person, the chakra that can be extracted has an upper limit. After all, Kakashi once explained that everyone has spiritual energy, and it will increase with the improvement of combat experience, and will. People with different talents have different increases, so the amount of chakra that can be mixed with physical energy is also different. This is why some people can reach cage level, while others can only hover in genin. This is especially true of conqueror's haki among pirates. Many strong players who could not withstand the impact of Conqueror's Haki can ignore the impact of Conqueror's Haki after long-term sailing and adventure fighting. This is enough to show that everyone actually has a Conqueror's Haki in their body, but due to aptitude reasons, most people cannot express or control the Conqueror's Haki. And because the chakra extraction technique mastered by Luffy is not the original version of Hokage. Just knowing the composition of chakra and then brutally mixing Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki into chakra. So Luffy doesn't know how to refine chakra for people who haven't awakened Conqueror's Haki, which is why Luffy hasn't taught everyone the chakra refining technique. Judging from the current information, there is no doubt that Zoro has the qualification to awaken the Conqueror's Haki, and his so-called ghost energy is a manifestation of spiritual energy. Just wait for Zoro to awaken Conqueror's Luffy can help him extract chakra. At that time, I will find a way to help Zoro master the chakra nature transformation, and the enhanced version of Hitaki Shuomo was born. The only thing that makes Luffy feel bad is that as of the Wano Kuni chapter, Sanji and others except Zoro have no signs of awakening conquerors. If you want them to refine chakra, you can only hope that there will be a template with the ability to refine chakra. But as far as the characters in Hokage that have been drawn so far, the most basic chakra refining technique has not been put on the template as a skill. This also makes Luffy feel very painful, because it is too popular, so it is not regarded as a skill by the system. Show. Zoro, have you developed any new moves recently? Luffy leaned in front of Zoro and asked. Hey! Zoro looked confused. New move, what move? Zoro's moves are basically named after animals, and the sword moves follow the heart and move with the blade. In other words, Zoro himself doesn't know what the next move is. Luffy touched his chin and said, it's similar to the kind of move that scares the enemy out. Zoro looked at Luffy in bewilderment. Scared? I practice the way of swordsmanship, not Usopp's way of cheating. How can I scare the enemy into unconsciousness? Usopp? Hey! I feel offended. Luffy sighed, isn't that okay? I wanted to teach you my peerless swordsmanship. Nanny. Zoro immediately regained his energy when he heard the words, then hurry up and spread the word. Luffy looked at the excited Zoro, waved his hand, and the third generation geisha was pulled into his hand by Luffy's Rinnegan gravity. He attached chakra to Onitsu, pointed at Zoro and asked, do you feel anything? Zoro stared at Onitsu with a solemn face, is this armament haki winding? Luffy attached the wind attribute chakra nature transformation to Onitsu, and Zoro immediately felt that third generation Onitsu had become sharper. At this moment, countless huge axes on both sides of the river bank came from both sides. Usopp, Nami, and Chopper screamed in fright. In the meantime, Luffy was holding a ghost, his eyes became extremely sharp, one-shot style. Ping! A flash of sword light flashed, and the huge iron axe that slashed at the big ship was split into two like tofu. Chapter 164. Zoro's eyes widened in shock. Since Alabasta Luffy taught him to master the breath of all things, he has barely reached the state of cutting iron. But at most, it can barely cut an ordinary knife, and whether it is this giant iron axe or Luffy's understatement, which is like cutting tofu, it is impossible for him to chop steel. Teach me quickly! Teach me quickly! Zoro took back the ghost and waved it back with excitement, but he still couldn't use the feeling that Luffy made. Luffy laughed and said, first of all, you need to master the sword moves that can stun the enemy even if you can't cut them. As long as that's the case. Zoro nodded seriously, then turned to look at Usopp. Hey, Usopp, give me a lie to scare people to death. Usopp, how could there be? Hey 907. Nami covered his face and looked at the huge trap still shaking above his head with tears in his eyes. Why do we have to go to this hell trial? By the way, Luffy, why did you bring Koni's sauce with you? Don't you know that our trip is to destroy the gods? How dangerous! Sanji half-kneeled in front of Koni's holding flowers and said with a nympho, Dear Ms. Koni's, please rest assured to entrust your safety to me. But before he finished speaking, unsharp wooden sticks shot out from the forest on the river bank again, and shot towards the gondolas of the crowd. Sanji's face turned black. This trademark is too disrespectful to Laozi. Sanji stomped his feet vigorously, and the whole person stepped on the moonwalk and flew in mid-air. Vice Admiral's wooden arrows near the girls were all kicked out. Hey, Sanji, solve our problem too. Zoro and Luffy stood at the bow of the ship like Flamingo, and the wooden arrows under them were already piled up on the deck. The two of them didn't even bother to dodge such inferior traps, and directly used iron body to resist. Sanji, dare you two be a little more lazy. After everyone passed the wooden arrow trap, the deck was full of arrows borrowed by Luffy and Zoro. Oh Koni's, I was seriously injured, countless sharp arrows pierced my heart that loves you. Luffy held a wooden arrow between his arms and leaned in front of Koni's, speaking earthy love words. Koni's tugged at the hem of his clothes with both hands, completely at a loss for this earthy love story from the 21st century. With a bang, Nami pulled Luffy aside with a straight vein and complained to CC, CC don't you care? There's nothing to worry about, you'll know when you've lived long enough, loving someone isn't an occupation. CC smiled nonchalantly with a pizza in his mouth. Nami wants to cry, but I'm only 18 years old. Why do you ask a witch who has lived for thousands of years to ask about the value of love? At this time, the trap struck again, a steel round blade like a boomerang, spinning and flying towards everyone. Ah! Damn it, Luffy, the boat you want is too big, you can't dodge it. Usopp fiddled with the rudder frantically, but because Luffy did not choose the Chromaru according to the original book, but chose the comfortable gondola that Luffy liked in the original book. This makes the trial more difficult for everyone directly. Zoro looked at the huge round knife flying towards him, and slowly stood on the bow of the boat. The new sword move, can you stun the enemy without cutting it? Then Zoro stared at the ring trap with wide eyes, no knife flow, scary cut. Luffy! You are an idiot! Shinra Tenji! Luffy casually flicked the trap to the side of the river. Wyu said, he had a new understanding of how nervous his teammates were. Luffy Nami blinked her big watery eyes and looked at Luffy cutely, how about we go back, there is no need to participate in the so-called trial of God. What are you afraid of? This is the trial of Zoro and Sanji and it has nothing to do with you. Luffy comforted him unmoved. Then you put us down. Nami said angrily. Are you sure? Didn't you see the thunderbolt that slashed Konis? That guy Enel is a full-scale shooter. If you leave me, I can't guarantee that you won't get slashed. Luffy looked at Nami with a smirk and said. Nami shuddered at the thought of the lightning pillar that was comparable to heaven's punishment, and then angrily ran to CC for comfort. Sister CC, look at him scaring me. Vivi persuaded from the side, just give up, Nami is at least safe in front of Luffy, isn't it? Came Karu's terrified cry, quack quack. Vivi looked at the source of the sound strangely, and saw that Sanji and Chopper were using Garp as bait to fish in the sea of clouds again. Karu! Vivi frantically punched the two of them and saved the poor duck. Nami, 0, W, O. God, I have nothing to do with these guys at all, please don't cast down the scourge, at least don't look for me. Nami knelt in despair and prayed towards the sky. Seeing Nami's prayer, Usopp's eyes lit up. I see, Shendu is great. Anyway, people who see greatness have to admire 3 points, even if they pretend. Nami, wait for me, let's pray together. Everyone looked at the two men who were praying devoutly with black lines on their heads. At this moment, the next batch of attacks had arrived, and large-eyed lampreys jumped up from the Cloud River and rushed towards everyone. For the next part of the voyage, Sanji and Zoro took turns to fight, trying to integrate the Marine 6 styles that they had practiced during this period with their own kendo and kicking. Soon everyone came to a forked portal. There are 4 names written on the gate, the test of the rope, the test of the ball, the test of the iron, and the test of the swamp. Let us pick one at random. Zoro looked at the 40.9 trials full of curiosity. I think the iron trial is good. Does this god want to play games with us? Sanji also looked back and forth, and then seemed to think of something and said in a dirty face, how about we go to the trial of rope? Everyone looked at Sanji blankly, this bee definitely didn't think of anything good. This god is really boring, if he comes out by himself, it will save trouble. Zoro looked at the trial door and said disgustedly. Nami rolled his eyes, it's best not to come out. After saying Nami's devout prayer. Ah God, please stay quietly. Usopp also echoed, I agree. Nami, and please bless me to find the treasure. Everyone. This is your purpose, isn't it? Chapter 165. Actually committed a second-degree crime, what did they think of God? Choose the trial and punish them with our own hands. All the evils of the world originate from ignorance. A kind heart and a soft hand cannot do justice for the sky. Oliva cometa. Swamp. Iron. Robe. Ball. Sun God. 4 God-tier officers. Wait a minute, is there a strange thing added to the heart net? Look, I am the marsh. Well, I'm iron. I am the rope. I am the ball. Why? Luffy, I am the Sun God. 4 God-tier officers. What the hell is the Sun God? Where did you come from? The 4 God-tier officials roared loudly in the heart net. Luffy on the gondola burst out laughing. The 4 Zhong-er's funny comparisons. The reflection arc was astonishingly long. Who the hell are you? The 4 looked around their trial area suspiciously, and at this time Luffy had already withdrawn from the heart net. What are you laughing at? Nami looked at Luffy, who was holding back his laughter, and asked strangely. Nothing, I think of happy things. 14. Nami, hey. At this time, everyone had arrived at the ball trial among the 4 God-tier officials, and there were some strange white ball clouds floating in the air. Is this the trial of the ball? It doesn't look like there is any danger. Usopp looked at the white balls all over the sky, picked one up and played with it in his hand. Since the trial of everyone choosing the ball just now, they have not encountered any enemies since they fell from a high altitude. It seems that we won the lottery this time, and we didn't encounter too difficult a trial. Usopp said excitedly. Really? That would be really nice. Nami looked at the ball clouds all over the sky and burst into tears. God, did you hear my prayer? Zoro looked at Nami speechlessly and said, how is it possible? God is our enemy. Nami number dish convex. Shut up. Blasphemy. Zoro grinned, how about we go back and choose another channel? Nami, Usopp, don't. And at this moment, a long worm with sharp teeth sprang out from the white cloud in Usopp's hand, biting straight at Usopp's neck. Usopp ducked his head and tossed the white cloud ball with Paper Art's dodge speed. Sanji suddenly looked around nervously. Could it be that these white balls are the lairs of those strange snakes? Nami hugged Luffy, so frightened. No. I don't want a snake. Zoro looked at Nami disdainfully. What's so scary about snakes? I saw him slashing at the cloud ball floating over. Bang! A violent explosion exploded from the gondola. I'm really looking forward to what else. Ha ha ha, these clouds are called scared clouds. A beating sound came, and everyone looked up to see a fat, ball-like long-haired puppet dancing on top of a cloud ball. Hasuo. Everyone! What the hell is this glutinous rice ball? This is the trial of the ball. At this moment, Shadley, one of the 4 God-tier officers, jumped up and rushed towards Luffy. I told you in advance, if you don't defeat me, you won't be able to move forward. Saying that, Sabaody stretched out her palm to press Luffy. At this time, his heart is full of contempt for Luffy and others. He has a heart network to spy on the enemy's thoughts, and a shock shell that can release terrifying shocks, so that his ball trial maintains a 90% mortality rate. He has enough confidence to catch Luffy and others in one go. And the first thing he has to do is to teach this seemingly strongest guy a lesson. Luffy looked at Shadley, who was flying towards her, and frowned. Would you like to pick a soft persimmon, who is not good? You can find me. Sabaody looked at Luffy and sneered. Want to stand up and hit me in the face with a right hook? Naive, I. With a bang, Shadley felt a sharp pain in her right cheek and flew straight out. What is he doing? Zoro looked at Shadley, who had predicted how he would be beaten in advance, with a confused expression. Sanji also said to Shadley, like a mentally retarded person, the face is bigger. With a clatter, Shadley got up from the ground and looked at Luffy in shock. How is it possible? I have already made an evasive action. Luffy looked at Shadley with contempt. Even if you know my movements, your body must have enough speed to deal with it. The so-called heart network is actually Enel's fruit ability to read the brain waves generated by people's thinking to obtain the enemy's next move. To put it bluntly, it is similar to mind reading. Before the attack, the command information sent by the brain to the body is intercepted by the mind network to respond in advance. The 4 God-tier officials receive the radio wave information sent by Enel through observation haki, so that they can use the heart network synchronously with Enel. However, with Luffy's strength, even if Priest Shadley knows Luffy's next move, his strength is not enough to react to Luffy's speed. That's why he was shot out directly. At this time, Luffy, who was not convinced by Shadley, did not drop him in seconds, but instead found a comfortable position and lay on C.C's lap and said to Solomon and Sanji, "You want to become stronger? Then beat the opponent and try to use your physical instincts to avoid this guy's attack." The mysterious forest full of traps is the perfect training ground for observation haki. After hearing Luffy's words, Shadley's face became ugly, and he yelled at Luffy, "Who do you think you are talking to again? I am Shadley, one of the 4 God-tier officials who serve God. The ball test examiner who controls the Forest of Mysteries." However, he suddenly felt a breath of death coming from behind him. Luffy's arms stretched from Shadley's back to the front. A coin bounced high and slowly landed in front of Shadley's eyes. Next second, the terrifying wind pressure shot straight out of his eyes along with an orange light beam. Ultra Railgun! The violent explosion, accompanied by the ear-piercing buzzing, rammed the woods in front of him into a terrifying passage. With a creak, a broken branch fell, and his consciousness was awakened. He turned to Luffy in horror as if looking at a demon. Luffy showed the most terrifying and kind smile in his life. "Do you want to live? If you want to, find a way to kill those 2 people, otherwise you will be like the forest Lin Yi in front of you." Bang! Sabaody was so frightened that she immediately sat down on the ground and her legs trembled. Chapter 166. Shad Lemon, one of the 4 God-tier officers. He never thought that he would encounter such a situation, that he would become someone else's training tool. But watching the tunnel being punched out in the forest, Shadley still decided to fight for a chance of life for herself. Zoro and Sanji looked at Shadley disdainfully. "This kind of thing can also improve our strength." Sanji lit a cigarette and jumped straight into the forest. "Green algae, leave this guy to me, don't do it." Zoro didn't say anything, just sat on the deck holding a knife to prove his attitude. Luffy didn't object either. After all, the 2 of them after Marine 6 Styles training were really bullying. Even with the precognition bonus of the mind net, the gap in physical skills is enough to make Shadley overwhelmed. Sanji kicked Shadley first. However, Shadley sneered, "Kick with the upper part of the right foot. Turn sideways to dodge Sanji's attack in advance." At this time, Sanji called out the name of the move, Shaora. But at this moment, Shadley's palms tied with Shockbei were already placed in front of Sanji. Impossible! This guy actually predicted my movements. Sanji looked at this strange chubby guy in shock, and in the next second a shock shot out from Shadley's hand, knocking Sanji into the air. "Nanny!" Zoro frowned and looked at Shadley, as if he didn't expect Sanji to lose so easily for the first time. Seeing this, Sabaody's face showed joy again. "Can win. As long as this man abides by the agreement, he can live." Ha 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 ha! Sabaody jumped up and down on the cloud ball excitedly. Sanji got up from the ground and wiped his nosebleed. "Do you have any skills?" Then Sanji made a good move and sent a tempest kick directly towards Shadley. However, after Sanji finished attacking, it was discovered that Shadley had jumped out of the spot ahead of time. "Aha, this is actually a fake move, deliberately arousing my vigilance. The real attack is behind." Shadley's ball-like body slammed down, and Sanji, who ran behind Shadley, kicked the air again. "Nanny? How is it possible?" Sanji looked at Shadley in horror at this moment. "How would you know my movements?" Shadley jumped up and down proudly. "This is a skill heart network that can only be obtained through continuous practice. You rookies like you will not know it," said Sabaody's palm pressed to Sanji again. And Sanji also knew that the guy's attack came from the palm, so he dodged the attack with a Thomas spin. With a bang, a big hole was punched out of an ancient tree with a diameter of several meters. "Damn it, what kind of attack is this? Why does it look like finger pistol?" Sanji looked at Daedong and frowned. "It will hurt if you get knocked down." Shock shells are air cannons generated by vibrations. Even Luffy's rubber body can't completely ignore the shock shell blows, it can only be said to be immune to most damage. If Sanji was hit at this time, although it would not be fatal, it would still be quite painful. Hey, Sanji, our time is limited. If you can't defeat this guy before Fengui leaves the Forest of Mysteries, you will be trapped here. Luffy shouted to Sanji below with a smile on the boat. The Forest of Mysteries is run through by a river of clouds, although it is curved, it leads directly to the next trial. Zoro also mocked on the boat, do you want me to help you? If I make a move, I will definitely be able to cut down this tumbler. Sanji was furious when he heard the words, and yelled at Zoro, I don't want your help. Then he turned his head to look at Shadley, damn guy, it makes people angry just looking at it, Tempest kick chaos. I saw Sanji slashing countless slashes towards Shadley with his feet. But Shadley walked through the cracks of the slashes with a sensitivity that didn't match his fat body at all. Ahaha, it's useless, I know all your attacks well, and your current attack can't hit me. Shadley jumped up and down triumphantly and appeared in front of Sanji again, and directly knocked him flying with an impact. Sanji. Nami looked worried at Sanji, who was already vomiting blood, and she asked Luffy incomprehensibly, you can beat him easily, why do you have to let Sanji do it? Luffy explained to Nami seriously, I am a god, and I am destined to be tolerated by those ignorant human beings. As my believers, you will definitely be threatened by evil enemies in the future, so I want to improve your strength as much as possible, let you have the ability to be unique. Nami. Boom. Speak English. Well, that is, I have a group of powerful enemies, and I am worried that they will retaliate against you, and I can't be by your side forever, so I have to find a way to make you stronger. Luffy coughed twice and explained. Nami looked at Luffy suspiciously, based on your identity, would anyone dare to fight against you? It's this identity that is the biggest problem, okay? Luffy muttered. At this moment Sanji swore that he had never had such an aggrieved fight. No matter what moves I use, the opponent can easily dodge, and no matter how I dodge, the opponent can always wait for me at the position I am about to reach. It was as if his own face was coming up to hit the opponent. Obviously, in terms of physical fitness alone, he is stronger than the opponent, but every time he fights, he gets kicked out. At this time, Sanji and Shadley's shocking beating were covered with bruises. Ahaha, I think you just admit defeat honestly, you can't beat me. Sadly proudly jumped up and down on the balls. Sanji lowered his head, Nyo's Zhao, so that the expression on his face could not be seen clearly, only he lowered his head to light a cigarette and took a deep breath. A hint of surprise flashed in Luffy's eyes on the gondola. Is this the highest masterpiece of Germa 66? It's only been a month since I came into contact with Marine 6 styles, right? Sadly looked at Sanji, who had no intention of admitting defeat, and a trace of impatience flashed in his eyes. If that's the case, then die as your captain said. Shadley rushed to Sanji again, but this time Sanji didn't raise his head immediately. Instead, he stood there without moving. Nani? Did you give up resistance? Sadly looked at Sanji's brows and frowned, but pressed the shock shell in his hand towards Sanji without any hesitation. However, at the moment when Sanji was about to be hit by the shock shell, Sanji lowered his head slightly to the side, and instantly dodged the attack. Observation Haki. Wake up! Chapter 167. Sadly was a little confused. He didn't even feel any evasive thoughts from Sanji's mind. And Sanji actually dodged his own attack. It must be a coincidence. Sadly patted Sanji again in disbelief. However, Sanji still hides lightly. Luffy smiled crookedly. The so-called early observation haki relies on the body to automatically form an instinctive response to avoid attacks. Luffy's clearest display came during his 2 years of training with Rayleigh. The paper arts in Marine 6 styles is a weakened version of observation haki. Dodge the attack by feeling the airflow from the attack with the skin. So when Sanji found that all his actions were predicted by the enemy, he tried to use paper arts to feel Shadley's attack. It took Sanji less than 2 hours from the initial conscious dodge to the final natural dodge relying on body instinct. If a famous teacher really sees it, he will definitely call an expert. At this time, Sanji directly emptied his mind, no longer thinking about how to dodge in his mind, and let his body dodge the attack by itself. 037 And from this moment on Shadley was completely unable to hit Sanji once. To put it bluntly, although the 4 priests have turned on observation haki, their knowledge are more inclined to be connected to Enel's heart network, and their strength is entirely dependent on Enel's heart network field. Once the heart network fails, they are at best the little guys in New World who have just realized the color of knowledge and knowledge. And Luffy saw Sanji's awakening and directly used the superpower of electromagnetic waves to connect Sanji with the heart network built by Enel with observation haki. Suddenly, Sadali's voice reached Sanji's head. Create a riot by attacking the cloud and run away. Sanji was taken aback at first, then looked at Shadley strangely. You want to run away? Ahaha, how could I run away? I'm going to kill you too soon. In the next second, Shadley kicked directly towards the cloud ball under his feet. However, under Sadali's bewildered eyes, her chubby face directly bumped into Sanji's feet. Shall meet. Kick. Bang. Shadley didn't even have a chance to scream, her nose got stuck and she was kicked out. Okay. Win. Usopp yelled at Sanji happily. Sanji showed a smug expression towards Zoro, and the next second, he passed out directly. Ah! Sanji is dead. Doctor! Where is the doctor? Chopper looked at Sanji who passed out and screamed. Usopp reminded speechlessly, aren't you? Chopper suddenly came to his senses. Ah, yes. I'm a doctor. Immediately, he took out the medical bag he was carrying and started diagnosing Sanji. The injury is so serious. The face is fractured, and more than one rib is broken. Chopper hurriedly gave Sanji emergency treatment. As for doing this, Nami asked Luffy, looking at Sanji with some unbearable pain. You look down on them too much. Look at Zoro, he guesses that he would be the one lying on the boat. Luffy pursed her lips and said. Nami turned around and found that Zoro was looking at Sanji enviously. Because he knows Sanji and awakened the observation haki in the Conqueror's haki that Luffy once told himself. That is a magical skill that can directly dodge the attack without thinking and relying on instinct. After this perverted cook awakened observation haki, even his own slashes might not be able to cut him. Zoro held Hideo in front of him with some reluctance, and sat up cross-legged. Don't you need to cut down the slash? Zoro started the training of Kenshin. At this time, the gondola was about to sail out of the lost forest. And at this moment, a beak guy wearing an aviator hat and a leather jacket rode a big bird and flew towards the crowd. Sure enough, Shadley's heart net has disappeared. I didn't expect the invaders this time to be quite tricky. Shura, one of the god-tier officers, said while riding on the giant bird and staring at everyone. Hey, there's another kid here. Zoro excitedly stood up and looked at Shura. Little boy. Shura was furious when he heard the words, I am the priest in charge of the trial of rope with a survival rate of 3%, Shura. If it weren't for that idiot Gades to solve the group of Sandian gorillas, this kind of thing is not in my turn to try. 3%. Usopp looked at Shura riding a 3-foot bird in shock. It's scary. Haha, are you afraid? If you are afraid, obediently don't resist, so that you can suffer less. Shura looked at Usopp's cowardly look and laughed. I saw the Sanshang bird suddenly opened its mouth and spewed out a flame towards the ship. Nanny? How does this bird breathe fire? Usopp was taken aback. Seeing this, Zoro frowned, holding a word in his hand and ready to strike. Suddenly a shell hit, and the flames were scattered away with a bang. Brother! A shout of surprise came out. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice strangely, but saw countless Sandia warriors stepping on cloud shoes, rushing towards them stepping on the cloud river. Headed by the tribal leader Weber. "Hey, Luffy, isn't this the native you fooled?" Usopp asked quietly. "What do you mean by flickering?" Luffy gave Usopp a blank look, then immediately changed his face excitedly and turned his head to greet Weber. "Hey brother! We are here for the appointment." Weber couldn't contain his excitement when he heard the words. He blamed himself and said to Luffy, "I'm sorry that I originally planned to ring the golden bell before my brother arrived, but I didn't expect it to be a step too late." "Don't pay attention to this," Luffy waved his hand. "How can we brothers be so alien? Let's break through Apayadu together. Subdue Enel. Ring the golden bell." Weber shouted excitedly. "Good." Straw Hat Crew and the Sandia warriors behind him were shocked. Wearing glasses, the praying mantis Kamakili asked in a low voice to the female warrior Loki, "Is this the descendant of the legendary Nolando?" Loki rolled his eyes. "How would I know?" At this time, the little girl Aisha who was following Loki looked at Luffy with a look of horror on her face. In her eyes, who was born with observation haki, the terrifying aura emanating from Luffy made her feel suffocated. "Yeah ha ha ha! I didn't expect you all to come together, it seems that it saved me a lot of effort." A strange laughter suddenly reached everyone's ears. Immediately, a flash of thunder flashed, and the god Enel appeared in front of everyone with a drum beating on his back and a golden stick in his hand. Chapter 168. "Yeah ha ha ha! Do you know that you have committed a first-degree crime now? Attacking the priest means provoking me and declaring war on me, the god." Enel looked at Luffy, Weber, and others proudly. "It's really stupid for the former god to break the oath for you." "Yeah ha ha ha! The previous generation of gods? Is there still a new generation of gods?" Nami looked at Enel strangely when he heard it. "So this is God? The ears are so big." "Ganfur." Luffy looked at Zhong-Er's Enel laughed. After all, Enel is just a little boy who was oppressed by the people of Birka Sky Island because he had no wings. When he first came to the Kingdom of Gods, Enel did not kill all the previous gods due to Gonfort's initiative to abdicate. And this time, for some unknown reason, Gonfort entered Arpejado again and was bumped by Enel. Luffy is oblivious to the what reason conies around him. Enel is a guy who came to the Kingdom of Gods 6 years ago. He challenged the gods, won the war with absolute strength, and became a new generation of gods. Weber explained to Nami. "Hey? The gods can be challenged?" Nami suddenly became mad when he heard the words. "What kind of god is this? Isn't this the king of the country?" "The king? According to what you Qinghai people say, you can say the same." Weber nodded. Enel standing on the treetop was not happy anymore. He frowned and retorted loudly to Nami, "I am a god. The omniscient and omnipotent kind. Oh, this guy is Logia's strongest thunder fruit devil ability user, he can read your thoughts with electromagnetic waves." Luffy explained, pointing to Enel. Unanimously, Zoro and others said to Enel in their minds, "Silly." Enel was furious instantly, "Are you bastards looking for death?" Zoro and the others suddenly showed surprised expressions. "Sure enough. I can really hear it." "Luffy. Are you idiots? Rice wife." Enel slashed at Zoro and the others from the wrist that transformed into a straight line of thunder. "Nani? What is this?" Nami screamed and hid behind Luffy. Zoro frowned, drew out his knife and wanted to chop it. But Luffy pressed it down. "Hey hey! Are you an idiot? This is Ray, you cut it with a knife." Luffy stepped forward, hardened his armed arm, and scattered Enel's lightning strike with a wave. "What?" Enel changed his calm before and looked at Luffy in surprise. "What was that just now?" Hearing this, Luffy opened her arms and said to Enel with a smile on her face, "I am your big brother my stupid Odoudou." Enel's face changed drastically when he heard this. "You are the guy who invaded the Heart Network." "Hey, How do you talk? What is invasion? That is the telepathy between our two brothers, and Luffy said to Enel with a smile. The Sandia warrior Weber and others behind him were dumbfounded after hearing this. Is this guy Enel's brother? Luffy then retells the story of the family he made up that accidentally lost Enel on Sky Island Birka during the voyage, and because he didn't have wings and was blinded by eyes, everyone looked at it with sympathy for a while. Enel. Enel's head was full of black lines. You're courting death. I'm not your brother. Enel shouted angrily, million-volt discharge. A thunderbolt shot towards Luffy. You child, why don't you believe in evil? Luffy said helplessly. He stretched out his right hand, and the lightning flashed, and the same bolt of lightning collided with Enel's discharge and disappeared. It was only then that Enel remembered that this guy seemed to be able to use the ability of lightning. But the Sandians do not know. They looked at Luffy in shock. Is this guy really Enel's big brother? Only Straw Hat Crew had black lines all over his head, and everyone who came with him knew that Luffy was the serious grandson of Garp. Even Enel looked at Luffy suspiciously. Could this guy be telling the truth? And when he was in Birka, it was true that he was abused by the people of Sky Island because he had no wings and was more like a Qinghai native. After all, those who can go to Sky Island are basically vicious pirates who don't care about their lives. Every time a Qinghai person appears, they will burn, kill, and loot Sky Island. People from Sky Island in Birka naturally don't want to see Enel who looks like Qinghai people. Little do they know that these are all Luffy's ignorance. After all, with Oda's old thief style of painting, although Enel's childhood is not explained, almost all villains have two stages of blackening and whitewashing in the formation of their characters. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible for Enel to destroy his hometown, Sky Island Birka, for no reason. After all, during the 6 years of Enel's administration, all the pirates who came from Qinghai to try to hunt for treasure were attacked. Asking for flowers. As for the Sky Islanders, Enel seldom takes action on his own unless he commits a treasonous act like Konis. Even the former gods abdicated on their own initiative. Enel has never hunted down for no reason in the past 6 years. I just gnawed apples every day, waiting for the priests to build the Ark motto in an attempt to fly to the moon. A person with this kind of personality is likely to be implicated by the racial hatred of the Sky Islanders towards the Qinghai pirates when Doflamingo was a child, which made him destroy his hometown of Birka after he got the Thunder Fruit. So Luffy simply made up a story based on the analysis. Unexpectedly, seeing Enel's appearance seems really good. Surprise flashed in Luffy's heart at this time. I'm Zhou, can this trademark be caught? At this time, Enel's mind was in a mess. He growled at Luffy, I won't admit you're my big brother. It is said that the complete person directly turned into lightning and disappeared from the spot. Everyone looked at Enel, who left suddenly. Don't you think this place is boundless 300 taels? If you don't believe me, why are you running? We are at war, shouldn't you continue to attack us? Seeing that there was something going on, Luffy waved directly at Shura, who was flying in the air. What are you waiting for? Why don't you take us to the Golden Bell? Didn't you see that Sandia's brothers are waiting to ring the bell? The Sandia warriors behind them were suddenly overwhelmed with excitement, and they lit the lamps of Shandora. This is the dream that everyone has been working hard for many years. Just because this group of Sky Island natives took away their hometown for their own selfish desires. Unexpectedly, Enel, who defeated the former god 6 years ago, is also a descendant of his brother Nolando. Ape Dung. This is fate. At this time, Weber had completely forgotten that the people Luffy mentioned were entrusted by the descendants of Nolando. Shura stood in place with a dazed expression, and it was not right to walk, or not to go. Luffy watched the confused Shura begin to flicker with electric lights, but his appearance was the same as that of Enel. Seeing this, Shura shuddered all over, and only then remembered that this was the big guy who had knocked Enel into pieces by a bolt of lightning. No matter what people say is true or not, it seems that I can't beat it. Shura immediately put on a smile that he thought was kind. Okay, "Big brother, you come with me, the golden bell is holding Nixie at the top of the sacred tree." Chapter 169. On the other hand, Enel returns to the shrine of God. At this time his mind was confused. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Why is there a big brother inexplicably? Why is his abilities so similar to mine? Is what he said true? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to Enel's mind. That's not right. I'm stupid. No matter how you look at him, he's younger than me. How could he be my big brother? Enel jumped up from the throne with a bang, and the veins on his forehead were exposed. How dare you play me? With a whoosh, Enel turned into lightning again and rushed towards the lower floor. At this time, the sky was approaching dusk. In order to give a perfect bell to this time spanning 400 years, Weber decided to wait until dawn the next day before lighting Chandera's lamps. At this time, everyone is collecting ingredients in the forest, preparing for a grand 860 bonfire party. The Cloud Wolf in the forest, clamoring that this is his territory, was beaten up by the Sandia warriors and offered delicious fruit wine. Sanji, who is a perfect fighter, has recovered from his injuries in the morning. He and Zoro caught a dozen huge empty sharks in the Cloud River for everyone to barbecue. I didn't expect there to be such a brave sky fighter like Ms. Loki in the sky. I feel like my heart is captured by you. Sanji held up a large piece of empty shark meat and half-kneeled in front of the Shandia female warrior Loki and complimented loudly. Kamachili with round glasses watched the yellow-haired brat shamelessly pick on his own girl, and decisively grabbed a large bucket of fruit wine and prepared to fight Sanji to the death. And when everyone is immersed in the ocean of joy, a terrifying thunder light gathered in the air. God's punishment. With a bang, Lei Zhu directly slashed down towards the crowd. Luffy frowned. Did he react? Luffy slapped the ground. The iron sand contained in the soil was controlled by Luffy to fly up, instantly forming a giant lightning rod to block everyone. Just listening to the surge of the electric current, the terrifying punishment of the gods was introduced into the earth by the black iron sand and disappeared. At this time, everyone reacted and stood up hastily. They looked at the sky, only to see Enel glaring at Luffy angrily. "You're kidding me. How could you be my big brother? You look younger than me. It is through this that you trademark realize that something is wrong." While Luffy was thinking about how to continue fooling Enel. At this time, Enel didn't want to listen to Luffy's sophistry anymore, and saw him rushing up with a golden stick in his hand. Zoro and others rushed forward, but Luffy stopped them with a wave. With their current strength, facing the guy who has developed Thunder Fruit to this admiral level, there is no chance of winning at all. Even resistance is a luxury, and there is no effect of training at all. Gold is soft, Luffy shrugged and went straight to Enel. With a muffled sound, the golden stick in Enel's hand was directly bent by Luffy. But gold conducts electricity. Enel smiled triumphantly. 100 million volts discharge. The terrifying lightning strike directly enveloped Luffy along the golden stick. Zoro and others were shocked when they saw this. Luffy. The Sandia warriors also hurriedly took up their weapons and prepared to rescue Luffy. Only sharp-eyed Usopp noticed the clue. No, look carefully, is Luffy yawning? How is it possible? Facing such a powerful attack? Sanji immediately retorted. He squinted his eyes and looked carefully at Luffy, who was shrouded in lightning, and instantly froze. He saw that Luffy was yawning and holding the long stick in Enel's hand, and did not respond to Enel's attack at all. If it weren't for the scorched and burning land on the ground, everyone would have suspected that the two of them were acting. Impossible. How could you be fine? Enel doubted his life again. Could it be that he is really the embodiment of thunder and lightning like himself? Luffy looked at Enel with some sympathy. He was obviously the strongest Logia devil fruit in Logia that took into account attack power, speed, and defense, but he met Luffy, a phantom beast, rubber elf, and Nika fruit's ability user. What is Tianhu? As long as it is placed on the Grand Line, with Enel's terrifying observation haki and hardnet skills, even without armament haki, it can definitely easily defeat any pirate cotter below the level of the Emperor's deputy. However, he met Luffy, who was against Tianhu himself. The most important thing is that he was seriously injured by Luffy due to carelessness. Otherwise, with Enel's speed, Luffy would not be able to beat him at all. Looking at Enel, whose eyeballs were almost protruding, Luffy sighed helplessly, "My stupid Udu, I am really your brother. Did you see the Guyu painted on your thunder drum? That's us, the symbol of the family." As Luffy said, a pair of scarlet Sharingan appeared in his eyes. Luffy never felt so easy to use the normal 3-tomo Sharingan. Enel looked at Luffy's eyes for a moment, then looked at the thunder drum behind him, and once again doubted his identity. But doubts are doubts, he still doesn't think Luffy is his big brother. After all, Luffy is not a little bit younger than himself. He took back the golden stick, used ley metallurgy to retrain it to its original shape, and knocked on the thunder drums on the left and right shoulders, and suddenly a thunderbird and a thunder beast rushed towards Luffy, roaring. Luffy shook his head and walked straight towards Enel, with a kind voice in his mouth, "It's useless, you and I have the same origin, your ability is useless to me." But Luffy was thinking about how to fool this big fool. After all, the way to defeat Enel is to kill him in seconds when he is unprepared. Otherwise, with Enel's speed at this time, Luffy will never be able to beat him. But Luffy doesn't want to let go of this Admiral's combat power, so Luffy's brain is playing with fate at this time, thinking about how to explain to Enel why he is younger than him but his elder brother. But for others, the terrifying Thunderbird and Thunder Beast hit Luffy straight with a swish. Luffy only felt his body go numb, like a horse killing a chicken, and then there was nothing else. It's younger than him, it's his elder brother, younger than him, it's his elder brother. Suddenly Luffy had a flash of inspiration. "My stupid 0.2 Daodu, the reason why I am younger than you is because when our country was in danger, there was a servant who ate the fruit of time and sent the two of us to the future separately, so although it looks younger than you, but in fact I am your elder brother, and you were still young at that time, so you don't have these memories. But I clearly remember that the fire snakes were flying around, a man with demon horns burned the place where we lived, and the servant named Tianhu used her demon fruit power to send us to the future. Because she was already on the verge of death at that time, there was a negligence in her ability, which caused you to fall out of the space-time tunnel ahead of time and landed on Sky Island Birka." Luffy explained loudly to Enel with an excited face. "If you don't believe me, you can follow me to Wano Kuni to prove it, it is still ruled by our enemies. He is known as the Four Emperors Kaido." Chapter 170. Everyone in the Straw Hats looked at Luffy, waved their hands and booed in unison, "How can you believe it?" Enel's hand holding the golden stick trembled uncontrollably, and finally roared, "Even if you are my big brother, don't try to stop my determination to find the infinite continent." Everyone, "Why? I really believe it." The soldiers of Sandia burst into tears. What a disobedient brother this is. Luffy sighed helplessly, "Sure enough, I still have to rely on virtue to convince people in the end." Speaking of which, Luffy opened the Sharingan and raised his fist. "Have you ever seen such a big German?" Second gear. Luffy let out a low snort, and rushed directly towards Enel. "Yahahaha!" Enel laughed loudly, "Let you big brother see how I have gained the power of God all these years." Yahahaha! The Straw Hats, "I have no doubts at all, hey!" Enel turned into lightning and rushed towards Luffy. Luffy was also not to be outdone in the second gear and cooperated with Marine 6 styles to shave the speed of the fight between the two, which directly caused the two figures to disappear in the eyes of everyone. "It's so fast!" War Ghost Weber looked at the exploding trees around him in shock, with a look of horror on his face. With the current speed of the two of them, he and the Shandia warriors couldn't touch Enel at all, let alone kill him. Up! At this time, Luffy also knew bitterly, the speed of the damn thunder fruit is really too buggy. The speed of B is definitely comparable to that of Kizaru. If it wasn't for the ability to control Enel's heart network by manipulating electromagnetic waves, he might not be able to fight against Enel at all. Fortunately, many of the templates I have plugged in along the way have directly or indirectly strengthened Luffy's observation haki. This caused both Luffy and Enel to lose their heart nets at the same time, and Luffy's observation haki was significantly higher than Enel's. After all, before getting the Misaka Mikoto template, Luffy's knowledge is only a short distance from predicting the future. However, due to the heart network, the direction of observation haki developed by Enel is more about range than accuracy. This also caused Enel to lose the bonus of the heart network, and observation haki was weaker than Luffy. This allowed Luffy to barely follow the direction of Enel's attack. Yahahaha, it looks like I'm stronger than you, Enel laughed triumphantly, and the lightning flashing figure even left an afterimage in the air. MD, Luffy's face darkened, and the Sharingan in his eyes directly turned into Rinnegan, Shenluo Tianzheng. With a bang, Enel was sent flying. Since a move like this cannot attach to haki, Enel, who is Logia, is not injured by it. Yahahaha, except for those idiots from the Sky Island people, whether it is the Sandia people or you and me, the ultimate goal is the same. That is to find the gold that once flourished in Qinghai in the distant past. City, Dora. In this case, let us have a good competition, only the winner is eligible to get that large amount of gold. Enel stood up, stared at Luffy with burning eyes and said. When Nami heard this, his eyes turned into Bailey. Sure enough. Is the legend of the Golden City true? On Luffy. Come on and beat him. Luffy rolled his eyes at the excited Nami. He knew that most of the gold in the Golden City of Shandora was forged by Enel into the Arc motto. And even so, Luffy and others picked up a little gold from the snake's belly and sold it for 100 million Baileys. Luffy patted the smoldering clothes, and said to Enel seriously, I've said it before, my goal is not gold, but you, my stupid Odoudou. Although I haven't tried it, I have tried to deduce it through Rinnegan, and I just happened to try to see if it can be successful. Luffy stared at Enel fiercely, and his body began to flash with lightning, stimulate the activity of cells through the Thunder Attribute Chakra, and enhance your speed, strength, and responsiveness. Patter. Lightning Style Chakra Mode. As soon as Luffy finished speaking, he disappeared in front of Enel's eyes in an instant. Enel's eyes widened. How is it possible? Slow. Luffy's voice came from Enel's side. How could it be? Enel was startled, and instantly disappeared into a thunderbolt to dodge, but what greeted him was a fist with Conqueror's haki attached. Boom! With a muffled sound, AILU was directly sent flying by Luffy. At this time, Luffy was covered in lightning, and his hair stood upright due to static electricity. If it wasn't for the color or black, he would definitely look like a Super Saiyan 2. How fast is Thunder Fruit and Sparkling Fruit? Theoretically speaking, both fruits can reach the speed of light. But that's also just theory. In fact, the thinking speed of Demon Fruit Power is the limit of the speed of these two kinds of fruits. Otherwise, if you really want to reach the speed of light, wouldn't Kizaru easily pass the Grand Line and Circle in a second? In fact, although the speed of the two is fast, they are not irresistible in front of the top powerhouses, because the upper limit of the Devil Fruit developed by the two is the limit of the speed of the brain. After all, the ability of Devil Fruit needs to be activated by capable people. I can't even think about it. How can I activate the fruit ability? This is why Kizaru also developed an 8-foot mirror skill specifically for fast movement, because teleporting between two mirrors does not need to control the speed, and the speed can be brought to ultimate directly. Otherwise, Kizaru would be too full to walk in a straight line, and would chase after people and detours. Therefore, although Kizaru's speed is fast, it has not reached the level of being unsolvable. The strong at the Four Emperors level can pre-77 to Kizaru's attack through observation haki. As for the captain level, you can see from Marco's miserable appearance. Basically, he can only rely on hard resistance to fight against Kizaru. The same is true for Enel, although his speed of transforming into thunder is extremely fast, but there is an upper limit after all. At this time, Luffy uses the second gear to accelerate the blood flow of the heart to gain stronger exercise ability, and then stimulates cell activity through lightning-style chakra, which is enough to increase Luffy's speed by a large margin. It must be known that stimulating cells also includes brain cells, and Luffy at this time is definitely much faster than Enel in terms of reaction speed. If Luffy didn't have the Misaka Mikoto template loaded, he wouldn't dare to try it anyway. Because if there is no blessing of the lightning attribute ability, to directly strengthen the brain cells with lightning is purely courting death. Before I had time to turn on the lightning-style chakra mode, I was blown out of my mind. Coupled with the high elasticity of Nika fruit rubber, Luffy at this time is no less than Enel in terms of speed. At this time, the speed of the two people is like 2/4 Reikage AI, colliding rapidly at the relatively static speed of the others. Everyone could only see the slightest sparks flashing from the air. Suddenly, with a muffled sound, Enel suddenly appeared from the air with injuries all over his body, and smashed hard towards the ground. Bang! Smashed a huge pothole in the ground. Chapter 171. Impossible. I am obviously a thunder, how can a human being hit a thunder? Enel gasped and looked at Luffy with disbelief on his face. Luffy looked at Enel like a god of thunder at this time. You also know that human beings have interpreted the fear of nature as gods since ancient times, and escaped from incomprehensible fear. To interpret as miracles all supernatural imaginations beyond the comprehension of human intellect. Now, to you, I am a god, Oliva Cometa. Let you see a real miracle, my stupid Udu, let you feel the real huge gap between you and me, the desperate gap. Luffy Zhong-er shouted loudly to Enel. He glanced at Misaka Mikoto's 90% reduction rate, and directly activated the final skill. A person with absolute ability. Leave 6. A pure white thunder light began to flash on Luffy's body, and a crown of thunder gradually formed on the top of his head like a crown. A cloak like a fence also emerged from the back. Terrifying thunder whips began to emanate from the whole body, and a random strike formed a huge gully in the land of Apayadu. Enel felt the long-lost panic in his eyes as he felt the terrifying power from another dimension. This was a level of terror that he never thought he could achieve. Luffy looked at his hands, he felt that his body life was being consumed crazily. Sure enough, Misaka Mikoto was really guided by Kiera Gensei through heart mastery, and Misaka Mikoto would be in a state where his power was out of control and he was forced to approach absolute power. The template itself does not have the qualifications to be promoted to LV6 superpowers. Feeling the vigorous power in his body, Luffy looked at the shivering Enel, but this is enough. My stupid Odoudou, I want you to feel what the power of a real god is. I saw Luffy clasping his palms together to form a tiger seal. A huge two-headed and four-handed blue chakra titan rose from the ground, forming different knot seals with Luffy at the same time. At the same time, the thunder and lightning on Luffy's body flashed, and the terrifying electromagnetic force shot straight into the sky like a divine presence. What's wrong? What happened? Everyone looked at Luffy's expression of difficulty. Is this ninjutsu? Chopper looked at Luffy with bling-bling eyes, so handsome. Zoro suddenly felt ominous. Hey! Luffy! What are you doing? Usopp looked at the sky suspiciously and said hesitantly to everyone, don't you think the moon seems to be getting bigger? Moon! Everyone looked at the moon rising in the sky strangely. Because it was at an altitude of 10,000 feet, the moon was much larger than it was seen from the ground. But, how does it feel like the moon is getting bigger? At this time, Luffy smiled crookedly, my stupid Odoudou. Don't you want this infinite continent in the sky? Come, your big brother, I'll give it to you. God's obstacle. Zhenxing. What did you say? Everyone reacted at this moment, and their eyeballs protruded from their sockets one by one. It was not their illusion. Luffy actually pulled down the moon from the sky. The huge moon is getting bigger and bigger at a speed visible to the naked eye. As it gets closer to Sky Island, the reflected sunlight gradually disappears. A terrifying black shadow hundreds of times larger than Apia broke through the clouds and smashed down. Luffy clasped his hands together with all his energy and shouted loudly, "Planetary devastation!" A terrifying gravitational force went deep into the center of the moon along with an extremely black ball. The speed of the moon, which was rushing down, slowly slowed down under Luffy's crazy spell casting. The huge moon is getting closer, and everyone has clearly seen the craters on the moon. And Luffy's energy of becoming an absolute ability user is rapidly consumed at a terrifying speed, and soon even Luffy's body begins to age at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, the moon slowly fell to everyone like a weightless balloon, and landed on the land of Apia little by little. Just at the moment when the moon made contact with Apia, bang! Boom! Apia, known as the Sanctuary of Sky Island, was instantly divided into two by the huge weight of the moon. The ground shakes and the mountains shake, and the cloud river bursts. Numerous huge southern birds flew in all directions. Everyone looked at the old figure standing next to the moon and lost their souls. No one dared to underestimate this shriveled old man who looked like he would collapse in the wind. Luffy looked at the obviously frightened crowd and pointed at Enel, "I, Sun God, Monkey D. Luffy. Surrender to me." Enel sat down on the ground and was completely taken aback by Luffy's cheating operation. And at this moment, Luffy's body began to crumble to powder. Whether it was the level 6 absolute ability user who stepped into the realm of the gods, or the Tengai Shinsei used at the expense of life, Luffy's body at this time was already dilapidated. Finally, at the moment when he finished pretending to be aggressive, Luffy's body shriveled and exploded, turning into powder as if he had gone through 10,000 years. Enel looked at Luffy who disappeared in the sky with a confused face. "What the hell is this?" When Laozi was so scared that he was speechless and was about to kneel down and sing "Conquer," "Did you play yourself off?" The group of straw hats below looked at Luffy who disappeared, dumbfounded. "Nanny?" Only CC looked calmly at the place where Luffy disappeared without any surprise. After all, she knows that it is impossible for the owner of the code to hang up. Regardless of the low combat effectiveness of individuals in Lelich's world, the pervert in World C mods is simply not comparable to that of Pirate World. The geese of the final boss saint in the theatrical version of the final resurrection of Lelich is back in time. It's nothing compared to Luffy pulling down to the moon. And the essence of the sea world can be understood. Hey, it is to back up the code owner. Once there is damage or death, the file will be read again. Just like at this time. A huge seagull-shaped logo suddenly appeared in midair. Luffy's body and clothes began to reorganize quickly, and soon the intact Luffy appeared in front of everyone. Let alone Enel, even the Sandia warriors knelt in front of Luffy and shouted, "Praise God!" Usopp, Chopper and Nami also knelt down to Luffy at the same time, "Praise God! Luffy! You guys are enough!" Chapter 172. One Piece world is crazy. Without him, the moon is gone. The Fur tribe was stunned, and he was still counting on watching the moon transform into a ball. Everyone watched the moon fall from the sky and disappear into the dark cumulus clouds. For a time the legend that a titan with a straw hat ate the moon went crazy. At this time, the culprit was happily holding a bonfire party in Apia. Enel, who had seen such divine power, had completely succumbed to Luffy's power. It's impossible not to give in, it's outrageous that one's lifelong dream is pulled down from the sky by others. Luffy had the idea of bringing down the moon from the moment he saw Misaka Mikoto's template skill. After all, Luffy has read the title page before, and the actual moon is not too big. As the hometown of Sky Islanders, it is only about the size of a dozen Sky Islands, not even as big as Alabasta. And the moon is not too far from Pirate World. The previous robots could easily reach the moon by relying on hydrogen balloons, which shows that the moon in One Piece world is not too far from the ground. Coupled with the fact that he is on Sky Island at an altitude of 10,000 feet, Luffy decisively tries to use all his strength and life to pull the moon down. Because he knows that there is a hometown of Sky Island people on the Moon City Birka. There are countless small warrior robots waiting to be activated, although the specific strength is unknown. But the fact that the 680 can absorb Enel's attack to recharge is enough to show that the group of bearded dwarf robots are not too weak. After all, it is a robot guard developed by the lunar people. Once successful, this will be a good hole card for Luffy in the world of pirates. Finally, Luffy found a good opportunity to activate Misaka Mikoto's absolute ability skill, and then spent all of her lifespan on Rinnegan's Tengei Shinsei, finally pulling the moon down from the sky. What surprised Luffy was that although the moon was pulled above the cumulus clouds by Luffy, the sky did not seem to fall into darkness as in the image. This can't help but remind Luffy that someone once said that there should be more than one moon in the pirate world. But these are no longer within the scope of Luffy's consideration. At this time, he was leading Zoro and others to start a grand bonfire dinner. Shandia warriors, Enel, as well as divine soldiers and priests all surrounded Luffy in worship. That's right, worship. Originally, Luffy wanted to take Enel as his subordinate, but the result seemed to be too much force all of a sudden. At this time, Enel simply worshipped himself as a god. What makes Luffy feel, Beth, the most is that Enel firmly believes that he is his own brother, and has been clamoring to kill Wano Kuni and take away the regime occupied by Kaido. Even Nami, Usopp, and Chopper regard themselves as a totem, and pray to themselves when they are free. It's really that Luffy's operation is outrageous. To really say how strong the destructive power is, maybe even those demon fruit powers awakened by Zoan may not be able to smash to death. But pulling the moon down is not what normal people can think of. Luffy's bonfire dinner in the Golden Country ended like a sacrifice among all the people. Early in the morning, under the leadership of Enel, the Sandians went to the cloud layer where the Golden Bell, the tallest pea sprout, was located. Is this just a spoonful of Shandia's lamp? Weber looked at this huge golden clock and burst into tears. Nami also shed tears, but her tears came from good. Big gold. At this time, Nami's eyes have completely changed into the shape of Pele. She shook Luffy like crazy. Luffy, let's fight it. We'll send it if we fight. Luffy coughed wildly. Attention, we are Marine, even if you want to steal, you can't say no in front of others. Zoro, Usopp, hey! You can't say it in person. Excitedly, Weber picked up the giant broken gold pillar next to him. He looked at the Sandia warriors who were all excited. With a bang, the huge bell sounded throughout the entire kingdom of gods. The news reached Kulik in Qinghai, and he rushed out of the stone house excitedly. At this time, the orangutan were looking at the sky excitedly. Dad! It's the bell! The legendary Chandara's lights! It's actually in the sky! The apes danced excitedly. Kulik covered his eyes with his hands and burst into tears. The ancestors did not lie. Chandora is real. The land of gold is in the sky. The melodious bell echoed in everyone's hearts, and Luffy seemed to hear a strange sound when he listened to the sound of all things. It's such a soothing bell, Robin murmured as he looked at the shaking golden clock in shock. Enel, who was nibbling on an apple at the side, didn't care much. What's so good about this? If I didn't have enough gold, I would have given it to him a long time ago. Enough gold? Nami on the side immediately became energetic when he heard the word gold. You mean there are other golds? Enel nodded. Of course, this is just a little more gold. You must know that when I found Chandora, the whole city was covered with a thick layer of gold. Didn't you come to Sky Island to find the Golden Land? What about gold? Nami asked Enel excitedly. Molten. What about after melting? Enel looked at Nami with some impatience. The eldest brother, this maid, is a bit annoying. After the bell had finished ringing, the Shandayans were excited to move all the tribesmen in Bibaihe back to Shandora. Enel brought Luffy and others to a cave. At this time, in the cave, hundreds of divine soldiers of the previous god Ganfer are making the final smelting of the proverbs. Enel excitedly pointed to the proverbs of the ark and showed off to Luffy, "Brother! Look quickly, this is the vehicle of God that I spent 6 years building with the gold of the entire Shandora." Proverbs of the Ark. It was originally intended to drive him to the infinite continent. Now that the infinite continent has been dragged down by you, it doesn't seem to be very useful. If you like gold, why don't we melt it? Enel said to Luffy flatteringly. The magic soldiers below almost vomited blood when they heard Enel's words. NMD. The ark that Lao Zi took 6 years to build without sleep, you didn't even open it and plan to melt it, are you FG kidding me? Luffy smiled and waved his hand, no, this thing can show your strength to the greatest extent, I will keep it for great use. You must know that the terrorist attack released by Enel through the Ark Proverbs is enough to easily destroy an island. In a sense, the Ark Proverbs plus Enel can already be compared to the 3 ancient weapons. At this time, Luffy's mind is full of doing this for the Whitebeard pirates in the upcoming summit war. It must be very sour, and still run? Run away! Akainu's meteor volcano is ADK, but a ball of lightning will blow up the entire Crescent Bay for you. Thinking of this, Luffy showed a beating smile on his face. Chapter 173. Keep the truth in your heart and keep silent, we are the ones who make history. With the bells of the Great Clock Tower. Robin was very excited when he looked at the historical text of Shandora stored on the bottom floor, and took notes in his own small notebook. Luffy on the side yawned boredly. A few days after taking over Enel, everyone in the Straw Hats started a relaxing trip to Sky Island. Zoro and Sanji went to help the Shandia move back to Shandora, and Usopp and Chopper went to Angel Island, the Kingdom of Gods, to buy various shellfish. Usopp was dazzled by the variety of shellfish, and hot shellfish. The most outrageous thing is that this guy almost swept the commercial street with a rubber band. On the contrary, the people of Sky Island look down on the gold and private money they have accumulated. With Enel's cover, the two of them can travel freely in the Kingdom of God. As for the Moon City Birka in the moon, because Luffy forcibly pulled it down, many facilities in it were seriously damaged. CC, as a witch who has lived in Lelich's world for thousands of years, the so-called ball-using technology is simply child's play to her. So for the past 2 days CC has been following Enel and the priests to excavate the buried city Birka inside the moon, repairing some damaged lines. Once activated, with Enel's charge, Luffy has direct access to a high-tech base, as well as countless mechanical little human warriors. Although the combat effectiveness of these villains is questionable, there is absolutely no problem in terms of loyalty. And Nami and Vivi were brought into the stomach of the Lord of the Sky by Luffy, which contained quite a lot of gold swallowed by him. At that time, Nami was so excited that she almost agreed with her body. The two of them moved in and out of the Sky Master tirelessly for 2 days, until Usopp couldn't stand it anymore and told her that the melee was really too big to fit. Nami, who was still full of thoughts, stopped. Of course, before leaving, Nami also asked the Lord of the Sky through Chopper to protect her gold, otherwise Luffy would come back to stew it, which made the 400-year-old python nod repeatedly. Ding dong, the time limit for the template has expired. Congratulations, the restoration rate of the host template has reached 100% during loading. Skills are being randomly selected. Congratulations for obtaining the skill hacking ability. You can directly hack into computers without going through cables, you can hack electronic devices directly through electrical signals or electronic operations, and even destroy electronic devices through communication lines. Congratulations to the collection point +1. Congratulations on completing the achievement base camp, get 20,000 achievement points. Congratulations on getting the title I Am God, wearing friendly believers worship +10, loyalty +10. Do you want to restart random template? No. Open the base panel. Luffy responded to the system, and suddenly Luffy's basic information at this time appeared in his mind. Host, Wang Luffy, Monkey D. Luffy. Current loading template, none. Equipment, same Hata, Mizuno-hu, expired, Desert Eagle, Bunny Girl Suit, Kunao, 1 set, Action CD, Goblin Horn, DVD player. Talent skills, 100% being caught empty-handed, immediately, Blood Follower Limit Rin Egan, Code God Power, Hacker Ability. Bond 1, CC, IQ +10 when forming a team. Achievement points, 24537. Favorites, 1-3. Title, famous all over the world I am God. This is also a special function discovered by Luffy. When the host does not load the template, the basic panel will be updated with the skills that the host has acquired from the system. At this time, Luffy has already loaded 13 templates, except for the 5 normal templates in the middle. The Saitama template has provided considerable help to himself. Many of the skills I have comprehended have not been included in the system's sacrifice panel, but at this time, even if Luffy has not loaded the template, his strength has been firmly at the level of a 4 Emperor's Cotter. If coupled with Chopper's Blue Wave Ball, Luffy can explode in 3 minutes with a fighting power that is not lost to Ka-er. Coupled with the benefits obtained by relying on the Misaka Mikoto template this time, as long as the Moon City Birka is restored, even if the 5 elders attack him, he can occupy a place in the world. After all, with Enel's strength plus the Arc, its destructive power is not inferior to that of Admiral. As for myself, I can barely reach the level of Big Kenban or General Star, and I can even reach the level of 4 Emperors if I have a good character and draw to the top template. Coupled with his own identity and connections, even if the 5 elders want to start a full-scale war, he will not hesitate at all. After all, with Enel, a large power bank with unlimited power and a large number of lunar technology fighters, I will no longer have to worry about not being able to support my men without Bailey. The only disadvantage is that his middle-level combat power is too low, Zoro and others have not yet developed, and the strength of the Moon Warriors is unknown. The best way is to find a way to empty out Marine's family property. You must know that Zephyr had a large number of diehard followers when it first judged Marine to establish a new Marine. As for his own identity and connections, as long as he has enough funds and operates well, it will not be a problem to separate the entire marine system from the world government. The only problem now is that the communication with Sky Island base is a big problem. Luffy stroked his chin and thought. It is impossible for me to return to the base through the rising sea every time. The only way at present is to be picked up by Enel's Arc, but this is easy to attract the attention of some people. After all, Luffy is going to play Enel as the whole card to the critical moment. While thinking, CC led Enel to Luffy. How can it be fixed? Luffy asked CC. CC nodded. It won't be a big problem if it is repaired, but this lunar city is a bit damaged, and it shouldn't be able to be used again for a while. How long will it take? Luffy frowned upon hearing this. CC pondered for a while, a few months at least, a year at most. If the power system can be repaired first, the repair speed will be greatly improved with the help of those simulated robots. If the power system is not reparable, it may take a long time. When Luffy heard this, his face was a little ugly. He thought that it could be easily repaired with the technology he knew from CC, but he didn't expect such a large amount of work. Now that the Summit War is just around the corner, it is impossible for me to stare at the restoration of the Moon City on Sky Island. Due to the previously changed plot, the situation in Qinghai now requires me to prepare for the sun in advance. Luffy pondered for a long time, and decided to temporarily split into 2 groups. CC temporarily stayed on Sky Island to help Enel restore Birka. And Luffy took other people to Qinghai to understand the current situation. The next day. Don't you really need me to send it? Brother. Enel asked Luffy with a face of reluctance. Luffy waved his hand. If you want to help me, quickly find a way to fix Birka, and I will notify you with a phone bug when it's time for you to make a move. At this time, everyone reluctantly looked at the kingdom of God behind them like a dream. Konis-chan, I will come to see you again. Sanji reluctantly greeted Konis. My gold Nami reluctantly waved at the Lord of the Sky. Everyone! You are enough for a long time. Chapter 174. Everyone, pay attention to safety during the descent. Konis' final voice came. Everyone waved goodbye to her. Everyone, wait a minute, is it falling? Konis, hey! Ah! After a huge octopus caught the melee, everyone's frightened souls were put back into their bodies. Ahaha, it's fun, like a roller coaster. Luffy laughed. Nami wiped the frightened tears from the corners of his eyes. How funny! After an 8-hour hot air balloon octopus trip, without Luffy making trouble, everyone landed in a bay steadily. Suddenly countless searchlights lit up from all directions, shining on the melee. Nani? Where have we landed? Facing the harsh light, Nami looked around. Luffy grinned. Finally, I can eat something good. Everyone looked at Luffy 423 strangely. Hey? Do you know where this is? Luffy smiled lightly, returned to the cabin and put on the long-lost justice cloak. At this time, a series of alarms sounded, small boats approached the melee, and marine soldiers jumped onto the boats one after another. Stop and put your hands up. The first non-commissioned officer raised his gun and shouted. Suddenly he saw Luffy's attire and epaulets. Center, Mr. Vice Admiral. Luffy flicked his cloak. Little ones, let's go. At this time, the huge pattern of G8 on the wall caught everyone's eyes. Marine Base. I didn't expect the famous Vice Admiral Monkey D. Luffy to visit my small branch base. Jonathan smiled and handed Luffy a glass of red wine, still in this unexpected way. 17. Ahaha, it was an accident, it was purely an accident, and I will trouble you to overhaul my boat this time. Luffy smiled and greeted this strict wife, Vice Admiral. Fort G8, known as the Big and Improper Marine Fort. But Luffy knows that it is definitely not easy to be called an iron-walled fortress on the Grand Line. The damaged warships parked in the ship repair yard, as well as the wounded transported, are enough to illustrate the contribution of this fortress to peace within the most jurisdictional area. It is also the strength of the G8 fortress, which leads to the scarcity of pirates in the sphere of influence, which makes the fortress look redundant. As everyone knows, if there is no G8 fortress, this sea area will be in chaos. After experiencing this journey, the melee is a civilian sloop, and even though Luffy has been intentionally protecting the melee in this life, it is still broken at this time. Although the keel has not yet broken, the frequent water leakage has shown that the melee is already overwhelmed. So this time Luffy specially changed the route and landed again to the G8 fort just to strengthen the melee. As Luffy has discovered through Rin Egan, the ship spirits of the Merry have begun to awaken. In order to keep the ship spirit, Luffy decided to make an attempt. That is the paradox of the ship of Theseus. If the wood on Theseus' ship is gradually replaced until all the wood is not the original wood, is the ship still the same ship? The same is true for the melee. Luffy is going to update the parts of the melee one by one except for the keel before arriving at the capital of Seven Waters. Wait until the capital of Seven Waters to replace the atom tree bought by Frankie as a keel. See if you can inherit the ship elf. After all, the Merry in the original book has undergone many repairs, and the ship elf is still the ship elf of the Merry. Looking at the young Vice Admiral in front of him, Jonathan was filled with emotion. He knew that Luffy had a much brighter future than his own Vice Admiral assigned to the branch. You're welcome, your crew has also helped us a lot. The Marines who set off were attacked by Jack Scissorhands. The current medical facilities are insufficient, thanks to your ship doctor. Jonathan was equally polite. By the way, why does Luffy Vice Admiral come to my place when you have time? Don't you know that the headquarters is looking for you like crazy? Jonathan looked at Luffy, who was enjoying the wine leisurely, and said strangely. Looking for me? Why are you looking for me? Luffy asked in surprise. As a face project, Marine Vice Admiral doesn't seem to have any urgent matters, so he needs to do it himself? Don't you know? Something big is happening in New World. Jonathan said with a serious face. Hey? What's the big deal? Luffy was stunned when he heard the words. If the timeline of the original story is followed, the biggest thing is probably that Ace should meet Blackbeard and be caught. Now Ace is sent away by himself, and Blackbeard is fooled by himself to give up the goal of Ace, because Mom's tea party is not on time. It is right that we are in a relatively peaceful period now. Wherever big things happen, it is still in the New World. Jonathan looked at the puzzled Luffy and confirmed that he was not aware of the latest news. So he took out several newspapers of different dates. It reads impressively. Whitebeard Pirates, one of the 4 emperors, was targeted by mysterious people. Half of the 46 large fleets under his command were attacked, and the captain disappeared. Whitebeard was furious, and issued a sky-high reward to ask for relevant information. Blackbeard Pirates Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach publicly shouted to Whitebeard, admitting that the attack on the Whitebeard was his own doing. Whitebeard chased and killed the Blackbeard Pirates in anger. The Blackbeard Pirates successfully escaped from New World. The world was shocked. The Blackbeard Pirates brought 20 captains of the big ships to join the world government in exchange for the position of 7 warlords of the sea. World government openly selects Shishibukai. Blackbeard Pirates successfully selected. Marshal D. Teach new 7 warlords of the sea. Pfft. The red wine in Luffy's mouth spurted far away in one gulp, and he didn't recover for a long time. Ruthless. Luffy held back a word for a while. At this moment, he had already thought that Teach was cruel in order to kill Whitebeard. Taking advantage of the familiarity with the Whitebeard Pirates, directly captured less than half of the big ship group under the Whitebeard Pirates? Could it be that the legendary quality cannot be combined with quantity? Luffy took a closer look and found that they were not very famous pirates. The only familiar one was Skiyard from the Eddie Spider Pirates, who once stabbed Whitebeard in the back. If there are 1 or 2 captains, maybe Whitebeard will indeed put pressure on the Marine branch for the sake of the overall situation. But the FG Blackbeard Pirates caught half of them directly. If this cannot be saved, then the status of the Whitebeard Pirate Group 4 Emperors will basically be gone. After all, the so-called 4 Emperors can't be established simply because they are powerful, but they also have enough influence to occupy the territory. What is the Emperor? Only subjects who have their own subjects, territories, bases, and control are called emperors. Those who burn, kill, and loot everywhere can only be called thieves and pirates. At this time, the 4 emperors don't need to take the initiative to rob 5.8 at all, they all have their own territory. The Icelanders on the territory will pay tribute to the 4 emperors for protection. An existence similar to a puppet regime has been formed. However, this regime is based on loose management. Kaido's violence, red-haired loyalty, Ant's blood, and Whitebeard's affection. Once Whitebeard refuses to save his son, the only thing waiting is the disintegration of the big ship group. After all, the Whitebeard pirate group is most famous for protecting the weak. Once your advantage is gone, you are not the only 4 emperors, and everyone will find a more reliable backstage. After all, everyone is a pirate, and there is no need to accompany you to death. Luffy looked at the newspapers and said with emotion, as expected of being the only pirate in the entire pirate world, he is cruel to others, and he is also cruel to himself. And at this moment, Usopp, who was repairing the ship with Uncle Megawa, ran in panting. Luffy. Marine Marshal's call. Chapter 175. Luffy. Where did you go? Sengoku growled from the phone bug. Mr. Sengoku, okay, what's the matter? Who messed with you to make you so angry? Luffy looked at the growling phone bug in wonder and asked, I went to Sky Island to play, and it's not my fault that the phone bug doesn't have a signal. Since going to Sky Island, the marine communication phone bug that Luffy carried seems to have passed out due to lack of oxygen. Sky Island? What are you doing in that shitty place? Sengoku frowned, and then changed the topic. Well, forget it, it doesn't matter. Was it your idea that Blackbeard attacked the Whitebeard pirates? Eh? Luffy was taken aback. I'm in the way. Suddenly Luffy seemed to remember giving Blackbeard a suggestion before going to heaven. Hey, I don't mean anything, I just want to tell you that Whitebeard's son is more than ace. You have been with Whitebeard for so many years, you should know his temper, let alone ace, even if it is a big ship group captain, he will also risk his life to attack Marineford, right? To be a human being, you must be flexible in your mind and learn to win the greatest results with the least cost. Young man, your thinking is still very good. I am optimistic about you, come on. 14. Rumors. This is slander. Luffy retorted sternly to the phone bug. Is that so? Sengoku nodded, sure enough, pirates are sinister scum. This guy said that he followed your suggestion for this operation. Now Whitebeard is offering a sky-high price for your head. Where are you now? Don't wander around if you have nothing to do. Go back to naval headquarters quickly. Don't just go around blindly because you think you're capable. Wave. What the hell, dare to slander our marine? I'll ask your grandpa to beat that guy up. Saying that, Sengoku hung up the phone with a snap. Luffy. This cheating Blackbeard, what the hell did he sell himself? The point is, does Whitebeard really believe it? What kind of IQ is this? You can believe anything you say. In fact, Whitebeard used Blackbeard's remarks to put pressure on Marine. Luffy is already known as Garp's grandson. You catch my son, I'll FK your grandson. Whitebeard issued a reward for Luffy with this attitude. Jonathan listened with a schadenfreude expression on his face. Hey, Luffy, Vice Admiral seems to be staying with me for a while longer, and my place is the G8 fortress known as the Iron Wall. I believe ordinary little pirates don't have that dare to run into the fortress to arrest people. Luffy rolled her eyes at Jonathan when she heard the words, don't worry about it, I don't care about little pirates. If you have that skill, why don't you introduce me to the head chef of your fortress? After all, I'm really interested in cooking. Jonathan looked at Luffy strangely. The pursuit of the Whitebeard pirates is not as important as cooking? By the way, how does he know that my wife cooks delicious food? At this time, Jessica pushed the dining car in from the door. No matter what you are talking about, let's talk about it, you still have to eat when it's time to eat. Jessica sets the plate for Jonathan and Luffy. However, the chef on your ship is indeed skilled, and he taught us a good lesson in just such a short time. Ah, is that right? I'm so sorry, this beautiful lady, my name is Cao, it's a pleasure to meet you. Luffy shamelessly gave Jessica a hand kiss, and looked at Jonathan behind him with a livid face. Haha, Luffy, Vice Admiral was joking, saying that I don't know your name, so I won't disturb the chat between the two of you, goodbye. Jessica backed out after putting down the cutlery. Jonathan asked blankly, so, when are you going to leave here? Shout, stingy, let's say hello to be so angry. Luffy looked at Jonathan with contempt. Jonathan felt 10,000 mud horses running wildly on top of his green head. Luffy's expression suddenly became serious and asked Jonathan, have you received the notice to report to the headquarters? Jonathan was taken aback when he heard the words, ah, indeed, how do you know, it should be a secret. Luffy nodded upon hearing the words, sure enough, when? About 20 days later, the specific time depends on the notice from the headquarters. Jonathan frowned and asked, is there anything wrong? Luffy rolled his eyes wildly when he heard that, isn't he? It's too big. Although Blackbeard still captured many captains of the Whitebeard pirates, Whether Sengoku is willing to take this opportunity to fight against Whitebeard or Luffy is not sure. Now Jonathan has actually received a job report notice, indicating that the Marine Summit War plan has begun to advance. It is uncertain whether Luffy will be implemented according to the original plan, but in terms of scale, if Sengoku decides to do it, it will definitely not be smaller than the original plot. Now that the news of the public execution has not been released, it shows that Sengoku's preparations are not yet complete. Before the Summit War, I seem to have two things to do. One is to improve and upgrade the melee and transfer the ship spirit by the way. Another. Luffy took a spoonful of broth and put it in his mouth. Delicious. Luffy turned to Jonathan and said seriously, "Why don't you lend me the head chef?" Jonathan. Roll. It was already the evening of the second day when the melee was maintained. Luffy smiled and waved goodbye to Jonathan. On the other hand, Jonathan's face was livid, wishing he would never see this nasty guy again. After all, there were two guys who were so courteous in front of his wife who wanted to kill anyone who saw them. 507 is really a good person, and he even repaired the melee for us for free. Usopp looked at Jonathan and sighed. Idiot, we are Marine, are these included in the benefits? Sanji contemptuously said to Usopp, "Ah, it's a pity I can't see my beautiful Jessica. Goodbye. Jonathan, 1. Convex. See you, Uncle." Luffy, where are we going next? Zoro asked Luffy. Luffy took the newspaper from Jonathan and said, "Where?" "Back to Naval Headquarters, of course." Luffy squinted his eyes and looked into the distance and said, "The new era is coming soon, it will start soon, the biggest war since the beginning of the pirate era, the collision that will truly stand at the pinnacle of the pirate world. The next world is a new era where only the truly strong can control everything." Luffy laughed excitedly. Zoro and others looked at the excited Luffy with confusion. Luffy stood up abruptly, striking a clenched fist. Chopper looked at the handsome Luffy with a look of admiration, and cheered for unknown reason, "Ah! Let's go, melee." Luffy picked up Chopper, "You are the reindeer of the old era, and there is no pot that can stew you in the new era." Chopper. Chapter 176. Who? Sanji took a long puff of smoke, finally settled down. It hasn't been this peaceful for a long time. Zoro was sitting wet on the deck beside him, resting with his favorite knife in his arms. After they left the G8 base, they encountered a tsunami chase from a sea monkey, and managed to escape from the big waves. In the end, I met the fox pirates again. Based on the concept that small words are meat, Nami decisively let Zoro take down the 24 million walking Pele. As a result, before I had time to take pictures, I was chased by a group of chirping sea monkeys. Finally, after a day and a night, the people got rid of these sea beasts who like to play with navigators. At this time, after a day and a night of high-intensity voyage, everyone was tired and collapsed on the melee. Usopp, who was watching suddenly, frowned suddenly. "Do you think someone can ride a bicycle on the sea?" Sanji looked at Usopp strangely. "Ah! Stupid, how is it possible, how can anyone ride a bicycle on the sea?" Usopp let out a long breath. "Is it really my hallucination? Jingle bell. Yo, can I take a quick boat?" A lazy voice came from under the boat. Everyone looked down. Aokiji was riding a bicycle and saying hello under the melee. Everyone. It's really riding on the sea. Hey? Why does this person look so familiar? Zoro frowned and looked at Aokiji in deep thought. Robin's eyes showed fear, and he said in a trembling voice, "These are the 3 highest combat powers in Marine. Admiral Aokiji." "Ah! I said it looks so familiar. I saw the photo when I was awarded the honor last time." Zoro slapped his head and suddenly realized. Sanji dropped the rope ladder with a cigarette in his mouth. "I was shocked, it turned out to be my own." At this time, except for Robin, no one is panicked by the appearance of Aokiji. after all, everyone is marine now. Only Robin, who was wanted since childhood, looked at Aokiji with fear on his face. Hey, my father-in-law is good, come and see my daughter. Luffy walked out of the cabin and greeted Aokiji with a smile. Last time, Alabasta rushed over, solved the problem and then slipped away. He didn't meet Robin at all, and the daughter control attribute was directly full. Appearing here this time, Luffy can basically guess the same. After all, he is about to arrive at the capital of Seven Waters, which is about to be corroded by the CP9 of the world government. Going to the capital of Seven Waters as Robin is like throwing yourself into a trap. After all, CP9's duty is to steal Pluton blueprints, and Robin, as the only O'Hara survivor, will definitely be targeted by CP9. Aokiji, who has been expecting Robin to find a reliable partner, naturally wants to come to investigate for his daughter. However, Robin didn't know anything about it. Anyway, in her impression, every time Aokiji appeared, her friends would be caught and hung up. Anyway, it would not end well. Even if the bounty has been revoked at this time, seeing Aokiji is still frightening. Luffy looked enviously at Aokiji who climbed up. Are you so leisurely? Ah, well the Whitebeard pirates seem to be looking for you recently. Marshal Sengoku wants me to escort you back to naval headquarters. Aokiji scratched his head and said after climbing aboard the melee. Luffy looked at Aokiji with contempt. I believe you BD. No matter how big my background is it worth having a marine admiral personally escort me when preparing for this kind of summit war? Ba typical hard-mouthed and soft-hearted. Luffy waved to everyone, it's gone, it's just a boater. He used to rub my grandfather's boat a lot. He's an old boater. What should I do? I'm an admiral anyway, can you respect my profession 10 times? But Aokiji didn't care about these, he was also here to see Robin. Ah, well you can do whatever you want, I will find a place to rest by myself. Aokiji waved his hand politely to everyone, but when he turned around, he found that everyone had already gone to their own business, and he was not paid as much attention as the other ships, as if he was just an ordinary marine soldier. Only Robin stared at Aokiji nervously. Aokiji. I'm sorry, this crew member is the same as the captain. Luffy, Sanji, I want braised pork. Hi. Hi. You can't let people abort the meeting. Nami, Sanji, let's have some diet salad. Okay Nami-san, I'll be ready soon. Zoro, I want to drink. Sanji, plus. Go and pour yourself. Everyone started to perform their duties again. Suddenly, Luffy had a flash of inspiration, and he took Enel under his command, and Zoro and others had no experience in fighting Logia. Luffy turned his head and immediately shouted to Zoro and Sanji, Hey, everyone, this is a good opportunity, Aokiji Admiral is the Logia demon fruit power, you can invite him as a target. Bah, practice it. Zoro immediately became interested, what is different about Logia? I haven't tried it yet. Aokiji, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly looked at Luffy with a darkened face. It's so troublesome to rub this guy's boat. Luffy waved at Aokiji without blushing, you have nothing to do anyway, you see that Robin's companion is stronger, so he can protect her better, right? Aokiji rolled his eyes and put on the blindfold again, ignoring Luffy. Seeing this, Luffy hurriedly greeted Zoro and Sanji, what are you waiting for, cut him off. Hey! Zoro looked at the defenseless Aokiji, don't they want to fight? Idiot, he is the Logia demon fruit power, he can elementalize the body, you don't even know, Li Wang Hao, a haki, people are lazy to talk to you, don't practice haki now, wait until you can hurt him. He moved naturally. As he said that, Luffy took out the Desert Eagle and shot Aokiji directly. Sure enough, the bullet passed through Aokiji's chest without causing any damage. Zoro and Sanji immediately became interested when they saw it. Zoro took out his weapon and aimed at Aokiji to deal crazy damage, but Haki's unformed Zoro couldn't hurt Aokiji to share. Think iron body from Marine 6 styles. Luffy complained to Zoro, feel the feeling of chi gathering in the body. Zoro frowned when he heard this, an invisible thing. He pulled out the word Hideo and held it tightly in his hand, an unspeakable breath brewing in his body. Aokiji and Luffy looked at Zoro at the same time, and Zoro waved suddenly, one knife blows 36 troubles. A flying slash rushed towards Aokiji. Chapter 177. The flying slash slashes right across Aokiji, chopping him into a lump of ice. Cut straight towards the sea. It's time. Suddenly there was a scream, and a huge toad with long hair was hit by Zoro's flying slash. Ah, Zoro, you chopped a big toad. Usopp watched carefully with the binoculars. Hey! Sanji, who was busy in the kitchen, poked his head out. The frog needs to wash off the slime with white wine, and then coat it with flour batter and fry it until golden brown. Aokiji. Ah, well, that's a frog named Yokohama. It's someone else's pet. It's not something you can eat. Aokiji said lazily. Zoro looked at the motionless Aokiji, clutching the knife, and said frantically, you should move it for me, hey. Ah, well, although you already have the prototype of Haki, but you obviously haven't practiced it yet, it really makes people feel lazy. After Aokiji finished speaking, he lay down on the deck and put on the blindfold again. Hateful. Zoro was mad at Aokiji's contempt. Save your energy, you can't hit him now. Sanji sneered as he passed by Zoro. Nanny. 660. Zoro angrily turned his head and rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight. Hey, hurry up and get that toad up, it will really die in a while. Vivi anxiously pointed at the flopping frog in the water. 30 rounds of flowers blooming. Robin crossed his arms and pulled Yokozuna out of the water. Awesome, Robin is really a good devil fruit ability. Vivi was envious from the side. Really? Robin smiled a little forcedly. What's the matter, you haven't been in a good mood since Aokiji Admiral got on the ship? Vivi asked concerned. Robin shook his head upon hearing this, but did not speak. It's a pity, is it someone else's pet? It seems that it can't be eaten. Sanji looked at the fainted Yokozuna with a regretful face. Nami yelled at Sanji frantically, I don't want to eat frogs. Hi Nami-san. After sailing for only half a day, a huge water capital composed of fountains appeared in front of everyone. Rao has seen the dream of Sky Island, and seeing the entire city under the water fountain feels extraordinarily magnificent. Amazing. So beautiful. Nami and Vivi looked at the fountain with twinkling stars in their eyes. Girls always love beautiful things. This is amazing. As expected of an industrial city. Usopp's jaw almost dropped from excitement. At this time, a sea train whizzed away from the water capital, which made the eyes of everyone who had never seen a steamship shine. Since Luffy and the others were not pirates at this time, the melee sailed directly into the city from the front of the capital of Seven Waters. It's amazing. The whole city is submerged in water, as if the houses are going to sink into the sea. Chopper looked around with bright eyes. The rest of the people also looked curious. On the contrary, it is the first time that Luffy lacks interest. The capital of the Seven Waters is not much different from Venice in his previous life. The only thing that catches Luffy's eyes is the layered terraced architectural style. First of all, we need to find a place where we can exchange gold for Bailey. Nami's eyes were shining with Bailey's light, and he looked around to see if there was a bank around. The biggest reward for Nami from this trip to Sky Island is the various gold ornaments that accounted for half of the ship's load. Waiting for everyone to drag a full 10 carts of gold from the melee. Aokiji looked at Luffy with a confused face and asked, are you changing careers to robbery? We are marine, and this is a reward given by others after saving refugees from fire and water. Luffy said dismissively to Aokiji. Everyone found one of the largest banks and exchanged all the gold for Bailey. Under Nami's shrewd bargaining and the identity of Luffy Marine second generation, 10 cars of gold were exchanged for 3.1 billion Baileys. According to the bank manager, the extra, BEDB, 100 million is dedicated to Luffy. Joyful Nami kissed Luffy hard. How about it? Would you like me to take you to Venice, the city of water? Va! The great healthcare in the capital of seven waters? How can you say it now, bro? It's not comparable to poor people like you who eat public food. Luffy patted the 31 large boxes beside him and smiled at Aokiji. Ah, well, since you guys are going to repair the ship, then I won't get involved. I happen to meet some acquaintances, so I'll leave first. Aokiji leisurely got off the melee and said goodbye to Luffy. Luffy rolled his eyes at Aokiji speechlessly. It was agreed that the FK would escort me back to naval headquarters, and you ran away when I got there. And Luffy also knew that this guy should have left for the guy from the CP agency who was pulled by a big snake in the river just now. Wahahaha, you can still meet a guy when you repair a boat. Are you the idiot who is pushing 10 carts of gold for money? Hurry up and hand over all the Baileys in your hand. At this time, a pirate with long fangs led a group of little Carla to rush out from the sidewalk. A younger brother excitedly pointed at Luffy and the boxes next to him and shouted, "Boss! I saw it all, these boxes are full of money." Really? Haha, hand over your money. I'm the Moonlight Magic Karen with 36 million Baileys online. Sage. Suddenly a cold air came. The pirates who were clamoring just now were all frozen into popsicles. Everyone ran away from them in horror. I'll pay for the boat fare for this journey, see you later. Aokiji waved his hand and disappeared into the crowd. Damn, what an annoying character, Luffy scratched his head helplessly. With this guy's temper, it may not be easy for him to dig him to his side. Luffy shook her head helplessly, turned her head and smiled at Robin. Okay, let's go, don't be nervous, she cares about you, such a smart woman, I can't tell it, it seems that Buster Call treats you, the impact is quite large. Robin's face was full of confusion when he heard the words, and he followed Luffy silently with his head down, looking like a little daughter-in-law, which made Sanji's eyes reddened with jealousy while carrying the money. Soon everyone took the melee to the Minato elevator. As soon as the elevator door opened, an open-air ship repair yard came into view. A group of people surrounded the guardrail and cheered like chasing stars. It's Mr. Liu Chi. He's so handsome. Is Barry not here? Lulu is here, she is so sophisticated, she is indeed a man among men. If you want to say a man, it must be Tellstone. The voices of everyone's praise continued to ring out in the crowd. Luffy shook his head. A shipyard, more than half of them are undercover agents, you are really unlucky. He grabbed the huge Yokozuna and jumped onto the river bank with him. Hey! Is the iceberg there? You lost your pet. Chapter 178. Hey, young man, the master of the shipyard is not something you can provoke with thin arms and legs. An old man at the side kindly persuaded Luffy. Hi, Luffy waved his hand and patted Yokozuna. I picked up a half-dead toad on the seashore. Some people said it was Bingshan's pet. Didn't it come here out of kindness? Liu Chi and the others looked at Liu Fei blankly, feeling a little familiar. Suddenly he saw Robin's pupils shrank on the melee. Isn't this guy the guy my chief has been looking for? Liu Chi leaned forward calmly, and the pigeon on his body made funny movements and said, Nanny? What are you here for? Luffy narrowed his eyes, and patted Liu Ki's face directly with his hand. Liu Ki's face turned black when he saw this, and he wanted to back away, but was confused for a while by the impact of Conqueror's haki. Pa, Luffy slapped Liu Chi on the face with a smile, you'd better talk to me like a normal person, this ventriloquist sounds awkward to me. Liu Ki's face instantly became ugly, this is no. Lucci, CP9 long-nosed Keiku instantly appeared in front of Luffy, Sorry, our colleague is usually shy and doesn't like to communicate with others, so he uses ventriloquism to communicate. Humph, a bunch of cockroaches in the gutter, it's annoying to watch. Luffy sneered at Liu Qi. Liu Qi and Keiku's expressions changed greatly when they heard the words, "Who the hell are you? Your intelligence-gathering capabilities need to be improved." Luffy chuckled twice, and then his eyes became sharp. "The one behind me, I advise you not to make up your mind, otherwise Lao Zi will destroy the Spondum behind you." Liu Qi expression changed, and he was about to attack the rude Luffy. At this time, the Mayor Bing Shan came out from the crowd teasing the little white mice. "It's really rare, the new Marine Star Monkey D. Luffy actually came to the capital of Seven Waters, and really brought our capital of Seven Waters into full bloom." Liu Qi and Keiku's expressions changed when they heard the words. No wonder this guy is so arrogant, it turned out to be the popular Straw Hat Luffy of the Marine System, no wonder he looks so familiar. Luffy, who has been undercover for Carrera for a long time as a boatman, did not pay attention to information other than Pluton's drawings, which also led to his unfamiliarity with Luffy. It was just a glimpse of Luffy in the newspaper before. "Hey, I'm here to send a pet. I heard from Aokiji that this guy is your pet, so I sent it here for you." Luffy patted the huge Yokozuna frog and laughed. Bing Shan saw the bandage-wrapped Yokozuna's face change. "Is he injured?" Luffy coughed twice. "Hey, it was already like this when we met it at sea. It was struggling in the sea at that time, but fortunately it met us." Bing Shan immediately expressed his gratitude after hearing the words, "Thank you Luffy Vice Admiral, and let you go for a special trip." "It's not special," Luffy touched his nose, "I just want you to help me change parts for my boat." "That's easy to say," Bing Shan nodded, "something broke down on your boat, I'll find someone to help you fix it." It's not bad, I just want to refurbish the melee." Luffy pointed to the Mary on the shore and said. "Renovation?" Bing Shan was a little confused when he heard Luffy's words. "This is the first time I've heard of refurbished boats. Just to ask you to replace all the boards, parts, including the keel on the melee, and use brand new materials for it," Luffy explained to Bing Shan with gestures. The corners of Bing Shan's mouth twitched when he heard this. It's so different from rebuilding a new ship one by one. "Well, actually, our shipyard has many new ships that are much better than your single-masted light sail. If you think it's okay, I'll give you one directly. It's a support for saving marines and fighting pirates work." Bing Shan touched the little mouse in his coat pocket and said. Usopp behind him was immediately unhappy when he heard the words, "What is changing a ship? Do you know how the melee came to be? It is our partner." Bing Shan complained wildly in his heart when he heard the words, "Your uncle, your captain's request is no different from rebuilding a ship crane." Luffy looked at Bing Shan with a dissatisfied expression. "Do you look down on people? Do you think that, brother, I have no money?" With a wave of Luffy's hand, 2 suitcases on the melee floated in front of him, and after opening, they were full of Baileys. "Brothers have plenty of money, I just hope Mayor Bing Shan can personally help me renovate the melee, the reward will definitely be indispensable." Asking for flowers. As Luffy said, several suitcases full of banknotes flew over. "You must know that the Atom Treasure Tree alone cost 200 million berries, and with the miscellaneous materials, it would definitely cost no less than 300 million berries to build a good ship or a small ship like the Merry House." So Luffy threw 1 billion Baileys directly in front of the iceberg. Looking at Nami's heart bleeding behind him, Khalifa pushed his glasses and said to Luffy, "My Lord Marine, our mayor will have a dinner with the cotters of the glass factory in the Dakaiza Hotel in 10 minutes, and then give a speech at the Liguria Square. Meeting with the mayor of Bimene in 2000 and being interviewed by journalists there. There is simply no time to refurbish your old ships." 0. Usopp and others looked in amazement at Khalifa, who arranged the itinerary in an orderly manner and exclaimed, "It's amazing. Who knew that Bing Shan would turn around and say, 'No, I'm not going. Khalifa nodded calmly, Aokiji, that's all cancelled. Everyone. Hey! You can still do this. Bing Shan said triumphantly, I am the one who has such great power to do this. At this moment, Luffy suddenly appeared in front of Khalifa, hooked his chin and teased, this young secretary, is there any interest in changing jobs? We have high salaries and good treatment on board, and others work overtime and we have holidays. Do you want to think about it? I promise you are here. Afterwards, if there is something to do, the secretary will do it, nothing. Before Luffy finished speaking, Khalifa kicked her feet, you are sexual harassment. Suddenly Khalifa blushed and pushed the glasses. Smee Marseille, if you are not careful, you will lose your mind, but, I am Mr. Bingshan's exclusive secretary and I will not consider changing jobs. Bing Shan on the side said to Luffy with a gloomy face, hey, don't make Khalifa angry, I'll take this job, once this woman gets angry. Everyone swallowed in unison. Bing Shan turned his face, revealing a bruised and swollen face. The enemy will be indistinguishable from us. Woohoo! Everyone, H. And just as Luffy was bargaining with Bing Shan, Hadley, the pigeon on Rocky's body, flew away from Luffy's shoulder and broke. Chapter 179. Luffy, we're going shopping, are you going? After Sanji and others drove the melee to the dock, they disembarked and waved to Luffy. You guys go, I want to watch him repair the boat. Luffy waved his hand. After all, it is about the ship elves, and it is uncertain whether the experiment of the ship of Theseus will be successful. Everyone nodded, and rented some seahorse blue to visit the water capital. Bing Shan was looking around at the melee, your ship is well maintained, and it seems that the maintenance is still good. However, the material and style of this boat are not suitable for sailing on the Grand Line, and the planks have rotted in many places. Luffy nodded. After all, it was just a merchant ship built by an ordinary butler of East Blue. It is a miracle that it can persist until now. That is to say, in this life, Luffy can often 410 protect the melee from being attacked by some strange people. Even if it was damaged by the collision, the melee could barely hold on to a few islands. So you need to renovate it. After all, you learned how to build boats from old Tom. 27. Luffy said with a natural smile. Bing Shan froze when he heard Luffy's words. Luffy smiled and waved his hands, I'm not interested in Pluton, destroying the island with one strike? It's a pity that someone under my command can do it. Although Enel's Thunderbolt needs to rely on energy storage, its power is comparable to that of the so-called Pluton battleship. And the biggest role of Pluton is to deter the country, not to fight against the strong. So the so-called three ancient weapons, except for Shirahoshi, Luffy is not interested in the other two. With that kind of effort, it is better to think about how to develop your own Devil Fruit ability. Luffy next door can already catch thunder. And although his Devil Fruit no longer has the weakness of sea water, the top combat power of Pirate World still depends on Haki, and his current grasp of Haki is really weak. Time to get Zephyr to learn Haki on the agenda. As for finding Rayleigh? Bah! After 2 years of learning the basics, the dogs don't even go. All fools know that Kaido is recognized as the best teacher in Pirate World, with 1 stick of flow control, 1 stick of bullying, and 3 sticks of awakening. Secondly, this is the Zephyr who taught 3 admirals. Going to Kaido with your current strength is easy to be abused. Although you can do infinite sit UPS, but if you get caught, you will inevitably be abused. It is better to go to Zephyr first to advance, and by the way, to stimulate feelings. After all, Zephyr is a real deal admiral's combat power, although he is getting older and his strength has declined, but he is one of the few strong players who were not killed by Luffy in the movie version. Under normal circumstances, he can definitely fight back and forth with the 3 admirals. When I can wrestle with Kaido's wrists, I will go to Mr. Guy to pester me and climb to the top of pirates in one fell swoop. I feel excited just thinking about it. But at this time, Bing Shan didn't know what Luffy was thinking. He trembled when he heard the word Pluton. Then he quickly denied it. I don't know anything about the Pluton drawings. The teacher destroyed all of them before he died. Seeing that Bing Shan didn't believe it, Luffy didn't intend to explain too much. After all, Luffy is not a pirate, and he doesn't need to rely on performance to avoid Marine's pursuit. In Luffy's opinion, the function of the boat is for comfort. It is enough to add a sea stone trim to the bottom of the boat in the later stage so that the melee can sail on the calm belt. Luffy opened Rinnegan's ability to use the human way to observe the ship elf of the melee. As the iceberg replaced the boards one by one, it did not affect the soul of the ship elf. This made Luffy secretly heave a sigh of relief. After all, the melee in the previous life was a pity for all sea fans, and now being able to keep the ship elf completely fulfilled a wish of his previous life. Seeing that the ship elves became more and more clear with the restoration of the Mary, Luffy was relieved and closed Rinnegan in front of Khalifa. How is it? How did you think about what I said earlier? Luffy said to Khalifa with a smile. You are sexual harassment. I will not leave Mr. Bingberg. Khalifa pushed his glasses and refused. What if this is an order from CP9? Luffy's light voice reached Khalifa's ears. Khalifa's expression changed when he heard the words, and he subconsciously kicked Luffy. Luffy easily grasped the slender thighs in his hands. Tisk tisk, don't worry, it's not a system. After all, we are colleagues. What's wrong with this kind of mouse-like CP spy agency? Listen to the orders of those scumbags from the Wolong people. Why don't you mix with me? Marshal Marine is my grandfather, Hero Garp is my grandfather, Aokiji is my grandfather's old subordinate, Zephyr is my grandfather's colleague. You see, the whole Marine belongs to our family, don't you think about it? Khalifa shouted with an ugly face, please let me go. Luffy yelled bored. Immediately let go of Khalifa. These guys were adopted by the CP9 organization to become CP9 since they were young, and their will is hard to be shaken unless there are special circumstances. At this time, Khalifa was also full of surprise. She didn't understand why this guy knew the identities of herself and others. I came here undercover 7 years ago, and I have been staying in the Carrera Company dutifully. In any case, she didn't know that there was still an open traveler in this world. At this time, Lucky Pigeon Headley also arrived at Blueno's tavern, and Robin's news was relayed to Nice lobby. Spondam was overjoyed when he heard the information from Blueno. Nico Robin? That O'Hara survivor? I was worried that I wouldn't be able to read the ancient text after getting the blueprint, but I didn't expect to send it to my door. Blueno on the other side of the phone reminded, my lord, now he is working under that marine celebrity Monkey D. Luffy, and he also warned us not to look for trouble. 5.4. Spondam showed a disdainful expression when he heard the words, and shouted proudly to the phone bug, Marine? Marine is nothing. It's just a dog under Lord Celestial Dragons. Do you know our name, Shield of Celestial Dragons? Can a dog compare to a shield? Our CP9 has the permission to kill. As long as he dares to hinder our mission, he will be killed without mercy. Blueno nodded upon hearing the words, I see, I'm going to arrest Nico Robin right now. Spondam nodded, it's time to get the Pluton blueprint. It's been so many years. Let Nico Robin kill the iceberg and blame that popular man. Let him dare to underestimate our CP9. Blueno answered and hung up the phone, put on a mask and walked straight out of his bar. Chapter 180. I'm CP9, if you don't want your partner to die, then follow me. Blueno, who was wearing a mask, said lightly when he passed by Robin. Robin, who was looking for a bookstore with Chopper, suddenly froze. Chopper stopped excitedly in front of a bookstore and asked, Robin, can I go in and have a look? However, no one answered his question. Robin. Chopper looked back but saw no one. At this time, Robin is in a mysterious space with Blueno. The mask on Blueno's face reveals an expressionless cow hairstyle. Nico Robin, a survivor of O'Hara, has a bounty of 79 million Baileys, and the bounty was cancelled because he took refuge in Marine. Since you followed us, you must already know our identities. Robin looked terrified at this moment. He remembered the demon that once appeared in O'Hara. It was Spandine, the chief of CP9, who pressed the phone bug and launched the terrifying Buster call, which plunged O'Hara into a sea of flames. It seems that I know 14, so I don't need to explain too much. You should know that our CP9 is a secret agency directly under the world government and has the permission to kill. Even if your Captain Vice Admiral hinders our mission, they will all be killed by us without hesitation. If you want to keep them alive, follow us honestly. We are short of a guy who can decipher ancient texts. If you are honest, we will let that straw hat Luffy go. Robin's face was already full of despair at this time. She lowered her head and gradually lost her eyesight. Because in her understanding, the CP organization that is only under the jurisdiction of the world government is higher than the marine system. If they were to be targeted by them, even Luffy would have absolutely no way out. At this time, Robin has decided that once Luffy and others leave the capital of Seven Waters and arrive at naval headquarters, he will commit suicide immediately. Because even the CP organization would never dare to kill a popular Marine Vice Admiral openly, let alone Luffy with a strong background. Thinking of this, Robin prepared to promise Blueno, I. However, as soon as Robin opened his mouth, his eyes were instantly covered with a touch of red. Goose sass. The king power that Luffy cast on Robin when he first met Robin. And the command he cast is also very simple. It is the same geese as Lelich's male partner Cookaki Vermilion Bird. Live on. This geese will be activated directly once Robin is facing desperation, or when he is determined to die. Do everything possible to keep yourself alive. At this time, Robin was already under the control of geese. She nodded expressionlessly, I see. Blueno nodded in satisfaction, I remember you are best at assassination, so just come and assassinate a target with me. Robin nodded without the slightest objection. Blueno is proud of himself. What son of the devil, what Marine Vice Admiral, they can only stand aside in front of our CP organization. He casually opened the space door with the door fruit and walked out. Robin followed with his head down. However, the moment Robin went out, she crossed her hands, and activated the devil fruit ability, 3 rounds of flowers. 2 hands grew from the back of Blueno's head to cover his eyes, and a foot grew from Blueno's lower body and kicked hard to the vitals. Caught off guard, Blueno clutched his backland and twitched before he had time to cast Iron Body. Seeing this, Robin did not continue to attack. In the state of guess, she is extremely aware of the huge gap between herself and the members of CP9. All she had to do was to run away before Blueno recovered. I saw countless arms growing on the wall in front of her, pulling Robin's body and rushing towards the downtown area. She analyzed in an instant that Blueno must have a secret mission here, and she was unwilling to cause excessive disturbances. Her only chance of escape is to cause chaos. Open your face. Countless arms grew out of Robin's body, and he quickly fled among the city buildings like a stranger. At this time, Blueno's eyes were red and he had stood up from the ground. He gritted his teeth and looked at Robin's figure and said bitterly, Nico Robin. You are looking for death. Immediately stepped on the moonwalk and rushed towards Robin. Robin looked back, and immediately saw Blueno running in the air. Robin under the control of geese frowned when he saw this, and crossed his hands directly, and a huge palm composed of countless arms appeared behind him. 60 flowers. A tree. The huge palm directly slapped Blueno in the sky to the ground like a fly. At the same time, several houses were knocked down by huge palms. And this huge roar finally caught the attention of the residents. Everyone looked at where Robin was. And at this moment, the air beside Robin suddenly opened, and Blueno directly reached out to grab Robin. Seeing that Robin was about to be dragged into the door fruit space by Blueno, Kill the gunpowder star! A gunpowder marble blasted directly in Blueno's face. It didn't do any damage, but it slowed him from grabbing Robin. At the same time, a figure in a suit stepped on the moonwalk and directly picked Robin down. It is Sanji who buys ingredients with Usopp. Robin-san, your knight is here. Sanji put Robin 840 on the ground and shouted with red eyes. Hey! Sanji! The enemy is still there, protect me. Usopp looked around tremblingly. Blueno, with half his head poking out of the air, looked like a ghost to Usopp. And at this moment, Robin saw the support arrived, the geese in his eyes quickly faded, and Robin, who forcibly used the devil fruit ability beyond his own body, fainted instantly due to exhaustion. Robin sauce! Sanji hurriedly supported Robin, who fell down and was shocked. At this time, Blueno's figure had disappeared from midair. Sanji frowned and looked around. Who the hell? Dare to attack Marine? Usopp looked around nervously. So, let's hurry back to Luffy's place? This city is haunted, and Luffy is a god anyway. Sanji looked at Usopp speechlessly. Since Sky Island came down, what Nami, Vivi, and Usopp must do every morning is to worship Luffy, and they only need to take a photo and light it up as a god statue. Hey! Sanji! Chopper also ran over crying from a distance at this time. Oh! Robin is here too. I was scared to death, I thought I lost Robin. At this time, Luffy's figure also slowly fell from the sky. He looked at the fainted Robin, and his face became ugly. CP9? You are courting death. Chapter 181. Luffy looked at the comatose Robin and his face turned cold. Only now did he realize that he had underestimated these minions of the world government. In their capacity as Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, these guys still did not hesitate to attack Robin. You must know that there is no reward on Robin at this time. Luffy takes the unconscious Robin from Sanji. Sanji lit a cigarette and took a deep breath. What should I do? It looks like you know who did it. Ah, Luffy asked Sanji for a cigarette after a long absence. TMD, I almost forgot that there is an idiot officer second generation standing behind P9. CP9? What's that? Sanji asked strangely. The world government is directly under the secret cipher Paul, referred to as CP9. The secret agent organization trained by the world government is engaged in various secret activities. It mainly targets the world criminal organization Revolutionary Army. Hey? World government? Isn't that one of our own? Why did they attack Robin? Sanji asked with a frown. Probably some idiot thinks his background is better than mine. Luffy took a deep breath of the cigarette, then threw the handle of the cigarette on the ground and stomped it out and said, So next, I'm going to let that idiot know that the backstage is also graded. Do you know where they are? Usopp leaned forward and asked Luffy. Of course, an ice lobby, the world government is directly under the court. Luffy looked at the setting sun that was about to set and said. Although it is a court, it actually only acts on the will of the world government. Anyone who is taken to an ice lobby must have been recognized as a criminal. In the 800-year history, there has never been a verdict of innocence. The so-called justice trial is just a fig leaf covered by the world government. At this moment, a large number of people rushed towards the shipyard on Central Street. It's not good. Mr. Bing Shan has been attacked. I heard it was made by a masked man wearing a straw hat. Straw hats? Didn't a Marine Vice Admiral wear a straw hat recently? W. Are you kidding me? How could Marine attack Mr. Bingberg? That's not certain. Didn't I hear that the world government has been looking for Mr. Bing Shan to change something? Sanji, Usopp and others glanced at each other, this time looking at Luffy. Look what I'm doing, I didn't hit it. Luffy rolled his eyes wildly at the two. It was obvious that the other party was no longer satisfied with the undercover driver under the name of Bing Shan looking for Pluton blueprints, and attacked Bingberg while he was rushing to rescue Robin. Let's go, call Zoro and the others, Lao Zi will let that idiot know the price of angering me. Speaking of which, Luffy walked towards the shipyard. Where are you going? Sanji yelled as he watched Luffy leave. Go and collect some interest first. After Luffy finished speaking, he disappeared in place. At this time, Bing Shan was lying unconscious in the hospital, and the 5 foremen of the boatmen surrounded Bing Shan. Barry, I heard that Mr. Bing Shan called you to the office alone when he was attacked? Did he say something? The pigeon on Luffy's shoulder asked the gambler Barry beside him. Barry shook his head solemnly. Mr. Bing Shan asked me to burn something, I feel very strange. Luffy and Keiku looked at each other. Did you burn it? Barry shook his head. Didn't you guys come here before it was too late? Damn world government, I have been trying to get something from Mr. Bing Shan before, but now I just robbed it directly. What does this have to do with pirates, the difference? Luffy and Keiku looked at each other and smiled. Did you see something? Humph, talking about refurbishing the ship is an excuse. How could someone make such a ridiculous request? It seems that he came here to assassinate Mr. Bing Shan in the name of repairing the ship. Barry gritted his teeth and said. Luffy and Keiku nodded upon hearing the words. Let's go to guard the door, you watch Mr. Bing Shan. Saying that, the two walked straight towards the door. Sudden. Luffy's cold voice came from outside the door. Stop acting, it makes me sick. With a bang, a burly figure smashed in from the outside. Luffy hugged the unconscious Robin, and slowly walked out the door. Luffy and Keiku saw the face of the figure on the ground change. Luffy stepped on the head of this burly figure with long pink hair and looked at Luffy and Keiku. I warned you, don't mess with me, you don't listen, want the Pluton blueprint? Take your life for it. As he said that, Luffy directly stepped on the Kumadori, who returned the Grandmaster's life, into the ground. The moment they saw Robin, Luffy and Keiku knew that Bluno had obviously missed. Luffy stepped forward with a sneer, you need to know what you are doing now. We are an agency directly under the world government. We are on the same level as your marine, and we have the permission to kill you that your marine does not have. You are a vice admiral, dare to move us. However, before Luffy finished speaking, he saw black sticks appearing out of thin air around Luffy and sticking them into the lifeless Uki. At first I thought it was cruel to make this thing, but now it seems that it suits you guys. Luffy hugged Robin and found a comfortable sofa to sit on. Under Luffy's shocked eyes, Kumadori slowly got up from the ground. 6 paths pain-hungry kid. Snuggle. Luffy frowned and shouted, and the answer was a huge fist. Luffy leapt forward, and the wall behind him was directly smashed through. Hey! Nugget, what are you doing? Seeing this, Luffy tried to wake up his companion, but he responded with a desperate attack. There is a flaw. The old man took it. Long-nosed Keiku directly moved to Luffy's side with a shaved instant, Tempest Kick Dragon Break. Keiku directly kicked Luffy with both feet, of Li Zhao, from top to bottom. So, you idiots, when will you understand the gap between us? Luffy looked at Robin in his arms without looking up. The repulsive force of Shenluo Tianzhang has spread all over. Bang! Keiku's Tempest Kick collided with Shenluo Tianzhang. In the eyes of everyone, Keiku seems to be walking in the air. Keiku's face changed, and he wanted to jump away from Luffy, but when Luffy stretched out his hand, he felt a terrifying suction force from his hand, and his whole body flew towards Luffy uncontrollably. At the same time, countless black sticks were summoned by Luffy summoning. Not good. Keiku's face changed. Chen. Luffy looked at Keiku's iron body and smiled. Iron body is harmful. In the next second, Keiku was forked into a sieve by Luffy. 6 Paths Pen Hellway. Manufacture complete. Chapter 182. Keiku. Luffy yelled. However, it is impossible for Keiku to hear Lu Chi at this time. Keiku also stepped on the 6 stile and rushed towards Lu Chi. What the hell happened to you guys? Seeing this, Lu Chi sneered again, but what responded to him was the fat guns of the two. Seeing this, Lu Chi no longer tried to wake up the two of them, and directly used his overwhelming strength to kick Nugget away. I think you may have forgotten who is the head of CP9. Lu Chi sneered and looked at the cuddling with twisted neck. However, he couldn't laugh at the next moment, because Keiku directly summoned a gate of hell and threw the fallen Snuggle into it. Within 2 seconds, the Snuggle walked out of the gate of hell intact. Nanny? How is it possible? Lu Chi looked shocked when he saw that even the clothes had been repaired. At this time, Luffy also stood up from the sofa and Keiku and Nuggets stood in front of Luffy together. I saw, Luffy said frivolously, as expected, you who specialize in physical arts are simply excellent materials for making 6 Paths Pain. After the original 6 Paths Pain is completed, you can only have the corresponding ninjutsu of 6 Paths Pain, and the ninjutsu of the deceased is not used. In other words, the original 6 Paths Pain was nothing more than a vehicle for Rinnegan. Today, the pain made by Luffy is different. The CP7309, which has been returning directly by physical skills, still maintains its original physical strength after being made into a puppet. The skills used by the body can be easily used as long as Luffy knows how to use them. For the rest of the experiment, only the furious guy in front of him was left. Luffy stretched out his hand and ticked it contemptuously, let me see the strength of the head of CP9, the legendary spy agency directly under the world government. Lu Chi's face became gloomy, don't think that you can win easily like this. I am not of the same strength as them. Lu Chi sneered, and his whole body began to swell. Zoan cat fruit leopard form. I'm afraid you don't know who you are going to fight against. We are CP9 that does not exist except CP1-8. We have the legal permission to kill anyone who hinders our mission. See what I look like now? Devil fruit is easy for us to get. Thinking of you who are capable of paramecia rubber fruit, we all hate it. Rob Lucci raised his paw and looked at Luffy with a sneer and said. Luffy placed Robin gently on the sofa. I really don't know whether to laugh at you for being stupid or ignorant, but your superiors want my rubber, baked, fruit very hard. Luffy twisted his neck and made a kaba sound, forget it, it's normal for poor people like you who are abandoned at any time to have limited knowledge, the CPO of the legendary Celestial Dragon's Shield may not be as stupid as you and your officer. So. Second gear. Shave. So fast. Lu Chi's face changed, even if he transformed into a human beast, he still couldn't see Luffy's movements clearly. I don't want a little guy like you to live until more than 1000 episodes. I don't have the patience to see you pretend to appear in front of me again. So, die. Luffy gave a low cry, and a pitch-black palm directly penetrated Lu Chi's chest. How can it be? Rob Lucci looked at the arms on his chest in shock. Why, yes, the gap is so big. The huge leopard slowly returned to its low-profile Hawkeye appearance. Mr. Bingberg, what happened? Khalifa, who heard the noise and came in to check, opened the door and saw Lu Chi's tragic death. Dozens of black sticks were inserted into Lu Chi's body fiercely. Is it really as I guessed? Excitement flashed in Luffy's eyes, stay inside for me. Rinnegan in Luffy's eyes twirled wildly, and the black stick on Luffy's body trembled for a while and then returned to calm. Under Khalifa's horrified eyes, Luffy threw Lu into the gate of hell. Lu Chi, who was completely intact in an instant, stood behind Luffy again. The circles in his eyes prove that Lu Chi is no longer the high-spirited CP9 at this time. Luffy raised his eyebrows, and Lu Chi, who had transformed into a human being, directly transformed into a leopard form. Luffy used the Sharingan to suppress the will of the devil fruit in the leopard form of the cat fruit in Luffy's corpse. Hey, isn't this our secretary? Why are you free to visit the boss? I thought you were busy escorting Robin. Luffy turned to look at Khalifa with a smile. Khalifa trembled all over. Who the hell are you? That's right, you are the world government's spy agency second only to CPO, who am I still not sure about? I'm Monkey D. Luffy, a marine or a vice admiral. Luffy walked slowly in front of Khalifa, pinched Khalifa's chin and said, You are mine, you can't run away, I want you to see the face of your so-called chief, you are just a pawn they discarded after using them. Am I right? Mr. Bingberg, I don't like someone pointing a gun at my crew. Luffy finally turned his head to the unconscious figure on the hospital bed. At this time, Bingberg pointed a short gun at the unconscious Robin. That's not what a man should do. Bing Shan frowned and looked at Luffy. Are you here for the Ming Pluton design, just like those world government guys? Pluton blueprints. Luffy sneered, if I wanted to, I could conjure something 100 times better than Pluton right now. My own collection of Kali Mecha Mirage is still waiting for my exchange, destroying the island with just one blow? People at the general level can easily do it, it's just a little troublesome. The reason why Pluton is called third generation ancient weapon is nothing more than that this thing can be produced. Bingshan's face was full of disbelief, and he said coldly, third generation ancient weapon and even the world government are coveted. If they didn't covet the three ancient weapons, how could they bring the trouble of Robin on board? 20 years ago, my teacher named Tom cared about this O'Hara survivor named Nico Robin. She is the only seed capable of resurrecting the ancient weapon. As the heir to her will, I have the obligation to end this. The world is at war with demons. At this moment, Robin, who closed his eyes tightly, trembled. Obviously at this time she has woken up from a coma and heard Bingshan's words. Luffy stepped forward, caressing his hair, and replied with a sneer, the performance of a coward, as long as there are people, the battle will never stop, succumbing to a weapon in ancient times, but we don't know that human civilization is moving forward. The ancients could build Pluton, but no one can build it now? The so-called peace gained by strangling an innocent little girl is worthless. There are some things that you can't pick up once you lose them. If you really rely on sacrificing innocent people in exchange for the so-called peace, this sick world will die if it dies. Hearing this, Robin opened his eyes suddenly and looked at Luffy's resolute expression, which was completely different from the usual idleness. For a moment, he was moved, admired, and respected in his heart. Luffy smiled and lowered his head to pull Robin up. Let's go, Master, I'll take you, little love, to find the place. Chapter 183. Bing Shan watched Haki's Luffy weakly put down the firecracker in his hand. Luffy took Robin and walked towards the door, followed by Lucci, Keiku, and Nugget who had turned into Six Paths Pain. Hey, woman, contact the responsible CP officer, I'm going to Nice lobby. Luffy walked through the door and said to Khalifa who stood trembling in front of the door. Then he turned around and looked at Bing Shan, the boat is here with you, continue to follow my request, remember that it is a piece of wood for me to change. I hope the boat has been repaired when I come back. Bing Shan looked at Luffy when he heard the words, are you serious? Luffy looked at the iceberg strangely, do I seem to be joking? Then Luffy put his arms around Robin with his right hand and Khalifa with his left hand and walked out the door. Bing Shan looked at Luffy's leaving figure. Ying couldn't speak for a long time. Monkey D. Luffy? He's really an unpredictable guy. At this time, the three foremen, Barry, Lulu, and Dal's Tone, recovered from the previous shock, Mr. Bing Shan, Liu Qi, and the others. Bing Shan looked at several people seriously and said, I will forget everything that happened just now. If you still want to live. Seeing this, the three of them nodded with lingering fear. At this time, Zoro and others were already waiting outside the hospital. It's so slow, Zoro said, rolling his eyes as he watched Luffy walk out. Nami pointed at Khalifa with wide eyes and raised her voice, what's going on? Luffy hastily let go of Khalifa's arm to show his innocence, ahem, newly recruited secretary. Khalifa subconsciously said, "You are sexual harassment." Suddenly Nami turned into fangs. Then on the way to the sea train, Luffy recounted Robin's experience and encounters to everyone. At this moment, everyone looked at Robin with sympathy. Then why is CP9 so hateful? Even 8-year-olds are not spared. Nami said angrily, shaking his fist. The girlfriends Usopp and Vivi on the side nodded in agreement. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji did not have Nami and others. Nami shared the same hatred, because the three knew that this is the end of those who have no strength to provoke the strong. When Zoro challenged Hawkeye, he also went with the belief that he must die. Since the world government regards the search for lost history as a taboo, the group of historians in O'Hara should have thought of their end. After all, the world government is well aware of the whereabouts of the three ancient weapons that can threaten their rule in the text of history. Not to mention the 100-year blank history that has shaken the foundation of the people's hearts. All in all, if you want true freedom, you must have sufficient strength and awareness. Luffy put on the marine cloak handed by Zoro, and walked towards the station in the first place. And among Enice lobby, Spondum was answering Blueno's call with a cup of coffee. "Hello? Did Nico Robin catch it?" "Sorry, I ran into her marine companion by accident, and retreated first because I was worried about exposing Lu Key plan." "Hey! Idiot! Can't even catch a woman!" Spondum was so angry that he jumped up and down. "Forget it though," Spondum drank a cup of coffee leisurely. "I just received a communication from Khalifa, and they've already done it at Iceberg, and they've got the design blueprint for Pluton. In this way, that woman is useless. Even if that woman can find the legendary Pluton, it is not as good as I can mass-produce Pluton. Well, forget it, let's just sell Marine to save face. It's a pity that the arrest warrant issued by my father was revoked by a kid in Marine who used the back door. Damn it, how angry!" Spondum laughed triumphantly. "I heard that the kid took the place of Colonel Marine to escort the Pluton drawings for me just to show his favor. What Marine celebrity, what Marine Vice Admiral, it's just a dog raised by the world government. With this performance, as long as I can enter CP0. Even if it's that Marine Vice Admiral, I will bow my head when I see it. Ha 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 ha." At this time, Blueno pushed open the door and walked in, still holding the phone bug to talk to Spondum. "Spondum! UFG are back, what are you calling?" "Sir, I feel something is wrong. After Nico Robin escaped, Lu Chi couldn't be contacted, so I came back by sea train first." Blueno walked into the room and reported on his own. Spondum looked at the guy in front of him with contempt. "I think you are cowardly. Now the key to unlock the ancient weapon is coming like me on the Dachan sea train. The military power that can destroy the world is about to fall into my hands." Humph humph ha ha ha. Blueno looked at the arrogant Spondum and finally didn't say much. And at this time in the sea train, Luffy bold and grandiose sits first in a car. Khalifa was still sitting behind her trembling. At this moment she could confirm that her undercover colleagues were absolutely dead. But what is frightening is that their corpses are sitting in front of them as if they were alive. Zoro and the others looked curiously at the sea train roaring past the sea. They had never seen such a miraculous thing. The ear-piercing roar of the train made the nearby sea kings retreat in annoyance, and the high-strength car body is enough to gallop in the big waves. Even Luffy had to sigh, as expected of a shipbuilder for One Piece. Being able to design a train that sails on the Grand Line is inseparable from his identity as a Murloc. The train sailed on the sea for 2 hours, and the silhouette of Enice Lobby appeared in everyone's eyes. "Dear passengers, hello, the train from the Blue Station directly to Annie Ace Hall is about to enter the station, please prepare for the passengers who get off." A broadcast sounded. Luffy stood up slowly from his seat, the word justice on the cloak whistling. A court acting solely on the will of the world government. Luffy had a strange look on his face. It seems that there is no need to exist. After Luffy finished speaking, a golden phone bug appeared in the session. That's the shadow that represents Robin. Launch authorization of Buster Call with Chapter 184. Master Lu Chi. You have worked hard undercover for a long time. When Luffy got out of the car, there were tall and straight CP5 officials on both sides. One of the dwarves obsequiously put a fur coat on Lu Chi, who had become pain. Luffy naturally paid attention to him lazily, and walked straight to the NICE lobby in the center of the NICE lobby, followed by Zoro and others. As expected of CP9, the aura is really good. That guy is Marine Vice Admiral Monkey D. Luffy? I heard he was the guy who killed K. Lakadar. How did they come together? Major Nami, Princess Vivi, and the original Devil's son Nico Robin, no, they are all so beautiful, I am so envious. Colonel Zoro really has 3 knives, he looks so handsome. Members of many CP agencies watched the group and whispered. The welcoming line continued all the way to the outer main gate. 2 titans scratched their heads and pushed the huge gate open. A suspended island appeared in front of everyone. Is this a nice lobby? Chopper stared dumbfounded at the trial court floating in midair with only 727 in a path. It is surrounded by huge waterfalls on all sides, and a suspension bridge connects to the gate in the middle. At this time, inside the hall, Spondum and the only 3 CP9s who had just executed the assassination of the cadres of the Revolutionary Army branch were waiting for Lu Chi and the others. Lu Chi and the others seem to be coming here, Spondum said with a smile while holding the samurai sword in his hand, it's our most satisfying gift. Then he turned his head and looked at the 3 people behind him and asked loudly. Obviously today is the first time in 5 years that the 8 members of CP9, including me, gather together. But look at what's going on in this newspaper. This time, the instructions for the assassination plan of the branch chief of the Revolutionary Army clearly stated that only 3 people should be killed. But now 23 people have disappeared. Come and listen for a reason. Jabra hurriedly explained, in the beginning, it was really smooth. But when we invaded, I don't know why our plan was discovered, and we had to launch a counterattack. On the other hand, Fakura unzipped his mouth, because I accidentally leaked the assassination plan on the street, chirping. Jabra, Nani? Is it you again, Otonashi Fakura? How did your zipper grow? When will you get rid of your big mouth? Saying that, Jabra angrily tugged Fakura's fat face to and fro. Spondum on the side looked aggrieved at the maverick subordinates. He became the leader of CP9 through his father, and these guys never thought highly of him. And at this moment, with a bang, the door was kicked open suddenly. It's easy to get rid of this problem. If you die, you won't leak the secrets. A frivolous voice came. The figure of Luffy in the marine suit came in from the door. Oh yo, isn't this our popular Marine Vice Admiral? Spondum looked at Luffy and mocked, why do you have time to escort the blueprint for me? Do you want me to speak well for you in front of Lord 5 Elders? A few words? Ha ha ha. At this time, Sanji suddenly saw Blueno sitting on the sofa. Oh. The masked man can't be wrong. It's him. At this time, Sanji has mastered observation haki, so he can naturally recognize Blueno wearing a mask. Ah, well, don't be angry, everyone is serving the celestial dragons, it's just that they accidentally caught the wrong person. Spondum said unapologetically flippantly. Hey! You guys! Why don't you come here quickly? Where are the blueprints I want? Spondum looked at Lu Chi and the others behind Luffy and shouted angrily, they have already arrived at the place, why are they still standing behind them, with no eyesight to see? At this time, Lu Chi walked forward slowly. Come on, hurry up and get the blueprint. Spondum looked at Lu Chi, who came forward and rubbed his hands together. Standing beside Luffy, Khalifa was trembling and too scared to speak. Jabra looked at the strange Luffy with dissatisfaction on the sofa in the position of the uncle lying down. Hey, Luffy, don't you know how to say hello after seeing you for so long? Lu Chi in the world turned his head and glanced, and shot the finger pistol right in the forehead of the defenseless Jabra. With a puff, Jabra, who was already weaker, died on the spot without even reacting. Bluno, Fakura, and Shpondam looked at Lu Chi in horror. Hey! Lu Chi! What are you doing? Shpondam yelled at Lu Chi angrily. However, Lu Chi kicked him hard in response. With a bang, Shpondam felt a sharp pain, and his whole body was kicked into the wall. He, who was already weak, felt like his whole body was falling apart. Had it not been for Luffy's excessive control, Shpondam might have died on the spot. Cough, it hurts. Shpondam coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood, clutched his stomach and yelled, "Damn Lu Chi! How dare you attack the officer! Unforgivable! I must report to my father to let you die without a burial." Fakura also looked at Lu Chi with disbelief. "Lu Chi, what's wrong with you?" Chirp. At this time, Hell Road Keiku and Hungry Kid also walked forward slowly, facing the only remaining Fakura and Bluno. Bang bang! Thinking of the applause, Luffy smiled and walked in front of Lu Chi and squatted down to look at Shpondam. "How about this big scene I directed?" After the CP9 members completed the task, they coveted the ancient Pluton blueprints, rebelled in Nice Lobby and attacked Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Luffy and Chief Shpondam. Chief Shpondam died heroically. Marine Vice Admiral Luffy struggled to resist the elite of world government agent CP9, who was superior to ordinary people, and launched Buster Call in anger, and finally, under the leadership of Monkey D. Luffy Vice Admiral, successfully defeated the evil killed in front of the Gate of Justice, defending the justice of Marine. Luffy smiled kindly at Shpondam. "What an exciting script for the people of the world, you think so? The poor officer who died in the Nice Lobby incident." Shpondam looked at Luffy with horror on his face. "It's you. They are all controlled by you." Khalifa couldn't hold on any longer and sat down on the ground in fright. "Lu Chi and the others are already dead." Bluno's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly used his life-saving trick, the air door, to escape, but was kicked away by the awakened Sanji. Sanji, who also practices Marine 6 styles, is not something Bluno can fight against. Otonashi Fakura just wanted to use the moonwalk he is good at to escape, but was cut by the 36 trouble winds that Zoro had just cultivated. Shpondam looked at the heavy casualties and trembled all over his body. "Monkey D. Luffy. Do you know what you are doing? You are fighting against the world government. Even if you are Garp's grandson, you will never be able to bear such a crime. My father is Spandine. He will avenge me if you kill me." "Hey! How could I kill you? It was obviously your subordinate who killed you. Look at this big guy. His devil fruit ability is not something we can use." Luffy corrected Shpondam's sentence with a serious face. As soon as Luffy's voice fell, Lu Chi's body behind him swelled rapidly and quickly turned into a human beast form. Shpondam looked at Lu Chi in shock and yelled in horror, "You are not dead? Wake up, Lu Chi! If you touch me, you will be finished." In his understanding, it is impossible for a dead person to use the devil fruit ability. In the next second, Lu Chi's sharp leopard claws directly inserted into Shpondam's heart. Shpondam stretched out his 4.4 hand unwillingly. "Obviously the world is in my hands. It hasn't been said that the whole person is silent again." Luffy asked Usopp behind him, "How is it? Is it recorded?" Usopp gave a thumbs up. "It's all recorded. The influence of Sky Island is really good." At this time, Luffy walked to Bluno in the ruins. "Paramecia fruit of the door, great ability, but it's a pity that the direction of development is wrong." Luffy looked at Bluno as if sizing up a dead man. Bluno stretched out his hands tremblingly in front of himself. "Wait a minute. I can surrender to you. I won't say a word I saw today." However, the sharp black stick pierced through his body. Luffy looked at Bluno coldly. "I said that only the dead will not leak the secret." Then Luffy turned back to the crowd and muttered, "What's more, you did something to my lovely little concubine. Nami, North Dish. Boom. Luffy covered his head and took out the golden phone bug in his hand and went dark. Chapter 185. We are the first-class guards of Nice Lobby. The faithful dogs of the law. The law dogs for short. Ordered by the presiding judge Base Carl Bill, we are here to punish you. A group of guys with double knives on huskies stood in front of Six Paths Pain. After ending Spondam's sinful life, Luffy directly controls CP9, which has been made into Six Paths, to run rampant in Nice Lobby. A large number of officials of the CP organization were easily killed by 6 people, and Marine casually knocked out half of them and kept the other half, so that they could retreat from Nice Lobby alive. After all, most Marines are just taking orders from their superiors, and the CP agency, the dark secret service of the world government, will not end so well. At this time, the entire Nice Lobby was in a mess, and the guards were even more vulnerable. All because Nice Lobby, the face of the world government, has no pirates who dare to attack. Therefore, although it belongs to one of the 3 major world government institutions along with Naval Headquarters and Marine Ford, its guards are the most lax among the 3. Looking at this group of loyal dogs belonging to the world government, Six Paths Pain showed no mercy, relying on Superman's Marine 6 styles to carry out indiscriminate killings. Soon, the group of guards belonging to the court died 14 and wounded 1. At this time, Vivi and others in the room showed unbearable expressions on their faces. The protagonist group in the original book has never killed an enemy. As long as they fight Luffy, they all do sit UPS collectively. Even the little guys in the early stage jumped around in front of Luffy in the late stage, which made Luffy, who is also the king of Luffy, speechless. Is this really good? Vivi asked Luffy, looking at the dead and injured CP agency officials below. They probably didn't mess with us, did they? Luffy sat in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows and explained calmly, you have to remember that we are Marine, and what we follow is justice. Now the world government has rotted from the root, and if you want peace, you must have bloody sacrifices. If it weren't for me, the same goes for Alabasta if you step in. And the group of guys below are rotten leaves in the world government. As a just law enforcement agency, there shouldn't be such guys doing dirty work behind the scenes. This will only make the world government and the Marine lose its credibility. Do you know why these guys are here? Because there are some people behind world government who want the Pluton design drawings in Bing Shan's hands. Unfortunately, Bing Shan is very smart. With his own talents, he has supported the shipyard in the City of Water, organized it into a large company, and tried his best to cooperate with it. Dealing with the world government, which has a bloody feud, finally established the company's position as a world government contractor. Nearly 50% of the warships in Marine are from the Carrera Company, so even these rats in the gutter dare not touch him openly. And this group of CP organizations exists just when the world government is unable to do anything on the bright side, trying to arrange some unwarranted charges, or using the method of blaming others to achieve their desired goals. For example, in the previous attack on the iceberg, the person who was attacked was a masked man wearing a straw hat. Although everyone knew it was fake, it was fine for the public not to know. Rather than saying that these guys are government officials, it is not an exaggeration to say that they are an assassination group in the cloak of the government. Do you know what this is? Luffy took out the golden phone bug in his arms and said to Vivi. Robin on the side hugged his shoulders tightly and trembled, the phone bug launched by Buster Call. Luffy smiled slightly, that's right, this is authorized by the world government. Marine is responsible for organizing an indiscriminate and destructive attack on the area that sends out the signal, to completely wipe out things and people in an area that threatens the rule of the world government. And this thing was given to me by Aokiji. Luffy smiled crookedly, that is to say, Aokiji already believes that this trial court, which is completely acting on the will of the world government, has threatened the justice in his heart and wants to use my hand to make a deal. Robin looked at the phone bug in a daze. Vivi also fell silent when he heard the words, and the rest of the Straw Hats, since they were not influenced by the Luffy who played pirates in the original timeline, they naturally didn't feel so bad about cutting them all the way. Whether it is Nami, who was ruled by pirates for 8 years and was beaten by Colonel Marine Moth Mouse, or Zoro, who was almost killed by the son of Monka, they are quite disgusted with these moths. At this time, most of the Marines above the Ice Lobby have basically evacuated from the island. Numerous CP agencies were all surrounded by the Supreme Court, which claimed not to make acquittal verdicts. The presiding judge, Buzz Carl Bill, with 3 heads, yelled at Six Paths Pain. The head on the left yelled, "You actually stormed the trial court. I convict you." The head on the right cowardly retorted, "The other party is CP9 who has the license to kill, innocent." The retarded head in the middle thought for a while and said, "A compromise, death penalty." Luffy also cooled down when he saw through pain that the supreme judge of the so-called trial court was such a joke like mental retardation. At this time, the huge door of justice behind Ice Lobby slowly opened a gap. 10 large warships representing the highest combat order of the Marine set out from the Gate of Justice. Luffy immediately sensed the arrival of Buster Call through observation Haki. He slowly got up and turned towards the door, and said to Zoro and the others, "Go to the Gate of Justice and join Vice Admiral who came to support him." "Then what are you going to do?" Everyone was stunned when they heard the words. At this moment, blood-red flames suddenly burst out from Luffy's body and covered his whole body. "Destroy the evidence." At the same time, over Ice Lobby, a huge and gorgeous broken red sword of Damocles appeared in mid-air. This is Luffy's new template right after he comes down from Sky Island. The third Wang Chuan among the anime kings is the template of Zhou Fangzun, the king of red. Host, Wang Luffy, Monkey D. Luffy. Current loading template, the third Wang Chuan, the red king Zhou Fangzun. Equipment, symbol, sword of Damocles. Talent ability, Sanctuary. The sword of Damocles will appear in the sky above the sanctuary when Wang Quan's sanctuary is activated. The indicator of Wang Quan's strength, each Wang Quan's sword will be due to its character and the strength of the force varies. The appearance integrity of the sword is inversely proportional to the strength of Wang Chuan. The stronger the strength, the more broken the sword. When the power exceeds the limit allowed by the rules, the sword will fall while destroying Wang Chuan. It will also affect everything around. Skill Move 1, Attack Fire Control Technique. The power held by the Red King can manipulate violent flames. Skill Move 2, Defense Protective Shield. Using the Sanctuary as the medium, it has a strong defensive power. It once blocked the attack of King Qing. Character Reset Countdown, 4 days, 13 hours and 48 minutes. Character Reduction Degree, 99%. At this time, the huge sword of Damocles is crumbling. All the DP agencies that are still on the island are looking at the giant sword in the sky. What's this? Chapter 186. Luffy came to this template immediately after coming down from Sky Island. But he never used this template. The reason is also very simple. All because of another name for the sword of Damocles, nuclear sword. Since the power carried by the sword of Damocles is limited, the stronger the owner, the more broken the sword will be. In the end, Chi Wang Zhou Fangzun was voluntarily killed by others because of the loss of power that caused the sword of Damocles to fall. And with Luffy's strength, when the template is randomized, the restoration degree is already close to full. This also means that as long as Luffy uses the template, he will face the danger of the sword of Damocles falling at any time. Luffy himself can be resurrected with full blood due to the code template, but everything around Luffy will be reduced to ashes. In other words, Luffy at this time is completely equivalent to a walking nuclear bomb. And it's about to explode anytime. At this time, Aokiji was riding a bicycle and watching the fleeing Marines. At this time, a gratified smile appeared on his face. Sure enough, I was not mistaken about the grandson of the old boss. At the beginning, he was ordered to implement O'Hara's Buster Call. Originally, the Buster Call was aimed at scholars on O'Hara Island, and ordinary people had special marine evacuation ships. As soon as Akainu went down, Aokiji began to doubt Marine's so-called justice. Originally, O'Hara's Buster Call was to make an example to others, to prevent those who want to use the ancient weapon or the disappearing 100-year history to trigger a world war again. In Aokiji's view, knowing that exploring history is illegal but still going against the current, this is self-defeating. The thing of justice will change form according to the position, so Aokiji does not regret performing O'Hara's Buster Call that time. However, Akainu smashed the refuge ship and the justice in his heart with a single shot, which led to Aokiji taking the initiative to let Robin go. Aokiji was very relieved to see that Luffy let Marine go without involving innocent soldiers. At this time, the warships that appeared from the Gate of Justice began to bombard Enice Lobby. The entire Enice Lobby, where flowers symbolized the absolute justice of the world government, was completely reduced to ruins. Is this Buster Call? Looking at Enice Lobby, Zoro and others who had been reduced to a sea of flames, they were shocked. Even on a warship, Robin still felt trembling all over. Nami stepped forward to stop the trembling Robin and comforted him, "It's okay, you are a marine now, and Luffy is different from those people." Saying that, Nami pointed to Marine who escaped from Enice Lobby. Robin felt a little better seeing Marine evacuated from Enice Lobby alive. At this time, Luffy has entered the final stage. I saw that he was full of fire, and slowly rose to the sky. The sword of Damocles above his head was full of cracks. How many floors do you have to carry a bag of rice? How many floors do you have to carry a bag of rice? How many floors do you have to carry a bag of rice? How many floors do you have to carry a bag of rice? Aokiji will leave the rest to you. Luffy, who was pretending, suddenly yelled at Aokiji. Aokiji looked at Luffy, who looked like the sun, with a dazed expression, completely unaware of what he meant. Sudden. The sword of Damocles above Luffy's head began to fall towards Enice Lobby. A terrifying sense of crisis emerged in Aokiji's heart. My grass! Aokiji couldn't help but curse. A sage! Aokiji stuck his hands in the sea. In an instant, a terrifying ice wall wrapped the entire Enice Lobby tightly. Buster Call's bombardment can only make small craters on the solid ice. Apparently even armament Haki Aokiji is attached to it. Ghost Spider and others who participated in the Buster Call looked at the ice ball wrapped in Enice Lobby in amazement. What's wrong? Why did Master Aokiji make a move? Is this stopping us from doing the Buster Call? The 5 vice-admirals looked at Jianbing with confusion. Suddenly a violent shaking accompanied by harsh roar came from the ice puck. Aokiji's defensive ice puck shook violently, and soon exploded like fireworks. Boom! Loud noise accompanied by white light filled the sky and earth, and Enice Lobby, known as the island that never sleeps, was completely white and couldn't see anything. I do not know how long it has been. Everyone recovered from tinnitus and blindness. All Marines looked around in panic. What happened? Have you been attacked? At this time, a soldier looked in horror at the direction of Enice Lobby and sat down on the ground, trembling uncontrollably in front of him. Seeing this, the general yelled loudly, "How decent! How scary!" After he finished speaking, he turned his head to look in the direction the soldier was pointing at, opened his eyes wide and swears, "I'm stupid." At this time, the originally magnificent Enice Lobby has completely become a giant crater. Countless sea water is pouring into it crazily. Aokiji watched Enice Lobby's miserable state and wiped his cold sweat. This guy can't really get Pluton out, can he? That's the power of destroying the island with one blow, right? At this time, a symbol similar to a seagull suddenly appeared in the sky of Enice Lobby, flashing golden light. Luffy's figure was reshaped from the golden light. God Power Code. Damn! Luffy opened his eyes and looked around with lingering fear. It is indeed a nuclear bomb sword that wiped out 700,000 people plus a Blue King. Fortunately, I didn't use the template before, otherwise Zoro and the others would lose their lives. Not dead enough. Luffy looked around and nodded in satisfaction, as expected of the peak combat power of pirates who can freeze the sea and change the terrain. Even if such a terrifying attack was blocked, although it only blocked the aftermath, this is enough to show the horror of Admiral's strength. Only the last step remains. A portal suddenly opened in the air in front of Luffy. Liu Qi and other CP9 who turned into pain walked out of it and flew in the air to confront Luffy. The sharp-eyed marine pointed at several people and shouted, "Look at the sky! Luffy Vice Admiral and those traitors! I saw that the road in the world turned into a leopard man," pointed at Luffy and said contemptuously, "You are lucky this time. We have mastered the power to destroy the world. Even if you are lucky enough to stop us this time, you will eventually be destroyed by us in the future. Kings! I will change my name to Pain in the future. It is God. We will devote ourselves to creating a world where everyone is equal from now on. Our organization is named Xiao County." Saying that, Blueno opened the air door, and Pain walked into the door one by one. Luffy on the opposite side said with a righteous face, "I, Monkey D. Luffy, swear here that I will definitely stop such an evil force like you. As long as you know where the organization appears, I will definitely appear and expel you with all my strength. In the name of absolute justice." The Marines below watched with enthusiasm, and the fear caused by the explosion of the nuclear bomb soared in their hearts was swept away. In a daze, they seemed to see the Garp the Fist who once defeated the Rocks pirates. Everyone looked at Luffy with admiration in their eyes. Only Zoro and others looked at Luffy who was doing pose with black lines all over his head. Sanji poked Usopp who was recording with a video phone bug. "Look at him, you can't even lie to him." Chapter 187. Snapped. In the marshal's office. Sengoku angrily slapped a report on the desk. "Who can tell me what's going on?" Sengoku yelled loudly, "It's obviously talking about leveling the buildings above the ground. Why is the entire NICE lobby gone? Akatsuki organization. Pain. Do you think I'm a fool? A few CP9 scumbags can escape from 6 naval headquarters vice admirals and 1 admiral. And destroy the entire NICE lobby." Sengoku looked at the report and slammed the table loudly and growled. The messenger below said tremblingly, "Marshal, I really didn't report indiscriminately. All 5 vice admirals who went to NICE lobby reported like this. According to Mr. Aokiji, they should have mastered the design blueprint of Pluton and completed the main gun attack. NICE lobby was destroyed by the attack of Pluton weapon." Sengoku's face turned ugly, he looked at the report from Vice Admiral, and passed it to his goat. "Damn world government! The Tom incident 20 years ago has not given up until now. Let a group of spies steal weapons that can destroy the world. Now it's all right, let me see what you do. Damn it, at such an important moment, another Xiao organization came out, the idiots of the day group." Sengoku swearing around in the office, "Where's Aokiji?" 450. Report. "I have returned with Vice Admiral who went out to sea, and I am on my way back." The messenger rushed to report. "Where's Luffy Vice Admiral?" Luffy Vice Admiral said that their boat is still in the capital of 7 Waters, so they returned to the capital of 7 Waters. Sengoku nodded when he heard the words. In this report, everyone gave credit to Luffy Vice Admiral for standing up, let the publicity department promote it again, and suppress the scandal of CP9. It is absolutely impossible for people to know that someone has mastered Pluton. Avoid the serious and take the light. Let's guide the public opinion, and by the way, release the news of the public execution of the captain of the Whitebeard pirates." Sengoku thought for a while. The time is set, 1 month later. From now on, keep an eye on the Whitebeard pirates. This one negligence, the whole world will fall into war. The messenger hurriedly saluted, "Yes." Sengoku looked at the messenger who went out and sighed and muttered in a low voice, "Damn, I wanted to destroy the trial court, why is the nice lobby gone? Damn CP9, those idiots from the world government. It is obvious that Sengoku, as the marshal, cannot be ignorant of the use of such national-level war power, not only knowing but also tacitly acquiescing. After all, shooting at nice lobby is a proper challenge to the authority of the world government. Even if it is a grand prize, it will cause a lot of trouble. After all, the flag of the world government is hung on the Tower of Justice, not the Marine. At this time, a copy of the image appeared on the desk of Morgan's in the news agency. The video of Luffy vs CP9 caught Morgan's eyes. Amazing! Morgan's waved his wings excitedly at this time. CP9 betrayed the world government? Pluton appeared in nice lobby? Marine believes in Monkey D. Luffy is against the gods. This is all big news. Send it. Send it out to me. They are the headlines these days. Morgan swayed excitedly from side to side. At this time, a member of the club rushed out. Master Morgans. People from the world government are looking for you. Wearing a white coat and a mask. Morgans turned to the members and asked. The member was stunned. Ah? No, it's just an ordinary official. Morgans laughed loudly. Has it reached such a serious situation? He is indeed the strongest man in the world according to legend. Leave him alone. We journalists are the trendsetters of the times. I will decide what to publish in the newspaper. Calculate. Members looked at the excited Morgans in bewilderment, not knowing what he was talking about. The following few days, CP9 judged that the world government claimed to be a god, brought Pluton, one of the three ancient weapons, wiped out nice lobby, and established the Akatsuki organization, which detonated the sea. All forces are watching the jokes of the world government one after another. This non-existing cipher Paul with the permission to kill has been completely exposed. Many alliance countries condemned the world government, BICP, for sending CP9 to find Pluton blueprints without permission. Although CP9 has a license to kill, it is essentially an underground organization dealing with the shady world government. The so-called license to kill is nothing more than deceiving oneself and others. Once it was put on the table, the so-called permission to kill all became a joke. How many people were killed by CP9 before, and how many crimes have to be borne now? All members of CP9 put up rewards, even Khalifa who did not participate. The world government immediately stood up and drew a clear line with CP. The dead Spondam was naturally blamed for the first time, and all plans turned into actions taken by Spondam privately in order to get promoted. When many countries saw that the world government was so shameless, a warrior king of the Sand Sculpture Kingdom jumped out and suggested that the world government cancel the establishment of CP0. As a result, the news that the Sand Sculpture Kings were massacred by the Revolutionary Army was received the next day. The kings who are so talkative are all overwhelmed, almost forgetting that the Celestial Dragon's family is behind the world government. However, the prestige of the world government has been hit hard. On the contrary, Marine's reputation has been raised several levels due to Luffy's performance, and everyone praises Luffy as Garp's second. And all of this has nothing to do with Luffy at this time. He just quietly put a seed under the boulder and waited for it to germinate naturally. At this moment, Luffy and the Straw Hats are surrounding the melee. A strong keel is being laid on the Mary. Da-da-da. The knocking of a few hammers seemed to hit everyone's hearts. With a bang, everyone trembled. Bing Shan got up and wiped the sweat from his forehead. It's done. Although I don't know why you did this, but now your ship has been completely replaced from the beginning to the end. Usopp stared nervously at Luffy and asked, how is it? What Luffy sees now is the circle of Rinnegan features. A delighted smile appeared on Luffy's face, and he gave everyone a thumbs up. It's okay. Usopp and others shouted excitedly, oh! Mei Li can change her body. That's right, after experiencing the philosophical experiment of the ship of Theseus, Luffy has been able to confirm that by changing all the wood of the ship one by one, he can successfully adopt the ship spirit to the new ship. At this time, everyone is cheering for the new life of Mei Li. And at this moment, a terrifying fist wind suddenly struck. Luffy's face changed, and his entire arm was wrapped around armament haki in an instant. Bang! A terrifying air wave came from where the two fists met. Luffy flew upside down in an instant. Everyone looked back seriously. Who? Chapter 188. Still too tender. Luffy. An old but angry voice came. With a bang, Luffy got up from the ruins. Damn it, it hurts. It hurts. Can't you change the way you say hello? Old man. Old man? BD. Call Grandpa. Garp waved his fist angrily. Luffy is completely lazy to talk to this guy, although he has become quite a lover, but after all, he came from time travel and has no emotional foundation. If he calls him Grandpa out of respect, then there is no problem. Calling Grandpa Wang Luffy still feels strange of. Fortunately, the three of Luffy have been mischievous since childhood, and Garp doesn't care much about Luffy's name. Why do you have the time to come here? Isn't Whitebeard enough for you? Luffy rolled his eyes at Garp. UBD, how dare you say that? Garp blew his beard and stared at the words. Blackbeard reported that the New World attacked the Whitebeard pirates and exchanged Shishibukai. Was it your idea? T. Luffy stretched out his hand and retorted sternly, impossible. How could I do such a crazy thing? Zoro. Garp nodded when he heard the words, I'll just say it, it seems that I went to beat Blackbeard for nothing. You came here just to ask for credit. Luffy, who got punched inexplicably, looked at this cynical guy helplessly. At the beginning, even the 100% bug skill of picking up swords with bare hands allowed him to break the weapon and crack it. This fighting instinct was outrageous to death. It's like that silly Rodeer in Eagle Eye, who knelt down twice and didn't want to face him with an attack other than a knife. Maybe this is the romance between swordsmen. What? Wings are stiff? I can't visit my grandson yet. Garp choked strangely and Luffy was speechless for a while. Then he threw another document to Luffy, picked his nostrils and said, Your little secretary's identity has been resolved. In addition, many pirates have seen 6 people named Pain on Magnetic Drum Island. Of course they seem to have died in Impel Down. Then Garp glared at Luffy, Don't think that you are the only one who is smart, and you don't know if you are being used by others. What does CP9 do? That is the intelligence leader. Anyone can find out what you did. And tell him pretend, I don't even know if I've been set up by others. At the beginning, Luffy still lamented that he was indeed Sengoku, who is known as the resourceful general, and that what he did could not hide it from him. However, the more Luffy listened, the more he felt something was wrong, and finally found out that Garp just thought that CP9 relied on his own intelligence advantage to deceive Luffy, and Sengoku killed the news. As for why not Garp? With this guy's ability to withdraw fruit, he absolutely can't think of so many complicated things. Apparently this guy was sent by Sengoku to remind himself to keep a low profile. Luffy looked at this smug guy and nodded, Got it. Got it. Is there anything else? You can withdraw without you. After all, the public execution date of the captains of the Whitebeard pirates is about to be set, right? Garp was taken aback when he heard the words, How do you know? Then he pinched his nose, You didn't hear anything just now. Everyone, I heard that, hello. Garp laughed, Anyway, it will be published in the newspaper in 2 days, it's no secret, it's just that Sengoku wants to take advantage of these few days to let the spies out. Luffy curled his lips when he heard the words, Waste time and troops, go back and tell Grandma Sengoku, if you have that time, it's better to keep an eye on Sabaody's land, Mermaid Island is Whitebeard's territory. Garp scratched his head in confusion, Why are you talking like your father now? I tell you, you better not let me find you running to hang out with your father, or I will break your leg. Humph. Garp laughed and led a group of soldiers to leave, when suddenly Garp thought of something and turned around, almost forgot, you are already eligible to go to naval headquarters to claim a warship. When you go back, you should meet Shichibukai Moria. Sengoku let you run to inform him about the meeting. After speaking, continue to walk towards the port. At this moment, Luffy could feel the happiness from his heart. His grandson was already on the same level as him, and he had done so many great things. Luffy looked at Garp's vigorous appearance and once again felt that he had chosen the Guy army to start the game correctly. You don't need to be chased around like a street mouse, the key is to be free. As for what was said on the internet in the previous life that Marine was a dog for celestial dragons. As Luffy, which celestial dragons dare to use Garp's grandson? After all, Garp talks about celestial dragons as rubbish every day, and using Luffy is purely to embarrass himself. Asking for flowers. At this time, Bing Shan leaned forward to look at the melee and asked Luffy, since you have sent a warship, this ship. Luffy rubbed his chin. It seems that it is agreed to allocate a sea stone warship. In the next time, I would trouble you to follow the steps of the previous refurbishment, and refit the melee, to adjust the functions and so on. By the way, help me find a boatman. After all, we don't even have a boatman on board now. Luffy said to Bing Shan with a smile. I feel like you're playing tricks on me, but I have no proof. After explaining the iceberg, Luffy directly led the girls to run to Hepi, passing by the 7 water capitals of the water gods. The streets were as clean as if they had been washed, giving people a feeling of being completely new. And at night, Bing Shan found his junior brother Frankie. He throws Akatsuki's newspaper in front of Frankie. Although I don't know how he did it, I can be sure that the so-called Akatsuki organization is just a puppet of Monkey D. Luffy. He has the terrifying power to destroy an ice lobby in one blow. Although it is not known whether that is the Pluton awakened by Nico Robin, it is certain that he has a terrifying weapon comparable to Pluton. Now everyone knows that the Pluton blueprint was taken by the Akatsuki organization, and the world government has given up looking for the Pluton blueprint from us, so I have a request, Frankie. Supper. Frankie posed a pause. You have a time to beg me with your elm head. Bing Shan said to Frankie with a serious face. I cared a lot about what Monkey D. Luffy said that night. I don't know if he's good or bad for the world, but there's no doubt he's going to make a big difference in the world. So I hope you can replace me as the boatman on his ship, help me see the true face of this man, and decide whether to use the Pluton blueprint to fight him. Frankie was silent for a long time. What if you don't need it? Bing Shan was silent for a long time and said. Then burn it. Frankie laughed twice, put his palms together and made a pause. Supper. Then let me remodel his ship first. Chapter 189. Congratulations to the third host, Wang Chuan, the Red King, Zhou Fangzun, who has reached 100% restoration. Zhou Fangzun template has expired. Skills are being randomly selected. Congratulations on getting the skill attack and fire control, the power held by the Red King, which can manipulate violent flames. Favorites +1. Congratulations on getting the title Pretend Criminal, wearing the title can make the host pull hatred +1. Congratulations on getting the title Initiative of Power passively increases the cultivation speed of the sending party by 1. Host, Wang Luffy, Monkey D. Luffy. Organization, Xiao. Current loading template, none. Equipment, same Hada, Mizunohu, expired, Desert Eagle, Bunny Girl Suit, Kunao, 1 set, Action CD, Goblin Horn, DVD player. Talent skills, 100% being caught empty-handed, immediately, Blood Follower Limit Rin Egan, Code God Power 513, Hacker Ability, Fire Control Technique. Bond 1, CC, IQ +10 when forming a team. Achievement points, 24537. Favorites, 1-4. Title, famous all over the world, I am God, Pretend Criminal. Leaving from an ice lobby, 4 days passed in a flash. With the disappearance of the nuclear bomb template, Luffy finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there is no skill to draw the sword of Damocles. The feeling of having a nuclear bomb hanging over your head is really uncomfortable. I don't have to be afraid of death, but if I can't guarantee it, one day this thing will fall and kill all my teammates. And what pleased Luffy the most was the title of Innovative Power. He never thought that it would be beneficial to attack the prestige of the world government on a whim. Training speed +1, although it is not directly reflected in the improvement of combat power, but this subtle passivity is not weaker than a god-level skill. The key is that it does not need to occupy the title position. The thing that left Luffy speechless the most was the title of Pretender. Isn't this just a halo of ridicule, the kind that makes people want to beat themselves up? System, can this title be worn by the Avatar? Luffy asked in a flash of inspiration. Ding dong, it's okay. Xiao Ai's retarded voice replied. Luffy's eyes lit up, and sure enough, I said that I was pretending to be a clone of Pain. What's in the way of my King Luffy? This is obviously the exclusive aura of Six Paths Pain. Pair it with Road Oddity of the World. With the thought of Luffy, the title was loaded on Luffy. Seeing that there was no one around, Luffy opened an air door, and Luffy walked out from the fruit space. Luffy looked over and really had the urge to punch him. Of course, this may also be the reason why Luffy was unhappy with this guy. Then Liu Qi was sent back to the space of the fruit of the door. This god-level fruit, which was titled by Oda because it is too buggy, is really convenient to use. It's a pity that Blueno's direction and degree are too weak. However, the fruit of the door is still the biggest harvest of the trip to N-Ice Lobby. In Luffy's view, isn't this door fruit the arbitrary door of Doraemon? You must know that the mirror fruit can freely travel through the mirror world in the mirror to the mirror that it has touched. It is impossible that the door fruit cannot do it. As long as I find a way to continue to develop the door-to-door fruit of the animal path, and reach the development level of Charlotte Tebray's mirror fruit, then I can link to any location on the Melee, including Sky Island. This kind of terrorist ability that can get support at any time is the biggest strategic resource of the fruit of the door. It turns out that with such a powerful ability, Blueno developed it abruptly into a waste fruit that assassinates and opens the door, which is outrageous. If you further develop and awaken the door fruit, to achieve the effect of opening the door and connecting the door world at will. In this way, the fruit of the door can achieve a similar effect to the bug-level skill Kamui used by Obito next door. In conjunction with Doraemon's low-end arbitrary door, it can be called a god-level skill with Rinnegan. When doing things, Luffy hides in the door world to control Six Paths Pain, and outside Six Paths Pain can roam freely. If he can't beat him, he pulls to the door world and fights in groups. This cooperation is exciting just thinking about it. In contrast, the title and skills obtained by the template become dispensable. But something is better than nothing. It is this fire control technique. The original sword of Damocles is gone. Can this skill be used as a reward alone? Luffy sneered inwardly. At this time Sanji and Robin came from outside the door. By the way, Luffy's grandpa is really fast and decisive. Sanji said to Robin with a smile, then lit the lighter and prepared to light a cigarette. Robin on the side nodded, it's not like an ordinary person. And Luffy's eyes lit up when he saw the flame of the lighter, and saw that he hooked his hand, and the flame on the lighter instantly appeared on his finger. I'm stupid. Luffy played with the flame in his hand with a shocked expression. Is this a FG card bug? Sanji looked at his extinguished lighter without knowing why. Hey, Luffy, when did you learn magic? As he spoke, he lit a cigarette with a flame on Luffy's finger. Teach me quickly, I feel that this trick will definitely win the hearts of many beautiful girls. Go! 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 Luffy waved his hand in disgust, then looked excitedly at the flame in his hand. Without the superpower of the Sword of Damocles, I can still use fire control? This reminds Luffy of the complaints made by netizens when the real name of Nika fruit was revealed in the previous life. Mara fruit, dogs won't eat it. Thinking of this, Luffy showed an evil smile on his face. With this ability, he can't beat Ace? He can just find a piece of tofu and kill him. At this moment, Robin dragged his chin and looked at Luffy with an expression full of hidden love. Sanji gave Luffy a disdainful look. Don't teach me, Nami-san and others are swimming in the swimming pool behind the villa. I'm going to prepare coffee. Nami sauce Vivi sauce, here I come. Luffy said suddenly. Grandma Killua is also there. The fire of desire in Sanji's heart was instantly extinguished by the burly figure of Granny Killua, the mermaid. He squatted in the corner and muttered as if 4.3 was burned out, impossible. I don't admit that it's a mermaid. Robin on the side laughed happily. After experiencing the Nice Lobby incident this time, she was completely rescued from the darkness. The next day, Bing Shan led the crowd to the remodeled melee. A huge white cloth covered the entire ship. This is the new ship you want? Bing Shan pointed to the huge monster not far away and said with a smile, in addition, the boatman has also prepared for you. Frankie! Bing Berg shouted. Supper! With a shout, Frankie appeared under the canvas in his underwear and posseing. The straw hats are covered with black lines. Nami, is this pervert? Chopper, hey? Is this pervert? Everyone, pervert. Chapter 190. Marshal Sengoku. The fleet heading for New World has been completely defeated. A messenger broke into Sengoku's office anxiously. Whitebeard's large fleet has also begun to mobilize frequently. What? Sengoku slammed the table, his face turning livid. New World is an indelible scar for Marine, and the four emperors jointly targeted Marine, so Marine had to withdraw from the control of New World. It even becomes extremely difficult for Marine to sail New World, because unlike Marine chasing pirates in the first half of Grand Line, New World pirates are not afraid of Marine's prestige at all, and will even take the initiative to attack Marine when they encounter it. This has also led to the fact that a general who does not have the strength of Vice Admiral to sail in New World is undoubtedly looking for a dead end, and even a team led by Vice Admiral will often be wiped out in New World by encountering some big pirates. This is why Sengoku firmly formulated the Summit War plan. Only when Marine has his own territory in New World, can he feel afraid of these lawless pirates. It's a pity that the entire New World has basically been completely out of the control of the Marine or the world government before, and even Admiral dared not approach the base camp of the four emperors alone. Whitebeard. Four emperors. Sengoku crushed the cup in his hand angrily. I will order all New World fleets to withdraw. Fight the next war with all your strength. The communicator shouted loudly and retreated quickly. Sengoku handed the report to the goat next to him, with a look of anger in his eyes. This time we must let Marine rule the New World. And at this time on the melee, Chopper and Usopp are rolling on the pretend grass. After the transformation of Iceberg and Frankie, it is not surprising that the Mary is basically the same as the Sunny in the plot. The only difference is probably that the original lion's head is still the same as the sheep's head of the Mary. What pleased Luffy the most was that he could clearly perceive that the ship elves on the Mary were still sleeping and growing. It's inherited. Satisfied, Luffy sat on the sheep's head of the Mary, and nodded as she watched the thriving ship elf. The next step is to install a sea stone chassis that can run on the comm belt on the Melee when going to naval headquarters. The most important thing is how to feed Melee with a suitable devil fruit. That's right, Luffy's plan all along is to give Melee some devil fruit. As we all know, Vegapunk's technology is enough to eat devil fruit for items. MR5's RPG, which ate the Dachshund fruit, and Spondam's sword named Van Gogh Fried, which ate the elephant fruit, both belong to this category. That sword is still in Hell Road Keiku's hand at this time. It is naturally impossible for Luffy, who was a pirate before, to master this secret technology. However, at this time, Luffy, as a marine, finds Kizaru, who is in charge of the Marine Science Force, and it seems that there is no problem. The only thing to worry about is whether the Melee will sink to the bottom of the sea if it eats the devil fruit. After all demon fruit power can't swim. If the Mary, as a ship, can't get into the water, it will be a pain in the a. However, Luffy is very much looking forward to the transformation of Mary, who owns the ship Elf, after eating devil fruit. Presumably, Mary will be able to communicate with everyone normally at that time. At this time, the Mary was divided into upper, middle, and lower floors. The uppermost deck includes Nami's orange tree, lawn, and swing for everyone's entertainment. There are also 3 functional rooms. One is the measurement room where Nami determines the navigation route, and the other is the book that stores Robin's books and various navigation materials. The other is a large bathroom to help everyone relax and decompress. The second floor is where everyone lives and eats. The original Mary had only 1 bedroom, a kitchen, and a storeroom. Except for Nami, Vivi, Robin, Luffy, and others can only squeeze in the storage room on the floor. Now under the strong request of Luffy, the middle floor of the Mary has a female dormitory with a big bed for the girls, a dormitory for Zoro, Sanji, and others, 2 temporary guest rooms, and Luffy's own luxury captain's bedroom. The gigantic bed in the captain's bedroom proves that Luffy's mind is not so pure. In addition to the living room, the dining room and the kitchen are separated separately, and the dining room is surrounded by a viewing fish pond made of transparent glass. The separate health room also made Chopper jump back and forth excitedly for half a day. The third floor is a bar with a large area and a gym room. The energy room, soldier dock system, and weapon system are also in this compartment. The original sloop also became a more maneuverable ketch. There are countless novel gadgets. Everyone looked around excitedly, even Usopp fell in love with the big ship after Luffy told him that the Mary's ship spirit had moved. Supper. Long live Frankie! Usopp and Chopper pose behind Frankie. This way we even have a boatman. Long live! The crowd cheered excitedly on the boat. Actually Iceberg is the spy who asked me to monitor whether Monkey D. Luffy will abuse his power supper. Frankie shouted excitedly standing on his dream boat. Frankie! Ah! Number 223. Say it! Everyone! B. Luffy laughed indifferently. Since this is the case, use your eyes to observe the changes in the future world. Frankie was moved and burst into tears. Ah! Is this a man? Hey! Everyone! Sure enough, it's pervert. At this time, Califa once again appeared on the sleeping deck in business attire. She was writing and drawing with a notebook and a pen. Luffy Vice Admiral, the next island will go to the Fishmen Island according to the record pointer. On the way, we passed through the sea area of the Devil's Triangle, and carried out the order issued by Vice Admiral Garp to rule the 7 warlords of the Sea Moonlight Moria. According to the report from the headquarters, his ship 10 frequently haunted the 10 areas. Secondly, we will arrive at the Sabaody Archipelago, which is the closest to naval headquarters, and go to naval headquarters through special currents. The above are the relevant orders issued by the ministry. After speaking, Califa pushed his glasses on the tip of his nose. Sanji held the drink and shouted behind him, "Oh Califa-chan who is working hard is so charming." Califa kicked at Sanji. "You are sexual harassment." Chapter 191. The sea fell into the calm before the storm. After 3 consecutive days in the newspapers, it was reported that the Akatsuki organization and Pluton had returned to their usual routine. On the contrary, Luffy showed his face on today's newspaper, and the photo of confronting his avatar really attracted a wave of fans for him. Chopper and Usopp are swinging on the lawn swing. Nami, Vivi, and others wore bathing suits and sunbathed under the orange trees, which was a treatment that they could not enjoy on the old-fashioned Mary. Sanji is preparing food in the kitchen with a nympho face. The new Meili's kitchen, food storage room, and bar are all a chef's paradise for him. Especially after learning the Hyuxia cuisine taught by Luffy, Sanji's dream is to make shiny dishes. Zoro was crazily rolling the iron in the fitness room on the 3rd floor. For some reason, he felt that his strength had improved a lot after starting from the capital of Seven Waters. At this time, he had vaguely felt the feeling of haki mentioned by Luffy. He didn't know that this was the effect of the passive tidal power bonus. Khalifa passes Zoro with an iced coke. You're still 30 minutes from your workout. Zoro was taken aback by Khalifa's serious report, and put the several-ton barbell on the ground and looked at Khalifa leaving speechlessly. There is another troublesome woman. On the deck, Luffy was lying on the sun. Observation haki enveloped Nami and others doing daily exercise with knowledge. Daily exercise. Khalifa. Coke. Just as Luffy yelled out, a glass of iced coke was handed to Luffy. Hi, I'm ready. Khalifa pushed his glasses and said. Luffy is full of happy results. If you want to talk about who is the most suitable secretary in the pirate world, it must be Khalifa. This ability to guess the boss's mind is called a bug. Having Khalifa as a secretary can definitely serve people comfortably. The key is that Yuja's natural and dull personality coupled with her outstanding appearance is really seductive. What am I talking about? There is no future for CP9 following you guys. The world government is a bunch of tricks to kill donkeys. Knowing that the world government has so much black material, even if I don't take action, you will have nothing to do with it. Luffy drank a glass of iced coke comfortably and said. Khalifa pushed his glasses and didn't speak, and didn't refute what Luffy said. Hey, how long has it been since Khalifa came to the legendary fog of the Devil's Triangle? Nami, who was basking in the sun, waved at Khalifa and asked, when I hear this name, I feel very unlucky, maybe there are ghosts or something. After asking, Nami felt a sudden chill. Chopper fell off the swing with a thud. Are there still ghosts? Luffy threatened Chopper with a ghostly look. There is a talking skeleton with no flesh on it, and it asks you faintly, can I take a look at it for a while? The perverted skeleton of 7. Yeah. Scary. Chopper hid behind Usopp in fright. At this time, Zoro walked out of the cabin with his upper body naked and sweating. What's so scary about that thing? Doesn't Luffy still have 6 half-dead guys? Everyone, damn it, it's even more terrifying. Smoker, who was on the other route, was frowning at Luffy's report. Damn it, a marine soldier is a marine soldier. As long as the marine organization is still in love, there is a limit to what a colonel can do if he wants to go his own way. What we need now is status. After the Nice Lobby incident, that BD Luffy has nowhere to go. We're just getting started. Tashigi on the side comforted, but, is it Luffy? Smoker grabbed the newspaper, I bet my dignity and stand on the same stage as him in New World. On Baltigo, the Isle of White Clay. Monkey Long fell into deep thought while holding the newspaper. Luffy, does this have anything to do with you? Vice Admiral. Then there was a smile on Long's face. Live according to your own wishes, Luffy. Times sometimes bring all kinds of accidents and enthusiasm. Let's see the world clearly, and one day we will meet again. And on top of the Sabaody archipelago. Outside of Tree Island 13 in Outlaw Lands. Fire punch. A huge pillar of fire shot in one direction. Hey! Hey! Don't destroy, are you trying to destroy the old man's shelter? With a swipe of the knife, the huge fiery fist was shattered. How can I say that I was also the deputy captain on your father's ship, so can't I respect the old and love the young? The figure of Pluton Rayleigh came out of the flames with a knife on his shoulder, and a pot of liquor in his hand. Shut up! There's only one father for me, and that's Whitebeard. Ace shouted in dissatisfaction, I want to go back to Daddy. My brother is still waiting for me to save. You have to know. Rayleigh glanced at the newspaper that made Ace so excited. The date of the public execution of the captain of the Grand Fleet has been confirmed in 28 days. What Marine is targeting this time depends on the strength of the Whitebeard pirates. It is not enough to confront them head-on at naval headquarters. Whitebeard is looking for death. For the sake of the captain, should I let you stay here for a while longer? What are you kidding? Daddy is the strongest man in the world. Just a marine. Ace looked at Rayleigh with some breathlessness. He never imagined that Luffy would deliver himself to Rayleigh. The clown didn't know what he said to Rayleigh, and the old man refused to let himself go. He obviously looks so old, but his strength is outrageously strong. It can only be said that he is the right wrist of One Piece. But this is not the time to struggle with Rayleigh's identity. I have no choice but to return to my father's side no matter what. I vow to follow my father to the front line. Damn it, God doesn't know fire. 2 flaming spears shot towards Rayleigh, and Ace himself picked up Haki and rushed towards Rayleigh. He knew that if he didn't defeat this man, he would never return to his father's side. Rayleigh laughed out loud when he saw this, and easily suppressed Ace with a long knife in one hand. Even if his strength is regressed, he is still a man who can easily fight against Admiral. Ace at the Cotter level is still far behind. Soon Ace was knocked to the ground by Rayleigh. Rayleigh laughed twice. You'd better accompany me back obediently. Suddenly Rayleigh frowned, and saw a huge monster rising from the sea not far away. Ku la la la. Rayleigh. Lao Zi's son is under your care. Rayleigh's face suddenly changed. Whitebeard. Chapter 192. Hey! What's floating in the sea? Zoro's voice came from the speakers in the lookout room. Anani. Everyone turned their heads and looked over, and a wine barrel appeared in everyone's eyes. There is also a flag on the same. On it was written the words in front of the sea god's imperial treasure. Usopp and Chopper looked at the barrel excitedly. Is there any treasure in it? Stupid, it's just something to store wine or preserve food. Nami saw the flag on the barrel and said. Hey? Why? That's all you know. Usopp and Chopper said disappointedly. This thing is a flow bottle. It should be common sense that someone dedicated it to the patron saint of the sea in order to pray for a smooth sailing. You guys know 10 points? Everyone lost interest when they heard the words. Only Zoro laughed and said, since we have caught it, let's drink it. Usopp broke out in a cold sweat. Idiot. You will be damned. Nami said with a smile, you can also drink after praying. Robin added on the side, that's right, you just need to add it after drinking it. Zoro said dismissively, what god? I won't pray to God. Stupid, isn't there a god on our ship? NAMI 007 gave Zoro a contemptuous look. It dawned on Usopp. Then he pulled Chopper and Nami to kneel in front of Luffy devoutly. Akami-sama, we are going to drink your wine, bless us. Fly. Road. Zoro, are you idiots? After praying, Nami ran to the wine barrel excitedly. It is said that the wine washed by the waves is particularly sweet. Oh? You really should taste it. Frankie stepped forward and turned his arm into a chainsaw to cut open the wine barrel. Suddenly there was a bang, and a firework shot straight into the sky. Red fireworks bloomed in the sky, and suddenly a blood-red light filled the sky. Everyone was startled by the sudden explosion. What's wrong? At this time, Khalifa pushed his glasses and walked up. According to the information collected by CP9 before, this should be a trick used by Moria to target certain pirates. Hey? That's 7 warlords of the sea. Everyone looked at Khalifa strangely. Khalifa nodded, and told everyone about the Devil's Triangle Sea area and some information and legends about Moria. Bebbed, Luffy nodded in satisfaction, and it was right to accept Khalifa. After all, Khalifa, who came from a world government spy agency, knows a lot of information that ordinary people don't know. But I heard that this sea area is often haunted. Khalifa pushed his glasses and said. Haunted. Haunted. The 2 best friends, Usopp and Nami, shrank their heads in fear. Chopper even hugged Zoro's thigh directly. Hey, don't worry, there are gods protecting us on board. Usopp shouted excitedly, and then he and Nami Chopper knelt down in front of Luffy again. Akami-sama, bless us. Amen. Luffy. At this time, the sky gradually became gloomy, and the dense buildings enveloped the melee. Sanji lit a match and put it under his face. Listen, Usopp, it is said that more than 100 ships disappear here every year and there are ghost ships carrying the dead wandering around. The firelight projected by the match made Sanji's face particularly horrifying. Usopp screamed and yelled, "Stop it! Ah!" At this time, a ghost wearing yellow clothes and holding a mallet ran past Sanji quickly under the reflection of the thick fog. Ha 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 ha! The happy voice spread to everyone's ears like a ghost. Sanji! Ah 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 ah! Ghost ah ah! Sanji yelled back 3 feet. Nami and Vivi were even more frightened and hugged Luffy directly. Luffy, enjoying Wenyu's arms, laughed, "It's not a ghost, it's our partner, right? Mei Mary." Everyone looked at the yellow ghost running around excitedly on the deck in bewilderment. Frankie also looked thoughtfully at the thick fog around him at this time. Sure enough, I said it looked so familiar, it turned out to be a ship elf. Boat spirit. Everyone looked at the yellow-clothed ghost in unison. The appearance of the ship spirit is often accompanied by heavy fog. He will wear the crew's raincoat and hold a mallet to remind the crew when they are in danger. I didn't expect to see it. Frankie explained to the crowd. Usopp burst into tears when he heard the words, "Is it really you?" Mei Li woo woo woo. As he said that, he wanted to rush over to hug Mei Li, but passed through her body. Idiot, the ship spirit usually has no entity, only when the ship is in danger, the ship spirit will appear to remind the crew to repair the ship. Luffy rolled his eyes at Usopp, otherwise it will consume soul energy. So ga then don't show up. Usopp hurriedly avoided the boat elf for fear of knocking her down. After Luffy's coquettish operation, the ship spirit can already show itself in front of everyone with the help of thick fog. But it seems that the happy boat elves can't see everyone, they just run back and forth on the boat and play on their own. But even so, everyone was still relieved to see the happy ship spirit. After all, when the melee was refitted, even though Luffy said that the ship spirit was inherited, they only thought that Luffy was comforting them. Can't keep up with the increasingly violent Grand Line weather. And at this moment, an elegant and ethereal voice came from behind. Yo ho 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 yo ho 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 ho. Everyone looked around nervously, and suddenly found a huge ship floating from behind. Except for Robin, Luffy, and Califa, everyone's hairs stood on end in fright. It's appeared. A ghost ship. Yo ho 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 yo ho 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 ho. The prelude to Binkswine keeps ringing aboard the ghost ship. The broken hull and dilapidated fort gave the ghost ship a strange atmosphere. An afro-headed skeleton with a cane was standing on the fence, humming a beautiful tune and drifting past under the gaze of everyone. Holding a broken coffee cup in his hand, he stared at the crowd with empty eyes and sang a cappella, "Bink's fine wine, I'll send it here." Suckbrook took a sip of coffee and drifted away slowly. Luffy was the first to come back to his senses. Yaoxi. Little ones. The members of our atmosphere team have appeared. Catch up. Everyone, impossible. Chapter 193. Hey, there's a lottery next to see who gets on that boat with Luffy. Zoro said to everyone holding a stick. Nani? Usopp, Nami and others immediately objected. Usopp, why? Whoever wants to go can't. Nami, that's right. Chopper, that's right, that's right. Zoro looked at them like a fool, are you sure? A few rookies turned their heads and looked. Luffy, Robin, Sanji, Frankie, and Califa stood on the fence, and they were about to jump on the ghost ship. And Zoro also planned to follow up with a knife, and after the shock, all that was left was the excitement of adventure. Nami and others immediately sat down on the ground and burst into tears. It really is more dangerous to stay on the boat, is it? As expected, Nami and Sanji were the lucky ones to board the boat. On board the boat, Nami lay on the boat with trembling legs, tears in her eyes. Why me? It's really scary. Nami-san, are you still okay? Do you want me to carry you up? Sanji yelled ahead. Luffy directly stretched his arms around Nami's waist and lifted her up from the boat. Don't ah 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 ah. Startled, Nami screamed and was carried to the deck by Luffy. What was even more frightening was that when he opened his eyes, Brook was staring at Nami, who was limp on the ground. Nami's eyes widened, pupils dilated. Help! The screams spread directly throughout the Magic Triangle Sea area. Good morning, yo ho 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 ho. I was really rude just now, but I didn't say hello when we met. I was really shocked. I don't know how many years, but I'm finally alive. In addition to the ghost ship, here is also a ghost ship. It's really scary. Yes, come on, you're welcome, come and sit inside, let's have a good chat. Brook talked on and on like a chatterbox. The originally terrifying atmosphere was washed away by his series of nagging in an instant. Nami, Sanji, Luffy, it's so long-winded. At this time, Brook saw Nami in a sexy dress. Oh, what a beautiful lady, beautiful. Nami's heart tightened, and she quickly took a step back in horror. No, no, where is it? As soon as I see a beautiful woman's eyes, my eyes will straighten, although I don't have eyes. Brook said a cold joke that only he himself appreciated, then put the old coffee cup and crutches aside, carefully tidied up his clothes, and solemnly walked up to Nami. Fat time, can I have a look? Nami, Jong dish, convex. Die. The furious Nami directly punched Brook down, and a big bag opened on the body that was originally full of bones at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ah, amazing! It hurts to the bone. Yo-ho-ho, although I only have bones in my whole body. Nami turned into a demon and roared madly, shut up. Sanji looked at Brook with a look of surprise. Amazing. Why can you pack bags even though you are a bone? Are you really shitting? Luffy asked with a serious face. Sanji, number. There are more questions worth asking. Bolok picked up his coffee cup again and replied solemnly, ah, I shit. Sanji, number. Is there something wrong with you too? Luffy suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, you are really interesting. Luffy can feel that Brook's body is very strange, especially the head seems to be connected to a strange space, which is likely to be the legendary land of Hell. The so-called Pure Land of the pirate world. Luffy often thinks that one day I can get an Orochimaru template, and it will be fun to summon guys like Roger and Rox with impure world reincarnation. Be my partner. Luffy stepped forward and solemnly said. Brook said seriously, ah. Yes. Nami, Sanji, 0, 0. No. Luffy burst out laughing at the amusing Brook. Under the desperate eyes of Sanji and Nami, Luffy jumped back onto the Mary with Brook directly. Yo ho 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 ho, I'm Brook with dead bones. Brook politely took off his hat and greeted everyone. I boil. Usopp was scared out of his wits. Mom, I'm dreaming. Zoro was so frightened that he pulled out the knife directly, and everyone roared in unison, are you kidding me? What the hell is this? Luffy. Yo ho 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 ho, so fierce. Brook said while standing at 45 degrees. Luffy watched everyone's reaction with interest. It's fun, this is the Atmosphere Group musicians on our ship. Brook walked up to Vivi, Robin, and Khalifa one by one. This beautiful lady, Fatty, let me have a look. Khalifa, you are sexual harassment. Then Brook returned to the men with his head full of bags. All the men, deserve it. When Luffy watched One Piece in his previous life, in addition to saving Nami and talking to Mei Li, there was also an extremely impressive scene of tears. Brook recalled that when he died, all his partners played a song of Binkswine together, and finally Brook was lonely. The decades spent adrift on a dilapidated pirate ship. Luffy was touched by the life and death friendship and century-old sense of loss. Naturally, the purpose of coming to the Devil's Triangle this time is to bring Brook back to the crew. After all, Brook is a good partner both in terms of strength and personality. And Brook's identity also involves a 4 Emperors level powerhouse in the world of pirates, Valoric Redfield. The aloof Red Earl who is said to be able to compete with the Roger Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates by himself is a senior fan of Brook. Brook, who hadn't seen a living person for decades, talked excitedly with everyone. Because I'm a gentleman, I like the leisure time while waiting for my meal. Dinner. 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 Yet. 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 Brook yelled excitedly, holding the fork. Everyone. Gentlemen fart. Afterwards, Brook told everyone that he had eaten the underworld fruit because he couldn't find his body, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. What? It turned out to be devil fruit. It would be easier to accept if it was devil fruit. Waiting for Sanji to finish the meal and put it on the table. At this time, Brook's tone became low. I haven't eaten serious food for many years. Although my heart is more satisfied than my stomach, Brook suddenly turned to Robin and asked, Miss, your share seems to be more than mine, can you change it? Sanji demonic, asterisk. There's too much in the pot. Eat your own. After the meal, Luffy formally invited Brook again, be my partner. However, at this time Brook did not immediately agree, but a clear sense of disappointment came out. Although I really want to agree, I am sorry that I refuse. At this time, Zoro and the others looked at Brook in surprise. After a short period of contact, everyone already knew that this is an unlucky joker and not some evil spirit, so they didn't resist Luffy's invitation so much. But no one expected that Luffy would refuse. Luffy was not discouraged at all when he heard the words, but smiled and said, Is it because of the shadow? Brook looked at Luffy in surprise, how do you know? Luffy didn't answer directly, but smiled and said to Brook. Laboon, but it's still waiting for you at Twin Point. At this time, even Zoro, Nami, and Usopp widened their eyes and said in surprise. Nanny. And at this moment, the melee shook violently, and a ghost watched everyone on board through the deck. Ghost. Knife. Chapter 194. Brook collapsed on the ground and howled loudly, Ghost. Everyone, you are a ghost yourself. Howl. Suddenly Brook panicked, could it be? He quickly ran out of the room, facing a huge tooth-like wall. How could this be? Is this ship already under surveillance? Brook looked at the thriller bark in shock, then turned to Luffy and the others and asked, could it be that you picked up a floating bottle from the sea? Ah, that one, I did find it. Sanji nodded, didn't Khalifa say that Moria used it to target certain pirates? Brook was taken aback, you know. Of course, we're here to find Moria. Luffy stepped forward at this time and said with a smile, don't worry, I will get your shadow back for you. 020 Brook looked at Luffy and the others suspiciously, who are you? Luffy chuckled, I'm Monkey D. Luffy, Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. Brook's mouth grew so big that he nearly dislocated his jaw. Didn't Luffy tell you, we're here to find 7 warlords of the sea Moonlight Maria? Sanji lit a cigarette and said, but this is exaggerated, isn't this an island? Luffy nodded, Moonlight Maria's terrifying 3 deceitful ships, Frankie. Didn't iceberg designed to float the capital of 7 waters on the sea, you can learn from it. Frankie's eyes lit up when he heard the words, and he became interested in this island ship instantly. Because with the tsunami of the water gods, the base of the island of the capital of 7 waters has been sinking for a long time. I believe that it will not be long before the entire capital of 7 waters will be submerged in the sea. Bing Shan inherited Tom's will and wanted to design a large project that could float the entire capital of 7 waters on the sea. And isn't the terrifying 3 deceitful ship in front of you just a simplified island ship? Hey, Usopp, say hello, Luffy said to Usopp. Usopp took out his slingshot named Do and shot it directly at the dark sky, kill Firebird star. A firebird shot out towards the sky. However, after a long time, there was no sound of response from the island. What the hell, Don't you think we are some little rich pirates drifting at sea? Luffy frowned and looked ahead. Califa pushed his glasses and said, Shishibukai are powerful pirates, and marines are just tools that they can use. Marines who died in Shishabukai's hands are not a minority. If we don't show enough in terms of strength, I believe that guy will definitely kill us without hesitation. Nani? Nami and Usopp yelled. It seems to be true at this time. Luffy nodded. Let's go to the island, get Brook's shadow back, and help Zoro get a good knife by the way. Good knife? Zoro suddenly became interested. Luffy chuckled. The legendary black sword used by Ryoma is Kyushui of 21 crafts. How is it? Are you interested? Zoro's eyes lit up when he heard that. Listen, everyone, I seem to be suffering from island insularity. Nami hugged her legs. Chopper looked at the dark and gloomy castle with tears streaming down his face. Me too, I got it too. Moria's subordinates have a transparent person who ate the transparent fruit. Are you sure you want to stay on the boat by yourself? Luffy looked at Nami with a smile. Don't want. Nami screamed and hid behind Luffy, looking around for the so-called transparent person. Sanji had a frightened expression on his face. Nani? The transparent fruit was eaten. I'm going to kill him. Then he clenched his fists with tears streaming down his face. That is the fruit of my ultimate dream. How could it be eaten like this? Zoro complained. Your dream is not to find all blue. Shut up. The transparent fruit is also my dream. If I can eat the transparent fruit, if I can, woo woo woo. The expression on Sanji's face gradually became obscene. Everyone looked at this guy blankly. Fortunately, he didn't eat him. The melee docked slowly, and dilapidated medieval buildings exuded the atmosphere of a haunted house. Luffy's head was on Chopper, and Nami and Vivi hugged her arms tightly. Califa behind her looked unhappy. Hey, you should respect the captain anyway. Robin looked at the shore curiously. She has already cultivated a fearless iron courage with a black belly. Luffy, who was walking ahead suddenly, frowned. Are you looking for death? I saw Luffy raised his finger and shot a finger pistol towards Nami. Before everyone could react, a scream appeared out of thin air, and a line of blood fled along the deck towards the island. What? What? What happened? Nami hugged Luffy even more scared. Sanji reacted and asked angrily, that's that transparent man. Luffy nodded, that's right. Yes. I'm so envious. Nami, plus. Boom. Zoro dragged Sanji with a bag on his head and went ashore together with Luffy and others. At this time, a stitched three-headed dog appeared in front of the crowd with its teeth bared and grinned at them. What's this? Sanji asked, frowning. Whatever, chop it up. Zoro drew his knife without hesitation and chopped it out, one knife style 36 treble wines. The hard-pressed stitching wild dog turned into pieces and flew in all directions as soon as it appeared. What the hell is this? It looks like a hell three-headed dog, hello. Usopp's legs trembled as he held the cross. At this time, a bat monster flew down from a tree hanging upside down. Hee, at night, the forests in this area will not look like dangerous forests in this world. If you don't mind, you can take my carriage to the mansion. The bat showed a terrifying smile and said to Luffy and the others, Master Hogback's mansion. Luffy had a look of impatience on his face at this moment. Danger. I saw him stretch out his palm, his eyes turned into Rinnegan, Shenluo Tianzheng. The terrifying hurricane rushed directly towards the forest in front of Luffy. Under the horrified eyes of the Batman, the entire dark forest was instantly emptied, and the stumped limbs and arms of countless zombies wriggled around in the ruins. Luffy looked at the ghost somewhere with a sneer. Tell Moria to get out, I'm not interested in playing house with you. The ghost was full of excitement and quickly flew towards the castle in the distance.